Good morning and welcome to the Beer Goodrich Tires Mint 400 here in Las Vegas, Nevada. It's 2020 and I am so excited. Joining me in the booth today, I've got Ryan Thomas, Jim Beaver and Bob Bowers. How are we doing, guys?
This is going to be a day I have been waiting for a whole year. We were here last year. This is going to be all different. We've got great weather. We've got great trucks. We've got great desert. I think it's going to be great.
It's going to be a fantastic day of racing. Now, Jim, you've been out on that race course yesterday. What have these drivers of these unlimited cars got to expect out there?
Well, you know, I've been racing the Mint 400 for about a decade now, and I have never seen a Mint 400 course this rocky and this rough. And that is saying something because the Mint 400 has been known as the biggest, baddest off-road race on the planet. This year, 2020, drivers are going to see a track unlike anything they've ever seen before.
Fantastic. Ryan, who are you expecting to be setting out there and really charging hard in the early parts of this race?
I mean, Bryce is he's on a roll right now. Bryce is he's on a mission. He's got a truck that's working. He ran good in qualifying. I would say that Bryce is one of the guys we're going to need to watch. Luke McMillan, he needs to prove something right now. You know, he had a win last year at King of the Hammers at the T1 race. He needs to show everybody that's watching that he can win again. And Luke's another guy we got to be watching right now.
Well, I think he's the dark horse in this. Let's not forget he came second this year at that T1 Desert Invitational. Yeah. He's really got the bit between his teeth. But we've also got so much more talent out there. We haven't even mentioned Harley Letner yet. You know, this is the guy sitting on pole at the moment. There was less than a second separating our top three cars during this race in qualifying over an 8-mile lap. Then behind them, we've got the three-time champion, Justin Lofton. Then we've got Rob Mack in the mix as well. This is off-road royalty of the highest kind sitting here. So racing is going to be starting sometime around about 12:30 today. And before we get there, we're going to be just talking through some of these classes and some of the guys that we've got out there. Let's look down that list. We've also got some young gentlemen in here, Christian Sourapas and Brett Sourapas. Talk us through those guys, Bob.
These are two second-generation racers, sons of both Steve Sourapas. They're twins. And the thing is, they're twins by birth, but you can see they have totally different ways of being people. They're very fast. They've got great equipment. They're what I call cerebral racers, Jim, in that they think things through. It's always a matter of planning, where some other racers have a tendency to wing it now and then. So I look for a controlled, progressive, aggressive team out of that race truck.
Absolutely. Now, in the last few years, we've heard a lot of people say the Mint 400 is a sprint race. Can it be a sprint race this year? We've got 4 107-mile laps, a total of 420 miles, or 28 miles. I mean, Jim, you were out there yesterday. Can they really sprint this far?
You know, I think this is one of those where it's actually going to be dangerous to be the lead truck. A lot of times you want to be the lead truck, you want to control the pace, but I think being the lead truck, like we saw at King of the Hammers, you know, a few weeks ago, sometimes that's not a good thing. I don't think here at the Mint 400 it will be a good thing. I think that adding that additional lap, it only added a little bit of mileage, but it's one more trip around this track. It gets that much rockier, that much rougher, and I think it's going to be who can lay back the first lap and a half, and be within touch of the leaders, but save your truck so when lap 3 and 4 rolls around, you've got a whole lot to come to war with.
Absolutely. We've also got another battle out there on the track today. We've got a tyre war. We've seen Beer Goodrich, sponsor of the Mint 400, dominating the off-road scene for so many years, but stepping up are some other companies. We've got Toyo, we've got Yokohama. Are we going to see any of those maybe making their way to the podium?
I think that's going to be a big story. You've got our the only three-time winner has made a tire switch. Justin has made a big move here, and all eyes are on him to see him come back here and win a 4th time and set the record books even further in his favor. But he's got new shoes on his truck.
And listen, those shoes haven't been his friend. I'm sorry to say this because Justin's a heck of a racer, but he debuted the new system, new setup. Parker was really good at Parker until he had a flat. Same thing happened at Lofton. Did really good till he had a flat. Well, either they're going to get way better, or we're looking at pretty much the same.
Time will tell. But, you know, we got to watch that same thing happen with Bryce and Andy.
Yeah.
They made a switch a couple years ago. Both of those guys have now gone on to show that they can win wearing different shoes on their trucks. So maybe this race will be that race for Justin. Who knows?
Well, I think what it says also, among the things, is that it isn't just a change of shoes. It's what brand of shoes you got. I think that the brand that Lofton is running right now is working to get themselves back into the sport, back on the top tier. That's not going to happen overnight. Well, so he sacrificed himself, frankly.
Yeah.
It is, but this is a conversation that we can have as we go through this race. Let's not forget, this is the legendary B.F. Goodrich Mint 400, and we've got 51 years of history. So we're going to cut out now to a piece showing us about the history of this amazing race.
I can't believe this place.
All the things that we did for the drivers, the Mint 400 jackets, the t-shirts, the hats, the Mint 400 bottles, they became a must-attend event.
As we all know, with the old school photos of Fremont Street and the parade, and the Mint was one of the biggest races there was.
And I'm glad to see that Mad Media is taking this all over and making it back to what it should be.
I think what makes the Mint 400 so tough is the competition. It's a little outlaw, a little lawless in some ways, but yet there's a good heart to the whole piece, I think.
The track set up, you've got a very diverse terrain. You've got rock, you've got sand, you've got dirt roads, you've got silt.
It's got hills, it's got woods, it's got people, it's got stop signs, it's got speed limits, it's got a really crazy dry lake that you just punch it through, hope nothing flies off.
This course is very, very hard on equipment.
You can't make mistakes, because if you make a mistake here, it takes you out and you're done.
It's going to be a sprint race, and I know someone is going to make it, so we're all going to have to run really, really hard.
This is the race where you got to be consistent, you got to be smooth. If you push too hard, you're going to break the truck.
You just finished 400 miles of some of the toughest terrain, everything we could possibly throw at you. You're a finisher, you're excited. You just finished the Mint 400.
It's the B.F. Goodrich Mint 400 here in Las Vegas, Nevada. And it's wonderful to be here today. The sun is shining, the sky is blue, and it's almost perfect race conditions. We've got a nice steady breeze here, and we're looking forward to the start of the unlimited classes, the big dance. But we've already met all my friends up here in the booth, but there's another lady who's helping us today, and that is Tiffany Stone, and she's down in the pits right now, getting the interviews and the inside gen before this race gets started.
Thanks, guys. It feels great to be back for another day here at the Mint 400. The weather is perfect. Everybody is getting ready. All the fans are coming in. We still have tickets available at the door, so come on down as all the spectator areas are open. A big congratulations, though, to Brandon Sims yesterday taking the overall spot. We have tons of racing going on. I'll be bringing you some action from the pits, so stay tuned. Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Tiffany Stone. Great to see her down there. And we're just starting to see the cars lining up now. Let's just talk about the classes that we're going to be seeing racing today. It's the unlimited trucks. So what does that mean?
I think it means exactly what you just said, unlimited. These are the beasts of our sport. Tons of wheel travel, lots of horsepower. Most of them are two-wheel drive. A few of them nowadays are four-wheel drive, and usually that is the fastest class.
Indeed. Now, we're talking about that four-wheel drive battle there. Are we actually going to see a breakthrough here? Are we going to see a four-wheel drive winning today?
Well, I think there's a really good chance of it. I think with the way the conditions of the course have turned, and with the rocks and the rugged, and the rugged terrain, and we're running up some washes where in previous years we've ran down washes, things like that. I think four-wheel drive is definitely going to come into play today. And that being said, I think four-wheel drives, they wear less on the tires than a two-wheel drive. And as we saw yesterday in the UTV races, tire wear was crucial, and I think the four-wheel drives that can manage their tires better than a two-wheel drive, they're not going to have to do as many tire changes. It's going to be less wear and tear on the tires. I think the four-wheel drive is going to have a distinct advantage today.
Bob, where are you sitting on this one? Now, a few weeks ago, we saw Bryce Menzies at the T1 Desert Invitational at King of the Hammers, and he would come in, and when he didn't even need to, he was swapping his tyres out, making those changes, and trying to reinforce the fact that he wasn't going to get punctures or flat tyres. Is that going to be a strategy we're going to see these guys employing today, or is it going to be absolutely about every second on that track?
I think you're going for efficiency today. You don't want to spend any time doing anything that doesn't progress you or add to the front of the pack. The four-wheel drive or all-wheel drive, however we're supposed to say it, versus two-wheel drive, It's been such a long time these development processes have gone along. And what we saw at Hammers says, I think we might be there this time. It's all about having it live. It's the four-wheel drive. It isn't the gearing. It's the CV joints. Or what are they used to get all that flex. So I'm going to say, well, we might as well put a $5 bill on the table and say, okay, who's going to take that there? I'll bet that it's not going to be a four-wheel drive, all-wheel drive truck. A two-wheel drive truck will win the 2020 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400.
Well, you heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Bob is working with the two-wheel drives. But this course is what they're racing against.
Yes.
It really is.
And themselves.
Yeah, it's the desert is usually the only winner in this.
Yeah.
And let's have a look at this course now and see what we've got. Now, Jim, you were out on this course yesterday. Talk us through it. We're traveling this course in a clockwise direction. So where are they going to be seeing first today?
Well, right out of the get-go you go, and it's kind of a little bit deceiving. You run around the short course track with, there's some big jumps right off the start, and then, you head out into the desert, and about 2 miles in, you actually hit a speed zone, and so it kind of, slows everybody up. Then you head into, your traditional desert-style sections. There's a big section of whoops that heads you into chokers where it's nice and tight. You go around this through thumpers, which is a high-speed area, one of the most exciting places on the course to watch. 130 miles an hour through 3-foot whoops. It is exciting. You go through Pit A, and that heads you into the Fox Proving Grounds. I got to tell you, this is rough, rugged. There is rocks. There is whoops. It definitely tests the suspension like no other place on the course. You go through the quarry, and that heads us up to Shooting Range. Shooting Range is just what it says. It is actually an old shooting range. There's all kinds of shotgun shells there, but more importantly, there is a ton of rocks. That heads you through one of the fastest spots on the course, Rockets. This is where you're going to see the trucks hit their top speeds of the day. I'm guessing 140 miles an hour-ish across that dry lake bed. Takes you through Joshua Tree Highway. This is one of the most technical sections on the course. Lots of tight, twisty, technical roads. You can pick up a lot of time there if you're a precise driver. That brings us back down into the main pit. That finishes up a lap here at the Mint 400.
Now that's 170 miles of all kinds of different types of hell. It's really hard to get your head around that. When you look at it there, it looks like such a small course, and it isn't. It's 107 miles. So what are kind of the average times we're going to see? I mean, yesterday we saw times of around 2 hours. I mean, we're expecting the unlimited.
That blew me away.
Yeah.
I'm telling you that to see the UTVs averaging 50 miles an hour, I never would have seen that coming. Did you expect that, Jim?
Well, UTVs are a little bit deceiving. I think a lot of time people still think of quote-unquote golf carts, but they have become true desert race vehicles. So times have been increasing, but I think what we're going to see in the unlimited trucks today are really, really going to be, I think we're going to push mid-60s, maybe close to 70 mile an hour average.
So Bob, me and Bob were talking about that yesterday, and I said 60, and he said no way. And I said, Bob, we got UTVs doing 50. Where do you see the unlimited trucks if they're not going to do 60? What do you think, Bob?
Gosh, now I'm going to have to rethink.
This is coming from a guy that was on the racetrack yesterday.
Well, that's the best kind of input you got, Jim.
Well, and that being said, I say this is rough. I say it's rocky. There are some sections that are actually quicker than years past. I think there was a lot of rain that came in, changed the track, changed the course. So there are some sections where people are going to be able to pick up some speed that they maybe didn't have in previous years.
Hey, I want to point out here, we were talking to Matt Martelli yesterday about how he is really trying to make this a spectator-friendly sport. This is something that's really cool. Get all the cars on the grid, open up the gates, and let the fans come out and see the trucks up close, meet the drivers. This is what makes the Mint 400 special here.
Fan-friendly all the way.
Absolutely. Something for everybody. I mean, you start out at Fremont Street. How awesome is that? Getting to see all these amazing vehicles in downtown Las Vegas, and then you move out here in middle of nowhere, and more fan-friendly atmosphere.
We were talking about that yesterday, thinking about the cars driving by on the 15, looking over here. We think, this is our world. We think everybody knows this is happening. People driving by look over and wonder what in the world is happening out there in the desert.
Yeah, I mean, look at this now. I mean, isn't this incredible? I love the fact that the crowds can interact with the cars before they actually get started. This is scenes reminiscent of the 60s and the 70s. Yeah. And it's absolutely wonderful that it's been brought back here to the Mint 400 in these last few years.
Look at the kids, Jim. My goodness.
Look at the number of people, Bob.
Yeah.
It's absolutely amazing. Let's not forget, we're not in Vegas. We are outside of Vegas at Prim Valley, in the middle of the desert. Thousands of people. But let's have a look at some of the action that we had yesterday. Now, yesterday was about all the limited classes. And of course the motos, and this is the rush start here for the motos.
I was going to say, land rush start's always exciting in anything.
Yeah.
Trying to make himself small, isn't that neat?
So what we're doing is just showcasing the many different types of racing we have here at the Mint. Over 68 different classes we're racing. I mean, just how incredible is that?
Again, it's a testament to what Matt and Josh are trying to do here is make this welcoming, not only to the spectators, but allow as many of the racers that have vehicles to come and compete in this race.
Yeah, it is, and it's not just about the sportsmen as classes or the professional classes, it's also about those guys who just want to come out here and experience the Mint 400 for themselves. So we see these young guys and girls here, and this is one of the best racing that we saw yesterday. We saw watching the youth UTVs, and these are the upcoming superstars of our desert racing.
Yeah, you know, in the youth UTVs, that can be understated because these are the kids that, 5, 6, 7, 8 years from now, they're going to be stars of the sport. I mean, we're seeing this sport grow younger and younger every single year. And I think, 5 years from now, we may have an overall winner that was running in the youth division.
So that makes the Mint 400 a petri dish? What do you say?
I definitely think it could be.
Yeah. But as well as the racing, we've also got a lot full of action going down here as well. We've got monster trucks, we've got vendors, we've got motorbikes, we've got all kinds of display vehicles as well. It's an entire world of motorsport heaven. It really is. So if you can and you're in the locality, get on down to the BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400 here in Las Vegas.
And if you can't, you can tune in.
Absolutely.
At mint400.com/live. Lots you can see there, live tracking. You can see our ugly mugs from time to time. You'll definitely see action on the race course. There's also dirtcode.com where you can buy merchandise. Lots happening digitally here.
There is indeed. Let's not forget, it is the Great American Off-Road Race. It was founded by Norm Johnson in 1968. It's approximately a 120-mile loop race course. I mean, it's 107 miles this year. And we have an average of over 500 vehicles racing each and every year. I find that incredible. But the one that really blew me away was the fact that last year there was the return of the motos. We had over 150 motos in the first year of return. That's nuts. And that just tells you how much people, or how the high regard that this race is held in.
Yeah.
And how about the fact that we had Harley Davidson as the first time ever sponsoring an off-road event and/or series. Harley Davidson, I mean, come on. Doesn't get any better than that from an American standpoint.
You know, and one thing you got to appreciate about Harley is they've really pushed the limits in motorsport. You know, and this is in general, but, you've seen them, obviously with flat track. You've seen them in, with drag racing and things like that. But to see them now in off-road, that's almost a scary thought for, I think, a lot of the major motorcycle manufacturers. Right? What has Harley got up their sleeve?
The itch to race. That's what they got up their sleeve. They want to go race.
Well, we're still waiting for the start here of the unlimited classes at the 2020 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400. But while we do, let's pop out and take a short commercial break. We'll be right back.
What's up, my friends? It's Rob here from Warfighter Made, and we are getting super excited for the Mint 400's Military Challenge. We got 3 vehicles that we're going to enter in, with our focus of effort being this Polaris Razor that belongs to combat wounded double leg amputee Tim Hull, and he's got 2 other combat wounded amputees racing with him. We also have our vintage military light strike vehicle known as Flyer 22, and it's going to be competing in the military class, actually against its grandson, the Flyer GMV. We're also entering a Humvee that will be out there supporting all the competitors in the military challenge. So we need your help by going to the mint400.com and donating to the military challenge.
Okay, here we are. We're at the BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400 2020 in Las Vegas. How good is it to be here, guys? Just check this out. We're now starting to see the unlimited trucks getting lined up, and I love watching the crowds just walking around these vehicles and being allowed to sort of smell and touch these huge monsters of our sport.
You know, something I think we need to take note of right now, just seeing that last scene, Did you notice those wind blades bent over?
I saw the same
wind
thing
is
you
here.
did. That is a good thing.
Yeah.
That is a very good thing. That means times are going to be wicked fast. You don't have to worry about that lingering dust over the track. Blows it right off. And
the other
makes
thing that
passing
it means,
really easy.
I was going to say, the other thing that it means is all the work that some of these fast qualifiers did and the risks that they took to get up front. Well, not necessarily. They don't need to be up front. With the wind blowing the dust off the race course, the guys in back don't have as much of a disadvantage. At least that's the way I look at it.
I'll give you that.
I like this. I like the way that you're thinking here. This is really cool. But let's just talk about that qualifying run, because we saw these guys. I mean, we saw Rob Mack taking 2 runs, and the reason he had to take 2 runs is because he actually caught up with the car that was in front of him. So we're going to have a look at Rob Mack in a minute, but we saw him qualifying, and his time wasn't that great, and we were like, wow, that's not what we expected. He did his second run, and we were expecting something really on fire, and again, it just didn't quite work out for him. So what does that tell us?
Well, I think it tells us that Rob Mack is the legend we all know he is, but I think it's shown us that the competition has risen up to Rob Mack's level. I mean, he used to be on sacred ground, and I think a lot of people have caught up to him now.
Yeah, you know what? I hate saying this, but and Rob will always be royalty.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the King's Court is rising up with him at this point.
But nonetheless, what he said before the qualifying is that I'm going to go, I want to be 4th or 5th.
Yes. Yep.
So, what we could have seen is magnificent control out of a very, very good driver.
Well, and let's not forget, he's currently in 9th position, actually in 8th position. That only means he's on the 4th row. That's not exactly a bad place to be, is it?
I'll take it.
And Rob, I've never seen anybody that plays the game of motorsports as good as Rob. I mean, he's like he's a tactician. He's very tactical in his approach. You talk with him. Every single thing he does, there is a reason behind it.
Yeah.
And, Rob's the type of guy, he may have laid up on purpose not wanting to be that lead truck. He'd rather lay chase and sit back and let the race come to him.
And now look what's happening. The wind is blowing and dust is less of an issue, and he can run up as fast as he wants to.
Yeah, it's really interesting. And we saw some guys, some drivers who are really hitting the ground harder than others. Robert Johnson, for example, you could see he was giving it everything out of that truck. He was blowing every single turn. He was tapping every single rock, trying to get that fast time. And it was really interesting to see the balance of the vehicles. Bryce Menzies, for example, he kind of had just looked really smooth, really tidy. And then, of course, we had Harley Letner. The man is a savage.
Yeah.
It's the only way to describe it. And we saw him coming around the course with the front hood of his car flipping up in the air. We spoke to him afterwards. He was saying he couldn't see half of the course, and yet he still slams in the fastest time. The guy is amazing. Was it in 2018 we saw him leading this race in a Class 1 buggy? So what can he do from the front of this year in a full unlimited truck?
There's something that tells me we're going to see a display here today. That's what we didn't really talk about him earlier. That could be, he could walk away with this thing.
Also, let's keep in mind that was a 2-wheel drive race car, and our expectation was not what we ended up getting out of time trials. We thought, of course, a 4-wheel drive is going to just actually, 10 seconds faster.
Sure.
No. So.
Well, that was the interesting thing. We were all convinced that Bryce was going to have sort of between a 4 and 5 second buffer. That just hasn't panned out. Now, let's not take anything away from Bryce. He's less than a second off that first place. We're still talking about an incredibly fast time.
How many cars within 1 second, Jim?
3 cars.
3 cars within 1 second.
Over an 8-mile course as we watch Bryce Menzies here on his qualifying run. And just look at the way this car just gallops up the ground.
And you think about less than 1 second. I mean, Bryce could have just as well been on the pole as Harley. I mean, that's getting the tire out of the rut for just, you want to say a split second, but it truly is a split second. I mean, it's what blows my mind is we're talking times here like you would see in NASCAR, IndyCar, the qualifying times splits, and to me, it's crazy that our sport has grown to that point where over an 8-mile stretch, we can have times within 1 second of each other. That's unheard of.
Well, that's why this question of endurance race today versus sprint race might end up being the pivotal question of the day.
Absolutely. But Tiffany caught up with Bryce Menzies earlier this week, so let's just check that interview out.
Thanks, guys. Hanging out with a name you definitely have to know, Bryce Menzies, or should I call you Dad now? Congratulations. Carson came about a month early. She was actually supposed to be here on Monday, right? Walk us through what it likes to be a dad, and now she's actually here watching you race the Mint 400.
Man, it's life-changing. We had it planned C-section this Monday after the Mint because of some issues that went on, but she came a month early, Valentine's Day, wanted to surprise us, so It's a surreal feeling. You know, it kind of reminded me when I went out and qualified, I messed up on the truck. We ended up third, and usually I'd be like super down and always just bummed. And I went home and got to hang out with her and fed her, and you don't even realize that you're out there racing or any of that stuff anymore. So it brings a new meaning to my life, and we're going to go out there, have a lot of fun, and she's at the pit with Mama right now. So we're going to go out, give it our all, and hopefully they'll cheer us on our way to the finish and win.
Well, I know a few days ago on Fremont Street, you were telling me that she has an exact onesie that is a replica right now of your race suit, and it says Carson Menzies on there. That's got to be a great feeling for you. Are we going to ever see her in a truck? Are you going to allow her to race?
Yeah, of course. You know, that she was supposed to be the Monday after the Mint, so her coming early just meant she wanted to be here to watch her dad race the Mint 400. So once she gets old enough, probably like one, we'll put her in a cart, get her around driving. But it's so fun, a blast. I love being out here at the Mint 400. The Martelli brothers have done an amazing job. You can see all the fans out here. This race course is going to be insanely tough, 428 miles. So me and Orrin are looking forward to it. It's going to be rough, but hopefully we can pull off our third win at the Mint 400.
Well, going off of that, you've got a great co-driver with you. He keeps you calm. He keeps everything, especially since we don't pre-run this. The wind has definitely picked up from yesterday. How is that going to change, and have you and Orrin talked about what the game plan is going to be?
Yeah, you know, usually this race is really dusty, and you want to qualify out front because of that. So with the wind, it kind of plays a little factor for me starting third. But, you know, I think it's going to be one of those races where you have to get to that last lap, that fourth lap, and then see where your truck's at and go from there, just because they had a full day of racing yesterday. We have a full day of racing today. It's going to be so torn up, gnarly, rocky. So looking forward to it, and just glad to be out here in Vegas, my hometown, and representing.
Well, I know you're excited. Bryce Menzies here, qualifying third, taking the third spot out. Thank you so much, Bryce. And I really think, guys, no matter what happens tonight, Bryce knows that he has pretty much won the Mint 400 with his baby Carson being out here to cheer him on. Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Tiffany. It's always great talking to Bryce then. Congratulations on becoming a new father. Now, we were just talking about an interesting thing here. Yesterday, we saw a lot of the unlimited drivers going out in UTVs and various different vehicles to pre-run this course. One of the drivers we didn't see out there was Bryce Menzies. Now, is that going to play into his hands because he's not going to be fatigued from a day's dry racing the day before?
He's still a kid, man. He's not getting fatigued.
Well, I tell you, I think this is what Mr. Beaver was trying to talk us about, is that he probably looked at it and said, you know, I'm okay. We got a lot of racing to go. I don't need to put the truck in any more jeopardy than I have already. And we'll see you on race day.
You know, I think something interesting coming from Bryce, there was a very mature response to the question about basically saving the truck to the last lap versus run to the front and pole-to-pole lead. Very mature statement on Bryce's standpoint.
Well, he knows how to win.
Yeah, and I've known Bryce for years. We all have. We watched his career arc from, you know, running limited buggies all the way to being one of the top drivers in the world where he is today. And his career, the way he approaches races is so much mature now. I mean, it used to be Bryce would just go out and send it. Yeah. And, you know, now he's very almost like Rob Mack. It's a very cerebral approach to how you win races. And I think we're seeing a Bryce that's so mature now and that we didn't have, say, even 5 years ago.
Isn't that something, you know, when you think about the greats that we've watched over our time in the sport, maybe this is sprint versus endurance too, I don't know, but it's always a good metaphor is like you close a vise. You just keep working forward. Nothing happens faster than it did last time until, you know, the last lap, that vise is closing, done. It's not that.
How about Ryan Arciero? We're not talking about Ryan right now.
I was going to bring that up too. Ryan, this guy, he is absolutely one of the best, and anybody in the field will tell you he is absolutely one of the best drivers. I know he finally was very excited, put together a big win last year.
He's one of the meanest, most unfriendly drivers too.
Wait a minute. Hold it. What?
But it's sometimes
know that that's 100% not the truth, Mr. Bob Bauer.
Oh, I think
Ryan
you're right.
Arciero is an incredible gentleman and a good friend of mine.
Well, we were talking about him earlier. It's our pole setter, Harley Letner. And Tiffany Stone's down with him on the front row at the moment, catching some words with him.
Thanks, guys. Hanging out right now with our #1 qualifier here for the Mint 400. Harley, it's great to see you. It's great to be here. I overheard you. You said, no matter what, I am leaving at 11:30 a.m. Talking to a lot of the guys yesterday, the course is a little brutal. What is the game plan?
Game plan is just try to stay out front and go set the pace. The course is too rough and rocky and dusty that I don't think anyone's going to come up and drive around us. So I'm going to set the pace for the first 2 laps, give the truck to Kevin. We'll do some time splits, and I think we're gonna race the last lap, go in times, and see really wick it up and just try to keep everyone behind us.
Yesterday, we were talking with everybody. The Mint 400 is no longer a sprint race. It's an endurance race. We've added an extra lap, 428 miles. How does that change your drive style?
Definitely add an extra lap. Definitely going to kick it down to about 75-80%, not go full bore where years past you almost had to sprint the whole thing. But now it's the equipment. The desert's going to take you out. We saw yesterday how many cars didn't finish, didn't even do a lap. So we went out and did a race in the 1450 truck, so we got to see how rough it actually is. And they did another lap, so I can't even imagine going out right now.
With a lot of people looking up to you here for the Mint 400, the Great American Race, what's one piece of advice that you'd give to anybody who would want to race this in 2021?
Just if you want to race the Mint, you guys just follow your dreams and get out there and start hustling at some shops and hang out with teams. Come volunteer at the races, help them, and never know, you might get your opportunity one day.
Well, you heard it here from Harley. You might get your opportunity. Just stay strong, help out some teams, come spectate, come look at everything, and you might be right where this guy is. Back up to you.
Thank you very much, Tiffany. So here we are. It's the BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400 2020 out here in Las Vegas. And I just love looking at this lineup of vehicles. Just how cool is that?
You know, something that I give credit a lot of time to our sport. You look at those trucks, there's a lot of forms of motorsports out there, but our fabricators, our vehicle builders and designers, we build some pretty amazing equipment out here.
Amazing because they defy physics.
Yeah.
They absolutely do. They shouldn't be able to do that. If it were not for the green flag and the checkered flag, these would be called stunt trucks.
Yeah.
Well, you know, one thing I've always appreciated about, unlimited truck racing and, in the desert is, unlike any other form of motorsport, I mean, people want to say Formula One's the pinnacle of engineering and, and you look at things like Top Fuel and NHRA and all these other disciplines, but there's only truly one unlimited division of motorsports that I know of, and that's unlimited truck here in the desert, because everybody else, even if they are this crazy technological race car, they all still have rules. We have some basic safety rules, but other than that, it's kind of let your mind go out of control and and bring it to the table.
And the unlimited trucks are not the only things that are racing out here today. We've got the Unlimited Legends trucks, which that's an age delineation there. We got Class 1, which those are unlimited buggies. And the only real difference with Class 1 and the unlimited trucks is a solid rear axle versus independent rear suspension and truck bodies. We've got the Baja truck, which that's a 40-inch tire with a little bit lower horsepower motor than the unlimited trucks. The 6100 trucks, which is a little bit smaller tire and another little bit smaller step down in the engine. Class 10, which is a unlimited chassis for a buggy with limited motor. And then we have the Super Buggy, Ultra 4, Class 8, and Class 7. All of those are a little bit slower, obviously, than the classes above that.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the Ultra 4s in there. The Ultra 4s are the 4400 class that I'm used to seeing racing over at King of the Hammers and things like that. And they're also an unlimited form of motorsport as well. But they are the rock donkeys, okay? They're the guys who drive up through those incredible trails. Where
and you say that with pride.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I wear that badge well.
Yeah.
It's when you can't see a trail, that's when a 4400 class car takes it on. And it's going to be interesting to see. We've only got one entrant this year, but we're going to be watching him, and that's actually Sky Johnson. And I believe, Jim, you know a little bit about these guys.
Yeah, it's I guess it's a special ops group, and they've kind of, I think Jimmy's 4x4 is kind of involved with it a little bit, helped them kind of find their way. I don't know a lot about the program, but I know it's a new program, and what better way to get your feet wet behind the wheel than the Mint 400?
Yeah, right. I love that. Now, we saw some military teams racing yesterday. It was so good to see, wasn't it? Some of them were in what we consider civilian trucks, and then we had these monstrous things out on the track with what looked like 50 cows sitting on top of them. I mean, where else in the world can you do that? I mean, incredible.
And they completed the full lap too, which is cool.
And weren't they towing somebody in? I saw they came through the pits towing a broken vehicle on the track when they crossed the finish line.
Hey, you know what? With those guys like that does not surprise me at all. The men and women in our services, the top of the creme de la creme, as far as I'm concerned, and to think that they were helping out racers does not surprise me at all.
What I found really impressive is that they had zero issues. They started the race, they did the race, they finished the race. It's that easy.
That guy sitting up in the turret, the guy sitting in the turret was sitting there all day into the night, into the cold. He never left.
Yeah, I think he got plenty of bugs in his teeth, but I bet you couldn't have stopped him smiling most of the way around.
Not in a mile, no. Yeah.
Well, it sounds like we still have some action out in the parking lot here right now. Lots of things happening at the 2020 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400. We do have racing, but there's all kinds of neat things to see in the parking lot here. So if you're driving by, make sure you stop on in and see what we're doing at that point in time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Something for everybody, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's plenty going on. And I think we've got a little clip of Christian and Brett Sourapas here. So let's pop on down and see what we've got.
You know, these kids, they've kind of blown my mind. Christian had a big win a couple of years ago in the unlimited truck class in a different series. But like you said, I mean, they're a family legacy here. What they were doing in what we were calling the Baja truck class, a few years ago, they became one of the most dominant forces there. Now making the transition to unlimited truck, and now in one of these brand new four-wheel drives, they're definitely ones to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, this is a four-wheel drive truck, isn't it? But they've got something quite special in this. They've got a Mason-Matic. So I believe is it a 6-speed or an 8-speed gearbox?
Five. I think he said 5.
5-speed sequential gearbox?
I think that's what he says, 5. But that's one of the breakthrough technologies that people have been trying to develop to try and get all the things that you need to have all-wheels driving and reliable. New transmission, you just don't go to the shelf and get it. You have to make it.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, again, I mean, what goes into that? That's normally the realm of major manufacturers to build entire transmissions. And the fact that the aftermarket desert racing world is doing that blows my mind, if I'm honest.
You know, we talking about this being where we're at today, like four-wheel drive is all of a sudden here. Yeah. The reality of it is, we talked a little bit about this yesterday. Yeah. The Herbst family was dabbling in, and beyond dabbling, they were in the middle of this back in the 90s with a four-wheel drive truck, winning championships, building their own stuff, but then it faded off into La La Land.
And we don't know why, because it was a proven piece to them.
Well, I think you talk to Tim or Troy, and they'll tell you they loved it. They knew what they were doing, but the costs at that point in time were just escalated astronomically, and that was before Ultra 4. Ultra 4, we got to give them a lot of credit because they have helped bring the costs and the technology so that everybody out here in the desert now can afford it and it's reliable. And when the Herbsts were doing it, they were it was all new territory.
They were all
what we're
out
talking
there
about
on their own.
Is a critical mass. Yeah. We've got enough vehicles out there that are platforms for R&D that you're able to make huge leaps and learn things quicker than trying to just do it with one truck.
Indeed. Now, we're not a million miles off of the start of this race, but before we do, let's just go and have a quick chat with Christian Sourapas here and find out what he has to say about the race that's coming up.
Thanks so much, guys, hanging out with Christian right now. Christian, you raced the Mint 400 yesterday with a vehicle that had literally 0 miles on it. You used it as a little bit of pre-running, take some notes out there. What did you see from yesterday's run?
I just saw that it's going to be the same old Mint course. There's going to be a lot of square edges, a lot of rocks that are going to be moving around. That makes this course in particular really interesting. With all these loop races, you'll see a rock in one spot, but in the next lap it could be right in the middle of the course. So being able to adapt on the fly is going to be really important today.
Well, we've thrown a little wrench in here. It's 4 laps. Obviously, you know that from yesterday, 428 miles. And when we talk about that, when is Brett going to get into the driver's seat?
So the plan is for me to do the first 2 3/4 laps, and at the remote pit, Brett's going to get in and hopefully bring her home in first place.
Well, I know with that, your brother, you guys kind of got this like family bond. Is there something that he tells you or you tell him that keeps you guys motivated, or if he knows you're in a funk, he says something to you?
Yeah, I mean, being woo mates, twin brothers, we obviously have a special connection. Being able to bounce ideas off of each other, it could be just a little suggestion, or it could be even a heated exchange, but we're always building off of each other and getting better from it. So to have a teammate like my brother is, I think, a recipe for winning, and I'm extremely excited to get a crack at it with my brother today.
Well, obviously, you've taken this all-wheel drive truck out there. We saw it at King of the Hammers, debuted the White Claw all over that. And this year, obviously, you have a little bit more time. You've already driven this one. What do you think is going to be the main difference with this all-wheel drive truck that sets you apart from the rest of the class?
I think really in the tight stuff and the rocky stuff, we'll be able to push a little harder and be a little easier on the parts, because with the all-wheel drive, you're not going to really have to drive it on the edges hard to go just as fast as most of the two-wheel drives. So I think really the game plan is just to see how it goes lap 1, and if we're behind, then we're really going to have to start pushing. But if we're right where we need to be, then we'll just keep power boating through it.
Well, you've done it here. Best of luck to you. We're going to see what happens today, guys. Is an all-wheel drive truck going to take the top of the podium? We'll see later on tonight. Back up to you guys.
Hit me.
Thank you very much, Tiffany, and thank you very much, Christian Sourapas. Now, I like watching Christian and I like watching Brett race. They're fantastic, but we've got some other young guns in this field, and we also have a very special person in this field as well, Sarah Price. Let's talk about this young lady. She's stepping up into the unlimited trucks. Now, what are her chances today?
Well, I can tell you I've known Sarah for a long time. We actually did a lot of traveling together for another series, and dear friend of mine, and this girl, she's a real deal. I've seen her just do amazing things behind the wheel of a UTV. She graduated into, I guess what we're calling Baja truck here. And, she had a great run, won a championship last year. I think the logical next step was to move into the unlimited truck. I think this is going to be a lot of learning for her, but don't count her out. She could definitely be a dark horse. I think you're going to see her sit back, let the race come to her, and it's going to be interesting to see how this all shakes out for Sarah.
She's no slouch on the pavement either.
No.
Last month we were at a deal at Road Atlanta, and she gets it on the pavement. She really does.
Well, she went and did the Mount Washington hill climb in New Hampshire a couple of years ago and I believe it was a Fiat. And, she's doing a hill climb where, there's 1,000-foot drops and things like that. She's driving the wheels off of the car to the top of Mount Washington. It's amazing. The girl's got just wicked talent.
She definitely looked like she knew what she was doing on the screen there.
Yeah, well, she does indeed. And Tiffany was catching up with Sarah earlier today. So let's see what Sarah had to say.
Thank you so much, guys. Right here with Sarah Price, one of the 65 women that are racing the Mint 400 this year. Sarah actually raced yesterday in the rally class. Sarah, you didn't end up where you wanted to be, but you got a lot of notes for today's race. First time in a big trophy truck. Walk us through all the emotions you're feeling right now and what's the game plan?
Beyond anything, I'm just more grateful Chattanooga Whiskey gave me this opportunity. We're in a Geyserville truck. And I have Kellen Watch next to me. He's legendary himself, and so I have a lot of trust in the truck right now, as well as a great team. But I can't thank Chattanooga Whiskey for the opportunity, because this is a lifelong dream of mine coming true right now, and we're gonna play it smart, have the best, smartest race we possibly can.
Well, you've done it here. We're racing into the night a little bit. How is that going to change a factor? We've always talked to people, when the lights come on, the shadows come out.
Yeah, definitely at night it's a little bit different. I think everyone slows up a teeny bit, not too much, but the night's been fine for me. We've done a lot of miles down in Baja, Mexico with no sun, so it works out. I'm fine with that. That's not a problem, but just making it to the finish line is the goal.
Well, you guys have heard it here. Sarah Price is ready for the race. First time in a big trophy truck. Can't wait to see what she does. Back up to you guys.
Now, I love that smile. That smile says, okay, I'm ready for this race course. Let's go and take on the Mint 400. But let's just talk about Sarah. I mean, we touched on it very briefly about this young lady's career and how she's come in. But she's worked so hard for this. But what I really enjoy about it is that sponsors have picked her up and said, come on, girl, you've got some talent here. Let's move you up the food chain. That's remarkable. You don't see that in many sports.
Well, what we also know about Sarah is that she's, how you present yourself is a very important factor in today's motorsports. And she is articulate. She thinks before she speaks. She speaks things that are truths. That's hard to find.
You spoke about her smile. I looked at that smile, sweet and nice. That smile is a weapon.
No, I saw fangs.
That smile
I
is
saw
her
fangs.
secret weapon. Yeah.
And I know Sarah well, and a lot of drivers forget this. She understands the racing business so well. She's got a lot of amazing partners, and she's getting these opportunities. What people don't realize, a lot of drivers sit back and they wait for somebody to do a video on them. Sarah takes her own money, and when nobody wanted to know what she was saying, she went and hired film crews to document what she was doing. She paid money out of her own pocket, put the videos out on the internet, so she forced people to pay attention to her, and I think a lot of drivers, they wouldn't do that. Sarah, she had enough foresight to go and do that, and she had reinvested in herself. Anytime you've got a driver investing and doubling down on themselves, count me in as a fan.
Right, no kidding.
Yeah,
no
absolutely.
Kidding.
Sorry.
Well, I was going to say, we talked yesterday about the creativity of people in motorsports, because we need money, we need support, we need sponsorship, and we get really creative and very dedicated when it comes to figuring. We're addicted. It's a big-time drug, this racing thing.
You bet.
And we look for any way we can to get a fix. And Sarah's done a very good job of getting her fix.
Controlling her own destiny.
Yeah.
We're just watching the cars now as they're making their way out into their parade lap before we start. But let's not forget, there's a man out here who's last year's champion, Justin Lofton. He's a 3-time champion, and we really need to talk about this guy. Here he is now on his qualifying run. Now, This is a man who understands this course possibly like no other. He's proved it 3 times already. And we've spoken about the new boots that he's going to have under this car. He's packing comedy horsepower, and he's got that wonderful Fox suspension under this vehicle. We saw him in the Fox Proving Grounds last year. The car was just flat. It was incredible to watch.
So yesterday, or 2 days ago, when I was interviewing him after qualifying, he talked about something that we were going to see on his qualifying run. He said, oh, it'll make social media or something. I was hoping I was going to get to see it there, but apparently he had something exciting happen.
Well, I think he's very impressed with that flag.
Yeah. No, but even watching that, it was very smooth. You saw that step up where he hit it perfectly. Yeah, it was beautiful.
Well, you know, we all love seeing the spectacular stuff. 12 feet in the air, sideways, things like that's not fast, folks.
No.
You got to be keeping the tires on the ground so you can dig yourself forward. That's the only way to get forward.
Well, and the thing about him is you know, he's 3-time winner here at the Mint 400, but you know, Fox has done a lot of development work with him. Jimco's done a lot of development work with him. And, you know, we talked about Yokohama earlier, but I can promise you those tires that he ran at Parker and the ones he ran at King of the Hammers, these ones are completely different.
Yeah.
I know the people at Yokohama, they are constantly doing development work with him. So, you know, I think he's going to do nothing but get faster as the year progresses, and I think that's a scary, scary thought.
Not many people talk about his dad, Bobby Lofton. I did a lot of racing against Bobby Lofton. That man is fast.
Mic drop. He showed up to Parker and like overhauled it a year ago, and nobody had seen him in a track in a couple of years. And I go, the Loftons, they can all just drive.
I think we've got an interview with him, don't we?
We have indeed. We're going to fly down to Tiffany Stone now and see what Justin Lofton's got to say about his chances this year.
Thanks so much, guys. Hanging out with the defending Mint 400 champ here. I know you're going for a 4th win here at the Mint 400. Walk us through how everything qualifying, how you're feeling right now, and explain how rough you really think that course is going to be today.
Yeah, we're really excited to be defending our championship from last year, and you know, this place is really, really rough. We've done 3 laps the last 4 or 5 years, and it's been brutal, so the 4th lap is going to be unbelievable. It's going to be at night, so our lights are going to come into play. Good thing I got Baja Designs on the front of it, and yeah, looking forward to a great run, feeling good, feeling like we can do it. This is my 4th race so far this year in just the last about 45 days, so real confident behind the wheel, real confident with the truck, and looking forward to a solid day.
Well, going off of that, knowing how rough that terrain is going to be out there, it's going to change from lap to lap. Obviously, your Fox shocks are going to come in and play a huge factor into that today. What was the setup plan?
Definitely, you know, make the truck comfortable. It doesn't necessarily need to be the fast as it can be, but definitely make it comfortable and not take a big beating on the body. That's a big thing, and that's why we run Fox suspension. We got Yokohama tires, method race wheels, and multicam keeping this truck looking good. And you know, really happy with all the guys at Jimco Racing for building a great chassis. And we're here and got a ton of fans, and they're all stacked up to take pictures.
Well, I know that going into that last lap, 428 miles, we don't necessarily pre-run out here, and it is incredibly rough. How much do you depend on your co-driver?
Derek sitting next to me is a huge role, especially as we do multiple laps. I expect him to know more and more of each corner, so I continue to push harder and harder each lap. And so he's going to come into play, and hopefully he doesn't have to get out of the truck. And if he does, I know he's in shape and ready to go.
Well, this is a little off topic, Justin, but I really, really want to know, what does a champ eat for breakfast on Mint 400 race day?
Well, since I'm the beef person here, we have a little odd beef. Had New York steak sandwich before, and got some roast beef sandwiches waiting for me in the pit. So beef, it's what's for dinner or what's for racing.
There, you guys heard it. Beef, it's what's for racing. Back up to you guys. Justin Lofton is ready to take another win here at the Mint 400. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, Tiffany. Thank you very much, Tiffany. Thank you very much, Justin. Now, Ryan.
That was on cue. What Jim's referring to is that while you guys were watching Justin talk, Tiffany asked him what was for breakfast, and I had already explained to these guys up on the booth with me that Justin is an absolute connoisseur of beef. Not only is he in the business, but he loves to eat it, and he knows all about it. And actually, he had it for breakfast.
Indeed, and we are only moments away now for the start, and that is Harley Letner in this number 70 Concrete Motorsports race car, getting ready to start this race. What's going through his mind right now?
I can't go.
What's this guy thinking?
Well, what's he thinking? I mean, he's thinking he's about ready to be leading the Mint 400. He's got to set the pace, but he's also got to keep the truck together for 428 miles. I think he wants to get out there and stretch his legs a bit and try and get a little bit of a gap on the field. That way, if something does happen, he does get a flat. He might have a little bit of a buffer there. It's like we'd said, I don't know. It's both good and bad to be leading the Mint 400.
Well, Jim, you said you've known him since he was a little kid. I used to race against his grandfather. I'm sitting here looking at what I think I understand of Harley, saying there's no way he's going to baby it. This kid, he's not a kid anymore. He is going to take off and try to get to gap the field here, I would think. What do you think, knowing him as a little kid?
Well, I've known Harley, like I said, I grew up with him in Parker, and he was always that way. He's one, you want to talk about sending it, that is Harley Letner. He's only got one speed, and it's 100%. I remember him building old Honda Odysseys, from scrap metal and going out and driving these Mad Max vehicles, when we were kids and things like that. And he was always able to get whatever it was. It was an old go-kart with a lawnmower engine. Like, he just got something extra special out of it. And, and he's one of those once-in-a-generational type talents. Doesn't matter what he drives. He's been very, very fast at it.
He's pretty dangerous on a mountain bike too, isn't he?
Yeah, motorcycles too. I mean, he shows up to races sometimes. I think it was at Parker at the 250 earlier this year. He showed up on his dirt bike just to want to race before pre-running, and he'll drive anything. Mountain bike, dirt bike, 4 wheels, 2 wheels, doesn't matter. Harley's all about it.
He's not average. I have a little bit of fun. I look at the guy who has the pole, Harley Letner. I stand him up next to Mr. Lofton, and I see that they're 2 entirely different wheelbases. Mr. Lofton is shaped like a race car driver. Mr. Letner has 2. He's enormous. I don't know how
he's a basketball player.
Well, yeah, he folds himself up and puts himself in the race car. Yet, look at what he does.
Yeah, it's worth talking about this. We're going to have in-car footage, live in-car footage, all race with Rob Mack. How incredibly cool is that?
Wow.
Yesterday we talked about how things are changing, technology's changing things in the racing world, and our lives, really.
Sure.
Our ability to watch off-road racing, which has traditionally not been a spectator-friendly sport. It's been difficult. You want to go, especially like the Baja 1000, you commit. You go a day in advance and go find your spot, and then all you see them is come by once. Today we get to watch this in its entirety from your couch if you want to.
I think we have the best seat in the house. Fact is.
Especially when they bring oysters all day long, right?
Well, it hasn't happened yet, but I guarantee you it's gonna.
Well, does that mean we're getting ready to go? I see the green flag kind of waving in the wind.
Yeah.
Like we said earlier, that wind, it looks like it's picking up.
It does.
Any other sport, wind is not good. Off-road racing, bring it.
Yeah, right. Off-road racing and sailing.
Yeah, exactly.
You can imagine what Harley's thinking there. He's watching that flag just blowing in the breeze, and he'll just be, here we go.
Okay.
We have action here at the BF Goodrich Mint 400 as Harley Letner leaves the line in the Concrete Motorsports
We should
Unlimited
explain.
truck.
He's left on his own.
Yeah.
All right. So the rest are going to go 2 by 2, but that is one of the privileges of taking the pole.
You want to watch this whoop section. There's 2 different whoop sections in the infield. One that they're going to hit on their way out, but then there's another one that they're going to hit in between every lap, and these are brutal whoop sections.
It's also worth noting, you'll see the course is very wet. This is because they watered the course to stop the dust coming in on the infield. But for the first few cars that are out on track, as you can see from Harley here, it's incredibly slippery.
And that all-wheel drive is definitely going to dance through those whoops. But the all-wheel drive, I think, are going to have they drag race a 2-wheel drive truck. They're going to have a definitive advantage right here off the start.
Did you guys see that little mosquito flying around?
Yeah, it's still there.
Look at that thing. I was talking to the guy yesterday that flies that. He built that. The guys that make those racing drones, they build them from scratch.
I would have had that thing parked right into the telephone pole there.
This gives you an idea right now. This gap is sure, he's got a nice, look at that, next 2 cars.
2-wheel drive versus 4-wheel drive right here.
Yeah, so this is Carl Jorgensen versus Bryce Menzies. Bryce Menzies obviously in that legendary Red Bull livery.
Here's where the 4-wheel will pay.
Look at that, just slingshot. Whoa,
he pushed him out.
Look at Bryce, he won't take that.
No.
Straight back on.
That sets the tone for the day, doesn't it?
Look at that already.
I just saw a little puff of blue smoke coming out of it.
Like they say, it's nothing. It will heal. Race cars always heal.
Worth remembering that it's been sitting on idle for quite some time on the start line.
So interesting when you look at the infield like that, and to kind of bring any of the viewers that are not habitual viewers, that is man-made stuff. What you guys experienced yesterday and what these guys are going to experience today out in the desert is really nothing like what you see in this infield.
Oh no, this is all fun, and they build these jumps for the fans that are here on site, things like that. But that is not what these guys are going to be going through, and girls for for 107 miles every lap.
So coming off the line now, in the four-wheel parts car is Luke McMillan, and next to him and slightly leading is Dale Dondell. Now Dale Dondell nearly won this race a few years ago. I believe it was in 2017.
And we didn't talk much about Dale at all yesterday, and we just now talking about him today. But Dale is lightning fast. He usually does really good qualifying. He usually seems to have problems getting to the finish line these days. But he is a very, very fast driver.
He sure picks some oddball lines right there.
Yeah.
We saw Menzies go off, and now we've seen Dale. I don't know if that one line is just pushing guys to the outside, and maybe it's too muddy and they can't stay in the track. I don't know. That's something to watch here as we kind of get through everybody.
But you're right, Brian. I agree. Is that the asterisk is over Dondell for reliability.
Yeah.
If it was a 50-mile race, everybody's money would be on Dale.
Yeah.
A 400-mile race, like you said, there's a little of an asterisk there.
Yeah.
Oh, here's Mr. Three-Time.
Yeah, Mr. Three-Time. And he's
Ryan
going against
Arcio.
Ryan. Ryan is just, he's just a great quick driver.
Wow, is something happening to Ryan?
Yeah, he's way off the pace there.
Oh, man.
Is this tactical? Perhaps he just doesn't want to get roosted.
Well, and that's saying something. This mud here, maybe Ryan's just laying back going, I don't want to get a face full of mud and be...
Or a grill or my coolers.
Yeah, have your face shield completely covered, the first half mile of the race. I mean,
Yeah, there's a lot of desert out there.
Ryan Arcio is going to be picking up a different co-driver for the second lap. Right now he's got Kyle, who's the sponsor of the truck, in there with him.
Okay.
This is the sponsor rides with him, but it has I call it good judgment to say, you drive. I'm in the right seat to see the action. Doesn't look like there's anything wrong with that truck. Yeah, it had to be a conscious decision.
Yeah, no, I think you're right.
Oh, here goes Rob.
Rob Mack taking the whole shot there. Now, this is going to be interesting. We're going to be following Rob Mack right the way out through to Chokers with a helicopter and also with the in-camera as well. So we're going to get some fantastic images here, the legend that is Rob Mack. And there's your favorite puffs of blue smoke again, Bob.
Hey, it's worth noting, and Bob, you can talk to this point.
All right.
There's a lot of black spots on that truck right now.
Yes.
A lot of empty black spots.
You talk about how hard it is to continue with the program. Rob MacCachren lost his major sponsor because that major sponsor pulled out of motorsports internationally. Totally. It wasn't we don't want Rob anymore. It's just we're going in a different direction with our business. Yet that was a major supporter of his program. So he's struggling now. And all those black spots you're talking about, Ryan, those are available.
Well, and that being said, I talked with Rob at length on Wednesday night, and Rob had said we're not doing short course this year.
Yeah.
We're dedicating ourselves to desert. We are here to win races and win overall. And so you're going to see a fierce Rob Mack in 2020, and I think he's definitely going to be pushing very, very hard because he's out to prove a point.
I expect to see the Sourapas here.
Well, this is a drag race with two young men. We have Christian Sourapas, and then next to him is Jax Redline, who's only 15. Can you imagine?
Well, the Sourapas boys, it's not like they're very old either. What are they, young 20s, I think?
Yeah. How is this all-wheel drive Jax Redline beating the all-wheel drive car? Because I don't think Jackson's two-wheel drive, is he?
Yeah, he's two-wheel drive, and he's picking a very sensible line there, just holding it up. Impressive driving here.
You can hear the fans screaming in the background. Everybody knows this kid, he's the real deal, 15 years old. Look at that. Now, the story is, can he keep it together for 400 miles?
This is where we've spoken about this before, because fatigue really starts to set in on these young gentlemen.
He is
so it'll be interesting to see
though.
how he goes, but he's doing a fantastic job.
That's going to be a fun story to watch all day.
It is, yes.
Hopefully we get to watch it all day.
We will. Out on course today, we have 3 helicopters, a few drones, 10 cameras, and an in-car camera. So we will be bringing you the action as it happens. And it's Tim Herbst off the line now with Ryan Pohlman.
Pohlman really set us up last year. He did way more than we ever expected. he's the real deal.
This is it's a small field, but it's a really stacked field of talented drivers.
Yes.
You know, and you know, talking about the Herps, I think they've been around the sport for a long time, and nobody doubts their driving ability. I think they're due for a big win.
You know, I was going to say, if there's a race car driver that knows their way around this racetrack, it would be one of those three brothers. You know, you can always count on one of those guys ending up on the podium.
They've done a lot of development work to that chassis too. They've continued to tweak on it. Those trucks are fast.
They lost some momentum, whatever it was, 6, 7, 8 years ago when they were still running some big old heavy trucks, but they kind of doubled down and, like you said, done a lot of development work with these new trucks. And you're right, I think they're due for a win.
And in the left-hand side of our screen now, that is our current race leader, Harley Letner, in the Concrete Motorsports truck. And just look at the speed he's traveling at.
Look at that, just dance through those whoops.
I mean, it doesn't look like there's whoops. Seriously, the platform is just calm.
I can just sit back and watch this all day, watching a truck at 100 miles an hour through the desert.
Funny,
you know,
Jimmy,
just
I was thinking the
awe.
same thing. It's like, man, am I glad I'm here. I get to see this.
I can honestly say I've been to the Indy 500, I've been to Daytona, I've been to some amazing places, but there's no place I'd rather be than an off-road race.
In the seat.
In the seat.
I'll take the cockpit any day. Safest seat in the house.
You know, we talked yesterday about the different forms of motorsports, and I brought this up yesterday, and I think you did as well. Drag racing, one-dimensional racing. Road racing, two-dimensional racing. Off-road racing, three-dimensional racing. We go up and down, left and right, and forward and backwards.
Takeoffs and landings.
There you go.
That's what I like to call action motorsports, when you get that third dimension.
Yeah.
And this is Sarah Price on the right-hand side now, leaving the line. Saw the interview with this young lady earlier, and it's going to be really interesting to see how her race unfolds, see what her strategy is.
Got a different co-driver in the seat with her this year too. You know, a lot of people are accustomed to Sarah Price and Erica Sachs. Erica Sachs got a business going and wasn't able to commit to the full year with Sarah, so Sarah got somebody new in the right-hand seat this year. And
is it Kellen Walsh?
Yeah, I believe Kellen's going to be doing
Kellen
some.
Walsh,
yeah. And Kellen, I mean, you want to talk veteran co-drivers.
Yeah, Kellen's not in now, though, is he?
I don't believe at this race he is, but I know he's going to be at some point this year.
Well, that's another smart thing about Sarah Price.
Yeah, and that's Eric Harding going out alongside Sarah there. So Sarah getting the whole shot and making her way out into the desert.
And we see that BF Goodrich semi-truck there. We had a nice chat with Peter Calhoun yesterday from BF Goodrich Tires, talking about the company's legacy in desert racing and the other things besides the tires that BF Goodrich offers and provides for racers in Mexico and here in the United States, and that's the pit service.
It's just not just rubber.
And
David Kleiman, look at this.
Yeah, over under, not bad.
And that would be Steve Olagus, whose son last night, Jack, ended up on the top of the box.
He became second, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Something.
Oh, look at that. Oh, up over.
David Kleiman there, a little heavy on the pedal.
Wow.
Oh, now.
But you want to talk Steve Olagus, you know, he's Las Vegas native. You want to talk about a guy racing in his backyard. He knows these trails.
You bet.
They test out here. There's nobody, well, I don't want to say nobody because you got Menzies, you got MacCachren. There's a few of them.
Yeah.
But, you know, he's got a distinct advantage out here just because he knows this very, very well.
Yeah, I got Jim Marsden. I went to bed thinking last night that Jack won, and I'm really bummed to see that he ended up getting second.
Yeah, he got second place there, so he's on adjusted time. But that's what we always talk about this racing. Your clock starts when you cross the line, so we always have to talk about adjusted time.
Well, what that essentially means is that if you're starting 30 seconds ahead of me, Jim, and I am even with you physically when we're on the race course, I'm actually on the clocks 30 seconds ahead.
Yeah, so that's Dan McKenzie's there and Brett Kometsky.
Just got a nice little shot of the stands there. We've got a pretty good crowd on hand watching the 2020 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400.
We have. There's a lot of people out here today, and it's perfect race conditions. We've got blue skies, a little bit of sunshine, and a nice stiff breeze blowing.
Saturday afternoon, beautiful weather. I mean, count me in for this. Off-road racing.
Don't throw me in that briar patch.
So the other thing worth noting here is we've got, Matt was telling us yesterday, 4 pit areas, 4 designated pit areas. I can't remember the total number of spectator areas, but there are places that you can actually go out on the real race course and watch racing. The other thing that's worthy of noting, we talked about this yesterday also, unlike racing in Baja, the course is closed. So if you break and you don't have the parts to fix yourself, the only way you get to get moving again is if you can get a fellow competitor to haul parts out to you. And that does happen.
Yeah, it does happen quite frequently. You're not going to see it on lap 1 or lap 2, but later on in the race as things play out, once in a while it does. But it's always nice to have buddy teams in the pits too, because you know, you've always got somebody to rely on, or a teammate or something like that, you know, and they can. And I've been a part of that before, and it is quite funny when they bring parts out, because literally it's like going by throwing things out the window.
Yeah.
And this is your friends here. This is Fred Ledesma making his way out onto the track.
Good
Had
to
a
see
nice
him
chat with Fred, yeah.
Nice to see him in a big truck.
So I just got a note on my phone here that is confirming that Kellen is co-driving with Sarah Price today.
Excellent.
Which gives her an additional little advantage, having a guy like Kellen in the right seat.
That Trini's ridden with Matney for years. I mean, I think he's done some stuff with Robbie Gordon.
Oh yeah,
as well.
he did
He
with
did
Robbie.
the Carver.
Yeah.
Robbie. That'll be a good matchup. I kind of like the idea of that. It's new news to me. That's good.
Yeah, just getting confirmation here that it is Kellon with Sarah Price.
Here's our Aussies. These are guys from down in speedcafe.com. The Aussie guys. This is Paul Wheel going out there, and they've come all over. He's a former V8 supercar driver down there. His family owns a power supply company. That's what kind of funds his racing, and he came over here to reopen his career, all the way from Australia.
But how amazing is it, just the international flair that the Mid 400 has, and drawing entries from all over the globe? You know, I think that's something really special, because not many motorsports events can do something like that.
That have the fame to do that. This is crazy. My wife and I went to Thailand last year. So we're sitting at a little sidewalk place. Somebody sees my shirt, ended up talking about racing.
And here we have the first Class 1 cars off the line. That is Cody Parkhouse, and who is the other black car?
Just waiting to get a confirmation on that, but I think that's probably Chad Cummings.
When you want to talk park houses, I mean, this is a family who synonymous with Class 1 open wheel racing. You know, a lot of victories. You know, it's a family they probably, if they wanted to, could be running an unlimited truck. They've chosen to stay in the buggies, and you know, this is a pretty fresh car, I think, here in the last year that they had built. And you know, I think when things shake out, you know, things go right today, they might be factoring into that overall picture.
Oh, I definitely think they will be, yeah. You know, I mean, nowadays, the Class 1 cars are running 40-inch tires. They're running horsepower to weight ratio compared to the trucks. I mean, they got an advantage there. The only place where there may be a little disadvantage is not having that solid rear axle in the big holes. Maybe not able to run quite as hard through those holes. But
yet, if we were in a big silty situation, it goes the other way.
Yeah. And here we got Rob out on the lake bed, man. So how fast do you think he's going there?
Right there, that's got to be 125, 130 miles an hour.
The wind, you know, we talk about the wind being our friend, but if it's blowing at him, the wind is not necessarily the friend right now, because at that speed, aerodynamics come into play.
Now, we're talking about this last year with Ricky Johnson. We were saying, do these guys feather the throttle at all? Do they do anything like that? And he said to me, absolutely not. These engines are designed to be wide open. So you put the pedal to the metal and you leave it there.
In the old days of carburetors, you had to quench it. You had to get that cool fuel down in there for every now and then. But
in my 1600 car, that's exactly what you had to do, or else you would melt the pistons into the liquid and spit them out the exhaust pipe like a hose.
Okay, now you can follow this race on the Mint 400, www.themint400.com/live. There you will find score sheets. You will also find the live tracking. And I'm just looking at the tracking now, and I can tell you our current leader is still Harley Letner. Say the words in a minute. Harley Letner in the Concrete Motorsports truck. He is then followed by Bryce Menzies, Luke McMillan, and Dale Dondale. And then Justin Lofton. It's worth noting that these transponders, they do have to reset occasionally, so that might not be exact course positions, but that's what we're looking at right at this moment.
It's still really greasy down there, guys.
It is slick.
Jeez.
Yeah, and we're watching, I think these are our 6100 class cars, or are these our Baja trucks? No, these are our Baja trucks.
This is
so
the
these
Baja
are,
trucks.
yeah. So these trucks are the same as the 6100s.
Oh, took out a couple of flags there.
No extra charge.
We'll talk more about it later, but these trucks are running a 40-inch tire, an underdrive, and a 525 motor. Weapon of choice now for a lot of the X6100 class drivers.
So this ought to be Joe Brain that we're watching come off the start here.
Yeah, it is by the looks of it. And Justin Blower.
Justin Blower, yeah. So we mean our good friends the Lovels are coming out.
You want to talk a legend, Brad Lovell. He's been around the sport for a long time.
And so passionate about living the lifestyle that goes along with the racing side of things.
Well, he's absolutely committed. I've been lucky enough to spend probably 500-600 race miles inside the cockpit with him in Baja. And the other thing that he really, did I say really, is intense. He is intense.
He's also a gentleman. You know, he's a solid individual. I've spent time with him as well.
I do want to mention, though, I think in this truck it says Adam Lund, but I believe that's R.J. Anderson driving now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so R.J. Anderson's been driving with those guys for the past year, and you know, he's obviously got a short course program. He does a lot of stuff, you know, with Polaris Razor and UTVs, but he's been teaming with them, and he's really helped elevate their game. And you know, you start seeing them around the box, and generally it's R.J. Anderson behind the wheel.
You know, it's interesting. We talked yesterday about how the UTV platform is can be a stepping stone platform. My opinion is these days it can also just be an ultimate destination. But for Mr. Anderson, it's definitely been a stepping stone, and he has made quite a name for himself driving trucks these days.
Off the line, Travis Williams and Terry Householder in there.
Householders, they feel good trucks. I know they coming off a victory in Lofton a few weeks ago. Adam Householder took home a victory, so always a factor into things.
Yep. Off the line right after those guys is a couple of our youngsters, our third generation racers. We're going to come up and we're going to see Rafael Navarro, the fourth, who's our third generation.
Look at Rob Mack scream there. Look at that.
And you know what he's doing right now is he is pulling the helicopter. The helicopter's struggling to keep up with him. That's why he's pulling away so they can keep him in the shot.
You know, like we said, I think Rob Mack's approaching this season, especially after what happened in King of the Hammers. He's got a little bit of a chip on his shoulder, and Rob Mack with a chip on his shoulder, that is a scary thing.
Dangerous, yes.
Well, he's known for his incredible reliability, and the last 3 seasons, that just hasn't come to pass.
And it's
he's
been
got a point to
fluke
prove.
stuff. It's not like it's prep-related issues. It's literally been just random things that have happened.
Well, we saw him last year chasing for a podium and blowing a transmission literally in the last few miles of the race.
Here's Pierce Herbst. This is the son of Troy, I believe. About 17 years old, somewhere in that area, not even that, maybe.
And you want to talk about the Herbst kids. I mean, you know, Riley Herbst, he's you know, got a phenomenal NASCAR career going.
Just get second?
Second.
You know, it is funny how, you know, off-road is really groomed some of these young up-and-coming NASCAR talents. I do a lot of stuff with the ARCA series and things like that, and you've got kids like Riley Herbst, Haley Deegan, Zane Smith. You know, it's amazing to me that off-road as a platform has really helped give these kids just an amazing base to go and pursue these other forms of motorsport.
You know, Justin Lofton on our screen right now, he's another one that messed around for a little while in the asphalt. And I think it goes without saying, Bob, you talked about this yesterday, driving in the desert, the thing that is so different about desert racing than all other forms of motorsports is that the medium that we're participating on is always unpredictable. Right. Even if you pre-run, you come to the same place you were at 3 days ago pre-running, you don't know if there's a cow there.
No.
But I got to ask you, Bob, this is the Eisenhower there in the Heatwave truck, but look at that throwback body style to the old Ford. I got to think if anybody can appreciate that, that's you, Bob.
I'm trying to keep quiet about it, but I just love it. I'm wagging my tail right now, Jimmy. Nobody knows that, but I'm wagging. Oh.
And then we got Pete's Camp. That's Navarro there in the 209. And you want to talk about a family that's been around off-road racing, and Pete's Camp is just iconic.
Absolutely. And if you get to know, it isn't hard to get to know them. They're all gracious. nice,
Absolutely.
sweet people.
Okay, guys, we might have a story developing out here on the track at the moment. It's looking like Harley Letner still has the lead. Then in second currently is Dale Dondell. In third, Luke McMillan. In fourth, Justin Lofton. But that means someone's missing from that group. And then just behind them, it's Bryce Menzies. So has Bryce had an early problem out on track?
Do you got a miles per hour on that tag when you step on it?
Oh yeah, he's still moving.
Okay.
We're running at 67, but he's definitely dropped back off the pace.
Could have been a flat or something early on, maybe?
Absolutely. I was watching, I didn't see any tags come up on him, but we'll be keeping an eye on it. And that's Jordan Brentfall by the looks of it.
But to count as spares next time we see him.
Well, you want to talk about Bryce, you know, he had some tire changes at KOH, but he went and hired the smoking gun. I mean, he got Orrin as his co-driver. You want to talk about one of the best in the business.
Secret weapon.
Bryce has the secret weapon in the co-driver's seat.
Yeah, we saw them making a change out of King of the Hammers this year, and it was sub 2 minutes. That's from the point where they stopped to getting back in the car and back underway. Incredible.
Jimmy, what does a co-driver do for you in your race truck?
In my race trucks?
No, Jimmy.
Yeah, you know what? I'm one of those. I'm still a little bit old school. When we got a flat, I jump out and actually help change it. I've found that it's quicker. I don't mind it. I can't say that I'm as in shape as I used to be, but you know, co-driver does. You know, we've instituted rally style notes with corner calling and things like that. But you know, co-driver obviously. My co-driver actually preps my cars too. So he, you know, he's been a tremendous help in that, knowing what's going on technically. And I think most co-drivers you'll find in off-road have a pretty good technical base. A lot of them, if they don't prep, they're very familiar with race cars.
Okay, I'm just getting some news coming through the grapevine now from Fishgistics that Bryce Menzies had a gear change problem. He seems to have worked his way through the problem now, and he's back on track and hauling. So thank you very much there, Fish.
You know, we say gear change, and we should go a little bit deeper. It isn't a matter of just being able to take that shifter and put it in that slot. That's not the kind of transmission stuff they have. Today, there's electronic actuators, there's all sorts of relays, there's all sorts of connections that can go wrong. It took Steve Olagus out of the race in Lofton.
Yeah, well, let's talk about that, because we've got guys out here. Classically, the transmissions these guys be running is heavily modified turbo 400s, which are a 3-speed automatic transmission. We've got guys now who are trying new different types of style of transmission, and Bryce is one of these. He's using a Geartrax fully sequential gearbox, and it's using an electric over-air actuated gear change system on paddles on the side of the steering wheel. So it sounds like maybe he lost an airline, maybe he had an electrical fault, but it's another level of complication, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
We got to talk about this orange truck. Here's somebody you know well, Jim. This is Dan Fresh behind the wheel of this orange truck.
It's good to see. Yeah, Dan, an amazing race professional, and he races in so many different classes. Races in 4800, which is the Legends class at King of the Hammers, and also races in 4400, which is the Unlimited class at King of the Hammers.
I was talking to him during contingency, and he broke his wrist.
Yes, and carried on driving.
Yeah.
That's ballsy. To say the least.
And he won, right?
Yeah, it is.
Everyman challenge?
Yeah, he won the 4800. He's a great driver.
I love what drones have done for off-road racing.
This is beautiful. I mean, we can go back to days when you were calling TV, and that was amazing productions, Bob, but it's nothing like we see today.
No, not even close. Plus, this is live, instant, it's now. It was weeks later before
we used
ended
to
up.
have to sit in the studio and watch it and do the voiceover and pretend like we were there.
Absolutely.
Here's Andre Lauren in the OTSFF truck. Here's a guy who's been around motorsports. Well, he just looped it there for a long time, but that truck, he's one to watch. He's been right around the podium for about a year and a half, but he's one of those guys waiting for that breakthrough victory.
He's driving a little pissed now.
Just look at that. We saw the Rob Mack coming through this section earlier. His car was completely flat and didn't look like he had any issues at all. And we just see there, I think that might have been Dale Dondell, and the car was getting really beaten up as it was going through the same section.
You know, we were talking about Dan Fresh a little while ago. I noticed on the door of his car a name of a wheel company that I think you might know a little bit about here, Mr. Jim Beaver.
Yeah.
Vision Wheels.
Vision Wheel, I know they're a big partner here at the Mint 400 as well, and they're actually sponsoring the live camera in Rob MacCachren's truck. Yeah, just a company that's been around for a long time. I was an athlete with them for 3 years, and they brought me on as their brand manager here about 4 months ago. So in addition to everything else I do, I also the brand manager for Vision Wheel.
Wait, you do other stuff?
Yeah, just a few. I feel like I look at everybody in this table here, and I think, to make a living in this industry, you've got to wear a lot of different hats, right?
Yes. Yeah, I'm wearing a different one right now.
Okay, let's just have a quick look at our tracker and see our leader. Our leader is Harley Letner, and he's making his way out to remote pit A at the moment. In second place, it looks like it might be Kyle Jurgensen. Then just behind him is Dale Dondell, and then it's Luke McMillan and Bryce Menzies who's starting to make a move back up the field again. Behind him, Justin Lofton. Then it's Rob Mack, followed by Robert Johnson. But this is all changing all the time, so we'll be keeping an eye on these stories as they come in.
I think one of the interesting notes, too, is our leaders is, they went and they got through the Fox Proving Grounds. They're up through an area called the Quarry, but now they're getting into some really rocky, technical sections where, it's going to be interesting to see their approach, because you don't want to cut a tire early on, and these are the sections where you really can, and track position is crucial, so crucial this early in the race.
Yeah, and the area that you're talking about, that's starting to be real Mint 400 race course.
Yeah,
and the thing is,
that looks like Harley.
Yeah.
Harley is missing body panels.
He's just trying to lighten it up a little bit.
Wow, look at that.
Well, given that his hood flew up and he couldn't see during qualifying, tells me that they got a fastener issue, and that's probably all there is.
That's one thing that we haven't talked about with these trucks.
Yeah.
And you know this, Bob. Sitting in the cab of a truck with those fenders,
yes,
visibility is tough. Not necessarily far out, but when you get into tight technical sections, it's hard to see. And that is a place where a buggy, you definitely have an advantage in a buggy, is the visibility.
Well, and up there, just like Jimmy was saying, is that it's always rough, it's rocky up there, you got to be very careful. But the thing is, that's also the place where you can make up time, because that allows the race driver to go less slow. That's really when you roll the dice.
You guys remember a few years back, I say a few years, I mean mid-2000s, but they actually instituted a rule where unlimited trucks had to start the race with a hood, because there was Alan Pfluger. He had visibility problems with his truck, and he started I believe it was the Baja 500 at the time, without a hood, and everybody got mad about it. So they actually instituted a rule that unlimited trucks must start the race with their hood.
It actually even goes back further than that. It goes to Parker. The very first year that they had the quote-unquote trophy trucks, Jimmy Smith, they actually raced the trophy trucks on a separate day.
Yeah, it raced on Thursday.
Jimmy entered his truck with no body in Class 1 and ran it in Class 1, and then the next day put the body on it and ran in Class 2.
That's when you could.
Yeah, right? Oh, Jimmy Smith.
It's great to see him still around, too. I know he's been out at some events recently and things like that. And kind of went off the grid for a while, but it's great to see him back and kind of, out amongst the off-road community again.
Well, he's got his health issues now pretty well stabilized, and now he's living life.
And I think we've got our first Class 10 car on the
We have
screen
indeed.
here, yeah.
We've got Chase Warren out there, and also on track with him is one of our only 6100 class cars, Mitch Armstrong. Now, you know a little bit about that Class 10 here, Ryan.
Well, I was going to say, I looked up and saw it on the screen, but before I saw it on the screen, I heard a different sound outside of the tent here. And that's a sound that I am rather familiar with, and it's a sound that when the race is over with, you hear for a couple days in your ears that just continue to ring.
Let me ask you this question, Ryan. So Class 10 traditionally at the Mint 400 runs the day before. They don't normally run with the Unlimiteds. How does that change this year with the Class 10 cars now being mixed in with ones and Baja trucks and and Unlimited trucks?
It's going to be a huge, I don't want to say disadvantage, because they're racing against themselves, but the race course is going to be different for them.
I mean, do they feel that as a promotion up into that, or do they feel that they're being punished by putting up with the Unlimited trucks?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. I something that's interesting that's happening with Class 10, and that is that the numbers are decreasing. And I think the culprit to that
6100
is it's UTVs.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah. I mean, these days, to go racing in a buggy in a limited class, even in Class 10, you're spending a lot of money. And at the end of the day, the UTVs are going as fast or faster than the Class 10 cars today. And Jim, you know this stuff.
Okay, we're just going to cut to our tracker here now. If you go to www.themint400.com/live, you can find live scoring, live trackers, and you can see what we have here. If you look at the top of your screen there, you'll see a little green box with a 70 in it. That is the Concrete Motorsports car being driven currently by Harley Letner, who is leading our race.
If you got a good gap, too.
He has doing very well. If you look to the left-hand side, you'll see a column there, and you'll see a little spyglass. You can put a put a driver's name into there or the car number in there, and you'll be able to find the car that you're following. All of these vehicles are currently on lap 1, which is why they're showing the green flag. When we get later into the race, you'll see there'll be different color icons on this map, and that will denote what lap these vehicles are on.
Well, and one thing I see is Harley Letner.
Love technology.
Yeah, it's amazing how far things have come. And you see Harley Letner there. He's approaching that area I call the quarry.
Yep.
It is so gnarly, and it is what it sounds like. It's an old rock quarry, and they actually weave you through it for about 3 or 4 miles, and it is all jagged rocks. It's nasty, it's tight. There's no quick way through
there,
it.
Didn't they?
There's a spectator area up there, I believe.
Now, we've also seen some rollovers in that area in the past. It's so easy just to lose concentration for a moment. Clip a rock, stick it on its side, race is done.
It's a lot of off-camber corners and things like that. It's 3 or 4 miles, and nobody likes that section.
You know, I'm looking at the tracker there and realizing Harley's got a pretty big distance between him and who is behind him, Dale?
Yeah, currently in second position, it's Carl.
Oh, it's Kyle Jurgensen.
Yeah, Carl Jurgensen.
You want to talk about somebody that's come on strong, Kyle Jurgensen.
Yeah.
I mean, he was taking a 6100 truck a year ago, and he was putting it into positions where we thought he might be potentially taking an overall victory at races. I mean, he's that good that he can take a truck that was underpowered with smaller tires at the time and still factor into overall pictures. I mean, that kid is world-class talent.
Well, let's just talk about that. He out-qualified Bryce Menzies. Need you say more?
Well, and this was one of the big gets because he had a big contract with Camberg Racing in this offseason. They kind of changed their focus for 2020, and he was one of the big off-season, free agents, if you want to say. I mean, there was a lot of teams vying for that talent, and and we're already seeing it come to fruition here. qualifying in the top 3 at the Mint 400.
Here we got Rob MacCachren coming up through the Fox Proving Grounds here. Interesting.
Well,
guy
I'll
like
tell you
Rob
why
MacCachren has done a lot of
We
proving.
just saw Ryan Arciero go through there, and Ryan started way behind Rob, I thought. Check that.
Look at this. We got an area here where there's a couple of different lines, and
no, I'm wrong.
Gives drivers an opportunity to get out of the dust and chase. But see how that dust is starting to blow off quicker. And that breeze, it might not be as strong there as it was here, but that breeze is definitely going to help things, and it clears the dust off the track, and it allows these drivers really to get a run on the trucks in front of them.
It does look like it's kind of looming right now, though, if you look back behind him. But, man, when you look outside of our tent here, the trees are bent over and the awnings are blowing.
And this, as a crow flies, is probably about 20 miles from where we're at. So, across this valley here, it definitely could be different conditions over there.
Ryan is just on it. I love watching that.
That's such an amazing spectator area there, too. But it looks like the wind is definitely not in the spectators' favor.
No, it's not their friend.
Something as we talk about changes in technology and so on, Bob, something tells me that when you first started, we know there was the GPS. I mean, there was no GPSs when I first started, but were you guys weren't using? Did you have radios back then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But what we have
they
now,
didn't work, but we had them.
Now they're using a system that's called an MSAT, which is a mobile sat or push-to-talk satellite radio communication, which basically means you have communication with whoever's got another one anywhere in the world at any time, barring a little bit of weather issues. But for the most part, it's a very, very reliable communication system, which really gives the driver an advantage if their crew is paying attention to time splits and can communicate to the drivers really what's happening on corrected time and get up-to-date information regularly. That's possible because of the MSAT system.
We didn't have any SAT of any sort. What we had didn't even have really notes as much, and the driver used to have to remember.
Yeah.
You just had to remember. And you had to navigate by, well, things sometimes even down to reading the stars.
Well, let's talk about that. A lot of these guys were actually pre-running in their vehicles yesterday in UTVs, but they have an ace up their sleeve, if you like. Most of these guys are now going to be using GPS systems or systems like lead nav, so they would have been in there and plotting the bad parts of the course, areas where the rocks are, areas that are heavily cut out, as we're still watching leaders coming off now on one of the Herf's cars in screen. And so all of these are an advantage to allow these guys to drive faster on the track during race day.
Well, yeah, and you know, I think most of the Unlimited field has raced the Mint 400 before, but you know, we know the areas and things like that, but you know, the shift from day to day and year to year is massive out here. There's a lot of rain, there's a lot of other races that run sections of this course, you know, so I think the drivers who did get seat time yesterday, whether it was for an entire race or just doing one lap, I think they're at a distinct advantage over everybody else, just because they've got that knowledge, they've got that homework, they know where the bad spots are this year, where the rest of the field, the first lap, they're still figuring it out.
Now, you've got a good point there, Jim.
You know what else I think happens too is that pre-run, whether you got a ton of notes or not, it kind of does lay it down in your mind, because you know, when you're in the race car, there's times where you're saying, how much further do we have? How much further do we have? And it's not a desperation thing. You're actually calculating how much further do we have to the pit, to the start, to the finish.
And that being said, Harley Letner, our leader, he actually took time yesterday. He ran a truck out there, did a lap, did his homework, you know, and I think it's paying off.
You're missing a point here. Not only did they go and do that, I'm pretty sure they won their class.
Yeah. They did, yes.
In a truck full of people. There was 4 people in that truck.
You know, we talked last night about how the crowd seemed to ebb and flow inside the VIP tent here. You guys taking a look up there and seeing we're pretty much full to the max here. And look what I see here. We talk about how the Mint draws a pretty interesting crowd. I'm staring right now at Scott Douglas. To my right, Marty Coyne. I saw Glenn Harris a little while ago.
Yeah.
We're starting to see
I know Marty Fioca's floating around here somewhere.
He's over with Marty Coyne.
Yeah.
The 2 Martys.
It's like an old home week, isn't it?
Well, right?
Yeah. But I'm also looking at the team shirts, you know, and you see an RC Aero, and you know, you're looking around Monster Energy, and it's like, you know, there's fans of everybody in here too, and I think that's what's great about the Mint 400. It brings everybody together.
Now, we know you're watching this somewhere not here, maybe a bit at home, but think about this, folks. Come back here next year, drive over, take you know, as Hunter S. Thompson said, buy the ticket, take the ride. There's an awful lot of spectator-friendly things you can do here, and we're in the VIP tent where it's like wonderful food, Michelin star chef Drew Deckman. It's a good deal. Come next year.
It is indeed. The BF Goodrich Mint 400 is well underway now, but we've still got cars leaving the start line. And as I look up at my tracker, I can see that Harley Letner is looking to be somewhere around about halfway through his first lap. And as I say, we still have cars leaving the line here. So lap traffic is definitely going to start to become a problem in this race later on. How are these guys going to deal with that?
You know, you say problem. In my eyes, it's just part of the whole deal. You know, dealing with lap traffic. If you're a faster driver and you're catching slower drivers or catching slower classes, that's part of what you have had to learn how to deal with as you climb through the ranks. Yeah.
So are these lead drivers actually going to be looking at this and thinking, well, maybe we need to change strategy if we're going to get a group of back markers, or they're just going to be ignoring them completely? I mean, if you're going through areas like the Joshua trees and stuff like that, where it is gnarly, it is really tight. Those back markers can cause problems. Last year, we saw that situation where Rob Mack caught Jenson Button, of course, famously caught on by our helicopters, and it was great to see. And it did actually cost Rob Mack a few seconds just trying to make that move, which allowed the car behind it to move right up on top of him.
And it's not so much that the car's in front of you, it's his dust.
Yeah.
It's the cars, and you have to sometimes work for like half a mile, inching through maybe at a closing rate of 10 feet a minute, you know.
Here's that 4400 we were talking about, Sky Johnson there. But yeah, going back to what you were saying, you know, I think one of the key points in this track and what we saw yesterday was that when we do catch lap traffic or catch somebody, they want to get out of the way. They're waving, but there's no place for them to get off because the boulders are so big. They see you, they're waving, please don't hit me, I will get out of the way, and they physically can't get out of the way without destroying their car.
And this is what I'm talking about, because there's a definitive speed difference between a Class 10 vehicle and an unlimited class vehicle. And we're talking about cars here that are going to be racing for seconds. gave difference on the track. I mean, we saw it already with qualifying. Less than a second separating them over 8 miles. So if they get caught behind a slower car, and it might not be that car's at fault at all, it's just an accident of desert racing and circumstance, maybe they will become,
Victim of circumstance.
Exactly, yeah. And maybe they will become part to play during this race later on.
That's where this luck thing we talked about earlier comes into play. You can't beat luck.
When you can't buy luck either.
That's
it's one of those things that just ebbs and flows.
Here's one we definitely got to look out for, this factory Honda Ridgeline here of Jeff Proctor. What a professional organization those guys run with this factory program with Honda. True factory-supported desert racing team, and they've strung together just a slew of wins in desert racing. And, I know they've had Indy 500 champ Alexander Rossi come in and run with them down in Baja, but definitely watch this truck because they're going to be exciting to watch today.
I could be wrong, but I think that the other truck on course here with him right now is Ikua Hanawa. Do we have can you look that up?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is Ikua. So Hanawa is a Japanese driver, and he is a he's the only professional off-road racer from Japan or in Japan. I had the pleasure of spending time with him back in the early years of Wide Open days.
He's done a lot in Baja. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ryan. I think he's done Pikes Peak.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, like you said, he's world. I mean, in Japan, he's completely famous. But and he brought that vehicle from Japan to come over here. We talk about that international contingent.
He builds his own. I mean, I don't know if he's actually laying underneath the car building it, but he has a shop, and his company builds his own race cars. And a real fun guy.
Yeah.
When we'd spend time together, the thing he would always do, and I would tease him for, he'd go, It sound like Yoda.
Okay, so these are the last guys that we have leaving the line right now. And so all the race cars are now left the start line, and we are well into this race. I can still tell you that Harley Letner is leading from Dale Dondell, from Carl Jurgensen, and then from Luke McMillan, and just behind them is Bryce Menzies. Looks like Harley Letner is around about halfway through his first lap now. So we're going to start seeing them making their way back. But we're going to take a short break now, and we'll be back with the action here at the BF Goodrich Mint 400 very soon.
All right, you ready? Yep.
Good job, boys. Way to bring her home.
official oil of King of the Hammers.
And welcome back to the 2020 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400 here in Las Vegas. What a fantastic start to the day we've had in the unlimited classes. It's been absolutely amazing to watch. Harley Letner lighting it up as he left the line, and we've seen scores of trucks heading off out into the desert.
You passing that off to me?
Oh, I was passing that off, but we'll go straight to the leaderboard here. And in the unlimited trucks, in 5th position currently, it's Dale Dondale. In 4th, it's Luke McMillan. In 3rd, it's Bryce Menzies. In 2nd, is Carl Jurgensen. And 1st place at the moment is Harley Letner in the concrete motorsports vehicle.
I gotta say, I'm stoked to see Dale still running there in 5th. I've been friends with Dale for a long time.
Well, it's really interesting to watch because it's all about time difference. If we're actually looking on the trackers at the moment, we can see that Dale Dundale is actually currently showing in 2nd position. But all the cars are so tightly bunched up behind him that time difference is everything.
Yeah.
And that's why I still think that these back markers might have a big part to play later on with these cars so tightly bunched.
Well, as we saw yesterday, I mean, this is lap 1.
Yeah.
There's 3.5 more laps to go.
Half of lap 1 at best.
Yeah, you're not going to win here. You're definitely going to lose here.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes. Yeah.
We have 428 really hard miles to go, so it's going to be a long time before we can call it.
Hey, wait a minute, where'd you come from?
long time
Hold
is
on
right.
a sec. Did we just have Jim Beaver here, and now Matt Martelli's here?
We did. I jumped in here. I got done waving the green flag up there with some friends from BF Goodrich, and decided to come in here and talk about how cool that start was.
Yeah, you know, I was just looking through some of the notes here and saw the Bruce Myers name, and thank you for having him be here.
Absolutely.
You know, I think it's really special that you recognize the things that you recognize, and having Bruce be a part of this is a special deal.
Well, honestly, I don't think we'd be here without Bruce.
No.
You know, he was the guy who really constructed the off-road culture. You know, one of many, but one of the guys that not only did it from a racing standpoint, but building the Myers Manx and then all the different companies that actually stole that from him and proliferated that. You know, that's part of off-road and beach culture. I mean, that was the dream for me as a kid, was to have the blonde and the surfboard in a Manx driving down in Baja, right?
Proof that surfers can succeed.
Well,
you know, you may have heard me say this before, Matt, but I've thanked Bruce multiple times for spawning an industry that put me through college.
Yeah, and that's put me beyond college.
Yeah,
so,
right.
No, it's fantastic. I mean, that's part of our culture, and I think it's part of our responsibility to be good shepherds and recognize all of the people that helped create this culture, our forefathers.
Well, you know, we talk about all the young kids that are starting or in the early phases of their careers, and it is part of our responsibility to make sure they understand how we got to where we are, and that those historians and the pioneers are honored.
And talking about one of the OG guys, this is a nice shot of the shooting range with Steve Olagus going through that. One of the original Rough Riders. He's been off-road racing for a long time, and it's really cool last night for his son to win at 12 years old to win the rally UTV class. That was very special.
I hate to do this, but it happened to me earlier. I went to bed thinking he won, but apparently he got bumped back to 2nd place.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, that's
adjusted time.
Adjusted time, right? But
Oh,
still
we're losing
second
pieces
place.
and parts. That Brenthal's coming apart, losing its skin.
Okay, we've got a story developing out here on track at the moment. Our current race leader physically, and this is all physical position at the moment rather than adjusted time, is still Harley Letner. In 2nd position is Dale Dondale. In 3rd it's Luke McMillan. In 4th, making his way back up through the pack, is Bryce Menzies. Then it's Rob Mack, and then it's Dave Taylor, but there's a name missing there. And sitting back a few positions down is Ryan Acerio. So what's happened there? Maybe a flat, maybe a transmission issue. We can only guess at the moment.
Anybody's guess, this early on.
But I'll be watching that to see if he keeps up with the pace or if he drops away. And then just behind him is Justin Lofton.
The competition here is so stiff that you really can't afford to have problems, and especially early on, because the field's going to gap you, and you got to figure out your way to get through that and lap traffic eventually.
You know, we've been saying this actually for the last several years. It used to be that whoa, oh, that was like cool.
Yeah, that looks like your friend there.
Yeah.
Hey, there we go.
Yeah.
Little bump pass.
That's how we do it in this sport.
Yeah. We've been watching cooperative passes yesterday with the UTVs. We just got the other variety.
Well, it's like that saying, better living through chemistry, right? Well, ours is better living through nerfing.
Well, there was a young man we just saw a minute ago, but that's Jordan Brenthal there making his way through the Fox Proving Grounds.
Nice. I love these heli shots, man. It really gives you perspective of what the track's like out there and how vast it is.
Matt, that's a darn good point. I don't think that people that are outside of off-road racing or on the fringe realize how far one travels just to do a lap.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just look at the speed this car is covering the ground. Incredible to watch. And that is Bryce Menzies, car number 7.
And he's in a very special vehicle. That is one of the Mason all-wheel drive trucks, or 4-wheel drive trucks. And he just won King of the Hammers in that truck, re-prepped it, and came back out to race.
He dominated King of the Hammers.
He did. He dominated. Yeah. So it's interesting. There's a few of those trucks out there, including the one that the Sourapas brothers are in, and that one actually has a very special transmission in it. It has the new Mason Matic, which is the first ever purpose-built trophy truck engine. Here's Harley doing what Harley does. Looks like the hood's off already. That didn't last long.
No, it didn't. But and given the problems that he had with qualifying, it probably blew off again.
Yeah. Okay, that was really interesting. You see there that Harley was just coming into a speed control zone there, and just saw how late he bled off the speed.
Just for the viewers back home, if they're not aware,
that's our Sierra going.
That's Ryan again.
Yeah, he looks like he's going strong. So maybe he had a flat tire.
When you come into those speed zones, most of the truck teams have a switch on the dashboard that they flip, and it's ultimately a speed limiter. It cuts ignition or cuts fuel, one of the two, and limits them to a certain speed. Is that an in-car of the helicopter?
That is in-car of the helicopter. We're utilizing some new technology here. We're also going to be in-car with Rob Mack in a little bit. But talk a little bit about the Pete's Camp crew. You know a little bit about those guys.
I was almost going to bring that up. Good family, long history down in Baja. And we got Rafael the Fourth is who's behind the wheel there. I'm good friends with the third as well. Shared the same employer for a period of time. You guys shared the same employer as well, Bob. Actually, I know you. Were you working there when Rafael was there?
No, I had already gone off and struck out on my own.
Okay. Well, we're talking about Goodrich tires.
Yeah, but the thing with the Navarros.
Oh, look at
Ouch.
Real fast, where we're seeing this, one of the things that has definitely changed over the last 10 or 15 years is the dependability and durability of these trucks.
Absolutely.
They don't break anymore.
A few years ago, that would have been game over.
And
here's Rob Mack. And Rob is such a good driver. He is really our greatest off-road racer of all time. And he's so smooth and so consistent. He really knows his equipment.
And the thing about Rob is that he's fast in a 1600 car.
Yes, he top 10 the Mint, in fact, in a 16 car.
Yes.
And we can't forget about our good friend Steve Sourapas, who actually won the Mint 400 in Class 10 overall.
Yep.
And picked up a big purse.
I think it was like 75 grand, wasn't it?
Yeah.
50.
50, okay.
And that's the cool thing is his sons are going to be are both out racing in their unlimited truck today. There's Coastal really laying it down.
Speaking of that, I'm gonna put this on air right now. Christian was here.
Yep.
At the desk last night.
Yeah.
When he was finishing, standing over there, he's like, "Oh man, I'm hungry. I want to go get some food. Do you got to pay for it?" And I said, "Yeah." And he's like, "Oh man, I left my wallet. I loaned Christian Sourapas $20 so he can go get food. Steve, I want my money back."
Look at this truck work. I mean, those are big whoops and big rock sections that it's going through, and they're going through close to 100 miles an hour right there.
And the platform is just stable.
Yeah.
Boom, boom, boom.
And let's not forget, this is a spec class truck. This is one of the Baja trucks. So this is running a 40-inch tire, 525 horse motor, and an underdrive as well.
Whoa.
Incredible stuff.
Getting a little rowdy there. Love seeing that.
It's nothing.
But hey, this is lap 1.
Yeah.
Let's see where they're at on lap 4.
Yeah, I think last year we had a turtle much earlier on. We haven't seen any turtles yet.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, dirt deserts are a bad thing.
Well, we got the Trust Me guys. It's one of our buddies up there, and
Stevie Wright.
Stevie Wright, and he's actually got Dan Bazarian up in the helicopter.
Oh, does he really?
Yeah.
And this looks like our current champion.
And he's got some
Justin
Lofton also.
Yeah, he donated some
fiberglass.
Some fiberglass.
Let's just talk about the bodywork here. Is the bodywork just for show on these trucks, or is it actually giving aerodynamics?
It definitely helps with the aero. I mean, these things are essentially big sails, and we're at a point now where that's what's holding us back. Is at 150 miles an hour plus, it's the aero package that's holding you back.
Well, the aero does matter I don't think it matters much. That's Bob's opinion, because you talk about how much are they at that speed, how much of the 108 miles that really happened, 107 miles. So I still maintain you win these races not by trying to do 130 when the other guy's doing 125. You do it a half a tenth faster through the turns, through the bumps.
Totally agree. But it's nice to get on those dry lake beds and do 200 if you could. Right?
Yeah, I tell you what, there is a little something to it.
Hey, you know, as a promoter now, Bob and I were talking yesterday, and I'm going to put this in front of you. It's been a while since I've actually read a rule book from start to finish.
Sure.
But something tells me that there's nothing in the rule books for off-road racing that dictate how much of the race the tires actually have to be on the ground for.
No, definitely not. Or how much they spin.
So I'm going to enter a helicopter next race.
Yeah, well, if you can keep it on the ground for a little bit, we'll do it, right?
Okay.
Put some wheels on it, and we'll create a new unlimited class for you. Here's the Ready Gunner guys coming through.
Is this Ryan Pullman, I think?
That is Pullman.
That is Pullman.
Great looking graphics on that
coming
car.
on. He had a very successful Mint 400 last year.
Yeah, he did. It's our first 10 car.
You know, something that's worth noting was we're looking here at the open desert and not a whole big crowd of people around. The precautions that we're taking these days to keep the fans and the racers safe.
Yeah, I mean, look, we have 5 spectating areas, and we've actually paid to build these areas and fence them. So they're in spots where you can see the trucks at speed really do their thing. So it's great spectating. But the areas that we're shooting right now are remote, and so it's not safe for us to have spectators out there. We don't want to have any accidents. Okay, is that Bryce?
No, it's probably Harley.
No, it looks like Harley. No, he hasn't got red fenders, so I'm not sure who that is.
Doesn't have any fenders.
Oh, that might be Brock.
No. But what a cool shot.
that the
you can
Aussies?
really see.
That might well have been Paul Wheel, actually. Yes.
Yeah, that was the Aussies. For those of you at home, I tell you, we do our best to see as much as we can so that we can tell you about it, but we're going to mess it up at times. So, you know, deal with it, folks. We love you, but we're trying our best.
This is about an 8-hour war. So things are going to go wrong, things are going to go right, but more often than not, you're just going to have to work your way through it. Fox Proving Grounds again. Super rough section.
Well, our race leaders have now gone through the second remote pit, and they are making their way back towards town. So it's, they're working their way beyond the halfway point, and they're nearly at 3/4 of the way through this first lap.
It's a pretty fast pace. I'm actually surprised.
That's a little bit enlightening.
We've been talking about that. I gave him a 45-mile-an-hour average yesterday, and then the UTVs went out and did 50.
Yeah.
Makes me look pretty stupid, actually.
Well, it just shows you the evolution of this. And, you know, talking to Brandon Sims, who won it yesterday, I asked him what his strategy was, and he's like, I'm just going to go fast and really hope that I don't have a problem because, you know, I've got these guys on me and I can't really afford to, you know, let them gain. Get up for one car here.
I was going to say, he said I'm just going to go fast, and that is exactly what he did.
I'm so stoked for him. You know, he's been a little bit dry in his victories, and this was one that he really wanted. It was really nice. You know, his girl was Miss Mint last year, and there's our kind of continuous Miss Mint queen. So really special for them to be up on stage together, winning the Mint 400.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't either.
And it threw me for a loop last night when she stuck her head into the front of the car.
Start smooching him.
It wasn't just like a victory kiss. It was like a I love you kiss. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, what do you win for overall?
All right, here's the Lovell brothers.
Yeah.
These guys are great people, and, you know, they have transferred from rock crawling into desert racing, and they're currently racing in the 6100 class and doing really well.
They have 3 race cars that I know of. They have that one 6100. They have their Bronco that they raced here last year in vintage,
which is really cool.
And it's a tough Bronco.
Tough enough that not that one. I was going back to the EMC. They come off of a win at the Everyman
EMC,
Challenge at King of the Hammers.
That's with the Ranger.
That Class 10 shot was a shot of our defending champion. You know, Class 10 is a really strong class here. They're very fast. That's why we put them in this race. We always look at what the speeds are and try and group them together. Looks like he might have lost a tire there. I see something flapping in the back. they retire a jack, which isn't good because if he did, at some point he may need that.
I'd almost rather lose the tire.
Yeah.
You know, we're talking about Class 10 and talking about people out in the crowd here. I just spotted Mr. John Cooley standing over there by himself, sitting over there by himself.
Yeah, he actually helped put together this is part of the Lumacraft challenge, right? Put it up to get a big prize purse. I think it's up to $35,000 for all the 10 cars. Look at that thing move.
But don't mind that. Look at the number of spectators.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely incredible.
Listen, we sold out every remote spectating area. We're up around 65,000 spectators in total at the Mint. So this is always a great race to spectate. And like I said, you get to see the vehicles work at speed here.
It is, and as we keep getting fantastic live action, keep coming from our helicopter shots and from our drone shots, we're going to cut through to our top of the hour highlights reel from the race so far. So keep watching here at the B of Goodrich Mint 400 2020 here in Las Vegas.
Your bearings shoulder the burden whenever you tow, haul, or stomp the gas. AMSOIL delivers powerful protection for bearings and other critical components so you can drive with confidence. To demonstrate, an independent lab put AMSOIL synthetic motor oil head-to-head against a leading competitor in a 100,000-mile test. AMSOIL provided far superior wear protection and kept engine bearings looking like new. Get your truck the protection it deserves at amsoil.com/engine.
And welcome back to the 2020 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400 here in Las Vegas. It's been a fantastic day of racing already so far in the unlimited classes. This morning we saw Harley Letner blazing off the line, and he still has the lead 3/4 of the way around the first lap. But this is a long race. We've got 4 brutal miles with a total race mileage of 428 miles. And it's been some fantastic action already. In fact, we've just had some news through that race favourite Bryce Menzies has had a flat out on course, but he's managed to make that change, get back into pit, rack another spare, and get back out on track without losing too many positions. Just how is that possible?
Hey, that's the 4-wheel drive. I mean, obviously Bryce is a fantastic championship driver, but he's in in one of the most evolved unlimited trucks ever built. So he's going to use it.
I would too.
Yeah.
But in talking with Bryce too, he's got a distinct advantage over everybody else, where he's got 2 4-wheel drive trucks from different fabricators. And talking to Bryce, everybody wanted Bryce to say one's better than the other, and Bryce won't. He says, no, I'm keeping both. He just like a professional surfer has a quiver, Bryce says he wants a quiver of these all-wheel drive trucks, and depending on the track, he's going to pull out a certain truck, that he thinks is going to do best at that particular course.
Well, clearly I need to work on my quiver of unlimited trucks, because it's really not very good. So.
It's crazy that we're to the point where you have a quiver of unlimited trucks, and there's other guys we know that have a few of them in their in their garage as well. It's kind of crazy.
But he's right, and I know both of those trucks very well. The other one is a Huseman built truck, and really is fast in Baja and better on the graded roads than the rough stuff. So
you ever thought we'd be to a point, Bob, where guys have multiple trucks and they actually pick and choose which one depending on the course?
And the metaphor quiver is so accurate, because they have pointy ends and they have feathers to fly.
Absolutely. So this is a good shot of what the dust is doing.
Yeah.
We've
this
got
is what you want.
We've got some wind moving the dust, which is helping the drivers drive faster and drive harder. Right here we have a shot of Rob Mack. Now we're back to the Honda truck.
I was sick that hood's flying off of that.
Yeah, it's coming loose.
Yeah, but that's Jeff Proctor, and this is a really cool program. I mean, he was a Honda dealer. He spent his own money to build this program, and it's why Honda's in the desert racing on this truck and racing UTVs. This has been one of the most successful marketing tools that Honda's had in the last 20 years. So it's really cool to see a full factory back program both on this truck and in the UTV class.
It's interesting to talk about. We were saying about the seeing main manufacturers coming back into the UTV races, particularly. We've got this big race program going on. What we're now starting to see is what we watched Jordan Brenthal making his way through. We're now starting to see major car manufacturers starting to look back at desert racing again. We saw Jeep putting the Gladiator into the stock classes last year. We saw Ford now playing with the Bronco and bringing that through. So if we start getting Honda playing as well, are we going to see major manufacturers staring down the barrel of unlimited racing once more?
It's happening, I can tell you, because yesterday Chevy finished a truck. They had a strong finish yesterday, and it was a ZR2. So that's a truck you can go buy at the dealership, and they're using the Mint in other races to really prove the vehicle platform and the parts.
And that's the newest father hanging out around here, and that is Bryce Menzies making his way out across the desert. Now, Bryce has already had a flat. He's also had a gear change issue out there on track today as well. So it's amazing that he's so far up.
Well, and
we're keeping an eye on him.
Yeah, that four-wheel drive, Matt, that you talk about, that's what put him back up, into the hunt still. Yet, I can't help but think two little problems on lap 1. Pretty soon, if he doesn't get up to the front again right now, he's going to have a longer deal.
No,
it's going to be tough.
Absolutely. I mean, look, last year Bryce was winning this race and blew up a wheel and then blew up another wheel.
All right.
So, you know, what we expected to fail on his vehicle last year really didn't fail. You know, it's very unusual. I mean, you know, this style of racing, it could be a $2 bolt that causes to end your day.
Well, and you can talk to this because you've, co-driven with some of the best, but when you've got a guy like Bryce and, he's got one of the best co-drivers in the business, Oren, riding with him now, but when you have a guy like that where he's had problems, things like that, co-driver, they've got not only the job of watching what's happening on track and calling out corners, but they also work a bit of as a shrink, to keep the driver's head in it so the driver doesn't just go every which way. It's keeping them hyper-focused so they can go and get back to the front.
The hardest thing to do is to get it, from my experience, when we make a mistake inside that race car, is get my driver to think about what's ahead of us, not what's behind it. Because, a driver wants to beat himself up for making a mistake.
He does. I'm just also getting news come through now that David Kleiman has rolled his car. So number 80, David Kleiman, has rolled his car and is out of the race at race mile 40.
What a bummer.
He had a little issues off the start too, I think. Super cool guy. Really loves off-road. Was actually in a UTV yesterday. So that's a bummer to see him out so early.
Yeah, well, let's put you on the spot here, Matt. We were talking about average speed for the Mint 400. We saw what happened with the UTVs. I think speeds were a little bit quicker than people thought. What's your guess here on average speed for these 428 miles?
The course is deteriorating. So I think that's going to bring the speeds down slightly. But I was really surprised with the speeds that we saw yesterday. We'll see. But, man, I can't think it's going to be over 50. Over 55. What do you think?
I don't know. I was saying in the 60s is what I was thinking. So were we close to 50 with the UTVs yesterday?
Yeah, we were, but you got to remember those are four-wheel drive vehicles. So some of the harder stuff that we have in the back that's square edge, those go through it very well because the front pulls it down, And there's a lot more rough and technical than there is high velocity. Yes, absolutely.
I hate to say it, we're looking at David Kleiman rolled. It looked like he's actually rolled in the quarry, and we were talking about that earlier on, about where that technicality comes in. It's so easy trying to get through those technical turns fast. You just clip a rock and you're gone.
Yeah,
and it's one of those little tip-over-tumble types, probably.
Yeah. But I can say me as a racer and, talking with Mr. Mint 400, Matt Martelli, that's one of those sections all of us racers will tell you, if you wanted to cut that 3 or 4 miles out, nobody's going to argue with you, Matt.
Trust me. Even if, as you can see, with the way that we've made the changes to the infield, we've opened it up, we've lengthened it. We want to see these cars perform. So, yeah, we do. We can, but there's a lot of stuff to do, a lot of dirt to move, and changes to make prior to this race. And
I say that with all sarcasm because I think it's an amazing section. I hate it as a driver, but it actually. There's so much going on there with the off-camber turns and the rocks and the jumps, and it's just so. It's really different than anything you see anywhere else on the course in that little 4 or 5 mile section.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's tough and technical. I mean, one of the things, though, about off-road racing is, you got to drive with your eyes, right? Yep. You can look at the GPS and you can look at the markers, but you've got the steering wheel and you've got the pedal. So you've got to really manage your driving.
Now we're on board with Rob MacCachren.
How cool is that? How cool is that, man?
I love technology. Look at you two in there. Jeez.
And you know what I love about this is people think trophy trucks are smooth, and they are, but look at how much Rob and his co-driver bouncing around in there. I mean, it is a brutal sport on the body. Those trucks dance over the whoops, but I tell you what, as a driver, you're still getting beat up.
I'm looking at what his hands are doing with the steering wheel, which is very little. Yeah. And that tells you that truck is dialed.
Yeah. No, absolutely. It's amazing, look at his co-dog and how calm he is. But that's Rob's MO. He's done this. He's won this race. He's won a lot of other big races, and he is really, our Michael Jordan. So, he's definitely one to watch at this race, and talking to him earlier, he badly wants to win this one.
He does indeed, but his strategy is always so different to everybody else's. He's not that guy who wants to be right out at the front there. He'll be very happy where he's positioned right now, around about the 5th position on the track, and there is Ryan Pohlman.
Yeah, we have a saying in jiu-jitsu that's true with off-road racing. It's manage your fight, right? It means you don't go out there swinging all crazy and try and just blow it out. you got to be ready for, a 5-round fight, right? And that's going to be long and treacherous, just like the Mint 400.
And this has got to be one of my favorite looking trucks on track today. I love that old retro body style. My first ever off-road truck had that same body style. And I got to tell you,
a 94 Bronco grill.
those Eisenhower brothers, they always come up with creative stuff.
Yeah, and they're part of Heat Wave, which is one of our good sponsors. They make killer sunglasses. And they're here racing. They actually were here racing Harleys. All right, looks like somebody's done there.
Yeah, he parked it on the rocks.
Cars. Yep, moved it out of the way.
Up in the area we call the shooting range, and it's funny because everybody wonders how did that get its name. It legitimately is a shooting range. There's all kinds of 12-gauge shells and all kinds of stuff all over the ground there. And
yep. Oh man, and it is rough. You can see the size of rocks that he's sitting on. That's what we're driving through, people. It's nuts. I mean, I'm so blown away by the evolution of technology. I constantly drive through stuff, and I'm like, I don't know how the tires are handling this. I don't know how the wheels are handling this, and definitely don't know how the car's handling this.
This looks almost something like a King of the Hammers. Got the co-driver out telling the driver where to go type of thing,
Yep.
Yeah, definitely not part of the game plan, that is for sure.
Well, his Illumicraft shootout is pretty much over there. It's shot. Yeah, earlier you were calling out John Cooley. I want to talk a little bit about John because he's the builder of pretty much all these cars, and definitely the fastest ones, and a really passionate guy. Out of El Cajon, California, has been building cars for years, formerly worked at Jimco, and then went out and started his own company. I recently saw some Class 1 cars and a couple of little plans he shared with me to have a 4-wheel drive version of the Class 1 cars. So we have more stuff coming, boys.
I love this. People are not done.
No. That's one of the coolest things about off-road racing is, we're the only motorsport on the planet besides Ultra 4 that has an unlimited vehicle category.
We were talking about that. You look at, I look at, things in IMSA. I look at what they run in Le Mans. You look at Formula One. You look at Top Fuel and NHRA. There's still rules, even though they are their open, the top of the food chain.
Yep.
Ultra 4 and unlimited trucks, the only place where you can, Well,
let's talk about that. I mean, literally, if you're sitting at home right now and you want to build a truck and you want to put a jet engine in it because you think that's the right way to go, do it. And let's talk about the engine technology here. We're watching Justin Lofton here. He's using, I think it's a big block motor in there.
That's correct.
And he's cranking out nearly 1,100 horsepower. Then we've got Dale Dundell. I've heard a rumor that it's a big block with a single turbo. He was running twin turbo last year and nearly 1,300 horsepower. He's dialed it back to try and get that reliability back into the back end of that vehicle.
Ryan Arciero with a Joe Gibbs motor.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, explain what a Joe Gibbs motor is for people watching
Joe
at
Gibbs,
home.
big name in football as well as for Toyota and NASCAR. And NASCAR people build motors that build power. And they do that with motors that build power forever. So Ryan's got himself a tiger by the tail. And I think that's part of the trend we're starting to see is it's getting bigger and bigger motors, which is how racers like it. At a certain point, you can go too far and stress something else in the vehicle where, heck, it's gonna snap it.
Oh, definitely. We're looking at a shot there of Sarah Price coming through. And this is her first trophy truck race.
Yes, it is.
First unlimited truck race.
Unlimited.
Right? Yep. So I'm really stoked she got a ride. The guys at Chattanooga, the whiskey, hooked her up. So cool company, great product. I like trying it.
No complaints.
Yeah.
A little pre-run.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of the parts of our culture. We drink. We have adult beverages and usually quite often, especially after races.
Well, you talk about that. We got these amazing decanters that you get. You guys brought in, your own beer for the Mint 400 this year. You guys have stepped it up with the I guess the party favors, Matt.
Yeah, look, the beer was really cool. It was a brainstorm between me and the owner of Beach Crease. Great lager that he put together. You can buy it online, and you can buy it here at the Mint 400.
Okay, while we're watching another car coming through the Whoop section, let's just have a quick catch up on the trackers. Who's leading? Currently in the lead, it is Harley Letner in the Concrete Motorsports car. In second position, it looks like it's Dale Dundell. Just behind him is Carl Jurgensen. And then behind him, Luke McMillan. And then just bearing down behind them is Bryce Menzies.
It looks like Harley coming through actually a very, very rocky area as you come into the main pit. Really easy to cut a tire in there, and I think it would be one of those calls if one of the drivers does, you just kind of try and limp it in on the flat, but it's still, it's going to cost you a couple of minutes, so you got to be very, very careful.
Yeah, like let's talk about that. There are multiple rock gardens throughout this course, right? So there's not just one, there's about 4, right? And so there's one right off the start, there's one coming into the finish, and then there's one massive one in the back. And then it's rocky throughout. So again, tires are critical, and obviously BF Goodrich is one of the premier tire companies that I believe they build the best product. I've used their product on my UTV, my truck, on everything. So, there's a lot of other great tire brands out there that you can see competing, but that's a real big advantage. Knowing you can rely on your tires out here is really mission critical to going fast.
It's a little bit different look there of that truck.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the Japanese entry.
Hey,
that's Hanawa.
Yeah, that's Hanawa.
God bless him
and
for
Toyota,
taking it out
not
in that.
Mitsubishi.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I thought it was one of the Toyota Dakar style trucks, and it appeared that it would be.
He's been
Mitsubishi
for a lot of years.
Yeah, it's great to see some different technology out here in the desert.
Yeah, we welcome this. I mean, look, this is a proving ground for everybody, not just the unlimited trucks. We had Class 11 racing with us, which is a stock VW Bug yesterday. So we're welcoming all challengers.
Absolutely, and it's about all different types of racing and racers. We've seen the older guys as we watch Cody Parkhouse. Now, there's a man with a story. But before we cut through to Cody Parkhouse, we caught up earlier today with Luke McMillan. And we're going to chuck it on down to Tiffany Stone and see what Luke had to say.
Thanks, guys. Hanging down here at the grid walk. I mean, it is crazy right now. Luke, talk to us about what it feels like. We are here at the 2020 Mint 400. Tons of fans. Everybody's around. Adrenaline's going on right now. And how are you feeling?
I'm excited. I'm confident about today and what's going to go down. So I'm excited. I'm ready to get off the line. And, we're racing Dale Dondell off the start. He's got that twin turbo all-wheel drive. So that'll be tough, but it's going to be a long day. So that's definitely in the back of my mind is don't get too excited on the first lap or two because we got a long ways to go. The last few years have been 3 laps, and I remember finishing the Mint 400 after the 3rd lap going, wow, I can't imagine going out for a 4th lap. And here we are today, and they signed us up for a 4th lap. So it's going to be brutal. It's going to be tough, and the attrition level is going to be key here.
We were talking with everybody, especially in yesterday's races, a lot of the limited classes, and they were saying it is no longer a sprint race. This is an endurance race. This is something that you're really going to have to plan out. And like you said, they threw a 4th lap in there for you. How does that change the game plan, the mindset, and the drive style?
Well, we definitely changed our pit strategy around a little bit. Give me a break, make sure I get food and water in me because it's going to be a long night. That's no doubt there. I think we're a little behind schedule, so we're going to be running into the night for sure. We're going to have lap traffic out there. There's a lot of classes, a lot of vehicles going to be out in the 100-mile course, so that's going to play a big factor as well.
Going into the night, really that's going to change so many things. A lot of people say once those lights come on, shadows come out. And how does that really play for you as a person? Do you enjoy driving at night, or is it something that you're not that confident in?
I actually absolutely love it. I do really well at night. I think with the Baja Design lights and stuff, I think I focus a little bit better at night, and I just get in the zone and I start clicking off the miles, and it really plays out in my favor. Always has. My eyes love it. I can see really well at night, and I really get in the zone and put down good laps during the nighttime. So I'm really excited for that.
Well, of course, I've had this lovely lady over here ask me, Tiffany, you always ask everybody in one word, how are you feeling? And you've got to give me one word, how Luke McMillan's feeling right now.
I'm excited.
Excited. That is the word that we're hearing right now. Well, best of luck to you. I'll let you get to everything. Luke McMillan is excited tonight. He's got lots of things going on, guys. He's ready for the night race, and I'm excited to watch all of this. Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Tiffany. So good always to see Luke McMillan there. And Luke McMillan is going to be one of the lead pack chasing down Harley Letner as they come back into town now. I'm just looking at the tracker, and we are going to be seeing Harley Letner, our current race leader in the concrete motorsports car, making his way round to the main pit. So let's talk about strategy, guys. What is the strategy for these unlimited cars? When are they going to be looking to pit for the first time?
Well, they technically don't really need to pit this lap because the fuel capacity of these vehicles, they can definitely go another lap. And usually the rear tires are still good, so 2 laps, they might be able to change them. Back in the back a few years ago, they had to change the tires every lap. Now the tires are so much better. And he's running BFs. He's running BF Goodrich tires, so I think they're gonna do a visual on him and let him go and try and continue to put gap on everybody.
Yeah, well, I think that's a key note. You know, the laps are a little bit shorter this year than years past, and on a two-wheel drive trophy truck, at least I know my two-wheel drive trophy truck, our window is unlimited truck. My apologies.
No worries.
But you know, we're usually about 150-mile window, give or take, on rear tires with our truck.
Correct.
I know the four-wheel drives it's much longer, but so you know, I think with this, you know, when it was 130-mile laps, I think it was one of those where you may have to change them every lap on a two-wheel drive truck.
Yep.
But I think now with these shorter laps, they're going to be trying to push and do a one tire change right in the middle.
Somebody's going to pick to do it at pit B, you know, out there, and probably try and skip something.
Yeah.
Well, they haven't got it off that pile of rocks yet.
Yeah, they're just having a nice picnic out there, I think.
You know, it doesn't look like he
cooler.
parked it there, though. It looks like he landed it there.
Yeah, you know, and actually talking about the 10 cars, one guy I want to point out who's out there, and he's in a single-seater, is Blade Hildebrand.
Yeah.
You know, just had a rad time with him in Dakar. He did a great job out there. In fact, he won some stages. And it was really cool for me to go out there and cheer for Team America and talk a little trash to all the French guys and explain to them that we have all these kids coming that have been driving since they're 9 years old, and we've got hundreds of them. So
watch out.
The days of having tea and cruising along with your buddies is over. We're coming, man. We got our first 2 victories.
Yeah.
You know, this year, which is super exciting. Brayback and Casey Curry.
Yep.
Really proud of those guys. I really feel like, you know, we should have had a parade in Washington for those guys. I was so excited. I actually emailed the president and said, hey, come on, you're going to the UFC, you're doing all this stuff. Let's do it for these guys. But of course,
no response.
I think he knows I didn't vote for him.
You know, talking about Hildebrand though, and I want to talk a minute about him. If you brought him up, and this kid's a phenomenal talent. Obviously, you know, Red Bull stepped in. He's got the Dakar program. He's done a lot of stuff in stadium super trucks and some other things. He's been around the desert forever, but this kid as a whole, you know, you wonder, you know, the genetic makeup of kids and how they think. After his first trip to Dakar, I randomly got a package in the mail.
Yep.
And I opened it up, and it was a signed photo from Blade at Dakar saying, hey, thanks for having me on your show, and thanks for all the support over the years. You know, that's the type of kid he is.
Yeah, classy.
You know, he's a very classy kid, and I think somebody like that, they've got a long career ahead of them.
Yeah, and I think it's very respectful that instead of being, I guess, snooty and looking at the mint and going, hey, I don't want to be there unless I'm in a truck and I've got the big, you know, kind of lights on me and all that kind of stuff. He's like, hey, I have a 10 car. I'm going to go out and race and try and battle it out. And like I said before, part of the Lumacraft shootout, he's out there racing for 35 grand.
Hey.
And he's acting like a professional with what he did with you. I will tell a little story on our partner, Ryan Thomas. I brought to him this week a letter that I received in 1993 thanking, Ryan wrote the letter, Ryan Thomas Racing, thanking for sponsorship, talking about what's next for us and everything else, and saying, you know, please don't forget who I am, essentially. I've kept that letter since 1993. I figured yesterday was time to turn it over to Ryan.
That's a very cool story indeed.
He actually told me that last night about 3 o'clock.
Oh.
We were having one more beer,
Uh-huh.
and I was like, that's also sounds like you, Bob. You know, so I think that's why we're friends.
Well, you know, I laugh and tease and say, you know, it doesn't matter how well you did or didn't do in this off-road racing world. No matter what you did, all you're going to end up with is memories, friends, and 8x10s.
I like that.
One of the interesting notes, too, is he's going to be our first unlimited truck driver into this infield section.
Yeah.
I want to see how his truck takes the whoop section, because that whoop section yesterday was, you know, it was a key point in a lot of the UTV races.
Oh, look at
that.
Look at that. Come on. That's what I love about Harley is, you know, he really knows the limits of his vehicle, and he's more than happy to push it. Puts on a great show. Look at him slide the truck around.
He's a driver I'd love to see in a short course truck at some point. I'd love to see him in a Pro 2 or something like that. I think it'd be exciting to watch.
Absolutely.
I can't stress at home for the people watching how difficult it is to drive a two-wheel drive truck round basically a wet infield like this. It's incredibly technical, and the way he's not just throwing the backhand out completely, he just holds it and just this is the section you were talking about. he goes through it as if it's not there.
No
Unbelievable.
problem. That was a knife through butter. That is the suspension of an unlimited truck, and why these are so special. It's not just the horsepower, but the fact that they have 36 inches of wheel travel is what makes them special.
The day is here. We're now measuring our wheel travel in yards.
Yes. And it is fantastic, let me tell you.
But later on, we're going to see guys coming into the infield, and you'll see what I mean about how the way that the car's drifting totally sideways. And we watch Harley Letner, and he just holds it in those drifts. He just has absolutely perfect car control.
And correct me if I'm wrong, he went through there. He never pitted. He's back out. He bypassed the pits, so he's got a different pit strategy.
He may be one of those guys that'll do it on this lap. You know, Matt's talking about 36 inches of travel, and I'm talking about inches. You know, in the first days of the Mint 400, back in the 60s and the 70s, you were proud to tell people, I've got 9 inches of wheel travel. And I might add another inch because that sidewall's got some squish in it, too.
Yeah, and isn't that funny? Because I remember as a kid growing up and watching my dad race Class 8 here at the Mint 400, things like that. You know, they started out with 33-inch tires, and then they went to 35s, and
those
then
were big.
36s,
Like
and
huge.
37s, and now we're to 40s, and it's just amazing the technology changes.
And what those technology changes have done to drive the reliability of the trucks.
I'm just going to stop you there, Bob.
Okay.
I've just noticed something. Harley Letner has just come through and completed his first lap in a staggering 1 hour and 36 minutes and 26 seconds. That is a full 24 minutes faster than we saw yesterday. That is just remarkable.
So this is the internet. Can I say holy crap?
Yes, absolutely. That is a holy crap moment.
What was his average speed? Because I want to see if I'm in the ballpark in my mid-60s prediction.
I think you're right. I think you're right. This is the crazy.
Now, obviously, that's going to come down lap after lap. He's going to start getting into lap traffic. It's going to get tougher. It's going to get rougher. But out of the box, that's absolutely amazing.
Dale Dondell in the pit right now.
Bob's putting his $5 down now. We had a bet earlier on.
Well, we've just seen Dale Dondell is now in the pits at the moment, and he's been stationary for quite some time. So this is going to be an unscheduled stop here for Dale Dondell.
And these pits, I want to point out, are newly designed by our race director, Tony Vanillo. We wanted to make the fueling especially safer because these guys are using high-pressure fuel systems now, which are basically bombs, right? So we needed to change where we were.
That's a nice way of putting it.
Well, exactly. Just explain what these high-pressure fuel systems allow these guys to do.
Right there. That's truth.
So in a few seconds, it's got to dump, almost 1,000 pounds of fuel. So, it's very tricky, and we've got to keep those away from, all the camping and all the different people and stuff that are going on. So we've separated the hot pits from the camping.
Oh, look at Jurgensen getting off course there.
Yeah, don't hit the C crate.
Gee whiz. Go between them, dude. Between them.
Please don't hit the C crate. I paid for that. Yeah. Kyle's an unbelievable driver. A lot of car control. He was previously racing with Camberg last year, made the switch over to Brenthal this year, and has already had some success.
Well, we were talking about it. I mean, he was in the overall picture at a couple of races last year in a 6100 truck.
Yes.
He's that talented.
But, it also shows you that, once 6100s went to the Baja spec and they went from 37 to 40s, and they add a little bit horsepower, I mean, that closed that gap. I mean, it's really almost a limited truck.
Now, you caught yourself there.
I know,
when the boss man makes the mistake, I guess it's all right.
But, it's as close a comparison as Class 10 is to Class 1.
Absolutely.
And that's interesting to see. There's that kind of parity in trucks today.
Yeah, and, one of the things we got Luke coming through here. I think we're going to give him that nickname, Cool Hand Luke.
Cool Hand Luke.
Right? He is a cool operator. I've known him since he was a really young Glenn. I remember when he got his first 16 car. Comes from a great family, the McMillans, 3 generations of off-road racers. Both of his cousins race, of course, Andy McMillan, who's sitting this one out, saving his vehicle for San Felipe. We miss him, but, if you don't show up to the fight, you can't call yourself the badass.
That's a fact.
One thing I love about all the McMillan kids, too, is you want to talk about Menzies is another one. Yep. BJ Baldwin, obviously he's not here, but you look at some of the top drivers in the sport, Rob MacCachren. they've gone through the ladder system of off-road. You know, Luke started out in the 1600 car and then moved up to Class 1. Harley Letner, he didn't start out at the top. He started up in Class at 12 at the time, and then Class 10, and then Class 1, and, you know, now obviously an unlimited truck. But I love that these kids, that I think it's proof in the concept. You need to start at the bottom, work your way to the top. It's not saying you can't just start at the top, but, you know, I think that the most successful drivers we see today have gone through that ladder system.
Yeah, and the other thing is the family aspect to off-road racing. I mean, one of the dynamics, here we go. We got Bryce coming in. I think he's made up some time. There's still a pretty big gap.
Well, just looking at times here, we have got Harley Letner across the line with a 1:36.26. Carl Jurgensen with a 1:38.56. And then Bryce Menzies has come in with a 1:41 dead. So we can see where Bryce has lost some time out there on the track. He had gear shift issues earlier. We also had a flat tire out there as well. So he's going to be pedaling hard on this second lap, that's for sure.
Already exciting racing and lots of passing and changes, so it's great.
Let's get this absolutely clear. I'm just looking here at the moment. He's 5 minutes behind Harley Letner, yet he's had a gear shift issue, and he's also had to stop, change a tyre, then stop in the pits, and another tyre, put it back in the rack.
Can you say Oren Anderson?
Yeah. Like we said, the secret weapon, I mean, he's got the secret weapon sitting shotgun with him.
Well, you know, let's shed some light on how important it is to have a good co-driver. I mean, there's, you know, a handful of guys that are just unbelievably good. You know, they physically train to change these tires because these tires are heavy.
125, 130-pound units.
Yep. Back in.
Got the Vision Wheel in-car here with Rob Mack, the legend, the Hall of Famer.
That is so cool. I love this technology. So one of the things we're working towards is having this in many more cars to come.
Rob reaching for a rag.
Arciero back on the move.
Ryan, come on.
And I think, you know, we talked about him earlier on. You don't want to call Ryan Arciero a sleeper because I think that's discrediting his talent. But I think when this thing plays out, he is so smart. I think come lap 3, lap 4, Ryan's going to be right in the mix of things.
Yeah, I mean, he had a pretty big win last year at the 500, and it was kind of unexpected. You know, he wasn't one of the guys that people were considering to be a contender for the win, and it was a really good win for him. It put a lot of wind in his sails, and
it did.
And it really, you know, it showed what a good driver he is.
You know, you talk about race drivers, they all come to the start line with confidence, that's said. But, you know, there's nothing like the confidence of having just won a big one.
Absolutely.
That's a biggie. Now, Ryan is going to be changing co-drivers. Going out of lap 2, I think, is his regular co-driver, good friend. They grew up together, is Travis Morris. And so what that really means is inside that racetrack is going to be some synergy that's been growing for decades.
Well, and let's talk about the truck he's racing, because that's a Herb Smith built truck. And the Herbs, of course, are one of the dynasty families in off-road and a huge supporter of ours. And Troy and Tim are racing. Their sons are racing. And it's really cool. I mean, they love the sport. So, you know, if you see anything with the Herbs name on there, you know, especially the world's biggest gas station out here at Gene, stop in and spend a couple of bucks.
The place is amazing. It really is.
I love. There's an unlimited truck inside.
Well, they've got Courtney Force's funny car in there too. Like it's crazy.
It's the only gas station I know where they could sell tickets.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, please stop in and support them. They support us and help us a lot.
Look at how deep those are getting. Oh, we got a little tank slap in there. Yeah. And this is actually an interesting section because it's downhill. This camera angle isn't actually doing it credit, but it's actually a downhill through the whoops. And you can get carrying so much speed going down there, and it makes it really easy to get out of control.
When you see them from an outside, like we're watching right here, slappers happening side to side, there's a sphincter clinching inside the car.
Oh, big time. Yeah, big time.
Another shot. That's what we call rockets here. Downhill sand whoops. Probably a section about 2-3 miles long, and like you said, it's one of those you grab the steering wheel extra tight when you're going through that section.
You know, Jimmy, I don't know how about you. I'm not a big fan of racing downhill. I like racing uphill.
Flat or uphill, I'm good with. Racing downhill, it gets to be a little bit sketchy.
It does.
Especially when you're down in Baja and there's cliffs on sides and things like that. It's.
Or you know what's happened to me a couple of times is we end up going down so fast, it's so rough. Have you ever had your eyes just blur where you can't?
We got some. We got some drama.
This is embarrassing.
That's not where you want to be parked.
Yeah, that's Dave Taylor. Now, Dave Taylor's been having an absolutely fantastic race up until this point. He was well up into the top 5. So this is unlucky. It looks like he's got high centered there.
Yeah.
It just came in a little hot.
The track crew will get him set and pulled off and get him back going again.
Oh, Sourapas gets around.
Came in.
So talk to us about that. If he's recovered by the course marshals and set back on track, does he get penalised, or does he just make the time that he loses?
Yeah, it's no penalty. It's just a mistake he made, and we try and get him back on track and going as quickly as possible. There's no outside assistance, so in other words, his chase crew can't come in and help him.
Do it.
But course workers and other racers can stop and help.
Okay, well, we keep watching the action here. Let's just have a quick rundown through the first lap times. We had Harley Letner running through with a 1:36.26, and it was Carl Jurgensen with a 1:38.56. Rob MacCachren has come through with a 1:40.06, currently in third. And earlier on today, Tiffany Stone caught up with Rob Mack before the start of this race. So let's see what he had to say to Tiffany.
Hanging out with Rob Mack down here. Rob, it's always great to talk to you. So many things. Obviously, you're a huge focal point out here in the off-road community. We love seeing you at the Legends dinner a few days ago. We're racing into the night. You said, Tiffany, that's going to be a little difficult. Explain why you feel that's going to be difficult and how crazy this course is this year.
Yeah, the course, normally we race 3 laps. This year it's 4 laps for a total of 428 miles. It looks like the start's going to be delayed a little bit, which means we'll be racing more into the night than expected. I like it. I don't really care. I mean, it'd be nice to get it more done in the day, but the night adds more elements, and we're good at night. I feel I'm better actually in the night than the day. So, we're all for it. It's all what they deal you, and we're here. This is the desert. I was, born in Las Vegas, and I love this desert. I raced here a lot, so I know the ground really, really well. So I think we've got a great chance of repeating our 2017 victory, and we want nothing more to put our sponsors, Makita, BF Goodrich Tires, Vision Wheel, Casey Lights, Spot Shocks, all those people on the podium, top of the podium. So I think we've got a good shot.
Going off of that, there's many different difficult spots out there. Chokers, thumpers, obviously got the Fox Proving Ground. How do you feel about what's going to be the most difficult part?
Really, for me, it's all about racing myself, keeping smart, making sure not to push too hard and keep the truck under myself and, not getting flat tires. So BF Goodrich has been awesome. We've done a lot of testing with them, Fox Shocks as well. So I think my truck's really in a good spot right now.
As somebody who's won the Mint 400 before, what do you think is going to be the main key determining factor of the overall winner today?
It's really having no problems, being clean, not having any issues, no flat tires, and just keep moving all day. And I think that's what it takes to win.
Well, here you guys have heard it. Rob Mack, best of luck to you. He says it's going to be calm. You need to stay clean and have no problems is what's going to win the Mint 400. Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Tiffany Stone, talking to the legend that, of course, that is Rob Mack. And speaking of legends, look at this. This is Bryce Menzies in that Mason four-wheel drive car heading back out into the desert to start his second lap.
Yeah, and talking about the difference, defending champ is in the Jimco, and realize he's the only man to ever win this race 3 times. So that's a proven chassis if I've ever heard of one. Justin Lofton.
Well, let me ask you this, Matt. This race is different than every year past because Mint 400 this year, I know it was a big deal. You guys went independent. And so to me, that makes this race even more of a Super Bowl because you don't have to worry about points championships. You don't have to worry about any of that. It's coming in here and it's absolutely trying to deliver and win the big one. And you don't have to worry about anything for the rest of the year. It's solely focused on this race and taking home the victory. I mean, I think it's bringing the competition level up even a couple of more notches because they don't have to worry about anything else. It's a winner-break scenario.
Oh, absolutely. That's the idea. And then, you have to factor in that our course is very special. Not just historically special, but what's out there is everything. You're going to go through everything. You're going to go through silt, rocks, whoops, sand,
velocity,
dry lake beds, everything. So it's got a lot in this 108-mile lap. And there's really not in many places to rest. Those dry lake beds, you get to breathe a little bit, but they're over.
Yeah, you know your hands a little.
Yeah, so this is really the place to prove, your equipment, to prove your skills. And, the best of the best are here. If somebody's sitting out of it, frankly, I think they're just afraid.
Well,
there we go.
Shots fired.
I was going to say gauntlet down.
Well, it is, and you know what you're describing there, Matt.
I was going to get further with it. I was going to start sending guys purses and saying, "Here's your Mint 400 purse for sitting out." And I don't mean a money purse.
But you know what you're talking about. There's really no easy way to go through this. You have to focus, concentrate. It's a mental deal.
Yep.
That's what makes the halfway through the third lap to the finish the jeopardy zone, because you're tired. Your brain is worn out.
Absolutely. I want to point this out. If you can look at what Bryce's truck is doing, the front wheels are spinning, pulling the truck.
Oh,
that was
a big
hit.
G out there.
That was a big G out.
Yeah.
That's the one where they're sitting on the radios at the moment and they're saying, "Hey, you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. How's the car feel?"
That's what we call a pucker moment.
You know, Neil Mason and his family, his brother and his father, built these vehicles and have done a lot of remarkable things. They're running portal hubs to get a little bit more wheel travel. They custom built those. They custom built the front diff. They custom built the transmission. This one's running an X-Trax transmission, but man, the work that goes into these vehicles is absolutely remarkable. And they've even done some things that I found a little bit strange. You know, we use a lot of chromoly steel. That's the toughest stuff we know, right?
Right.
But they figured out that they could lighten this truck up by using some aluminum, some aircraft aluminum in certain parts. And when I look at it, I go, that's going to break. But somehow it doesn't, you know?
Yeah, it's worth noting they're using billet machined. I think it'll probably be a 70725 rear trailing arm.
Yes.
That's fully machined out, and but it's using careful design, using computer-aided design to make it strong, and using the technology that we actually have available, and that's what makes this new breed of car totally remarkable.
Look at that. The acceleration of this vehicle, 0 to 60, is absolutely incredible. And like you were saying earlier, Bob, you know, the stuff above 60, it's not that much of the race. So, you know, that 0 to 60 is just incredible in these vehicles.
But it's also having the ability to be able to stop and control these vehicles fast. Bryce Menzies is running the Alcon brakes in there, and they are absolutely humongous. But you need that kind of control to be able to drag these vehicles, and these vehicles are over 5,000 pounds.
I mean, look at this car eat, you know? I mean, that's incredible.
Well, you know, and that's, you're talking about the brakes. I think for the longest time it was shocks got bigger, tires got bigger. All the technology was in things like that. We got more horsepower. You know, all-wheel drive came in and things like that. But I think braking is going to be the next big thing.
Okay,
anatomy got bigger too, Jimmy.
But as we keep getting the action here at the 2020 BF Goodrich Tires Mid 400, we're going to cut out to a short commercial break, and we'll be back with the action very soon.
Hey guys, I'm Jesse Heisey, crew chief of the number 7 trophy truck. We have an all-wheel drive, fully custom-built tube chassis built by the Huseman brothers in California. We have a 525 cubic inch Chevy big block. It's about 1,000 horsepower.
We kind of got the idea from a Polaris RZR because it has 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive. And the first time I drove one down in Mexico, I put it in 4-wheel drive, and I'm like, if I had a race truck like this, it would be insane. And that's when we started developing and building this thing, and it's taken 2 years. People always ask me, what does it compare to the 2-wheel drive? And I'm like, there's nothing to compare. Honestly, it's that much better everywhere.
Our front suspension, we run Fox shocks, 16-inch bypass and a 12-inch coilover, which gives us 23 inches of front wheel travel, which is just as much, if not more, than some of the 2-wheel drive trucks out there, which is pretty crazy to think when we run a whole 4-wheel drive system with moving CV parts. The rear Fox shocks are an 18-inch bypass and a 16-inch coilover, which gives us about 30 inches of rear wheel travel. We carry 2 spare tires with us. Oren can get out at any time and change them with the quick jack system we have. Our fueling system, with the chase trucks, we can push in 3 gallons a second, and we can fuel all 120 gallons within 50 seconds. The brakes, we run Brembo 6-piston. They're the largest brake caliper that basically anybody runs on any trophy truck. Our wheels are custom-built KMC with almost 0 offset. That makes us be able to run the largest brake caliper, largest brake rotor, and in the front it also gives us the ability to run the widest axles possible. On Bryce's side, he has paddle shifters, to shift. It's all electric over air actuated shift solenoids. Behind the grill, we run two 40-inch Baja Designs light bars. Most racers are fixed, but ours are remotely controlled by actuator by Bryce's steering wheel, so he can move them up and down during the race to make him feel more comfortable doing 120 miles an hour at night. Oren has full visibility of everything computerized on the truck, and if there's anything wrong, the alarm lights will light up, notifying him if there's a tire going flat, tire temperature's too high, low oil pressure. Anything that's a warning sign will pop up. Our Huseman-built all-wheel drive trophy truck was designed to push the limits of the trophy truck class. With everybody's help and ideas, we handcrafted every piece on it and built one of the fastest trucks out there.
So in our sport, the biggest thing is making sure you align with partners and people that are going to get you to the finish line. Partners like AMSOIL, we race our truck out in the desert, or Baja where it's 120 degrees. And you have to trust that that oil is going to work at those temperatures. Every time I get to go drive this thing, I have a smile on my face. With 6-speed paddle shifts, I feel like a little kid in like a Ferrari or something playing a video game. So this vehicle is the ultimate dream vehicle to drive, and I can't wait to see what the future holds for these trucks.
Okay, and welcome back. Okay, and welcome back to the 2020 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400 here in Las Vegas, Nevada. It's been an awesome day of racing. We've been with the unlimited class vehicles today, the big guns. These are the guys packing over 1,000 horsepower, nearly 36 inches of wheel travel, 40-inch tires, and unbelievable speeds. And that there in our viewfinder at the moment is Bryce Menzies in the Mason four-wheel drive truck. Just look at the way this vehicle eats the ground.
Just dancing across the desert right now. That thing is just eating dirt and chasing down one Harley Letner, who is out front having a phenomenal run. Bryce having some troubles earlier on in the day. They've been able to fight through there here into lap 2 and in the hunt for that overall victory. Let's get a shot here of chokers. Those all-wheel drive trucks, just absolutely amazing to watch.
Yeah, so I was walking around earlier. I just found one of my friends here and I asked him to come in. Jake Busey.
Yeah. This is the phenomenal, this is the big one. This is the Great American Race. It's so great to be here. Thank you for bringing me. These guys are incredible. I met Harley the other night, actually, with you, and man, the qualifying that he did was so incredibly exciting. Everybody's been replaying that clip, and to be here and to watch the start, this is a big one, and it was
pretty easy to talk you into it. It was like one text message, and it was hell yeah. Fortunately, you're an off-roader. Tell people about, you've built a couple trucks, you've done a lot of pre-running, a little bit of racing.
Yeah. Well, back when I was 16, 1987, my first car was a 79 F100 that it went from being just a regular truck to then having a full cage, and I was pitting for a guy named Timmy Lee Pruitt in a Class 4 truck, and I met one of your friends, Jason Markham, and off-roading has been a part of my life ever since. Had another truck, rolled that one, of course, on the way back from the Gold Coast 300.
Nice.
And I had, in high school, required reading in this one class was Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Hunter S. Thompson going to cover the race.
Absolutely.
And so I'm reading that and at the race at that time. And I rolled the truck on the way home, and then had Rick Holmes out in Hemet build me another truck. And no, I've been with it ever since. Now I got myself a Raptor that's all done up, and I'm working with HM Racing, and we're going to get a little program going, and I'm just stoked, man. This is it.
What caught my attention out of that whole thing was when you mentioned Timmy Lee Pruitt, because he helped my dad build one of his Class 8 trucks. You want to talk about a guy that was a legendary fabricator. Not a lot of people today probably recognize that name, but anybody from that era, man, that guy, he's at the top of the list.
Yeah, Timmy Lee, what a name and what a guy, and he had a great team. And then as it winds up, I wound up getting on with Three Donkeys Racing, a Class 1 team, a couple of years ago, and I hadn't seen Jeff Maurer in a long time. He was on Timmy Lee's team. He was one of the head mechanics. And there's Jeff on this team, so I got to spend a lot of time with him recently. The great thing about this sport, it's a family sport. It brings everybody together, and it's a small world.
Totally. I mean, that's what it's all about, and I'm super stoked you were able to make it out. We had some drinks the other night. That was awesome.
Yeah, that was a great party, man. Eagles of Death Metal they had here.
Yeah.
Phenomenal. Great choice.
Yeah, it was really cool seeing. I mean, they're one of my favorite bands, and then, of course, the lead singer of the band actually raced and finished about 1 o'clock in the morning.
Did he really?
Yeah, Jesse Hughes.
Oh,
and
that's great.
He was so stoked. He got to the finish line and he was exhausted. And I go, what do you think? And he goes, can I do another lap? You know?
That's the perfect response. Yeah, I was asleep at that time.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's so great. This course is not an easy course. These guys are really tearing it up. It's I can't believe how quick Harley's first lap was. He came through, nobody near him. He's way out in front.
It's crazy, but it's really cool again seeing the evolution of this and you know, just Harley's fast.
Yeah, what I like about seeing this race is we got a big grandstands here. A lot of people have showed up. A lot of big programs, a lot of big names out here. Rob Mack with we got the camera in the truck as usual, which has been always great.
Well, we're trying to step it up. Maybe we need to get you in a car next year.
Oh, I'll be in a car next year. Let's make this happen.
Sounds like a plan.
You know? Yeah. Will you see me in a 6100 probably next year with HM?
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, that's the dream. Yeah, I want to get a 6100 together. I think I could handle that horsepower. I think I can handle that truck.
I think so.
Not too much different than the Ford that I have now.
Right.
Maybe a little more capable.
Yeah, slightly. We're back in car with Rob Mack, and you could see him really putting the speed down.
When is he not?
Yeah, but he's just in the zone, isn't he? One hand on the steering wheel like he's driving to the mall.
Yeah.
Well, like you said earlier, that truck is set up for him to be able to drive just with, one hand on the wheel and it's crazy how dialed in that truck is.
That's some good engineering. These guys know what they're doing. I mean, if you think about all the hours that Rob has behind the wheel, like hundreds of thousands of race hours.
Absolutely. We're back in the with the Honda truck.
Yeah, with Jeff Proctor there.
Ridgeline.
That's right.
This guy, you talk about this division, he's the guy to beat, right? He's, at this point in time, he's the guy that's there that, he's got the target on his back as far as I'm concerned.
Well, a funny story about him is, he's been petitioning us to allow him to race that vehicle in 6100, and it's not quite a 6100, but he wants to race in a deeper class, which I respect. Okay. Who do we got there? Okay, the Tosh truck. Yep. And that's another Herbst-built truck, 6100.
They've got a lot of trucks out there now. You start looking down through 6100 and in Baja truck and obviously Unlimited truck. And Matt, what do you think? They got 6-8 trucks in the field, maybe?
Yeah, the Herbst Smith, the whole program is really phenomenal, and they built some great vehicles, including the vehicle that Harley's in.
Yeah.
And we were talking about engines earlier, and they're running that Joe Gibbs. Big block, and it's an 8-stack, so that thing puts out unbelievable horsepower.
Wow.
They've had a few problems with the rear gear living, and they've moved up to a 12-inch rear gear to accommodate it, so I think they're going to be fine. Obviously, we saw how Harley qualified.
Yeah.
It didn't really have any problems other than his hood flying off, right? Which probably slowed him down a little bit, but still, well-built vehicles. I think they're going to do very well here.
Yeah, you can't do much about the glass coming off. That's just, one angry bush.
Makes you wonder. He started the race, and he started the race with a hood, and then obviously about a few miles in, it was gone. And you wonder if they started and just didn't have any hood pins on it on purpose, hoping it just blew off right away.
A little more cooling that way.
That would be a technique. That would definitely be a technique.
I'll tell you what, I would like to have the opportunity to drive a 800, 900 horsepower vehicle. That would just be incredible.
I've driven a few, and I actually just recently rode with Christian, in the Sourapas truck, and with that new Mason transmission on it. They were just standing on the gas, shifting. It was incredible. Normally for the people out there who don't know, we're putting down so much horsepower and there's so much torque. A lot of the transmissions, what they do is they have to cut the engine power to shift in between gears. Right. Otherwise, we just blow it to pieces, right?
Yeah.
So the Mason, and I don't know all the technical details, but I know that there's a series of clutch packs in there that allow it to shift immediately into gear. And so you don't have to cut the engine power. You can just stay in the gas. And if you don't have to cut the engine power, you can keep those wheels moving. You're faster, and especially with four-wheel drive.
Yeah, well, I can tell you, the Ford that I have is somewhere around 600 horsepower at the flywheel. It's like 490 at the back wheel. I put 39-inch tires on it, and I'm feeling the clutch packs are getting a little soft from hard shifts and standing on the gas and just go, 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 go. But thankfully, Ford has that little setting. You just put it on the M, and it knows that you're going to do the hard shifts, but you can't get around the fact that you're going to mess with those plates. And that's only 600 horsepower. So these 900 horsepower trucks, I can imagine you're going to go through those transmissions real fast.
Look at this. We got a little
Look
up
at
tap.
this. Look at that. Like the old days, man. Run up upon him and smack him. Get out of my way.
Refusing to get over. Are we going to get another hit?
He's obviously from
No, he
Los
pulled
Angeles,
over.
this guy. He's not pulling off to the side.
But he's made the pass now, and he's out into clear air.
We're looking at Justin Davis there, right in the 10 car, and man, he's fast. He's won a lot of races.
He has in Class 1, in Unlimited Truck. I think in Class 5, maybe. I mean, he's...
Well, and he's also a part of my favorite street gang in off-road, the Checkers, right?
Yeah.
Some people compare him to the Hells Angels, but they're a lot nicer than that.
No, Checkers is definitely a good time.
Yeah. Now, and they're here racing. They're fielding about 4 vehicles. And one of the traditions that we have with the Mint 400 is we actually gift them an entry every year. It's a way of us showing our respect for all that they do for off-road racing.
Yeah, they pitted my car yesterday for me, and yeah, just a phenomenal group of guys.
Householder coming in here.
And everybody who gets a new PCI radio gets a Checkers channel already put into it.
Perfect.
As we watch Terry Householder here making his way through the infield to complete his first lap, we're going to cut out to a highlight reel from the best parts of this last hour. It's very simple. We'll see you soon back here at the B of Goodrich Mint 400.
out here from Warfighter Made, and we are getting super excited for the Mint 400's Military Challenge. We got 3 vehicles that we're going to enter in, with our focus of effort being this Polaris RZR that belongs to combat wounded double leg amputee Tim Hull, and he's got 2 other combat wounded amputees racing with him. We also have our vintage military light strike vehicle known as Flyer 22, and it's going to be competing in the military class, actually against its grandson, the Flyer GMV. We're also entering a Humvee that will be out there supporting all the competitors in the military challenge. So we need your help by going to the mint400.com and donating to the military challenge.
And welcome back to the 2020 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400 here in Las Vegas. It's been an awesome day of racing so far, but we have barely started. We are barely scratching the surface of this 428-mile race. I can tell you now that currently our lead vehicle is Kevin Thompson's Concrete Motorsports car with Harley Letner driving, who posted a 1 hour, 36 minutes and 26 second first lap. In second position is Kyle Jurgensen with a 1:38.56, and in third position is the legend himself, Rob MacCachren, with a 1:40.06. We've got so much more racing out here on course at the moment, and the guys are already well into their second lap and making their way round. Harley Letner currently is working his way around the top of the course and coming through the quarry section, which is great to see.
Yeah, and it looks like Harley's got about a 6-mile lead according to the tracker, you know, give or take a little bit, over Menzies. I mean, that's a big gap.
It is, but I'm looking at the scores for Menzies here, and let's not forget, Bryce has had to stop. He had gear shifter troubles earlier on. We can only guess as what that might have been, whether it's electrical, whether it's something to do with the air on that X-Track gearbox. Then we know that he's also had a flat tire as well. But he posted a 1:41, so that's only 5 minutes off Harley Letner's time with all those troubles. I mean, that shows you how hard that Bryce is pushing.
Yeah, Bryce definitely on the gas, and knowing Bryce, he's the type of guy who likes to actually be out front and lead. And so I think he would love to be able to get around Harley, because once he's out front, he can control the pace of the race. He knows how close they are behind him. He knows how hard he can push the truck. He can lay up a little bit. And, I know he said there, a few weeks ago at King of the Hammers, he loved being able to play that game with Andy chasing him. And, I think he's trying to get that scenario set up here, but Harley's just not playing ball with him. Harley's wanting to run away with this thing.
I'm amazed, frankly, at the lap time. That's got me standing straight up saying, holy moly, that is fast for this course, this place. Man, 107 miles in an hour.
Yeah, it's absolutely remarkable to see. Now, I'm just looking at the scores. We haven't come through here, but there's one guy who's missing off the list, and he's having transponder issues at the moment, and that's Luke McMillan.
Oh.
But I know for a fact that there's a massive battle going out there on track at the moment between Luke and Bryce Menzies. And at the last remote pit, Harley Letner had a 5-minute 50 overall lead as a physical lead over the next car coming through. So Harley is still laying down some unbelievable times.
Well, Jim, this could get complicated because the transponder isn't just the tracker that people talk about. So we just haven't lost sight of the guy. That's his scoring device.
It is his scoring device.
And he doesn't get scored.
Yeah, and the same with Ryan Osorio as well. We're not showing him on our tracking system. We're showing him on tracking, but we're not showing him on our transponder system. But don't panic, ladies and gentlemen. We have backup systems here. They'll be working those through. And as soon as we get the times up for these guys, we'll be letting you have them. That is for sure. But I'm just going to have a very quick look at our top 10 so far. In 10th position is Dave Taylor. In 9th position, again, this is provisional after lap 1 at this moment. As I say, we haven't got Luke McMillan in there at the present. So in 9th position is Eric Husted. In 8th is Dale Dundale. In 7th is Christian Sourapas. In 6th is Tim Hurst. In 5th is Bryce Menzies. In 4th is Ryan Pohlman. Then it's 3rd is Rob Mack. 2nd, Carl Jurgensen. And in 1st place, it's Harley Letner.
Arciero dropped out.
No, he hasn't dropped out. He's just not showing on our current positioning. So he's doing fine. And as soon as we have any data on him, I will bring it to you straight away.
Well, and we keep getting glimpses of Parkhouse here in his Class 1 car, and he's putting together a phenomenal race so far. And like we said earlier, I think he's definitely one that's going to factor into this overall, but we're already seeing him start to push really early on. And Cody just having a phenomenal run out here at the Mid-400.
And look there's a lack of traffic out there. I mean, he has clear air, and it looks like a not very dusty place. I'd say he's doing just fine. I'd love to have it like that for the rest of the day. What about you?
I would love to have that clear air, and I tell you what, that's hard to come by here at the Mid-400.
Yeah, it's harder than a win in the casino.
Now, we were speaking about Cody Parkhouse earlier and about how is he going to do against these brutal unlimited cars. And so I was looking at his time as he came in for his first lap, and Cody Parkhouse has posted a 1:59 for his first lap. So he's a little bit off the pace with those big unlimited cars. But earlier on today, after the action we had out on the track with Bryce Menzies, Tiffany caught up with one of Bryce's pit crew. So let's have a look and see what they had to say.
Thanks, guys. Hanging out down here at the main pit with Jesse, who works with Bryce Menzies' team. Jesse, obviously, we saw some carnage happening right at the beginning of the race. I obviously heard it. Walk us through a little bit what happened, the pit strategy right now, and what the pit crew is ready for.
We had a tough battle on the infield, but we came out of it. And second, we got a flat early in the race, like mile 25. It changed our pit strategy up a little bit. We kind of had to pit early, but hopefully it will be able to let us knock one off later. So we gain a couple minutes there, but just he's cruising right now, just trying to stay safe and keep the truck healthy and just keep going.
Going into today's race, we know that we've all added that extra lap. We've added 420 miles total for this race. Obviously, with the pit crew strategy, what do you think is going to be the team dynamic that makes it through the entire night?
I think the biggest thing is just saving the truck for the last lap, and if you can and just cruise that last lap and not have to pound through the rough, you're gonna come out of it good.
Well, best of luck to you. I know obviously Bryce didn't want to pit so early, change that tire, but I have a great feeling, and like what I was telling him, no matter what happens here at the Mid-400, he's definitely the top winner with having baby Carson out here.
Yes, thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you. Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Tiffany. There's a great insight there to the pit strategy that we were talking about. So they got a flat tyre earlier on. They're already talking about the fact they're going to change up their pit strategy for the rest of the race, drop one out later on, and it's these little things that can make big differences. How do you reckon this is going to play into his hands?
Well, I'm not sure we heard the straight skippy. Because, you know, he's saying, oh, everything's great. Oh, there it goes. That's not so good.
Wow.
They're not having a good day this
That was a scary shot there. Things can happen quick out here in desert racing, and that's proof in the pudding right there.
Nothing bad happens slowly, Jimmy. But back to that thing is that they're stretched now. They're a little bit, Menzies is a little bit on the ropes. They're having to adjust in their plan right off the first lap. That can have an impact that isn't positive also. So we'll be interested in seeing how how the maturity takes them through. He said they're laying out for 3 laps until the 4th, you know, to get going.
You know what, though? The best teams, it seems like, can change their plans on the fly. I know Rob MacCachren, I've watched him for years, and he's one of those where if he's got to pull into a pit with just a small problem, they'll put an extra dump can of fuel in the truck, even if it's out of sequence while they're there, because then they might be able to stretch their strategy an extra, you know, say 30, 40 miles or something like that. So I think the best teams, as we go on board with Rob MacCachren, they can shift on the fly. And Menzies, you want to talk about best teams, nobody's going to argue that Menzies Motorsports is at the top of the heap.
Yeah, we're just watching Michael Pyle here at the moment in the Baja Trucks class. Stationary in the pits at the moment, so it looks like he has some kind of problem to be working on.
There's Parkhouse again. Seen him dance across the desert.
There's just something so beautiful about open wheel race cars.
Yeah, if you were to say, talk about the classic Baja design, and it is really a Class 1 car.
You know, I have a pet peeve I'll tell you about. We call these things buggies. Man, is that a turn down? They are race machines. They're absolutely amazing what they're able to do. It doesn't seem like respect when you say buggy.
No, you know, I think it's a nod to the old, you know, Myers-Manx and things like that, right? You know, and I agree with you. You know, I see a Class 1 car and I see something that looks like a Formula 1 or an Indy car.
Absolutely, that does takeoffs and landings. Let them do that in Indianapolis.
You know, I was just going to say some of my most iconic, you know, Class 1 cars are the ones of yesteryear where they used to have the big IndyCar type wings on the back of the cars.
Yeah, Rolf Tiblin, remember him?
Yeah, so Cody Parkhouse currently lying in 2nd position in Class 1 at the moment. Chad Cummings leading up the standings. In 3rd it's Jerry Lay, and in 4th it's Jay Reihart. So it's great stuff here from Cody. Now, we saw some videos from Cody earlier this week. I mean, he had a terrible accident last year that's been well documented. So it's great to see him back in the driving seat and doing so well here, and you know he won't be settling for 2nd place. It's first or nothing here for Cody.
Yeah, and here's a section that we call thumpers. And there's 2 lines through here, and I got to tell you, I tried both lines yesterday, and not one is better than the other. But this is an interesting spot. This is wide open. Hold it on the floor as hard as you can. And these whoops are no short of 2-3 foot deep, and they see that car just dance across them. It is just absolutely amazing.
I love the shot where they showed us him going away from us. Can you see all those darker orange spots? That's where the race cars land, and the tires are spinning, and it digs a hole. Lap after lap, car after car, those holes get big.
This is one of those sections where you grab the steering wheel extra tight, and you are just you've got that white knuckle going on, because I got to tell you, there is something about this section right here that really tests both man and machine.
Is indeed, and I'm looking at the tracker now, just getting some track positions on people. It is still that man, Harley Letner, out in front in the Concrete Motorsarts car. Then behind him, it's Luke McMillan, Carl Jurgensen, and Bryce Menzies, tightly grouped. Then behind them, Ryan Osorio, and then it is Rob Mack. So we have got a massive lead group there who are fighting out and boxing out as we watch last year's champion, Justin Lofton, making his way into the Fox Proving Grounds. We saw Justin Blower there a moment ago, but this is Cody Parkhouse once again in the Class 1 car. First lap in 1:59, and there is Ryan Lacerio. He's doing a great job here. We haven't got scores for Ryan, but just as soon as we have, we'll give them to you. But he is in the lead pack in the top 5 and doing a great job.
Yeah, Ryan, he's one of those talents. He's been around the sport of off-road, family legacy. His dad just went into the Off-Road Hall of Fame this last year. Frank Butch Arcier, one of the factory Toyota drivers. Ryan's been around a long time. He's gone to Dakar and raced in Dakar. He's, he's tested Indy cars. He's raced NASCAR super trucks. I mean, he's a guy that's done a little bit of everything, but he has come back home to off-road, and he's found a way to make a career out of being a professional off-road racer. And I got to tell you, he's just a world-class talent.
Yeah, my hat's off to anyone who can do that. These guys are so talented.
Got our amazing camera crews flying around in the helicopters and getting this just beautiful footage we're able to deliver to you out here at the Mint 400. And it blows my mind every year how live stream technology and what we're able to bring to the fans at home is just continues to evolve, Jim.
It's incredible stuff. I mean, check this out. I mean, I'm just looking at my tracker now, and I can see that car 100, Dale Dondale, is actually slightly off track. I then have someone else texting me to tell me that Dale Dondale is sadly broken and is trying to limp his way back to main pit. So a tough break there for Dale Dondale.
And we talked about him earlier. He's a guy we know can go and he can deliver some of the best speeds in off-road, but
absolutely,
for one reason or another, he's never able to actually put it together for a full race.
Yeah, so I'm walking around the VIP tent, which is behind us here. Folks at home can't see, and I found another friend out in the audience, Yair Rodriguez. He got broken in last night. You actually completed a lap of the Mint yesterday in the 01 car. Tell us about your experience.
So it was amazing. I haven't stopped thinking about it. It's first time for me experience ever, and I never realized that it was so hard. Especially at night with low vision and a lot of dust coming to you and going really, really hard. Everything becomes really, really hard. But I have some experience before. I learned how to drive in dust, in switching the gears and stuff. So this is kind of normal for me, but
right.
I never did it like competing, so it was amazing.
Well, so you were part of the 01 celebrity car. So Brian T.C. Ortega raced with you.
Yep.
He drove, and then you guys switched off, right?
Yes, exactly. Brian got the first 80 miles, if I'm not wrong, and then I got the next part which was 40 miles, I think, 45 miles.
And what did you like better, driving or riding?
Driving, bro. I love driving. It's one of my passions.
Well, for the people that don't know, Yair is one of the best UFC fighters in the business, and just had a fantastic victory not too long ago. So I'm a big fan. I was really stoked to get you guys involved and introduce you to off-road racing. So I think Brian Ortega had a good time. I know Cowboy had a good time. We brought him on yesterday. He dropped a few F-bombs right away, and so we know he liked it. But so what do you think? You think you'll be back?
I think we'll be back. Like everybody will be back to this, after I think we're doing the BMF racing team.
That's it. So everybody, that's
BMF racing
that's
team.
Right.
I dig it.
BMF racing team, right?
Yeah.
That's super cool. And then Jesse Hughes from Eagles of Death Metal got in on the last lap and brought it in. It was really cool to see him at the finish line. As he crossed, I was like, "Hey, what'd you think?" And he's like, "Can I do another lap?" And I was like, "Nah, probably not a good idea." But it was really cool. You guys had a solid run. I don't know if the Cowboy told you, but you came in second in class.
Yeah, in second place, right? We ended up in second place.
Yep. So
that's amazing for first time. I'm super happy. We were rooting for the first one, but second is no.
Yeah.
no
So
bad.
we got some finisher medals for you guys and trophies, man. So second place trophies. So congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And hey, welcome to the Brotherhood of Off-Road Racing.
Thank you. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Jim, where are we at now?
Right, we're just back out on the track now, and we are just watching the action unfolding. We were just actually, while we were chatting to our guest here, this is Cody Parkhouse coming up through the Fox Proving Grounds, but we were looking on the tracker, and it looked like Carl Jurgensen and Bryce Menzies had come to a stop at the same time. So we're just trying to find out. It looks like they're actually moving again now, and I'll bring you more on that story. But it does look like Rob Mack might well have passed Bryce Menzies. So changes at the top here for definite. Currently looking at our tracker, in the physical position at the moment, it is Harley Letner in first position. In second position on track, it's Luke McMillan. Then in third position, it is Ryan Osorio. Then it looks like third, it could be Rob Mack, closely followed by Bryce Menzies.
Let's talk about Harley Letner a minute here, Jim. I mean, going in, all we talked about was this two-wheel drive versus all-wheel drive thing. And is Harley a sitting duck, this and that. We're, almost 2 full laps in here at the Mint 400, and Harley's out front, and he's not looking back. He's putting together a phenomenal run. You want to talk about the pressure, knowing the best in the business are behind you, hunting you down, and he is handling the pressure, and he's delivering under some of the most extreme circumstances in a truck that we thought would be at a disadvantage.
Yeah, but this is what we're forgetting here is this is Harley Letner, okay? This is a man that is just a machine when he's behind the wheel. We watched him in the short course here, and I talked about it earlier. We saw some guys who are doing great times at the moment, blowing it out, just not quite getting as tidy. Harley is wheel perfect absolutely everywhere. And when you're that kind of driver, and he can concentrate for long periods of time, he's in great physical shape as well. He's the man to beat out here without a shadow of a doubt. But he'll be changing driving duties very soon, probably with Kevin Thompson, and I wouldn't be surprised if he changed when they come into the next pit. Now, Kevin Thompson is also an amazing driver, so the Concrete Motorsports team are in a really strong position at the moment. But what's exciting me is Luke McMillan. Now, Luke, he won his first desert race with the T1 Desert Invitational last year at King of the Hammers. This year he came second behind Bryce Menzies, but he's putting together a fantastic race here, and he's pulling out a lead on our third place car, which is currently Ryan Osorio.
Well, and I think it's going to be interesting when, Harley is supposed to do that driver's change. We've seen it the Mint 400 in years past. I remember Andy McMillan took a win. He was driving with Steve Sourapas. Andy was supposed to do the first 2 laps. Steve was supposed to do the second 2. It was a heated battle, and Steve said, Andy, you stay in the truck, because they knew that extra minute and a half to do the driver swap would have probably cost them the victory. So Steve just bowed out. Andy stayed in. They ended up winning the overall. So I wonder if a situation like that may build where it's quicker to leave Harley in the truck, and Kevin, being the team owner, just says, no, Harley, you run with it, you know what I mean, and take it, because if they're close, they don't have that time.
Well, this is very true. And also, let's talk about the other facts. Kevin took a win yesterday in the 1450 class, so Kevin already has a trophy. So so if we look at it that way, it's oh, look at these shots here as we see the heli coming over the top.
That's an amazing shot right there.
This is why we love the BF Goodrich Mint 400.
And how about the weather conditions out here today? I mean, you couldn't get more pitch perfect weather for this.
Yeah, it's almost as if Josh.
Yeah, 70 degrees, 15-mile-an-hour breeze. Yep. Oh, man, just beautiful.
It's almost like that Josh and Matt Martelli have actually had a word with the big man and booked the weather just specially for today.
Yeah, I tell you what, they better give them a bonus or a tip after this one, because you can't ride anything better. Look at the ruts in the infield starting to form, and I know this infield's just such a small portion of the course, but it's going to be really easy when these unlimited drivers come in hot, to maybe hit, catch a rut, put it on its side. We've seen things like that. We saw one of the drivers kind of catch a rut and go up and over one of the berms and get high centered. So, this infield may come into play later on in this race as these ruts continue to get deeper and deeper in these corners.
Absolutely.
And just right there, we see that car over-rotate in the corner, caught a rut and over-rotated. Looks like he's taking it easy there. So go out on course to the warp zone.
Yeah, let's not forget, if you want to get up close and personal with this race, you can go to www.themint400.com/live, and you can find all the action there, live scoring, and also a tracker, so you can find your race heroes. You can go to the left-hand side, you can put the race number in, or the driver name, and you'll be able to find them out on course.
Those ruts are getting deep. We've still got another couple of laps of this.
Yeah, it's going to get worse and worse. I'm just looking now at my tracker. I can tell you our physical race leader is still Harley Letner. Then behind him is Luke McMillan, and then it's Bryce Menzies, closely followed by Carl Jurgensen.
Talk about McMillan. Here they are in that beautiful 4WP truck, making their way through Rockets. See the Buffalo Bills Casino in the background, big roller coaster there.
Indeed. And while you're watching the race, why don't you just drop onto dirtcode.com, pick yourself up some very cool Mint 400 merchandise. We've got t-shirts, we've got hoodies, we've got hats, you name it, whatever it is, it's cool because it's got the Mint 400 written all over it. And why wouldn't you want it? It is the biggest American off-road race. In fact, we say that. It's also worth saying about how international this race is as well. We've got drivers from 17 different countries, and another interesting fact for you here, we have 65 female drivers of record.
How
That's
amazing
awesome.
is that?
I think that's incredible.
And I think just off-road in general, there's been a lot of motorsports where there's been almost a glass ceiling. And off-road, we haven't seen that. Whether it be desert racing, whether it be short course, whether it be Ultra 4, we've got Bailey Campbell there that just continues to blow everybody's minds. But I really love the sport of off-road because it's really opened its arms to female competitors, and they can compete on the same level as the men. And and we've got some amazing ones like Sarah Price out here running an unlimited truck. I mean, just doing a phenomenal job.
Yeah, and while we're talking about Sarah Price here, I'm just going to have a quick look at the scoring and see where she came in. So Sarah Price is lying in around about 13th position overall currently. So she's doing a fantastic job. Let's not forget, this is her first unlimited truck race. And these things are monster. They're 1,000 horsepower, and they take a little bit of getting used to as we watch Bryce Menzies powering on through Rocket Zone.
Well, and talking about Sarah Price, she was one of those. She took and entered a UTV yesterday in the rally class just so she could do a little bit of homework for today. So she's had a good look at this course. And I know traditionally Sarah, when you look at her racing in Baja and things like that, she kind of lets the race come to her. She doesn't get shot out of a cannon early on. She'll sit back there a little bit, and she'll keep touch with the leaders, but she doesn't want to make a mistake. And then she saves her truck for the home stretch. So maybe she's putting together something like that where we see lap 3 and 4, Sarah really start applying pressure.
Absolutely. We've also got a fantastic little piece about Sarah's journey to the Mint 400. So let's just check this out.
When I was 8 years old and I first put my leg over a motorcycle, my goal was to turn professional. I become a factory racer. I medal in X Games. Our series is on TV. It's looking like there's a light at the end of the tunnel to really make a career out of this and a living. Then when they took out Women's Super X and X Games, there was kind of like, okay, makes it really difficult to be a professional athlete in a sport that there's so many circumstances of being able to get hurt and even die. I've had 3 shoulder reconstructions, like how many more can I take? My parents sat me down and they're like, you're not making money doing this, like we need to figure this out. I didn't know who I was as a person. I didn't know what I was gonna do in my life. I got up and I made the right moves, and I'm so grateful I did because a lot of people don't get out of that hole. And I started a business in the process of it. Starting a business and actually getting on my 2 feet, I was like, okay, like I want to go racing again, you know? Like I craved and I fiended for that adrenaline. I'm like addicted to it. So then I bought my first Polaris RZR and I started racing. I've done so many disciplines in the UTVs, from traveling to Africa, racing one of the toughest all-female sporting events, to short course, to rock crawling, to you name it, we probably did in a UTV. I had worked a lot and saved up a little bit of money, and I decided to put pretty much every penny I had in my savings towards racing the SST truck. I ended up going out there, honestly doing really good in the SSTs, and then I got a phone call from Clyde Stacy. He had watched me racing the Stadium Super Trucks, and he's like, I would love to see you in one of our trucks. So my first race was Lofton Desert Classic. We did a really good job, and then Clyde's like, hey, we're gonna make our little truck, the 6100, your designated truck. I had my first year last year racing it, and me and Erica, we put in a lot of work, and we proved that we're here to compete. Having BF Goodrich tires on your vehicle is such an advantage. You do not want to be on the side of the track changing a tire, because you will not win. That is something that I've chosen to align myself with a company like BF Goodrich because of that. They have the best product out there and nothing lines up next to it. Everything I do, I put 1,000,000% into, and that's exactly what we've done with the truck. Honestly, I felt like me and Erica, we were on point as driving, putting in the time, doing everything we possibly needed to do to be competitive and to be in the top spot. I want that win so bad because we've been so close, but we just haven't had it. And I know it's only been 1.5 years of the truck, but this is our year, I think.
This is my first ever Mint 400, and I didn't think I'd ever race the Mint 400. It's awesome. Like, they take over Vegas, and it's like, for once, off-road is the forefront.
So being a part of BF Goodrich is an incredible thing to be a part of their team because not only do you have the greatest racers of all time like Rod Mack or Abdali Lopez, you know, my whole team, RPM, we're part of BFG. When you go down to any race, if it's Baja or if it's at the Mint, you have the most support. I sacrifice a lot in my life for racing. There's a lot of times where I'm kind of like, damn, like how am I gonna do this? But it's a hard road being an athlete in a sport that you don't have funds to do. So it's awesome to see like companies actually come on board and help me pursue my dream and my passion to continue to do this. I want to go out there and compete. I'm a racer. I'm not just a female. I'm not just a pretty face. I'm out there to do well. When you put on that helmet, you're a racer, and be a racer.
Oil, the official oil of King of the Hammers.
And welcome back to the BF Goodrich Tyres Mint 400 here in Las Vegas. What a day of racing we're having here, Jim. This has been absolutely fantastic stuff. Our current race leader is still Harley Letner, who's more than halfway around his second lap, and lying in second position was Luke McMillan, but it looks like Luke McMillan might have actually even stopped on course, so we're wondering if maybe he's had a flat tyre. And then it's Bryce Menzies behind him physically in third position, and then just behind him is Ryan Osorio. So lots of racing still to come here this afternoon.
Yeah, it looks like almost a 10 mile lead. I'm looking each dot on your tracker. There's about a mile, so that's a big gap that Harley has put together there.
Well, the last time he came through pits, we were reckoning that he had something around about a 6-minute lead. And if you're correct there by the 10 miles, I mean, we're talking he's extended that by at least another 4 minutes.
Yeah, that's crazy, you know. And then it gets to the point where, you know, Harley can... Everybody's going to have to really push to catch up, and he can lay up a little bit, save the truck.
Yeah, you can do that, but we spoke about this yesterday. These trucks are designed to run at a race speed. When you start trying to back them down, you actually start hurting these trucks. They are absolutely there to be at a certain point, at a certain speed, at a certain time. So I never quite go with this whole thing about, oh, we're going to back down and save the truck. Has that ever worked out for anyone ever?
I think this early you're not. I think that's a lap 4 thing, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
If he's there at lap 4 and he's got, you know, 10, 15-minute lead, then you go, oh, maybe we'll run a 90%, you know, something like that. Check up for a big rock that maybe we try and, you know, pile drive when we're trying to push, something like that. But, you know, I'm looking, you know, we're not even halfway home here, and I'm looking how deep these whoops are in the Fox Proving Grounds going. By the time we do get to lap 4, not what's going to be left of the trucks, but what's going to be left of the course as well.
Yeah, it's a very good point. It's worth noting. Oh, look at this. This is the 4400 class. This is Sky Johnson here. And this vehicle, they've been working with Randy Rod at Jimmy's 4-wheel drive, putting this together.
Oh, look at that. Here we got Pete's Camp Racing here. This is Rafael Navarro.
Third generation,
and like we said, that family has done a lot for the sport of off-road. You know, they're in San Felipe, and you know, big part of the off-road community. It's great to see them out here at the Mint 400.
You know, Jimmy, when you're talking about that ladder of progression, ladder of learning, this is another great example of the family. Started 1,600 cars, and weren't allowed to go bigger until they understood what to do with a 1,600 car.
Well, as we're looking at our tracker now, our current race leader is still Harley Letner. But we've got 2 people down in the pits there. We've got Tiffany Stone, but we've also got Ryan Thomas down there. And Ryan Thomas is with someone at the moment talking tech. So let's see what Ryan's got for us.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Luis with truck 269, and we are standing in front of what's known as the Pressure Pro. Luis, can you tell us a little bit about what's going on here?
For sure, yeah. We have like 2 CO2 bulbs in here. We just pressurize the system, the whole system. We have 100 gallons of fuel in here. And then we have a main control valve here. So we just get the fuel real fast in the truck. So we can get the 100 gallons in less than 2 minutes in the car.
100 gallons in less than 2 minutes. That's pretty impressive. It becomes an integral part of the pit strategy here. Plays into when and where you pit. These things they're not very mobile, right?
We actually do it. We put in pickup trucks, and we can go like everywhere with it. You know, so that's how it works. So you want to win, you need these things.
Well, there you go. If you want to win, you need this thing. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Well, thank you very much, Ryan. Now, the fueling strategy is a massive part of this. We saw Bryce Menzies last year. He was able to come into the pit, put on 2 tyres and put in 60 gallons of fuel and be out of the pits again in 26 seconds. So we're going to be seeing those kind of pit stops coming in later. But let's just have a quick look here, our unlimited truck leaderboard.
Yeah, well, Harley Davidson. We're talking about the hooligan racing.
I was going to say, that was their day yesterday.
Harley Letner, you know, he's out front like we talked about. You know, he's got about a 10-mile lead at this point. I mean, Bob, 10-mile lead at the Mint 400. That's massive.
That's like luxury. But how fast can that 10 miles go to 0?
Yeah, it's worth also noting as we're just seeing looks like a tyre has had a bad day out in the office. Yeah. That's for sure. The one person that's missing off that leaderboard, and we think that it's because he has a transponder issue, is Luke McMillan. But as soon as we have more news about that, we will bring it to you. But tyre attrition is going to start to become a part of this race very soon. As they get more and more miles on these.
You know, and I think the midway point here, right around 200-ish miles, is going to be about 214 miles in when they come through the main pit. I think that's when a lot of these teams are going to elect to change tires, whether it be 2 tires or 4 tires. But the key part is, at the end of this second lap where the tires are worn out, they come through a rock garden into the finish, and those tires are a little bit more vulnerable. There's not a lot left to them. So there's a real chance where they could cut a tire in the last 10 miles of this second lap, trying to come into the finish before they actually get the opportunity to change the tires.
How many drivers do you suppose have been seduced by the idea, I can see the finish line, I can see the compound, I can see the pits?
Me right here, I've DNF'd 2 miles from the finish at the Mint 400. Trust me.
Doggone, Jimmy.
I've had that roller coaster mocking me for years.
Oh my gosh.
This is pretty cool. What we're looking at here is what Bob was talking about yesterday. This is the BF Goodrich Racing pit that we see there. And BF Goodrich offer pit support to any guys that are running their BF Goodrich tyres. And that's just been a very cool thing indeed.
Yeah, that's one thing, and Bob can attest to, especially like down in Baja. All of a sudden you come around a corner and here's this big BFG, rig out in the middle of nowhere in Mexico.
Looks like a darn city.
Looks like a city, and I think it's been an oasis for many drivers.
Well, it has, and I'm not fussy about telling you, how glad I am I've been able to be part of that. This off-road thing, if you know it's a cliche, yes, it is family. Doggone it, it is family. You take care of your folks. Let the desert decide who's going to win the race.
Another aerial shot from one of our helicopters, and just really puts it into perspective how vast this valley is we run in here.
Yeah.
It's the scale of it. We have to remember each lap is 107 miles. That means if you're sitting on a motorway doing 60 miles, or a highway interstate as you call them here, if you're sitting on one of those things with tarmac, at 60 miles an hour, that would take you 1 hour and 40 minutes to cover that distance.
Yeah.
That's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway, in the meantime, while we still carry on watching the racing, and car 46 there, making his way through the desert, our man Ryan's at it in the pits again, and he's got some more information for us.
Thanks, guys. I'm here in the pits with Rafael Navarro. We're longtime buddies here, my friend, huh?
We go back a few years.
Yeah. So your son is out here driving. We've been talking all day about how the Mint 400 and off-road racing in general is a family affair. You're a dad with your kid out on the racetrack. What's that feel like?
Oh, super proud, super excited about the fact that, this sport it started with me and our family. And then I kind of got my dad hooked reluctantly, but hooked nonetheless. And then he and I used to do this together. And now it's been really gratifying to see it kind of take root with my son and watch him do his thing and have success with it.
And he has had some success, hasn't he?
I think so. We've, he's brought home a couple more championships than I have, and one overall score championship that we're super proud about. And all that while maintaining, his studies, which was a deal he made with me early on, and he's lived up to it, so we're living up to it too.
Well, how are things going today at the 2020 Mint 400?
Everything going according to plan. He wanted to take care of the truck. He knows it's a long show, especially now with 4 laps, and right now we're just maintaining, taking care of things, and holding position. That's where we are.
I didn't get a chance to look at your wrist, but do you have a wristband on?
I'm banded. Bar for the course. I'm ready to get in if I need to.
So it's just if I need to, there's no plans for you to get in the driver's seat?
No, I mean, not really. I'd like to see him get a monkey off his back. We've been carrying about a 200-pound gorilla since we transitioned our program for buggies into trucks, and it's just been funny little weird stuff that has come up and nipped us. And I want him to, just for the confidence, just to go out and nail it and bring it home.
Who do you consider the main competition in your class?
Well, I mean, there's so many guys that are tough. I mean, at the end of the day, that's why we run this category, right? It's because you've got so many drivers that, you've got paid guns, you've got guys that are just kind of growing their way up into the sport. And, anyone can have a good day and run hard and bring it home. It's just that tight. So you're watching everybody, really.
I think I hear them calling for you. You need to get back to work. I'm gonna turn you free and let you go back to work. Thanks for talking with us, Rafael.
Right on. Thanks, Ryan. Great to see you guys, and we love being out here. Thank you.
All right, we're gonna send back up to you guys in the booth, live from the pits.
Thank you very much, Ryan. He's getting some fantastic stories for us there as we just cut back now to the BF Goodrich Racing pit. And it's so many stories about what's going on in these during these race pits and with every single team that's out there racing. But a man who knows an awful lot. A man that knows an awful lot about racing is a guy who's going to be joining us now in the office. There's Marty Fiocca. How you doing, Marty?
Pleasure to be up here with all you guys. Yeah, we're in the office. I like this office. I like it better than my office, actually.
Off-Road Hall of Famer Marty Fiocca.
Off-Road Hall of Famer, fortunate enough to be here and, doing some work this weekend, talking about telling stories. Doing some work here for Racer Magazine and Racer.com, and, they've embraced the off-road culture, and it's nice to see some stories I'm doing next to the Formula One stories, next to NASCAR stories, Daytona, whatever it is, and it's been wonderful. I love giving the voice to the sport a little bit on that kind of platform and raising it up so that it's as important as a Formula One story, and it's been great.
Well, this is the Formula One of off-road motorsport. Let's be absolutely clear about that. I mean, some of these cars out here, we keep talking about Bryce Menzies cars, but many of these cars out here have the same kind of data logging capabilities as a Formula One race car. So these guys are going to be out there, and their pit crews are actually be able to log into their cars remotely and see what their engines and their transmissions are actually doing from vast distances. And I find that incredible.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going on, just finding, talking about now the engine tuning going on with the Motec systems and trying to find the right balance for traction control, which is that word nobody wanted to use before, but there's traction control going on. The shock testing that they're using, all the shock sensors is helping a lot. There's electronically controlled shocks coming. There's all kinds of stuff that are going on.
Well, let's talk about Rob Mack. Rob Mack, I think it was last year, was actually working with Fox on actually being able to adjust their suspension from inside the car while they're on the fly. So it's lots of technology that's coming through this sport, and this is what unlimited racing does for our sport. It allows you to push the envelope, and we spoke about this yesterday. Two things that really drive innovation: racing and, sadly, war.
Yeah, that's a fact, and this is a war.
This is war.
I mean, it's a 4-lap war, but it is. You have to mobilize everything you've got. Everybody's got to be a team. You got to be able to have people work and do exactly what they're supposed to do without being supervised to do it. This is not an easy thing. It isn't just those two humans in that race car.
This is very true indeed. So, Marty, how many times have you been to the Mint 400?
Been or raced? That's probably my 30th year coming here, I would say. First time was probably 87, and raced about 4 of them. I enjoyed racing Baja more. Something about this, it's funny, I was talking to Justin Lofton yesterday before the race. He said, this valley, this place, these mountains speak to me, these rocks speak to me. This is what I feel very comfortable in. For me, it was the opposite. I always didn't like this terrain. I broke my back here one year in a crash. But Baja, on the hand, is like my background and what I enjoy. So it was interesting. This terrain is something else. You have to be, it's technical and rough and different than Baja is by far.
Yeah, indeed. And there's so much history here, and it's wonderful to see how the Martelli brothers are embracing that history and bringing it up into the modern day.
It's funny you mention that, because I think the history, is, if you think of the Mint 400, and Bob, you've been here when that happened too, you think of the days when, continuously, there was one year they brought a tank into tech, like a full-blown army tank, which was amazing, so.
Oh no, Rob Mack has stopped.
Yeah, this is looking like Rob Mack there. That looks like an airline we can see in the front of the cab, maybe.
Signaling to his co-driver something.
To plug in your pumper. Oh, Rob.
No, look at you.
He forgot something.
It's the face palm with Rob Mack. That is not good.
No, something's happened.
Oh, look at that. He's got a cord in his hands. What's that he's holding?
That looks like an airline to me.
Did he not disconnect the impact wrench, maybe? I don't know. Because he was making his hand signal like this, like it was disconnecting something.
Well, I'm not sure I even want to ask Rob what happened.
I wouldn't either.
Let's not forget, these are live shots coming in from our course at the moment, and we're very privileged to be seeing this. This is not the normal stuff that you'd get to see in an off-road race, but this is actually what happens. And you'll see him, he won't come up to full race speed yet, he'll be just waiting. But it's also telling that Rob hasn't put his visor back down yet either.
He's off the course there.
Yeah.
You saw the car go by to the left.
Yeah, one of the Herbst truck just went by him.
Yeah.
It's interesting you talk about technology. Who would have thought 30 years ago or 10 years ago we'd have live in-car cameras like this that are live? Amazing.
Yeah, his co-driver looks like struggling to get his seatbelts on.
He's struggling with something.
I'll tell you, it's not easy to do that. I had a flat change with Robbie Gordon up in Dyer, California. And it's amazing to me how fast a race driver can get back into a truck, strapped down, ready to go, and you haven't even found your belts yet.
He's taking the line now from Rob.
And that's one of the Herbst cars there.
Yeah, we haven't talked a lot about them today on track, but it looks like they're just clicking off miles, having a pretty strong run.
Yeah, they are indeed. I'm just looking for them on the tracker at the moment.
It looks like he's got one belt on. Looks like Rob, he's running those impact cam lock harnesses, which make it a little bit easier to get him on because you can do your laps and then your shoulders later.
And it's so hard as a driver because when your co-driver gets back in, it's like, I got to keep going, but how fast can I go with my co-driver not strapped all the way in? That's a difficult time to be, for sure.
Well, the first thing you want to do when you're in that situation, because I've been in, like I said, with Robbie, and he took off. He didn't wait for anything. First thing you go into triage. First thing I think I'm doing, I do that net so that as I bounce around, at least I stay inside.
Yeah,
good point.
This is a shot of pit A here.
This is pit A. Just looking there on the track, I can see that Tim Hurst is currently lying in physical 6th position. So we'll keep an eye on that story as it unfolds.
A little bit of a sleeper as this race plays out, maybe?
Absolutely. I don't think there's anything of a sleeper about Tim at all.
I mean, he started 14th.
Yeah.
That's moving.
Yeah, I think you're going to find that Tim Hurst is going to be up into our top 4 if he keeps up this kind of pace as he makes his way round into lap 2.
Now the Herps, they have done so much for this sport. I mean, we're right. You know, this sport has been one that's had a lot of peaks and valleys, and the Herps have always been that family that even in the valleys, they invested money into the sport, whether it be sponsoring races or continue to elevate their programs to help keep the sport going. And I think that's important to note that not only do they race, but they've given a lot to the sport.
Things that we don't even know about. That's grace, as far as I'm concerned.
And one of the things that's interesting too with the Herps is they have Pat Dean as one of the drivers too. And you talk about the guys who run this valley. I mean, you know, the Dean family has been involved with this sport for a long time, and Pat's father has been involved for a long time, and you know, in prepping cars and doing stuff, and they know that every inch of this valley for sure. Pat loves this place.
And Pat, you want to talk about a ringer as far as I'm concerned. That guy, there is not one person in off-road. You know, he might not be the social media celebrity, you know what I mean, that you see a lot of nowadays. Anybody that knows off-road knows Pat Dean. That guy is money.
He is. I mean, his father was Butch Dean and owns Butch's Speed Shop here in town, which is the place to get off-road parts. And Butch was the guy in the 80s building 911 motors and doing all the things we used to have in the Class 1 cars. And yeah, like I said, they know every inch of this valley, and Pat is a ringer. He's definitely fast.
We come back now to what looks to be one of the Class 10 cars being followed by our helicopters.
It's coming up to the Fox Proving Grounds. Where are we?
Yeah, it does look like the Fox Proving Grounds. Well spotted there.
Boy, even these cars, you know, how much they've evolved too, you know, the last few years. You know, 6-speed transmissions now, you know, the way that the suspension technology is with these guys. And these used to be, you know, you could get new one for $80,000, $90,000. They're well past that now. And they're as fast as the Class 1 cars used to be. And there's just a little Ecotec motor in them, you know.
That Ecotec motor, which is the best part of it, is it lasts for a long, long time.
It's a really, you know, it's a really great, you know, a way to go for these things because you can get a motor for fairly inexpensive. But now, of course, the guys are tuning them, and they raise up, just like racing always is. But they're a proven package. They work. They put out a lot of horsepower, and of course, the best part about them now, they're fuel injected as well. So you get all the data off that. They're Motec, a lot of the Motec units now for these things. So they've raised up the technology and electronics in these cars too.
Well, just explain what Motec is to people who are watching at home, because the thing is, you sit there and go, oh, it's got Motec technology, but Motec technology is a solid state system that we can install into this car that allows us to interrogate separate items on the electrical function. So we can look at our fans, see what the amp draws on there. We can also then go back and study all the other data as well. So why is that important?
Well, first of all, the Motec system, Motec Group was actually the ones who really pushed forward this idea of electronic fuel injection and then all the sensor monitoring and all the things you can do. So now, you know, one of the most important things on a race team is having a guy who can actually we used to call them data acquisition geeks because these guys would sit there with the laptops, but they're the ones who can now go in after testing. You can download the chip even on the smallest little gauges, find all the temperature sensors, find all the readings. If you blow a motor, you can find out exactly what's happened, and it just allows you to kind of control more parts of the car. The other thing it does, it automatically turns on fans or turns off fans if you don't need them. Things that you don't have to manually do anymore, the computer does for you.
So you can preset those parameters as well. I know I had a friend racing in Baja last year, and he was actually able to check his fans before he came into the pits. So he had one fan pulling a high ampage, which is an obvious sign it's about to fail. They were able to change their fan out before actually put him out of the race later on. So it's clever technology.
And what it does, it also helps actually lower the cost of sport in some ways. Because in the old days, if you missed, if let's say your engine was getting hot or your transmission was getting hot, you had to look down the gauge and actually see that happening. Now you can either have an audio alarm, or at least a visual alarm, they'll start flashing. The co-driver can tell exactly what's going on right there, and they can change pages to that page and tell the temperature's going up and down. You can immediately get data online. The old days, you just saw a little light blinking or a gauge going over, and you didn't know what really was going on. That's also helped, because a lot of guys were saving transmissions, saving engines, because they're shutting off or going to limp mode, it's called, where it just limps, the motor is actually limping along and not damaging it, which is, really helps a lot of cost-wise. Cams.
So in a two-seat car, you've got the driver's brain, you got the co-driver's brain, and now you got the Motec brain. 3 brains in a car isn't a bad idea.
That's correct.
And the Motec brain's probably the smartest of the
That's a
three.
fact. That is a fact. It's got no emotion, and that's kind of what gets to the guys like us.
It doesn't get tired, it doesn't get thirsty, it doesn't have to go to the bathroom. It's all good.
Not even close.
Speaking of guys who doesn't get tired, we've got Ryan Thomas down in the pits right now, and he's got an interesting interview for us.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Dan McKenzie, and you got a funny accent. Where are you from?
Yeah, I'm from Queensland, Australia.
And you are about ready to climb into a race truck. You excited?
Yeah, super pumped. We've been waiting for this a fairly long time. We raced the UTVs last night. We finished 9th, had a few little dramas. Adam Lund's just about to bring my truck in now, and we just had a power steer leak. So the boys are going to fix that, and then we're going to jump on and push on and see what we can do.
Well, this is early in the race. Lap 1, we got 4 laps to go. How you feeling about your chances?
Oh, yeah, well, we're here to finish. No such thing as a DNF for us. We do everything we can to make sure that we finish. And, yeah, we're going to push on regardless. And obviously, yesterday it was quite rocky out there, so we did see the course. We know sections where we can push, and we know where we've got to reserve and pull back and preserve the car and make sure we keep the car alive.
So have you guys you said you had some power steering problems. Any ideas what caused that?
No idea yet. Yeah, at Pit B, the boys said that they've tightened a few of the power steering lines up, and apparently it's all fixed now, but my crew are over here ready to top up the fluid and make sure and give it a double check, and then that'll determine how fast we can push or how hard we can push for the rest of the race.
And are you going to be in the car for the rest of the race, or are you going to get out?
No, I'll be in for the rest, all the way to the finish, so I've got 3 laps to go.
I think I'm hearing some noise that maybe your truck's showing up here. We're going to step back and watch you get in your truck. Good luck.
Okay, thank you very much, and thanks for having us. So here's my truck here, and I've got to go. So cheers.
Have fun.
Thank you.
Fantastic. It just shows how international this Mint 400 really is. And we just got so much more action. Now, the lead cars are making their way back in to complete their second lap. But before we do so, we've got some sponsors that we need to thank. We need to thank Beach Grease, the official craft beer of the Mint 400. Beer of Goodrich Tyres, of course, our official sponsor and the tyre of choice for our champions. Then we all got the City Light Shine, the official craft spirit of the Mint 400. NGK Spark Plugs, a company that have been associated with the Mint 400 for so many years. Then we have Onyx as the official GPS, and let's not forget Fox Suspension. So thank you very much to all our partners that allow us to race here at the B of Goodrich Mint 400.
The shot there of that the quarry I was talking about earlier.
Yeah, the quarry section, we haven't seen much of it this year. It's actually, as a spectator, it's one of my favoured parts of the course, but as a driver, you're saying it's absolute hell. That is our leader, Harley Letner, making his way into complete his second lap.
Yeah, and it looks like Harley going to be pulling into the pits here. I would expect a full fuel dump and 2 rear tires, but we're going to have to see how this plays out.
Okay, then. Right, we don't know much about the Concrete Motorsports team as a pit crew team, so what sort of time are we going to be looking for here? 2 tires and all that fuel?
I would say sub 1 minute. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. Yeah.
I would say under a minute.
Well, we saw Bryce Menzies' team last year. 26 seconds was the fastest I recorded. Let's see if they can get close to that.
I would say if they've got to do 60, 70 gallons of fuel and 2 rear tires, I would say anything under a minute we would call pretty quick.
It's interesting you mentioned the Menzies team. I saw them at King of the Hammers, and what I hadn't seen them have before is they actually have the nitrogen bottle on their backs like an air tank, where they're using the air guns. Like instead of having airlines everywhere, that each mechanic had the air gun behind on his belt and had the tank on his back, and he's able to do it that way.
Well, this is an interesting point, because there was people up at King of the Hammers saying, well, why aren't they using electric rattle guns? Well, why are they using these CO2 powered guns? And this is because they are so much faster than the electric ones. Yep. And we're talking about tenths of a second here. So if you can save half a second on every single wheel stud, and that's what you're saving.
That's a ton.
Exactly. These guys are getting that car back out on track. And so these things are not cheap. One of these rattle guns that they're using, they are thousands of dollars against a few $100s. But that's what it takes to win these races.
Another interesting note we talked about earlier, but we're at the midway point of this race. Rumor is that, Kevin Thompson might be getting in that truck at the midway point. So we're going to have to see if Harley, because he's got such a big lead, if Kevin does jump in, or if Kevin gives him the nod and says, hey, just go on and let's see if you can wrap this thing up, Harley. So
that's gonna be a tough call, right?
Well, and I'd mentioned it. Remember a couple of years ago, Marty, Steve Sourapas and Andy McMillan were splitting driving. Andy was in the lead, and Steve bowed out and said, Andy, just take the thing, and I think that might have been the last year they ran 4 laps here.
Yeah, personal story here. We were leading Class 12 one year, and I was not sure I should get in. My partner had brought the car to the very front. We were leading by a comfortable margin. Made a decision to get in. Right away, I knew it was because it was, again, the wrong course, and that's the year I broke my back, and we gave up a lead and a win. So it's a tough call to make. You want to get in a race if you're a racer, but at the same time, you want to win, too.
I say they make the change. That would be my...
They do have a pretty big lead built up at this time, so I think it'll give Kevin a little bit of chance to get his bearings about him. I think that's the big thing, bringing in a fresh driver. Harley knows the track and things like that. I think with Kevin jumping in, it's going to take him a few miles to really get in sync.
Well, Kevin, yes, it will take him. I agree with that. But they ran this thing yesterday, so Kevin's pretty familiar. And listen, Kevin is a driver too.
Yeah.
Kevin's
he's
an
no
excellent
slouch.
driver. Yeah, we saw him racing at King of the Hammers this year.
Yeah.
And in fact, he had the first session this time, and they chose to leave Kevin in the car and Harley on the sidelines, which tells you everything you need to know.
Drones. Aren't drones awesome?
What a great shot. I was just thinking the same thing, Bob. It's like, wow, look at that. We would have... years ago, we would have died to seeing this, right? And in our wide world of sports, we would have saw one shot like this, and here we have it live. Thanks to the crew here at the Mint 400 doing a great job. The production team obviously clearly knows what they're doing, and so is this drone pilot, by the way.
Yeah, this is Chase Warren out of Phoenix, and this is right out of the quarry. You come out of the quarry, you hit this asphalt section, and you run it for about probably 2 or 3 miles, and it's actually the only spot on the entire course where you get a little bit of a breather.
No speed limit here, right?
No speed limit. This one you can go as fast as you can.
Okay, guys, this is it. This is Harley Letner now making his way into the short course and into the pitting area.
So we're expecting full fuel, 2 rear tires, and possibly a driver change.
Let's see what happens now. I can tell you now that Luke McMillan is going to be the second vehicle to come into town, closely followed by Bryce Menzies and Ryan Osorio. So lots of racing ahead of us yet.
And that could have been their strategy all along here, is to make sure Harley gave him a big enough lead where he could jump in and try to get clean air and get to the front and stay at the front. We'll see.
Here's Sarah Price in warp zone.
Yeah, we've got cameras down in the pits, and if there is any action there, you can be sure that we'll be cutting down to it and watching that live. As we watch Mitch Armstrong making his way through the Fox Proving Grounds. And those Fox Proving Grounds are looking seriously rough, aren't they?
And here we go. Here's a shot of Harley Letner, our current leader in the number 70 truck. It's a 25-mile-an-hour speed zone through there.
Which feels like you're parked when you get on it. It's like, I can't do this.
Yeah, but they're heavy penalties if you step over that time.
And you know that, too. That's the maddening part of it.
Has he just blown through the pits? He has. He's just blown through the pits by the looks of it. So it looks like our current race leader, Harley Letner, has not stopped.
But, you may have called it, Bob. Bob said, he goes, I think maybe they're going to be doing a different pit strategy than everybody else, maybe pitting at pit A or pit B. So,
depending on how that thing's feeling, I could see him going all the way to pit B. because that set him up to do the same thing. Oh, he could go to the finish line from there.
Yeah, wow. I'm not going to say anything about their strategy at this point because it's playing out to a T so far.
Yeah, so far they look smart.
Anytime you've got a lead like Harley's got built up at the Mint 400, here's that nasty whoop section we were talking about. Oh, they got connected there.
Yeah, I'll be darned.
Yeah, that's your worst nightmare. As
Things like
Harley
that are
crosses
scary.
the line.
You can cut a tire real quick on some body work or something like that.
My guess is the lead car didn't even see him there.
No, probably not. What's great is the aesthetics of this event, which is a Martelli Brothers kind of trademark, isn't it? He goes over the start-finish line, there's flames kind of at the top. Fantastic.
It's an extravaganza.
It is, and it's great for the fans and great for all the people that are here, Bob. There's lots of industry people here. I was milling about outside. They've done a great job of integrating everybody and getting everybody here out to the Nevada desert.
Okay, we're now getting a time for Harley Letner. His second lap was a 1:38.39. So fantastic stuff there, and only 2 minutes slower than his opening lap.
Wow.
How can you be that consistent over 107 miles? That is incredible, isn't it? But as we watch Justin Lofton there, we're getting news that our man in the pits has another interview for us. And I believe he's got David Kleiman down there, who rolled his vehicle earlier today. So let's find out what happened.
Thanks, guys. Ending your Mint 400 on lap 1 is definitely something that you do not want to do. And Dave, your face says that that's not what you wanted, but that's kind of what happened. Explain to me, walk us through what exactly happened on lap 1.
Yeah, lap 1, we actually did 2 pre-run laps yesterday and did the same turn, the same speed with a lot more success. And came into it a little hot today, and there was a little extra gravel on the road, and it just didn't catch, and it didn't work out. And unfortunately, that's 2 years in a row in that corner. We went the other direction last year and caught some rain, blew the turn as well, and so that's back-to-back. So used to be Josh Daniels' turn. I think it's mine now.
When we're talking about all the carnage that's happening, it's pretty much a testament of how rough this this course is this year. 428 miles, a lot of it is changing. Your drive style changes completely different based on the laps itself. Every lap is different. Really, what exactly has happened to the truck right now? How quickly is it going to be able to get fixed?
Yeah, the truck will be fixed. The damage is not that bad. It wasn't drivable, but we'll have it fixed pretty quickly. But I think what happens every year is we all love this race. I've had a lot of success, a lot of podiums here. So I think we all, drive for a win here versus a finish. So, and it's a good course. It'll eat you up. And this year was a great event. We can't wait to come back.
So you're pretty much telling me third time's going to be a charm next year, third corner, it's going to be the same thing, but you're going to have a handle on it pretty much.
Yeah, we're going to back off on that corner, I think, next year.
Well, you've heard it here. He's going to back off on that corner. But like I said, it's a true testament of how difficult this course is. Anything can happen. And like I said, when the sun goes down, that's when the real race is about to happen. Back up to you guys.
Okay. Fantastic stuff there. Thank you very much, Tiffany. And it just goes to show how hard this race is. You can't just turn up with all the guns and glory. You've got to actually put it down on the track. So it's a real tough break there for David Kleiman. But we've got exciting stuff. We're back out in the desert at the moment, but I can tell you that I'm watching the action as it unfolds inside the short course here. We've already seen our current race leader, Harley Letner, come through to complete his second lap. And coming in very soon will be Luke McMillan, Bryce Menzies, Carl Jurgensen, Ryan Arciero, and of course Luke McMillan. Now I'm just looking here on the tracker. I'm waiting for the tracker to ping because it looks like Luke McMillan might have got himself a flat tire making his way back in. Now this is what you were talking about here, Jim.
Yeah, the section coming in, we go around, they call it the Joshua Tree Highway, and it's a really technical part of the course, but as you come down into Prim, there's about a 5-mile stretch, and it's downhill, and it's all jagged rocks, and it's one of those areas where you can go 100 miles an hour, but you're also going over these just razor blade sharp rocks, so it's really easy to cut a tire. Like we had said, a lot of these trucks have 200 plus miles on their tires at this point, and it's really easy to cut one.
Of course, at 100 miles an hour, it's over quicker.
Yeah.
How long do you want it to last? I wonder if they're talking yet.
It's a Vision Wheel in-car camera with Rob MacCachren. Looks like they're back underway. They had some problems earlier, and they're We don't quite know what those problems were, but it looks like they're back up to speed now.
Well, I'm guessing that it's probably a flat tire, the way they were reacting. But look, they had an airline or something like that out in the car as well, so I'm not sure what that's about, whether they have to plug in an air jack or do something.
Anytime you see Rob MacCachren legitimately do a facepalm moment, you go, this isn't good.
No, you can almost read the co-driver's eyes. It's like, just he's still feeling whatever happened right there. Maybe it was his fault, maybe it was a mechanical problem. We don't know, but
it's like he's trying to move a little closer to the outside of that door. Let me get away from this guy.
Rob's elbow's getting a little wider.
Yeah,
exactly.
Poor guy. I mean, you know he is killing himself inside that car.
Yep.
Has beaten himself to death.
Like I said, it could have been a mechanical problem. We don't know what happened inside, but it sure looked at by the look in his face like, oh, this is not what I want.
You got to talk about Rob MacCachren for a minute. And I know both of you can probably chime in on this, but there's very few drivers in this industry that are actually a professional off-road driver, and I mean that they do this for an occupation. And Rob is one of those select few. Bryce Menzies is another one. But, Rob's been able to do this for decade after decade after decade. And something as small as that, where a guy who this is his livelihood, he's got kids and things like that. I mean, that's a big deal. I mean, a lot of us go, oh, flat's a flat. Rob, that might be putting food on the plate that night.
Well, in Bryce's case, he has family resources, to help him out. It's what he does. But Rob MacCachren, the Lovels do that. The Greaves family does that. There's people who make their living doing nothing but racing. It's a hard living to make because sponsorships, everything. It's a tough business to be in. But Rob's done it for a long time, and look happy he's still here and continuing on. But it's tough, like you said. May have taken some food off his table right there. So.
Well, and Rob MacCachren has done that from scratch.
Yes.
He did not arrive with a resource. His resource was standing in his shoes, and he made them work.
Check out our helicopter crew there, working hard, finding the shots, flying over this race.
Some amazing visuals they've delivered today, too.
It's just, it's like, well, we've all been on the ground and said, wonder what it's like in that helicopter. Well, here we have it.
And that's one thing I could say I've never done is actually watched an off-road desert race from a helicopter, and I feel like I'm actually getting to do that today.
Well, we're going to start getting very busy shortly here in town. It's going to be interesting to see what the pit strategies are.
This is a Class 1 car, Jay Reichert. You can tell the blue light. Actually raced with Jay 30 years ago at Baja, the Baja 1000 in our 1600 car, and he's come back. He's stayed in the sport.
Yeah,
he's really excited about, he's from Texas and super excited about, getting the old Class 1 car back out here.
Yeah, he's done a lot of unlimited truck racing in the past, and now he had a business partner in that program, and Jay actually called me a few months back, told me he's going to go Class 1 racing this year, and this is his own program. He's very excited about it, to have a new program, and he feels like Class 1's going to be making a resurgence here in the next year or two.
From what I'm hearing, there's a lot of interesting things going on in Class 1. Some of this I can't talk about, but...
Okay, this is Carl Jurgensen, our second place vehicle on track, coming into pits now, and he is making a stop. So let's see what happens here. We've got a whole host of vehicles just literally about to pit. Bryce Menzies, Luke McMillan.
Oh, he's getting past to the pits there.
Yeah, that's Ryan coming in.
So this, if you hadn't stopped yet, this is where Travis Morris will get in with Ryan. Significance of that is that Ryan and Travis grew up together. There's already synergy. There's already an understanding, and that will tend to make the whole race truck faster.
And Ryan putting together just an amazing race out here today. I mean, he's right in there. It's playing, I don't know what his strategy is, but you got to think it's going to plan right now.
Yeah. Okay, look at this. We can see them putting a tyre in the rack as well. So it did appear that Luke McMillan had a flat tyre just coming into town. And that's Bryce Menzies just coming past as well. So we've got all the action all at once.
I'm impressed, though. They were torquing the lug nuts.
Yeah, well,
not just putting them on. They were torquing them.
That was
so smart. That is, that's the, I don't know. That's the McMillan level of excellence.
And there's Dan McMillan right there, cheering on his brother, helping out.
And that looks like our race leader, Harley Letner.
I'm seeing shadows now, Jim Marsden. I'm seeing shadows. It's going to start happening.
Look at that. He's just not missing a beat, Harley Letner, today.
Not at all.
Yeah, he does look in fine form, it has to be said.
Bryce Menzies has a right rear flat, looks like.
Oh man!
Yeah, that section we talked about coming in. I mean, we saw it with McMillan. We're seeing it here with Bryce. It's a nasty section there, right towards the pits.
Okay, let's see what these guys can do now.
This is one of the best pit crews in the business. We're going to get to see them do work. This is an amazing shot right here.
Looks like they're struggling with the jack. Looks like they're doing the fronts as well, maybe.
And when you come in with a flat, it makes it a little bit tougher because you've got jack settings, and sometimes you've got them pre-jacked up a little bit. And when it comes in lower than normal, sometimes you got to lower the jack down before you can go up with it.
And the gentleman on the left there is Charlie Schleve, who's their crew chief. He's like the mastermind behind what they do in short course and desert, and he's back helping them in the desert right now.
Struggling with the wheels now. This is unusually slow stop for Bryce. This is 37 seconds.
Yeah, you're diamond number 2.
Yeah, and look at this. They're putting tyres in the rack as well, so he's had multiple punches out on course. Has anyone seen a fuel hose?
That's the yellow behind on our left.
Looks like they must have fueled at some point because the fuel man there, he's got his hands up, meaning I'm all done. We're clear.
Yeah, this is 1 minute now. And they're still not done.
Still ratcheting the tire on, looks like, from the back.
Yeah.
He's clear now too.
He's off right. Okay, that was 1 minute 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Which is by Bryce's standards a slow stop.
And they just changed the rears. They did not change the fronts on that truck.
So does that mean he's hitting everything with the rear, not the front?
Well, it's interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about how tire wear on the all-wheel drive versus the, I know that it's easier on the rears, but because, obviously all 4 tires are spinning, but it's interesting, and, obviously we'll see our McMillan's here.
So we're going to start seeing these cars peeling out and back into the desert as we cut back to our current race leader, Harley Letner, for Concrete Motorsports. So, where are these boys going to stop? Are they stopping at pit A? They've got to be, haven't they?
Well...
Or have they already made a stop? They're doing some splash and dashes that we don't know about.
That could very well be. I was going to say they're short fueling the truck, keeping it lighter, and then just stopping more times because he wants to keep the clean air. It's all about the clean air. Even though there's not a whole lot of dust at this race, doesn't look like so far.
No, we've got a good wind out there on track at the moment.
But it also, Marty, it keeps you rolling forward more of the total time you have, you're rolling forward more often.
Correct.
Whatever their formula is, it's definitely working for Harley Letner today.
Tick-tock.
Which means he's still behind the wheel and Kevin Thompson hasn't got in the truck yet.
Which is a scary thing for everybody else.
Here's a shot of Jeff Proctor. Look at that front of that hood. It keeps wanting to come up on him. It's been that way for about 2 laps now.
Yeah,
and
still there.
Still there.
I can tell you now that I've got a time for the second lap of Ryan Arciero, and that is a 1:35.56. So he is right on pace.
That was quicker than Letner.
No, not quicker than Letner. Letner was actually, it might well have been. I'm just going to double check those times.
So I spoke with Ryan before the race, and he had told me that they had done a ton of shock testing, making that truck even better. And what the other thing they were doing, they were getting, so that engine's made by Joe Gibbs Racing. It's got about 1,100 horsepower, and they said that they were doing testing to make sure that the power band was coming on the right way. Working on the traction control thing, they've actually fixed that now. So he said the truck is way better than it was last year coming into this race. So Ryan may be the dark horse, and obviously his program has definitely stepped up. The Herbst guys have definitely stepped up their program. The Levi's sponsorship has helped a lot. They haven't have their, if you saw that, Ryan has his own helicopter. It's a Levi's helicopter now chasing this race. So they're all in.
You know one thing about Ryan too, just some of the things you'd mentioned there, Marty. His mind for the motorsports business is second to none. His driving IQ is amazing, but his mind for the business is just as amazing. I mean, you want to talk about a guy that's the total package. Ryan Arciero is that guy.
He is. His family obviously has the family heritage with the Arciero family. His grandfather was in it. His father, his uncle obviously is in it. And but he worked so hard to get the Volkswagen Trophy Truck program. He's worked so hard to get this program up to speed. And he's always thinking about it. They have their family real estate business, and he's involved with that. And obviously, his wife Michelle and the kids. But really, it's all about racing and being one of the best trophy truck drivers in the world, and I think he's been underrated for a long time. Him winning last year was a big help. I think he won the Baja 400 last year, and I believe that he, it really helped his program along.
He has some heritage here. That Arciero name, his grandpa, Mr. Frank Arciero, gave a few new race drivers their starts a little while back. Guys that you may have heard of, like Dan Gurney, or is that Mario guy? Yeah. That was Mr. Arciero putting another good Italian brother in a race car.
That's correct.
And rightfully so. Ryan's dad inducted into the Hall of Fame this year, and his credentials are second to none in this sport.
And he's not done. He's going to run the Mexican 1000 with Nora next month.
And that's not a run. That's a go for the win run in that vintage car of his. That vintage Sienna Toyota that they have, that they go down there and they win overall. They beat most of the trophy trucks, unlimited trucks, whatever you want to call them.
And 2 years ago, did it on a junkyard Camry motor.
That's correct. The V6 Toyota motor that they use in that thing. Look at that beautiful shot right there. Man.
On the gas. Well, anybody arguing that a two-wheel drive can't compete with an all-wheel drive truck, Harley Letner is silencing all the critics at this point.
Yeah, they can think what they want to think. He's got stuff to do.
Yeah, and Justin Lofton, when I spoke with him yesterday, that was a discussion point. Two-wheel drive, four-wheel drive. He said, you know what, there's not enough of the all-wheel drive trucks out there yet. I have 1,175 horsepower in my truck, and I think I can keep up with those guys. I'm not sure about making the switch. And like you said, there's Harley Letner in that Herbstville truck, proving that he may not need it. Maybe it's not on this course, or it's just his day. But that the qualifying first was no joke. He's taking advantage of that and going up to the front.
Well, we've seen Harley Letner lead this race before, and I don't certainly wish to put the kiss of death on him. We saw him in 2018 leading in a Class 1 car and absolutely dominating this race. But so close was the racing that he had one flat tyre, and it cost him the win.
Gone.
But just look at this. What a magnificent vehicle.
Yeah, you can always watch the roof line on these trucks, and it kind of tells you a lot about how the shock tuning is, and clearly his is working pretty well.
The trouble with being associated with a lot of these guys, knowing them as friends and everything else, is that, you're pulling for everybody out. You want them to win, but only one can.
That's the truth. I think all of us standing here, we don't have a favorite. I just would like to witness good racing, and I think that's what we're seeing here.
It's like my favorite is the one that's on screen now. Change the screen, that's my favorite.
You always have a way about you, Bob, and that was it right there. That always a Bob saying, and you're right. You're right, because we know all these guys. We spend time with them.
Oh, it's like exciting and it hurts. It's exciting and it hurts.
And one thing that I think is really special about off-road, and it doesn't matter whether you're talking here, you're talking Ultra 4, even short course to an extent, it's a camaraderie, and everybody goes and they go to war out here. Yeah. But at the end of the day, everybody has a beer and talks about it and tells stories.
Yeah. Well, the funny part is if you go around any of the Formula Racing, Indianapolis, and you've been around that, Jimmy, Indianapolis, NASCAR, they all say it's a family, but really it's not. There's not a lot of camaraderie or closeness with those guys and those teams. And, maybe it's the environment, Bob. Maybe it's where we are in the desert. You have to take care of each other. I think that's always part of it. I think there's more of a stand-up cowboy ethic, I like to call it, here in the desert, where you've got to help your friend, they'll help you. I think there is more of a family out here. I think that other sports claim it, but I think it's actually very true here.
I know at times they squabble like brothers and sisters.
They do. Yeah, but then they have a beer or shot of tequila later, and everything's all good.
Like brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
Master cylinder, what is this guy do? He's been digging down something underneath that driver's legs.
Boy, he sure is. I don't know if I want to be that guy.
This is Dave Taylor, the number 26.
Is this the one we saw up over the berm?
Yeah, that's correct, Dave Taylor. And last time he came in here, he must be worried when he came in. This time, try and keep it back on the track. Yeah. But Dave Taylor's having a great day in the office.
And if you're wondering what the crew guy was doing on the left, he was motioning with his arms back and forth, making sure that the driver put the hub back on the steering wheel, it wasn't loose. So that's what that was.
That could be, that's actually overrated when you lose your steering wheel. That's not, it's overrated.
You still have brakes. Have you done that before? You've been in the car when somebody's lost it, Bob?
Yeah. Brad Lovell at the 2016 Baja 1000. We're driving along, and all of a sudden it just comes off. Everything went nuts. We cobbled it together. We got to Campeones pit, I don't know, I think it was maybe Baja Pit, something like that. He went and cobbled together a bunch of screws and washers and nuts and things like that, held it together. We got it to our next stop, turned it over to the next guys. That race car won the race and ended up driving with vice grips.
I lost my entire steering wheel and steering column this year. It just literally came out in my hands. I had to force it back in, find a way, and just didn't tell anyone and continued racing.
You know what blows me away is that that's not untypical of like amazing stuff that happens. You can't make this stuff up. Truly, you can't. It just happens.
At the 1998 Baja 1000, Bob Gordon and Ryan Arciero in the Class 1 car, they were leading overall, or at least trying to hunt down Ivan Stewart in his Toyota. They got to the very bottom, down by La Paz, and the same thing happened, and Bob Gordon finished the race with cutting brakes, left and right, and vice grips, and he finished the race that way, won Class 1.
Yeah.
Did you see the video of Toby Price earlier this year at Parker? The throttle broke, and they ended up taking literally a wire, and they hooked it up to up to the throttle body, and he literally was driving the truck, pulling the wire back and forth with one hand and driving with the other.
Got to do what you got to do, right?
Indeed. Right, let's just have a quick look at our tracker here. In physical fourth position is Bryce Menzies. In third position is Luke McMillan. Then it's Ryan Arciero. He's having a fantastic race, but it's still our runaway leader at the moment. It is Harley Letner in the Concrete Motorsports car. But we've got a highlights reel now that we're going to cut out to, and we'll come back to you right soon here at the BF Goodrich Mint 400. Good afternoon and welcome back to the 2020 BF Goodrich Tyres Mint 400 here in Las Vegas. What an amazing day's racing we have, and we're around about the halfway stage during this race. And it's the man who started in first position who's still leading now, and that's Harley Letner of the Concrete Motorsports race team. In second place on track at the moment, it looks like it is Ryan Arciero, closely followed by Luke McMillan. We've got a hell of a race on our hands here, gentlemen. Oh, we just got an updated leaderboard. We cut back to our helicopter there.
They look pretty comfortable doing that, don't they? It looks like no big deal.
We're just waiting at the moment now to just get finalise the scores as these cars come in and complete their second lap. But Harley Letner is an absolute screamer, and he's only a few short minutes off his first lap pace.
Why is it the helicopter shots look so cool?
Because they are.
They are, yeah, because they are.
I mean,
good point.
Why do we like off-road racing? Because it's fun.
Okay, here's our leaderboard for the unlimited truck so far. Now, this is not correct at the moment. We know this is not correct, so this is only supposition at this moment because Dale Dondell is actually out of the race. In fourth position, it looks like Luke Munda. So we're going to pull that one down, come back with one that might be accurate in a minute. But I can tell you now, working off the computer that I have in front of me, that it is Harley Letner that is leading currently. From the car 32, which is Ryan Arciero, then it's Luke McMillan, and then behind him it is Bryce Menzies. Now, gentlemen, we saw Bryce Menzies coming into the main pit earlier on. He had a flat tyre in the rear and no tyres on the rack.
Right.
That means he must have had 3 flat tyres in under half a lap. That's how hard he's pushing.
Oh, this is not a happy place inside the cockpit of that car. Not at all. Feeling the pressure. You know, we talked about when he had the first little problem, and we know his secret weapon is Orin Anderson, but we did talk about he's kind of like on the ropes now. Now he's got to really do something really, really well, or it's going to get him. I think it got him.
But the problem is, you know, you've been in this position before. Once you had a couple of flats, now it's like, how hard can I push and not get more flats? That's the big in your brain, because, you know, before that, you're probably going, I can go 10-10s, nothing's going to happen. Now I got 3 flats. Whatever issue there is, and obviously the terrain's the issue, but man, that puts you as a driver in a place where how hard can I really push? I want to win, but I don't need to get more flats again.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I can't use my truck.
Yeah, not to mention Orin. I mean, Orin's absolutely.
Okay, so what we're going to do now is as we continue to watch this race, we've got so many great things going on, but joining us here in the booth and on stage is a man who knows everything about adversity, was raced this race twice now, and joining us right now will be Terry Madden. Terry, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, Jim. How are you today?
I'm very well indeed, mate. I'm very well indeed. Now, you've done a lot of massive races throughout your career, mostly King of the Hammers, but you've also raced this race on a couple of occasions.
I've run this race a couple times now. We're supposed to run it this year with Jensen Button. We had a few conflicts come up and kind of backed out last minute, but I still decided to just come hang out.
Fantastic. Now, Jensen Button, of course, is a Formula One world champion. He raced here last year in the 6100 class, and I think it really showed us a great picture. Jensen Button, one of the greatest drivers of all time, came off-road racing, and let's just say it wasn't a picnic, was it?
No, I actually wasn't here with him last year. He contacted me afterwards after he figured out what it was like here and asked if I could help out and be willing to join. And since then, he updated the new Mason truck and really put some time into his program and should be a contender.
Fantastic. Well, we look forward to getting him back here. Now, you've been watching the racing with us all day. What do you reckon?
Oh, I wish I was out there. You can't. It's a struggle to not be out there after you've been there.
So you've been watching the racing, and obviously we've got that man Harley Letner out there. You've been watching Harley for many years, as we all have. I mean, what do you think of his driving so far?
Harley and I got a little up close and personal at Hammers this year. I was with Gomez, and we got into each other pretty hard. So, you know, Harley's passionate. He's pushing. He's out front, not in the dust. Unless he has a mechanical issue, I don't think there's much that can stop him at this point.
Yeah, very true. But unfortunately, the desert is the hardest thing to overcome in any kind of race like this, that's for sure. And we've just seen Bryce Menzies, 3 punches in less than half a lap. I mean, it really does take its toll so quickly.
Yeah, and that's tough, too. That's what I was just listening to you talk about a minute ago. I mean, Orin's with Bryce. Orin's probably the best co-driver in the business. He's absolutely amazing. But as a co-driver myself, a lot of the time, when you get out and change a flat and you get back in, you're not instantly on your game. You're winded, you catch your breath. A lot of times I'll say, hey, you're on your own for a second, man. and you're getting buckled in, you're getting situated, you're getting your bearings back, and
so
to get
talk
in and
about
out that much.
Yeah, so talk about this for as a co-driver, because you're not just the tyre changer in that car, are you? You're also watching all the system controls, making sure that there's none of the fans are causing problems, that none of the electrics are having issues. You're also watching all the other telemetry, particularly in a car like Bryce's. And as you were speaking about earlier, Marty, with the analytics these cars have, these co-drivers are not just wheel jockeys anymore. These guys are an integral part of that team.
Yeah, it's funny. Orrin Anderson told me this, and I didn't believe it until I started thinking about it. He said most of the time when he's in the race car, he's not looking up at all. He's not seeing the turn. He is looking down. He's looking at all the telemetry. He's looking at he's reading out the GPS. He's looking for the holes that they've marked in the GPS. He's calling out things. He's not physically able to look up at the horizon, which must be like being a speedboat with without Dramamine. It's got to be tough.
Well, he is actually defying physics there himself, because guys that get sick in race cars, on the outside, they say, people tease them and say, oh, you're a wuss and all that kind of stuff. It's actually getting sick is a evidence that you've been doing your job so intensely that you haven't looked outside of the car. Yep. You've been on the gauges. Your semicircular canals don't allow you to have the balance.
Okay, now we're just looking at Christian and Brett Sourapas here. It looks like they've had one of their side panels fold up, so it looks like they're going to have to stop and sort that problem out.
Looks like something more than that. I don't think they'd stop for that.
Yeah, there's something dragging underneath.
Yeah,
possibly.
maybe.
Maybe he lost a tire and got the panel?
Yeah, you're right. It's a drive line or something, because you just said it. Because they looked, the first co-driver popped out, and that's the first thing he went, was underneath the truck.
Yeah, there's something dragging.
The Sourapas brothers are driving a Mason four-wheel drive with a Mason-Matic gearbox. And I know they had incredibly high hopes for this race. But isn't this amazing? They're in the middle of a desert somewhere, and we're just buzzing around and are actually able to see what they're doing.
Yeah. Yeah, it almost looks like there's something caught under it.
Yeah. Oh, look at this car, though, coming in off the lake bed.
Well, that's a kind of a hairy situation to be out there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Coming off of speed, I'm going to go with driveline, because
Rob Mack.
They probably had the vibration hit them on that high speed, says we got to stop.
Yeah.
Okay, while we're looking
at, you can't drive through it,
I'm with you there on that.
And boy, I sure love this time of day in terms of the shots we're seeing, don't you?
Oh.
I know I keep going back to the production value, but as one of the guys who did Dust to Glory, I would have taken that shot right there. Just beautiful. And as the sun keeps going down, the better the shots will get.
Yeah, can you imagine the footage we're going to have?
Guys, you're not going to believe this. We were talking about it only a short few minutes ago, but we're getting news come through. It sounds like Harley Letner's blown his motor. You just can't make this up, can you?
So
we noticed he's
Terry
come to a stationary.
Unless he has a mechanical.
There you go,
Yeah.
Terry.
There you go.
But what's interesting now, guys, think about what's going on right now. So that Concrete Motorsports truck is a Herbst truck, and I think it may have the Joe Gibbs motor in it, right? So it's the same
Ryan
motor,
does.
the same. But no, I think they all do now. So I think Ryan has the same engine.
That's what I'm saying.
Same truck.
And he's now right behind. Now Ryan should be in the lead.
Yep.
Well, we're waiting to see. As I say, we're waiting for the trackers to update, but the word on the street at the moment is that Harley Letner has sadly blown his motor and is no longer leading this race.
Wow.
So how close does that make what would be the first and second race now, Jim?
Well, what we're looking at the moment, it looks like our new race leader is Ryan Arciero. So the young man is doing a fantastic job out there. Then in second place is Luke McMillan, and then in third place is Bryce McMillan. And in fourth position, Carl Jurgensen. So it looks like we've got so much action still out there on the track, but it's almost complete and utter disbelief. Not quite 2.5 laps in, and it looks like Harley's race is done.
He gets a gut punch right there, man.
Yeah,
but it goes back to the strategy, too, like we talked about. I think about this. Maybe his job was to go out there and put up such a lead that Kyle could get in and drive it, right? And maybe try to get it to the win. And maybe he was pushing so hard. You don't know. I mean,
that happens.
Justin Lofton said what he wants, his secret to winning the Mint 400 is having like a brand new race car at lap lap 2, like 3.5. So you had a lap and a half towards the finish where he could have a brand new truck, and that's a secret. It has been. They're not sure that was going to work today, but it worked in the past.
Something else that's been a big factor here in previous years is the dust, and today we've got this breeze. So these guys can run a lot tighter race without as much dust. The visibility looks a lot better than previous.
Now, I'm looking at this here. Now, this is the whole thing with desert racing. We are in the middle of a desert, okay? I'm just wondering if we're getting a little bit of fake news here, because I can see Harley Letner still moving on track.
Oh, no. Are they doing that to us?
They wouldn't do that to us, would they? But I've got guys who are sitting at home at the moment who are bringing me as much information as they can. So, yeah, I'm sitting here and I'm looking at it on my tracker at the moment. I'm seeing 28 mile an hour. So we'll see. I hope that is not fake news. If it is, you can take your hearts out of your mouths now, ladies and gentlemen. And hopefully we'll get some pictures out on track as we watch the man, the legend that is Rob Mack, powering his way through the desert in that number 11 car.
And whoever gave us that bad info can take their heads up.
So
hang on.
So if that's right, back to what you said a minute ago, Jim, that puts Bryce still running on the podium even with all those flats and mechanicals. So if he doesn't have any more problems the rest of the day.
Well, Bryce has been moving up and down through the field all day. 1 minute he's up into sort of third position, the next minute he's down into sixth position. He's got the pace, but what he seems to be struggling with is keeping those tyres under that car.
One more issue for Bryce, and if he wins after that, that'll be the best comeback in Mint 400 history.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be a story, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But I got given that by Scott. Pardon?
I feel like you're one step ahead of us.
Okay.
For all you guys at home hearing some background, background information here.
Apparently we're in the principal's office.
Somebody's getting schooled over there. Don't worry, Jim. You're still part of the team.
Well, let's get in with Rob.
Let's get in with Rob.
Rob and take a little ride. Maybe it'll cool off. A good breeze never hurts a thing.
Looks like they're back, and it looks like the co-driver's back to calling out. You can see he's using his hands, so he's back to calling out corners and things. And I know that Rob uses lead nav too. And for those of you who don't know what that is, it's actually like a GPS with an audio track. So we use it at Nora. I do in my race car because I'm in a single seater, and it actually just tells you where the corners are, and as another backup for finding out the directions. And you can map it yourself, which means you can say, coming up here there's a right-hand corner, there's a big hole, and it also helps quite a bit with the navigation too. It's another backup.
Well, now Marty, help us understand with lead nav and a course where you cannot pre-run. How does he get that course in there?
So one of the keys to lead nav, I've run lead nav extensively.
Good.
Is the satellite imagery. So a lot of times on the lead nav when I run it, you can watch the imagery, not just a line like your typical course. And it's obvious on the imagery where the course goes from the tracks on a lot of it. And it gives you that little edge of being able to watch it in a satellite picture, not just a line on a screen.
What Rob does is plants into his lead nav his own notes. I don't know how it works. Maybe you can tell me, Terry, but it backs it up to I guess he can get his instructions through his earphones in time to do something about it instead of when he trips over the...
You set that radius. You can set it however far ahead you want it, and it can adjust with speed. Like my lead nav, I will say we're going to Baja.
Yeah.
I'll take my notes from the previous 5 years and overlay them onto the new course, and I have those notes to pre-run with and see what's changed. So you can even do your pre-run at more of a speed than you normally would because you just inputted all your previous stuff.
That's scary efficient.
Well, it's great. It's like I said, in a single seater where you don't have a co-driver and you can't really be looking down at your GPS like very often if you're driving fast. Yeah. It's a savior because what's frustrating is if you don't know where you're going and you're losing time because you missed a corner. It's a safety thing, yes, but it's a way to go fast too, right?
Yep.
That's how it works. So it's nothing worse than not knowing where you're going. I almost had 2 head-ons because my lead nav and my GPS broke last year at the first day of Nora. And I was going backwards on the course twice. I didn't know it.
Ooh.
So it's a safety thing, too.
No bueno.
I like running both. I run the lead nav over the Lowrance and run one zoomed in and one zoomed out, so you're never touching the screen and you can just look at it at all times.
These guys obviously having no problem with lead nav or navigation right now. The RCR truck looks really strong right now.
I love that truck.
And look, there's the matching helicopter.
Matching helicopter, nothing like it. Arciero's, he had a pretty bad situation in our last year's Mint 400. He had a bad crash, and his co-driver, Chris Crampton, took it pretty bad. And we just saw Chris earlier today.
Yeah,
He's happy, smiling, in his wheelchair, coming back. He's going to make it. It's just going to take a little bit of time.
Just look how close this racing is. We just saw there, it was Ryan Arciero coming through the Fox Proving Gas, and just behind him was Luke McMillan.
That's it, and there's Sarah Price right there.
I'm loving to see what Sarah's doing
right here.
now.
We're right here with Bryce is right there too. So I got 1, 2, 3 right.
Yeah, and Bryce has got all his tyres in the rack as well, so he's keeping them under him for this part of the race.
Perhaps he's learned a lesson or what?
And there's Sarah Price, who's now on track. She's doing a killer job here. Just coming around to start her 3rd lap.
Well, what a future she has in the sport. She's forged her way to the front very quickly. Obviously got a lot of talent, you know, great personality. People love talking to her. Media loves talking to her. It's a great story.
I'm really proud of her. I mean,
well, she's just a great gal. She's a great person.
She really is. And me being with my history with Jessie and watching the part of the female in motorsports and some of the obstacles that she went through, I know how much harder Sarah does have it than some of the guys have it. And to watch what she's doing, it's pretty impressive.
It is. In 5th place, we've got Justin Davis, who's following he's following Wheeler Morgan in 4th place in a 10:24. Brett Jeffers is hanging there in 3rd. Christian Fessler is doing a pretty good job, staying in 2nd place. Leading Class 10, Connor McMullen.
I love the Class 10 thing because of that $35,000 purse they're running for today. It's fantastic.
Yeah, we met the Brett Jeffers crew this morning in the 1069. They're a really nice bunch of people, so I hope they're watching. But this is the Class 6100s. In 3rd position is Ryan Lester. In 2nd, it's Mitch Armstrong. And in 1st, it's Mike Neff. And these guys have been absolutely battling it out all day. Now, just cutting back to the leaderboard and what we can see, I can tell you that currently we think that the lead car, which is the car number 70, which was Harley Letner, was piloting earlier today in a leading position. We believe that it stopped at the last pit and Kevin Thompson has got in as a driver change and it's back out on track. We were told it had a blown motor. We think that's fake news. We do apologise. It does seem that they are moving fast now and that they're in the quarry section and still have a solid lead over the rest of the field.
Oh, looks like Justin Lofton.
It does look like Lofton.
Looks like he's missing the back half of the truck, or at least the fiberglass part of it.
He lost that early on, Marty.
Okay.
Yeah, that was gone early.
He's been streamlining the truck a lot earlier than that.
Yeah, there's fake news and then there's late news. Apparently, I'm not in the second half of that, but
yeah. Well, this is acting kind of like a Mint 400.
It is.
You know, I'll be darned. Kerry, one of the discussions we've been having, actually for 2 days, is this extra lap, this 428 miles, longest Mint 400 ever, changed what was a sprint to an endurance race. What are your thoughts?
It's going to add a whole nother level of attrition because, well, that does change though. What these trucks have changed because a lot of racing was just finishing for a long time, and if you went out and you finished, you were top 10 easy.
Yeah.
But now with these guys' technology and the prep and the things they're doing, a lot of it has become a sprint because if you don't sprint, you're done. So it's still going to be a sprint of sorts, but there's just going to be less people in that sprint that still have the equipment to make it.
I'm thinking about the fallout we've seen so far on this stuff, where we kind of expected to see, based on people's stories, 4th lap was going to be the let's go after it. What you got, Jim?
I'm just looking here. This is Jack's red line here. This is the young 15-year-old man who's racing in the unlimited trucks.
I love that.
Check this out.
Do they have him sitting on a book or something so that he can...
I'm not sure I could even ride a push bike properly when I was 15. Never mind drive an unlimited race truck.
He's young, and I saw him last year at the Nora 500 in October the first time, and that kid set one of the fastest times up Mike's Sky Ranch. Never even seen it before. It's like, how do you do that down in Baja? And clearly he's got lots of talent. His dad is behind him, and it's another name to watch for the future. I mean, he's 15 years old driving a trophy truck. How is that? How fun would that be?
Well,
I don't know.
Actually, he's got himself a huge problem. Think of this. When he goes to school with his chums and says, here's what I just did, they're going to give him that look, and they say, you did what?
Yeah, my young man has that problem. He goes to school, he said, oh yeah, I've just been out to Croatia racing with my dad, or I've been here, there, and the other. And they just look at him and go, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
But that's the car 34 there, which is Brett Komonsky as he makes his way through the Fox Proving Grounds. Good to see that he's still on track.
Still parked.
Sure is.
Yeah, it looks like they're both out now, which is never a good sign if the driver's out too.
Oh, is the truck rolling right there? It sure looks like it is.
Yeah,
rolling
it
backwards.
Is. I hope it's on purpose because I see 2 guys standing. Is it coasting backwards?
I think so. It does, whatever it does, it doesn't look good.
Drive line. Maybe.
Yeah. That's got to be so disappointing for him. He was so excited last time when I talked to him.
This is in the warp zone. So this is warp zone. Warp zone. That's Rocky Nasty. Looks it.
Yeah, you got helmets off and both driver and co-driver out. It's normally not something simple.
No. Sand sandwiches.
So a back-to-back win for Justin Lofton doesn't look like it's going to be in the cards, so to speak, here in Las Vegas this weekend.
Yeah, definitely not. Now, I'm just looking at the tracker here and seeing what information I can glean from it. And it does look like the cars are starting to bunch up. It does look like the Concrete Motorsports car has slowed down fractionally, because it looks like Ryan Arciero is definitely in the hunt, and it does look like he is catching it. Luke McMillan is also only a couple of miles back behind him, and also followed very closely by Bryce Menzies and Carl Jurgensen. So it looks like we've got ourselves a race on here, gentlemen.
What's interesting is when I asked Justin yesterday who he was worried about the most, I was surprised at the answer. I would have thought it would have been Bryce or one of them. He said, nope, Luke McMillan's the guy I'm worried about the most. And, you know,
and just as I say that, our tracker jumps, and Kevin Thompson in the Concrete Motorsports car suddenly gains 3 miles over the rest of the field.
So for all you out there in live streaming land, you know, as much technology as we can throw at this thing, sometimes we're at the mercy of the information we're getting. So, you know, you got to remember, we're shooting satellites into space, as my wife says, and trying to make something work of it. So I mean, I said this coverage is so tremendous. Thinking, you know, not so long ago we were sitting there listening to radios and watching little bumps on the screen, and now we're getting live shots like this. So the experience at home is exponentially better than it was not so long ago. So hope you guys are all enjoying it out there, because we sure are here.
You know, the trouble with this kind of coverage is when you are at home. I don't know what a lot of folks do, but I go to the office, and I sit in my office and I do the stuff, and I kind of monitor this, and it's got that on his computer. The doggone thing is so exciting, just like this, that 264.
That looks like it's one of the Hearst cars.
Pierce Herbst, did you dump a car? Yeah, I think
sure
Pierce,
he did.
I think Pierce. Well, that's going to be a good learning experience for the young man.
It is.
You know?
But believe me, Dad's been in that position before too.
Well, true. Yeah.
Well, we said we hadn't seen any desert turtles. We now have a desert turtle.
My tummy.
That last thing is exactly the way Bob Bauer is on this broadcast stage right there. That. Scratch my tummy. We never thought of that.
Okay, this is the Baja Truck leaderboard here, and the top 5. In the 5th position is Travis Chase. In 4th is Travis Williams. In 3rd is Justin Blower. In 2nd is Joe Brain. And in 1st, it's Terry Householder, which is very good to see.
Yeah, let me say something about Justin Blower, who actually races with me at Nora on my team. Young guy, great guy. Just bought this truck, is brand new. It's like the 2nd race he's done in it. He's qualifying well, and clearly that Herbst truck that he's driving doing a great job. He's obviously very comfortable in it for being in the 2nd race in that truck.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so good to see. But these, I mean, you've driven in these, what was the old 6100 class, and these trucks have evolved from that 6100 class. They now have 40-inch tires. They're now allowed a 525 horsepower motor, and they now also have an underdrive to cope with all of that. And these trucks are incredibly competitive, I'd like to see. But before we see any more racing, we're going to cut to a highlights reel, top of the hour, and we'll be back with more racing here at the BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400 in Las Vegas.
UTVunderground.com.
Hi, it's Josh Martelli with UTV Underground, and today we're going to shake down the all-new 2020 Kawasaki Terex KRX 1000. All right, so we just finished putting about 100 miles on this new Kawasaki Terex KRX 1000, and I gotta say, I'm very impressed with this car. From the moment that you get in this vehicle, one thing that you feel, especially a guy my size, is how roomy the interior is, but also how well it's designed, how clean the lines are, and how everything has been molded to make it easy to clean, easy to access. They've done a phenomenal job on the ergonomics on the inside of the car. The stock steering wheel and stock steering position, easily adjustable, feels comfortable in your hands, whether you're going fast or slow. And I'm able to adjust the seat and put my body exactly where I want it for those longer rides where you're grinding it out on the trail. I love the power of this thing. This new CVT transmission, it feels smooth and the power is predictable as you climb up through the gears and get into the higher speeds. And it stops on a dime. The braking's amazing. So even though it's a wider and longer two-seat vehicle compared to, say, the Polaris RZR or even the Can-Am, it doesn't feel like you're losing nimbleness. Out here in the area that we're at today, it's a perfect vehicle because we've got washes where we can go fast, and then we've got tight, twisty stuff where we want to be slower, a little bit more technical, a little careful. I never bottomed out, never felt like I didn't have enough suspension to give, and that's important when you're out here having fun. Now, the other impressive thing about this car is that, you know, Kawasaki's made it very easy to jump into the platform at a very affordable price. So this starts at just under $20,000, which, you know, is very, very competitive for the other vehicles in this segment. They allow you to buy into these other systems to upgrade components as needed. So they have a full windshield kit. They have a full integrated stereo system that you can add to this. I love that this car shipped with 31-inch Maxxis tires. That to me is a sign that Kawasaki understands that most of us want to be on 31 or 32-inch tires when we're out here in the desert. Anything less than that, it's just a throwaway. You know, none of us are going to run 20-inch tires, 28-inch tires. Let's talk about the suspension on this car for a second. We put this thing through the paces today. We hit some really nasty G-outs. We climbed over some very thick rock, and my back feels great. You know, there's nothing worse than going on a long, bumpy UTV ride and halfway through it you start to get those kidney pains and those pings in your back. So I'm really impressed with the suspension on this car, and we really haven't done any tuning on the shocks at all. This is a stock setup that Cowie shipped us. So kudos to the engineers at Cowie for coming up with some slick geometry and putting the weight of the vehicle where it needs to be so that the energy of the vehicle when you're going through the rough chop is transferred and pushed out in the right direction. So who is this vehicle designed for? Well, that's a good question. I think it actually fits the bill for a couple different personality types. I don't know that this is the fastest, slickest two-seat UTV on the market right now. There's certainly faster cars, especially the turbos. But for somebody looking for a really rock-solid platform made by Kawasaki, one of the more reputable Japanese companies, I think this is a great option to start with. Especially if you're a bigger dude like me with broad shoulders and long legs, this thing is comfortable. The second that you get in it, you twist the key, you stab the throttle, and you go. You're not banging around. The inside of the doors are flush and smooth, so the outsides of my legs aren't dinged up. The seats are comfortable. The seatbelt doesn't ride up and gouge your neck. They took a lot of lessons that they've learned over the years and applied them into this new, sportier version of the Terex. We love this new roll cage. The shape, the fit, and the finish of it are top-notch. It looks safe, feels like it's going to protect you in the unlikely event of a rollover. And this new polycarbonate roof is slick. Comes in 3 different colors. It's got a nice cool little cutout here, so you get a little bit of the view that you need sometimes, like say when you're in the dunes and you need to have a look through the roof. So really well done on the fit and finish on the interior of the car. If I had one complaint right now, it would basically be the noise of the motor. At high speeds, we're used to that. It's not a big deal, especially with a helmet on. But at low speeds, there's a lot of whine in this engine. So if you're gonna do that slower rock crawling stuff, it is a little bit annoying after a while to hear that grating, but that's a pretty minor complaint. Here at UTV Underground, we would rate this vehicle a 4.5 out of 5 stars. Is the new Kawasaki Terex KRX 1000 right for you? There's only one way to tell. Get out to a Kawasaki dealership, get in one of these things and take it for a test drive. I think you're going to be pleasantly surprised by what you find in this new offering from Kawasaki. That's it from everybody here at UTV Underground. Thanks for watching our shakedowns. Be sure to like us, follow us, tag us, and share us. We'll see you guys on the trail.
Welcome back here to the 2020 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400. I am Jim Beaver along with Ryan Thomas. We got Marty Fiocca and Matt Martelli in the house. Jim Marston had to step out a bit, but we're going to be carrying the show until he gets back. But we are live here at the Mint 400 2020 edition, and big news kind of happening over the break, Matt. I know you have been in contact with Harley Letner and Kevin Thompson's crew. A little bit going on with our lead truck.
Yeah, it looks like they're losing their engine. They've got oil and water leaking from the engine. They're crossing their fingers, but it's unlikely that he's going to make it to the finish with that. And it's a real bummer. He's running at 50%.
Man, running at 50%, that's tough. And I know we've been watching the tracker over the break. At one point, they had like a 12, 13-mile lead built up, and now it's dropped to like 3 or 4 miles. I know they did make a driver switch, Kevin Thompson behind the wheel of that truck, but that, I guess, explains the reason why we've seen that big gap grow to almost nothing at this point.
Yeah, Kevin Thompson can wheel. You know, he's had some good races and been getting better and better in off-road, and comes from a background of pavement racing. So he's definitely a gamer, nowhere near as fast as Harley, but you know what? I don't think anybody is.
No, you said they're crossing their fingers with 2 laps to go. I got a hard time believing that a motor that's at 50% is going to make it 2 laps.
Yeah, it's a tough one, and it sucks because he's been doing so good, leading all day. But you know, race drama. And
there he is right there.
And oh, here he comes, hood off.
It does look about 50% right there, doesn't it?
Yeah, for that truck, that is definitely 50%. Looks like he's probably going to be approaching Pit B next. Looks like probably 15, 20 miles out. That's in the Rockets area. So Pit B will be coming up next for them. But, you know, the story here is obviously our lead truck has got some problems. But right behind him, we've got Ryan Arciero. We've got Luke McMillan. We've got Kyle Jurgensen. And then Rob MacCachren back there a little ways, too. So, I mean, within about 7-8 miles of the lead truck, we got 4 or 5 really, really heavy hitters.
Which is going to make for a real fun evening as we start clicking the miles off. And we got all those trucks close together. It's kind of anybody's game at this point.
Yeah, these are the races that I love. I hate races that a guy walks away with it, you know, and it's just a boring race.
I mean, good for them, but not fun for us.
Yeah, and you know, honestly, like with everybody watching, we want that drama, you know.
Sure.
That's what's great about off-road racing is, as a promoter, people are always asking me, who do you think is going to win? Honestly, I don't know, you know. Just like with this engine issue happening with Harley, I wouldn't have thought that they had that issue. They have a really strong engine package.
Sure.
That's the least thing that I thought would go wrong.
Well, giving you guys a rundown of the order as we sit. Well, it looks like one of the Herbst trucks.
Is that Pierce again? Did he get going again? It looks like he may have. He was
upside
down.
Yeah, that looks like the Baja entry of Herbst. Is that Pierce Herbst?
Yeah, it is. And he was upside down not so long ago, so he may have damaged something. Who knows in the rollover? Or looks like he may just be taking the hood off.
Yeah, he's got some. Looks like some media crew there going to help him out, so they don't have to get out of the truck.
Just throw that $10,000 piece of carbon fiber in the dirt.
That's it. That's all we need.
There's never anybody that doesn't want to help in a scenario like that, because that's a wall hanger, right?
Yeah. That's right.
That is.
It's not going to be thrown in the dirt. It'll end up on somebody's wall. No problem.
Exactly. So running order as we sit, it is Harley Letner and Kevin Thompson. Kevin Thompson behind the wheel of the number 70 out front right now. And then hot on their heels is going to be Ryan Arciero and Luke McMillan, who are within seconds of each other. It's a battle between Arciero there and Luke McMillan. And then we've got Kyle Jurgensen, Bryce Menzies, and Rob MacCachren as our lead group.
Sounds like somebody's having some fun over
Yeah,
by the bar.
we're hearing something here in the background. And, I guess people are having a good time here at the Mint 400. And, we're into the deep afternoon here. I guess drinks are flowing.
That's right. It is open bar and VIP. Once you pay that VIP pass, we take really good care of you. So
that's it.
You see these guys in the green, I don't even know what you want to call that.
I don't want to know, really. For everybody at home sees this, the studio shot was up here on the stage, but what you don't see is all the kind of the madness going on in the VIP out.
We're basically in a massive circus tent, and it's filled
and we're
with
the ringleaders?
Yeah, I don't know. What do you think? There's a couple hundred people in here. They're all lined up at a bar. Yeah, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Well, you just get a shot here of Bryce Menzies, who I believe is sitting there back in the fourth or fifth spot, depending on how our tracker adjusts. But one thing that I want to note, and you can see the sky's starting to get dark. All the drivers starting to flip on some lights. I know it's still a little bit early for night, but shadows really starting to form over this course, and we're going to see this last lap run in the dark. I mean, how's that going to change things up, guys?
It's going to be great. I mean, again, race drama. It's nighttime. So some of the course is going to look different. Jimmy, from driving, it's like you start looking at stuff and you're like, well, is that shadow or is that a deep hole, right? So it's a little tricky, especially right at dusk as your eyes are starting to adjust, and you're running into the sun. We got a little cloud cover here today, so I think it's going to help mitigate that sun in the face, sunset thing. There's also a set of mountains right to the east of us that, after the sun, or when the sun's going down, it clips it a little bit early.
We spent some time talking about that fact yesterday, that transition from day to night, and that time period between the daylight and absolute darkness, when the lights really aren't doing anything. That's probably the most difficult time of day to drive a race car in the desert.
Totally.
Well, and it looks like here we've got a shot that is Kevin Thompson going through Rockets, as it's called, which is about 10 miles before you get to Pit B. And as you can see across that dry lake, but definitely not the speeds that we saw them going earlier.
And you can see the hood up. We're talking about getting towards nighttime. You can see all the light bars and the lights there. There's actually, competitive competition between the light manufacturers here too, on who's going to upgrade their technology on lighting. It's a big deal when you're going this fast. And you got Casey highlights in the case of Ryan Arciero, and the McMillans have Baja design. So there's all those guys that are working on how to make those trucks better and how to see better too.
Well, and it's funny. We've talked about the tire manufacturers, and you got wheel manufacturers. You got All Out Warfare and all these different things. We haven't talked about the lights. And in the case of the Mint 400 this year, it's going to be run a good last lap, maybe last lap and a half here in the dark, and that's really going to come into play as we see one of our international contingents here all the way from Japan. I mean, how cool is that, Matt, to have somebody bring a home-built truck from Japan all the way to the Mint 400?
So this is Ikua Hanawa.
Yep.
Hanawa is actually a very famous off-road racer in Japan. He's got a total following in Japan. He's raced lots of different races, and a really fun guy to hang around.
I love it. I mean, I went over to Dakar this year to cheer on Team America, and it was really cool. I mean, they have a very different style of racing than we do, but I respect it, and I'm stoked that they're doing it because it is off-road racing, and all we're after is we want to connect the dots. We want these guys coming over and racing with us. That makes it all a big global off-road family.
Yeah, quick history on Hanawa. I mean, it's interesting because before it was always about the Baja 1000, right? And all the Japanese guys would want to come and race on motorcycles, even they had no business. Most of them were done by mile 50. But Hanawa was really the first real guy to come over on his own car and race cars. He was the car guy, and he was with Yokohama Tire then. He still is now. But like you said, Ryan, he was through our wide open system too. He was part of our family.
I'll tell you a funny story about him. I didn't know this, but I was telling him about the Cheneth, my father's company. We built a bunch of cars for Japan that they made an off-road. It was actually an amusement park, and Hanoa was one of the drivers of the cars at the amusement park.
Look at Bryce work, man. That truck is still flying, so he's in good shape.
Ooh.
As I speak, but good shot of our helicopter doing work there. I mean, it's something so the people understand. We're running a very complex Cineflex system, and these guys are charging, man. They're going for it on the shots. We're trying to bring you guys the best coverage of off-road possible.
Let me ask you about that, Matt, because I was going to ask you that before. As an event promoter and the guy who's behind the brains behind also the live streaming we're doing here, you're watching this now on your screen after months of work and preparation. It's got to make you feel pretty good about
that shot makes me feel great. No, look, we have an awesome team. We've brought Jason Markham, who's a good friend of mine. He produced what I would refer to as the pinnacle of live coverage back in the day with Core. So we became friends back then, and as we built this back up, I told him, I said, hey, I'm going to need your help. And here we are, third year of live streaming, and it just keeps getting better and better. Sarah Price doing a little spin out there. She's back in it.
She got pretty aggressive on the turn right before that. I was actually gonna comment about how well she controlled it.
Yeah. I don't think that's her truck.
Yeah, that's not her truck. There's a couple Chattanooga whiskey trucks.
Yeah,
hers is a 78.
Hers is white.
Okay. That's the other gentleman. I'll get his name.
So we talk about it. I see Brandon Sims in this VIP area. Look, our overall winner yesterday walking around. So
yeah, we're gonna bring him up here in a minute so he can talk about his race.
Yeah. But going back to this, as we see the Chattanooga truck, but still looking at the leaderboard, that truck of Letner and Kyle Thompson still leading. So we're kind of waiting. I'm looking, and it looks like Luke McMillan has got by Kevin Thompson now. So it looks like Luke McMillan finally getting around Kevin Thompson. So we get a shot here out of Rockets.
It's like one of the Brenthal trucks there, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Jurgensen, right? No? Oh no, that's not. That's probably Jordan Brenthal right there. Truck's working phenomenal.
Yeah, those trucks are on point, and Kyle Jurgensen, like we talked about, you want to talk about young guns of the sport. That kid is just, the past couple of years, just exploded.
Yeah, I know, it's awesome. And, for a while he didn't really have a ride, and I hate seeing that. It's like, in a perfect world, I'd have like a quiver. We're going to go back to the quiver. I'd have a quiver of unlimited trucks for really good racers to race.
And an army of chase and pit crews.
Exactly.
You got to have that too. Yep.
All right, so it looks like, according to our tracking device, that Luke McMillan has got around. It looks like he has got around the truck of Letner.
That's awesome.
And Kyle Thompson looking back into things. Looks like Menzies, he is slotting in there as well. We've also got Kyle Jurgensen there, followed by Rob MacCachren. So we've got a little bit of warfare going on. We've got Ryan Arciero up there up front as well. So I don't know. It is quite the mix-up here with about a lap and a half to go at the Mint 400.
Yeah, and speaking of manufacturers, I think if I'm not mistaken, that makes the 4 of the top 5 all BF Goodrich with Bryce being on Toyo. So
correct.
That's a BFG known for making tough tires in the desert, and it looks like it's proving itself today. In fact, speaking of Rob MacCachren, there he is.
He's actually having a good run. I know we saw him earlier on in the day have a problem. I think it was a flat tire, and they ended up, co-driver having to get out a second time. Something was going on with the truck. But Rob, he's slowly been sitting back there hanging back, and he's not out of this thing yet with a lap to go.
No, definitely not. I mean, look, it's about forward momentum, and you're going to make mistakes. You're going to have things that come up. It's how you deal with them that defines whether you win or lose. Nice 10-car shot.
See the shot, there it is. The funny thing is, Matt, before I was saying that's such a Martelli Brothers thing right there with the flames at the finish line.
Yeah, it's funny because my brother is such an analytic person, so he actually went to this giant fireworks festival, got certified, researched everything, and was like, okay, here's all the stuff, here's what it costs, here's how we're going to do it. And what we came back to was like, because we wanted to give everybody some love as they came through the through the finish line, it ended up being pyro. Like
it's fantastic.
Nice
as a promoter myself, I can tell you it's a great touch. It really is.
I mean, hey, if you're going to burn money, it might be
Actually,
literally
burn it. I got to tell you, I wasn't watching or something, and it caught my eye last night for the first time. I hadn't seen or heard it, and the first time I saw it, it scared the crap out of me. I thought somebody was dropping a bomb on us or something.
You know what's funny is everybody describes this. Oh, look at this pass happening here. This is one of the coolest things because, you know, we have either or lines, and one is rougher,
Look at this
one is smoother.
race.
Look at
That's how we throw down in off-road racing. Awesome pass.
Well, we talked about Rob MacCachren a little bit ago, and I know Ryan was able to catch up with Dave Clark here this last time they went through the pits. So we're going to throw it down to this interview that our own Ryan did with Rob
The
MacCachren.
magic of television. All right, thanks, guys. I'm down here in the pits with Dave Clark, part of Rob MacCachren's crew. And, Dave, you're going to give us an update on how things are going for Rob.
Well, right now he's in a little bit of a catch-up mode. We hit a rock, so we had to change a tire, and then 2 people got by us during that tire change. And then we have half the race to go. We had a decision to make. He carries 2 normally, and we always like to have 2 spares just in case later it's getting dark, it's a rocky place, it's rough. So we made a decision to pull him in and re-rack him so he has 2 spares for the rocky terrain out there. And then we did that. He didn't lose a position, so it's all good. You know, the good breeze right now. It's going to get dark soon, and the nighttime, anything can happen. And we have half the race to go. Also, this track is known for the last lap is anything happens.
And we're talking about Rob MacCachren, the master here. So nobody should be counting Rob MacCachren out at this point. Solid driver, lots of history here in Las Vegas, and knows this track like the back of his hand. We're going to send it back up to you guys in the booth.
Well, there's our guy, Ryan Thomas. Man, that was a quick rundown from there all the way up to the booth, Ryan. I got to give you credit. You're throwing it back up to us. So you were quick.
He's throwing it back up to himself.
That was a teleport. I can
teleport. You got some magical tech there going on, buddy. But, going into the night, that's something we got to talk about. We've all been talking about lights, things like that, you know. One thing I know is, like on the front of Rob's truck, he had all those lights. One thing I do know from our race yesterday, we sight in our lights before the race, but by the time you actually get to use them, they can be pointing in all kinds of different directions.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you, as drivers here, do you like driving in day or night better?
When my lights are on point, I love night driving.
Ryan?
Yeah, you know, I like both. I think there's a time that period of night, late, when you've been in the car for a long time, there's an element of solace or peace that I like being alone in the middle of Baja at night. From a driving standpoint, they both have their times. I tell people that when you're driving at night, we always should only really be driving what we can see. You trick yourself in the daytime and think you can see better. At night, it's a little harder to do that. The lights are good enough these days, you get to see a lot. But at the end of the day, I think daytime's still my choice.
Yeah, I always loved that twilight when you're going down the valley in Baja, and it's like, you know, the lights are starting to work, and it's the end of the day, and the night stuff is great. There's Justin Blauer, who's doing a great job again on that Herbst truck, in the Baja trucks.
I'm a day driver. I mean, I don't mind the night, but I really like to look around when I'm driving and
look at this
and enjoy what's going on.
Where you can definitely watch and see how different they're working right there.
So the driver on the outside line there's definitely got the better line there.
Yeah, clearly.
Yep. I tell you, that section there sure has gotten rough over the last day.
Oh man, and it's downhill. It is so fast and it's so rough. It's definitely a tough technical spot there. But going back to the lighting situation too is. One thing I've learned is trucks have got faster these past few years or this past decade. A lot of these younger drivers don't have the experience of driving at night because the races end before they ever get to night. I think back, I don't want to say in yesteryear, but some of these older drivers, a guy like Ryan Arciero, a guy like Rob MacCachren, they've got a lot more experience driving at night just because the races used to last longer.
Not only do they have more experience driving at night, they have more experience driving at night with really horrible lights. The lights we used to use back in the 80s and 90s are nothing like what we get to use today.
Yeah, I can tell you that. I used to be the Bosch light guy in off-road racing, and I can tell you that they were horrible compared to what we have now. But the one thing that guys are going back to now, they're going to lower lights to kind of illuminate the corners, because everybody before was worried about the long distance pencil beams, but now if you look at the trucks, they're set off to the side, so when you rotate the truck you can actually see where you're going, which is kind of an old school way to do it.
Some really cool shots of the 10 cars battling it out here.
So looking at our current leaderboard right now as we sit, Ryan Arciero out front. It looks like we've got Luke McMillan in the second spot, Kyle Jurgensen in the third spot there. Looks like Bryce Menzies in fourth, and Rob MacCachren now in the fifth spot with, looks like Tim Herbst slotting into the sixth spot on our trackers. So,
Jim, I just got a text from Brett Sourapas. They lost a rear gear, so they are out.
You know, and those boys, they've got some wicked talent. I know you're very close with them as we go the vision wheel on board with Rob MacCachren. Looks like he's pulling in. Yeah, that's going to be pit B there. Looks like Rob cleaning off his visor there. They're pulling the hood.
Off.
They're pulling the hood. That is
man.
not a good thing on the number 11 of Rob MacCachren.
What a bummer.
I got to tell you, Matt, this live in-car footage we're seeing that you guys have brought to the table, this is insane.
Yeah, I mean, we're doing it, you know, here first, and then our plan is to expand this. I mean, we'd like to have this in a lot of vehicles so we can tell more of the story of what's going on.
But I think, you know, it's been so interesting today. I mean, every time, Rob, there's something going on and we start talking about it, we can just beam right in there and see exactly what's going on. And, you know, you've got that helicopter footage of them going 120 across the whoops, and then all of a sudden we see the in-car at the same time. I mean, that's insane. I've never seen that in motorsport before, at least off-road.
Yeah, but it really shows you what these guys are battling. I mean, one of the things after they got that flat was that, you know, you got to go. So it means your co-driver has to get back in, you know, get situated, buckle himself in, and it's not easy. I mean, you know, the way these seatbelts go together, it's kind of like a little Rubik's Cube. So doing it, you know, at speed
with
is
your
tricky.
helmet on, not able to see. Yeah.
Exactly. You can't look down. You can't see it.
Yeah, and they just looks like they just added the light bar, top light bar to the truck too, right there.
That's actually a good sign. That means they're going to keep going.
And one thing we need to watch out for here is Tim Herbst is only about a mile out from pit B where Rob's currently pitted. So he may lose a track position if they don't get him back out on track shortly.
You know, I got to tell you, at this point, seeing Ryan, knowing that he's still first car on the track, right?
Yeah, Ryan is still first car on the track. Looks like Ryan has about a mile over Luke McMillan.
I'm going to go out on a limb here, and just for old school sake, I'm voting for Ryan.
That's your pick, huh?
Yeah.
Ryan.
Yeah.
You know, that would be a good one because he had a big crash here, you know, last year.
Yeah, it was very bad crash here.
Yep, and his co-driver actually got hurt.
Looks like Justin Lofton's got back in the game here. He was down for a while too.
Yeah, it looks like he's definitely not running Lofton-style pace here. Three-time champ. Want to talk about Min 400 legends, that guy's got to be at the top of the list. Look at that. And he's in the shadow of those mountains there, and you just see kind of, you know, the darkness starting to set. It's an amazing shot there, Bryce. They're running those ambers to try and cut through, and those are perfect for this dusk, you know, you want to call it.
Those amber lights are so key. And the other thing, too, and it's tough to do on the trucks, but on the buggies, I was able to get them down underneath my front bumper. And the lower you get your lights for the dust, the much better you are able to cut through because you're underneath the dust.
Well, and one of the things, too, is we still see that onboard. Be looking for Tim Herbst possibly to zip by because, you know, he is really just on Rob MacCachren right now. Should be passing him anytime as Rob sits in the pits. But, you know, one thing you don't realize about those top light bars is sometimes they become a nuisance for a driver. If you're in the heavy dust, it just creates a blinding wall in front of you, and you almost have to flip them off at times.
Yeah, you know, the other thing that happens, too, if they're not positioned right, they light up the hood or even light up the cab, the inside of the cab. I never really liked roof lights.
Yeah, no doubt, because they reflect off the hood if you have a big piece of fiberglass in front of you, too.
Yeah, and you'll notice, too, a trend as of late where guys are going away from light bars and back into round lights, you know, so that they can control the direction of the light.
Yeah.
You know, one of the symptoms of many of the light bars, they push out a lot of light, but they don't penetrate, you know?
Right.
So
They don't put out, I don't think, as a quality of light either. I think the round
they call
lights.
it the black hole, you know, where you're actually driving into blindness because the light can't catch up to the speed of the car.
Right, and the reflectors are bigger, which means the light comes out better. So I think that's a trend going back that way. I actually think it looks a lot better too. But
you know, we talked a little bit yesterday about Raglan's setup years and years ago with Tom Ray in the passenger seat. Remember when they had the two lights in front of Tom Ray as a co-driver, and they were on motorcycle handlebars. He could twist They had regular lights, but then they had a set of lights in front of the co-driver that he could angle with the set of handlebars in different directions.
Right, and a lot of guys, don't forget, the light bars, like the top bar, have hydraulic actuators on there, so you can actually control the angle back and forth that the co-driver can to make that kind of optimize the lights too. But it's a long pit stop for Rob.
Yeah, there's got to be something going on here for Rob to be parked this long. You can see the frustration kind of start sitting up. Hands are up.
You know, the pressure's on Rob right now. He needs some wins.
Yeah,
I hate to say it, but the guy needs some wins.
Yeah, definitely. I saw Lucero, who's his prep guy. Oh, they're putting the hood back on right now, so we're going to get him going. Back to Bryce and the Mason four-wheel drive truck doing work.
And we've got, right now, it's a four-way battle. It is Ryan Arciero, Luke McMillan. We've got Kyle Jurgensen and Bryce Menzies, all within about 2 miles of each other. So, you know, we're, I don't know, as the crow flies, probably about 30 miles out from finishing this lap and going out into lap 4. Matt, we're setting up for an epic just battle on lap 4 here.
I love this. This is what everybody is here for, is the drama. It's, you know, we were talking earlier to Yair Rodriguez, the MMA fighter. And this is what it reminds me of, is MMA. Is, you know, there's an old saying in MMA, you can't train your chin. You know, what that means is that you go in there and close that cage and really anything can happen. And that's off-road racing. You know, you can have the perfect prep, the perfect plan, the great driver, and just something goes wrong, right? And there are no guarantees, you know. We've seen how many times somebody's been leading the mint and they have a mechanical issue or they fall off or whatever. So this is going to be a great race all the way to the finish.
There's a great split screen too. That's watching that with Ryan right there in the right and left.
Yep.
You know, we talk about too the difference between all the different disciplines in motorsports, and definitely, I don't think anybody would disagree with this. The most abusive form of motorsport on a vehicle is what we do. And that's why it makes it so unpredictable in some capacities. You know, you can spend all the money you want on stuff, and at the end of the day, we're so abusive on things, there's always going to be that failure that you just couldn't buy your way out of.
And just speaking of that, I mean, you know, getting that text now from Brett Sourapas, he's super disappointed. You know, and he just lost the rear gear, and that was an issue they had at King of the Hammers as well. And part of the reason is they're racing a big block engine and a four-wheel drive truck, so it's not quite figured out. But here you have Bryce in virtually the same truck with a slightly different setup with transmission, and he's doing great.
Well,
so far.
Yeah, so far. And the other thing that's going on is, don't forget, we've now stepped up the horsepower in the last couple of years from 900 to almost 1,200.
Right.
And then the other part that's happened here recently, there's been a bad set of heat treating on gears.
Yes.
Which is open to a supplier issue, right? And that, you know, in the Sourapas case, could be that. You know,
absolutely.
A bad heat treat still.
Well, and we're at this point, you know, where it used to be guys were running 9-inch rear ends and, you know, and ring and pinions, things like that, were a dime a dozen. Then you went to 10-inch, and the pool got a little bit smaller, but there was still a lot. Now we're getting to these sizes where it's custom made for these unlimited trucks, you know, so there's not a lot of suppliers, you know, there's really only one choice.
And then let's throw it back for contrast here. We're talking about what guys used to do. How about when your dad used to race and the big tire was a 35?
Yeah, 33. I remember when a big tire on a Class 8 truck was a 33 as a kid, you know?
Yeah.
As we get the smiling face of Ryan Arciero there on our live feed. It's funny because that is the Ryan that I know. He's always got a smile on his face. And
well, when you're racing unlimited trucks, you gotta be pretty happy. You know what I mean?
And he was wearing good-looking jeans too. What are you gonna say?
He's got a great shoe collection too, I will say.
I haven't seen it. Have you?
No, I just know every time I see him, he's in a different pair of shoes. He's got to have a great collection.
That's why I love Ryan. He's a great representation of off-road, of our sport. You know, he's a good-looking guy. He's smart. He comes from a legacy family of racers, and you know, and he's fast, man. He deserves all the respect that he can be given.
Yeah. Matt, you know, we were talking last night about sports and/or cultures need representation from all different angles, right? Ryan Arciero represents our sport, or is the ambassador of niceness in our sport. I made this joke a little earlier, Marty, that Bob was standing there. Yeah, he's the meanest guy in our sport, which is the exact opposite of what the truth is.
Know him well and his family well. We spend time together. Yeah, we go to have dinner with him, and he's the nicest guy in the sport. It's amazing. He never says anything bad about anybody.
And he's never in a bad mood.
No. Well, again, he's driving a trophy truck. A limited truck. What are you going to say?
Yeah, exactly. You know, and he's one of those. I know. You know, this goes back. I had a great conversation with him on my podcast about 6 months ago, and we started talking about his history in the sport, and and he's been very innovative. I know him and Mark Miller back in the day won a lot of races. They were the ones that brought in that crazy aircraft type fueling and things like that, where they had the probe and things.
Yeah, on the fly. Even further back. Oh yeah, look at that. We still got Rob MacCachren in the pits.
That's not good.
No, there's something. Yeah, they've got something going on there. And, and he was in that lead group, and now I look back, and Rob's just lost miles and miles and miles. And our lead group now is Ryan Arciero, Luke McMillan. We've got Kyle Jurgensen and Bryce Menzies, and they're all within, looks like, about 3 miles of each other. So we go back to our leader there, Ryan Arciero. So he knows at this point, he's got, obviously, a helicopter there, and he's got crews on ground, and they're radioing to him, hey, man, you were out front, but you're being hunted.
But the pieces are falling into place for him to take the victory here. It's not over. We all know that, but the pieces are falling into place now.
And they have been for him too. I'm just going to say, because when he and the Herbst team kind of split. He used to be a driver on the Herbst team, and they kind of separated. I think it was all amicable, but it just kind of. And he was in a place where he wasn't sure what he was going to do or where he was going. And clearly, he's rebounded with still a Herbst built truck, and they still prep the truck. But the whole new program with obviously Levi's has really elevated his game. And he said before this race that they're going faster, and clearly he wasn't kidding.
Well, and I know, he had talked about it. That was a move where they literally rebuilt the program. He was a part of, structuring everything around it, and he said it wasn't easy right up front, but it's taken him a couple years now. And obviously, as we saw in Baja last year and now this race, I mean, the Ryan Arciero we all know and love, he is, he's back.
So, you were talking about him racing with Mark Miller. We can go back even further than that. He used to race in Class 10 with Tim Scalzo. I used to race against Ryan in Class 10.
Wow. And and talking about Ryan, he is a product, like we've been talking about today, of the system. He's come up, and obviously he's got some wins with Bob Gordon in Class 1 kind of early on, but he's driven a lot of different classes, and he's one of those guys, he just likes to get behind the wheel of a car.
Yeah, just that shot of Justin Blauer again running in the Baja trucks.
Cody Parkhouse here.
Yep, Cody Parkhouse in Class 1. Big horsepower in that car too.
Yeah, that's one of the the new Jimco Class 1 cars, the Hammerhead.
The Hammerhead. That's right. So what that is, for those of you who don't know, the front end is technically their trophy truck front end. The uprights and the arms are trophy truck.
Unlimited truck.
Unlimited truck, sorry.
No worries.
And the back of the truck, or the car actually uses an unlimited truck rear pivot and makes it a lot longer and gives it a little more travel, makes it a lot more comfortable and stable.
Yeah, so it essentially has all the accoutrements, of an unlimited truck, but it's a Class 1 open wheel car, which some people prefer to drive those types of cars. And
yeah, you got the Wilsons that have never left. You got Parkhouse that have never left.
Ryan and I haven't ever left. we like gearboxes and stuff, I think.
I love open wheel cars. I love to see the wheel. I also like filming them because you can really see the suspension work. The unlimited trucks, obviously are buttoned up, so you can't really see everything articulate. And the buggies, you can just see everything work. It's really cool from a mechanical perspective.
Look at how rugged that terrain is. Around there. This is what we're driving through. It's just absolutely gnarly terrain out here at the Mint.
There's actually no way to take what the drivers are
look at that. Sorry, Terry Householder's up in front in Baja truck, which is awesome. Joe Brain second, Travis Williams third, Justin Blauer fourth, and Travis Chase fifth. I was talking to Travis earlier, and he was like, he had a rear start, and he said, hey, I'm coming from the back to get this one. And he can wheel. Last year he raced Class 5 and Baja truck, and he won Class 5 and actually placed well in Baja truck as well.
And the Householder families, they're coming off of a big victory at Lofton a few weeks ago as well. Looking at Class 10 here, Christian Fessler there in the top spot, Brett Jeffers, Wheeler Morgan, he's been in there all day long, as well as Chase Warren there in the 4th spot, Connor McMullen there in the 5th spot.
Awesome. See, this is one of the things I love about this is we've got...
Look at how low he is.
Yep, we've got battles in every class, going on.
6100 Mike Neff, he's got big NHRA tie-in. I know Antron Brown was his buddy Mike Neff. He was texting me saying, hey man, he's like, keep me updated on Mike Neff. So I know Mike Neff's got a lot of the NHRA family, tuning in online right now. Give a shout out to them. But Mitch Armstrong, Ryan Lester there in the second, third spot.
And on the screen we got Luke McMillan. Look at him running through this terrain.
On the charge.
On the charge, trying to hunt down Ryan Arciero right now.
Well, it's funny, and talk about legacy family. His dad, Mark McMillan, is a multi-time champion, both in Baja and here. Has won the Mint 400 prior, and he's in the helicopter right now. And he's watching everything that Luke's doing, and I get texts from him earlier. Of course, telling me to start the race and not do the grid walk, and I'm like, thanks for your opinion, Mark.
Yeah, he won his first big breakout race was last year at the KOH race at the Desert Invitational, where he won his first unlimited truck
right
race.
There many times, but that was the first one.
And he got a second there this year.
Yeah, he did.
So had Bryce had any issue, he would have gotten that one too.
But watching Luke, I wrote the book on the families. You guys
That's
know,
right.
But,
you did write the book on the family.
But Luke was always so intense. Dan, his brother, is a little more fun like his dad, like Marcus, likes to have a good time. Still takes his racing serious, but Luke is
Rob
serious.
Mack he's back on track now,
awesome.
which is a good thing back in there. He has definitely dropped quite a few positions. We'll see how things shake out for Rob. It looks like 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. He's back to 8th place now as he resumes on the track.
Yeah, let's plug the McMillan book. I mean, that's one of the, what do we have? 3 books about off-road now? Maybe 4?
We have a few, yeah.
Yeah, not very many, though.
And you've authored, what,
2 of them?
Yeah, half of them?
That's pretty cool.
And there's another one, I think, coming in the works, but we'll see. But,
nice.
but it's been fun in the McMillan family. I mean, if anybody see it, that may be a camera shot problem right there.
Yeah, one of the cool things is that you can buy the McMillan book right now on dirtco.com. We're still selling that. And it's one of those things, like if you're into off-roading, this is a really cool coffee table book to own.
Well, what's great about it for the average person or the average guy who was interested in the sport or the history, because the biggest part of doing the book was the back of the book, which basically lists every race the McMillans had done, which was 308 when I finished it.
Wow.
But it had the dates, the place, the time, and so you could actually kind of go back
and the vehicle that they drove.
Right, but even just if you're interested, when was the 1978 Parker 400? Well, it was this date. And that was something that took a long time to kind of compile.
I remember asking Mark if he had some photos of a specific race, and he said, yeah, I do. And so I went down to the McMillan Racing Shop, and they had everything chronologically filed, and they had notes.
Oh, this is a bad sign right here.
Everything.
That is the
that's
Sourapas is there on the tightrope as we talk about him.
We knew in the White Claw Ignite truck. Ignite came on as a sponsor for this race. Dan Blazarian's company. He was up in a heli earlier shooting the race.
Quick story on the book. When I first went to talk to Mark about doing it ended up being a huge book, 8 pounds. But same thing. I showed up and didn't know what he had in his archive, and his secretary had every race. There were 300 manila envelopes.
Yep.
With every dash plaque, all their pit notes, which was on one hand as the author was great, and it was also intimidating because they had everything.
Right.
You didn't have any excuses.
Yeah, we got a driver change here in the 269 truck. That is Guillermo Zacmacona.
Yeah, we were talking earlier to one of their crew guys about the Pressure Pro system that they're using to fuel all the trucks these days.
And what do you think about that, Matt? I mean, we see the technological advances in the trucks. We've seen them in impact guns. We've seen them in jacks. But now with fueling systems, and this is insane, the technology goes into fueling these trucks now with these Pressure Pros.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, the majority of those guys are in fire suits that are there. The guys that are fueling are fire suited up. So as long as we're following safety protocol, I'm cool with it. But it's an evolution. You got to get a lot of gas in quickly. So I think it's a cool thing as long as we're in pits, we're in hot pits, right?
So let me ask you guys this. We talked about Ryan Arciero and what him and Mark Miller did almost 2 decades ago with the in-flight fueling. Now we got Pressure Pros, and that was actually outlawed at the time. What do you guys think? Is it a ban that should stand, or should that thing be lifted at some point?
What, the in-flight fueling?
Yeah. we've got pressure pros and everything else. I'm going, maybe.
I don't think you can do that because you had to actually involve other trucks. You were on the highway. Don't forget. So going back to when that was, it was in the early 2000s. There was one stop they did it. They had a strategy to get ahead of everybody, and they took like an in-flight truck, and they were behind the race car, and they fueled it on the go, on the fly. I don't think that's, pardon the expression, is going to fly at all. I think you have too much safety issues with that. It was very innovative, and it was immediately outlawed for good reason.
Yeah, I could tell you I can't get that insured.
No, exactly. Neither could Sal Fish at the time. So that was
the same reason that I couldn't let the soldiers go weapons hot for this race as they asked.
How rad was that, though, Matt, to see them finish? And I think I was in the pits waiting on our car to come in or something, and they'd come towing somebody in when they crossed. How awesome is that?
Yeah, it was great, man. You don't even know, like, a lot of people have passion for causes, and for me, it's the military. Part of it was that, part of it is that I have so many military friends. The other part of it is that I live next to Camp Pendleton, so I see a lot of these young soldiers come back from war, missing limbs, missing arms. So people don't recognize that we're still in war, constantly. So we need to take care of these guys because they take care of us. Freedom isn't free, and really, really need to support these guys. Not to mention the fact that off-road racing was founded by veterans. We have a lot of veterans. We have a lot of active duty military that race with us. So, I was a little choked up when those guys took the start line, and especially when they came in.
Man, that shot right there, you talk about freedom, that's what it's all about. That's right there.
Yeah.
Look at that golden hour setting over.
I was looking at it and thinking, oh, that's a cool commercial.
Absolutely.
It's not a commercial. It's what's happening right now.
Well, the crazy thing is this is probably 30 miles off the 15 freeway. It's right there.
Yeah.
That area is where the Joshua Tree Highway is. It's just a beautiful area.
But when you're driving sometimes, Ryan, you can't help but look at that and say, wow, this just for a second, you're like, man, I'm so lucky to be doing this right now.
Oh, I do it more than just a second.
Yeah, me too.
All right, so right now, current running order as we sit, it is Luke McMillan leading. And then I'm trying to look. Do we have Ryan Arciero? Did he drop back a little bit? Yeah, I don't know. See, our tracker just readjusted. So, okay, Ryan Arciero leading. Then it's Luke McMillan, and then it's a gridlock with Kyle Jurgensen and Bryce Menzies. So, but they're all within 2 miles of each other. So as this thing resets, they just keep jumping around.
But then how far back is the next group of cars? I mean, they've checked out.
That lead group of 4 has about, I'd say about 10, 15 miles on Tim Herbst. So, it's that lead group is just, they're just. So, that's a great battle of brewing as we're getting ready to wrap up, lap number 3 and head into lap number 4 out here at the BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400.
Look at that. That's desert racing at its finest right there. You see Prim there in the background.
Look at that.
Beautiful. Man.
Looks like we're getting joined here in the booth by, a two-time Mint 400 winner, my Polaris Razor teammate, Mr. Brandon Sims. I used to call Bryce Money B Money, but I think you're going to inherit that title. I'm going to call you B Money, Brandon Sims.
Hey, I'll take it when I can get it.
Yeah.
So overall winner of the UTV race yesterday, or I guess the race yesterday, man. I mean, we were racing, and I got out at lap number 2, and I guess your good friend Jake Carver had a little bit of pressure on you at one point, I think. But take us through yesterday, because you're two-time winner of the Mid 400. What was tougher, your first win or this one?
The first win was different because the competition wasn't as stiff as it is now. Everything's changed in this last few years a lot. I mean, back then, 4 years ago, or whatever it was, 2016, you could have a small issue and still win. You could, change a tire, change a belt, whatever it may be, and you still had a chance at the overall. Now, your chances, if you have one issue, you're pretty much done. So if you don't have a flawless race, you're going to really struggle getting that overall, So I think this race, or this win, was way bigger. I mean, and also adding another, 60, 70 miles to the course, it really changed everything. So that last lap came, and I was really stressed. I was just worried about something happening. I was like, man, I was really hoping for a 3-lap race. When I was coming around on that third lap, I was like, man, this would have been super awesome to be a 3-lap race, but I'm going out for one more. I got my fingers crossed everything stays together. The course started deteriorating, but everything held together, and man, it was just a perfect finish.
Well, I know we were talking race strategy on Fremont, you know what I mean? And it was one of those with that additional lap. It's like, you know, do you go and do you try and check out early? Do you lay up a little bit, save the car? And it seemed like you just ran like 4 really consistent laps.
Yeah, I did. You know, I wanted to get out there. I wasn't quite sure how I was going to stack up with the Honda because I've never raced against one before. So, you know, starting on that first row with the Honda, obviously we got the whole shot out of the infield. And then from that point on, I was like, I'm just going to run a fast pace. I didn't know what everybody else was doing, and I just went for it. I wasn't sure. You know, I was trying to communicate with the pits, and they were trying to keep me updated. But it's just so tough for them, you know. They do the best that they can with what they've got, you know, available. And, you know, I just went out there and went as fast as I could go.
I like how you said, obviously, I got the whole shot on him, right? that was great, and that was a great start. And, you know, I'm super excited for you. I was standing there with Bailey, and she kept walking over to me going, let's not jinx this, let's not jinx this. And you've been a little dry for a while. This is a big win for you, and hopefully this gets some wind in your sails. Obviously, the car's performing well, so you figured out some of the issues.
Yeah, for sure. So I had a new car built for me at the end of the last season. This is the 4th race on this car. So far, I've had one podium in the car, and then I've had two issues where the car just didn't. I had an issue. So I came into this race, addressed the issues that I had at the previous races, and I came out here saying, you know, I think everything's dialed. I can't think of anything else that's going to fail in this car, and that's why I kind of put up the, you know, I just kind of went for it, and I was like, if I was gonna have an issue, I think it was gonna be in the first 100. So if I made it past that 100, I felt like the car was gonna be good. And once we got past that 100, I felt a lot better. And like you said, you know, I did have some few issues. And
oh man,
we've been watching this a couple of times now. Rob MacCachren running in the top 5 most of the day, and Matt, I mean, this is not good for Rob. We've just seen downtime after downtime this lap. I mean, this is got to be tough for him.
Yeah, this really sucks. Brandon, so who built this car with you?
So I've been Lone Star Racing is the one that built the chassis. They've been a huge supporter of my program ever since the very beginning. You know, that was actually one of my very first sponsors or friendships that I've actually acquired through racing. You know, they were the first believers in my program. They've been on with me since the very beginning when I first started racing Best of Desert or professional racing, and Lone Star's just always been there. They've done my suspension. This is the first chassis that I've actually had built that I didn't build myself. Basically, you know, Lone Star, I reached out to them last year and I said, hey, this is the year, it's time for me to build a new car. My car's worn out. My old car had like 15,000 race miles on it, and I was like, this thing's just worn out. It's beat. What can we do? And they said, let's build you a chassis. We're going to make something super happy that you're going to be stoked with. And so we finished up that build last year, and so, you know, they just did a great job for me. They actually they catered to my needs, and they just asked me what I needed and built it for me. So basically, they built the chassis. I assembled everything. That's, you know, I'm very mechanically inclined. My day job, I'm a mechanic, so I wanted to put the car together, so I knew how it worked. I wired it. I did everything else myself. They got me a chassis, and I assembled it.
And you're also doing all your prep, right?
I am, yeah. So basically, I do all my prep. I do. For the last, you know, few years, I've been, you know, I work a day job, you know, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. After that is when I go home. I actually built a shop at my house, and I do all my prep at my house. Now here recently, I work for my dad, and he's a family-owned business, so I've gotten to the point where he's like, you know what, I'm going to try to replace you at work. I don't want you to be gone, but you need to really focus on your racing. You know,
That's awesome.
So this last couple weeks, actually, he said, you know, I want you to take off some more time. I want you to focus on this Mint 400. And obviously, it really paid off. You know, I crossed my T's, dotted my I's on my prep. You know, everything just was, I felt really good about this one. There's certain races where I go to, and, you know, you just got that feeling, that gut instinct that everything's going to go well. And, man, it couldn't have gone any better, honestly.
You took a different approach to this season, too. I know you and I talked about it, but you, instead of going after a points championship for the first time, you're keying in on some major races, just going and trying to take everything this year.
Yeah, this is very true. Actually, that Lofton race that happened 2 weeks ago, the Best in Desert one, the night race, that's the first Best in Desert race I've missed since I started racing professionally. Since 2014, that's the first Best in Desert race I missed. So I actually skipped that race. I basically called all my partners and said, hey, I need your honest opinion. I said, do you want me to go race this Lofton race, or would you like me to be perfectly prepped and ready to go win the Mint 400? And all of them, it was unanimous. They said, we want you to go out there and win the Mint 400. We said, this Lofton race, it is what it is, but, if you're going to go win the Mint 400, that's a way bigger race for us. And
yeah, you just won the biggest, baddest race in the world.
Yes.
4 laps, the longest Mint in history. That's the hard way,
Yeah.
And so, I have a ton of respect for you. Again, there's some of these guys that have everything done for them and kind of handed to them. It's like teed up, and there's nothing wrong with that. But
no, not at all.
I've known you for a while. We've done a lot of work together, and I'm always so happy when a guy like you, gets this type of victory. It's really cool.
Yeah, no, I started from nothing, honestly. I had nothing when I first started racing. It was more of a hobby, a dream. When I first started racing, my first race, or actually my first season, I saved up every last penny I ever had just to race that one season, just to see how I stacked up with the big boys. I always raced smaller races, and I wanted to be that guy to win out there just to see what I could do against the big boys. And, my first season out there, I went out there and hit the podium a handful of times, and it was like, wow, I've got what it takes. I'm going to go out there and play with them.
Yep.
We got to look at the live stream here, though. On the right, we see Ryan Arciero, our leader, pulling into the pit. They're doing a couple of changes. Looks like it was a rear tire change there. Remember, he's a rear-wheel drive truck. He's going to go out, try and get out ahead of Luke McMillan. But our current race leader in the pits getting ready to head out into lap 4. Circling back to you, Brandon. Heading out into lap 4, you know what I mean? In the dark. They're going to get into the dark. How was your approach to lap number 4?
Gosh, honestly, I came in on lap 3, and, it's always been a 3-lap race, and I came in on lap 3, and as bad as I wanted it, I pulled in, I'm like, man, telling my co-driver, this would be so sweet if this is a 3-lap race. We're killing it right now. I could be finishing right now, but, lots of times you're in the hunt for first place, and you're like, if it was a couple miles longer, we'd have a chance of winning. But when you're sitting there in first place, you're kind of stressing like, wow, what if something happens right now?
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like we have Arciero back on the move here.
Yeah. And what a trying day Rob MacCachren has had with issues. That head plant that he showed, that palm in his face, that kind of like summed up the entire deal.
But this shows you the utmost professional, where a lot of guys would have pulled the plug already after having these problems, and we know who they are in this, in the business. Yeah. Rob is, he's continuing to push on. They say press on regardless in rally. That's what Rob MacCachren's doing, because you never know at the Mint 400 what's going to happen on this last lap.
That's right.
Glad to see him on the move, though. This is one of the things that's part of the DNA of off-road racing, which is we don't quit. You got to get to the finish. I was telling the story the other day. It's like, I did one of those 4-day finishes at the Baja 1000 with a Class 11 team. So, there is no quit, and I love to see that with Rob, and, he's not giving up.
And the visuals that we have here just amazes me. We've got the first in-car camera that I know of in desert racing anywhere, and we're watching a drama unfold. We couldn't have picked a better car for the camera to let everybody know how tough is it for a co-driver to get himself belted back in.
Sure.
It's like a roller coaster ride, honestly.
Yeah.
It's a roller coaster of emotions. You really do. And you're getting to see all that right now going on, the roller coaster of emotions. You get highs, you get lows.
That's right.
Yeah.
And they all eat away at you. The highs can make you go do something silly, and the lows can make you do something stupid.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, how about your day yesterday? Did you have any downtime, any tire changes, belt changes, anything, or was it just flawless?
So, like I was telling them over there, I also do all my pit strategy too. So, I figured out my pit strategy in my head and wrote it all down for the team. And I knew I had it good to go. I had 2 planned pits, pit A on the 2nd lap, pit B on the 3rd lap, all the way to the finish. So I'm sitting in first place after lap 3, and I come into lap 4 and I'm going, you know what? I'm double thinking my pit strategy. And I'm like, man, I know I can make it in my head, but, I've ran out of fuel before. I radio my pit guys and I say, hey, we're doing really well right now, so I really don't want to run out of gas. I'm going to hit you guys up at pit B or pit A, and I know they already had their fueling stuff put away. I said, hey, give me 10 seconds of fuel at pit A. I know I don't need it, but I do not want to run out of gas. So I pulled into pit A and on the last lap, and I said, hey, we've got a good lead. it's not worth throwing it away. Give me 10 seconds of fuel. You know, that's probably about 5-6 gallons of fuel. And so they pumped me full of fuel, and I take off, and I said, you know what? I'm probably good, but you know what? I feel so much better about this. So
Peace of mind.
It is. It gave me the biggest peace of mind because to answer your questions, did I have any issues? You know, I honestly didn't have any issues. Everything was planned. 3 pits, and other than that, I didn't get out of the car once.
So you're racing the new Polaris RZR platform that came out last year, correct?
No, I'm racing the Turbo S, the one that came out. What was it? Yeah, 19.
Yep.
I've got a lot of time in the new Pro XP, and you know, I was supposed to build one. It was on my plan. I did not want to be, the first one to build parts for it. I was running out of time. My other car was worn out.
I think that's a funny thing for people to understand is like, when you build something and it works, and you know the manufacturer comes out with something new, and you don't really want to mess with it. You know,
right,
if you got a working platform, you're like, yeah, I get you're saying you improved it, but this works for me.
It did,
right
you know, and not to say that new machine, the new machine's great. You know, it really is. But I don't have I didn't have time to be a test or a test dummy or something that's learning everything. I didn't want to be the guy that had to build the fuel cell or whatever it may be to learn it. So I was like, you know what I'm going to do, guys? I said, I'm gonna go off this platform that's well built. We know it works, and I'm gonna go give that a run.
This is an interesting shot. So you saw how our infield is already in the shade, and then we're out in the proving grounds. They still got a little bit of daylight out there.
Somehow the proving grounds is full of sun out here. I'm sitting here in the shade freezing to death. They're probably sweating out there.
There might be an opportunity. I think a lot of us thought this might run way into the night. I mean, there's an opportunity here. We may see Ryan Arciero, whoever the ultimate winner is, wrap this thing up right at dusk, possibly.
Wouldn't that be frightening? I mean, we're what? They just left us, so we're what, an hour and 55 minutes away from a potential finish.
Yeah.
The pace was crazy. I honestly thought I was going to finish a lot later than I did.
Yeah.
Well, you know, Brandon, we were talking about this yesterday, and looking at the fast times for the UTVs, because we were talking about overall time is rougher, it's longer.
Yeah.
We were predicting average speed 55, 60. I'm thinking, I said, no, it's going to be 45.
Right.
And then you blokes, you go out there and you start snapping them off at 50-mile-an-hour laps.
That's insane for this race. I mean, this is the roughest race in the United States, no doubt. There's no other race that's going to compare to this here. I've raced them all, and I know what I've raced. You know, I've raced Baja, I've raced them all. This is by far the roughest, most, everything else is thrown at us here. And to carry off a 48 to 50 mile an hour average in our class, in a limited class, that's impressive.
Yeah, we were impressed.
Yeah, taking a look, we saw Cody Parkhouse there, Class 1 leaderboard. It is Cody Parkhouse out front in the 127 right now, followed by Chad Cummings. We got Jerry Lai there in the 3rd spot, and then Jay Reichert in the 4th spot in the number 111. So
and Jay came all the way out from Texas. He raced in the 16 car, and now he's in the 1 car.
Double duty.
Yeah, double duty. He loves off-road racing.
Great to see him back out in the desert. I know it's been a couple of years off, but great to see him back out here.
Yeah, he was racing on limited trucks and with a partner, and it's expensive. So here's Bryce Menzies.
Man, I love that truck.
Isn't it cool? Have you ridden in it yet?
I haven't, but it's a beautiful piece of machinery right there.
You have to go ride in it, and right away your head will spin.
Gosh,
You'll like.
I couldn't imagine. That's a problem. I'd be like, wow.
Normally we'd be taking a top of the hour break right now. We're pushing it back a few minutes just because we do want to see all our leaders pit here to start lap number 4. So we're pushing that top of the hour break back as we go on board with Rob MacCachren back under power. Man, he's had some trials and tribulations this lap number 3 here as we go on board with the Vision Wheel in-car. And it looks like he's back up to speed though. Looks like we've got, I don't know what truck this is, somebody in the pits.
Shoop, yep.
Shoop in the 232 there.
Yep. So one of the Baja spec trucks.
It's funny, Matt.
Look at the suspension right there. I mean, look at the Kings that these guys are running. Those are double bypass coilovers. You know, that's pretty much the best suspension in the world as far as the size of the suspension.
But, you know, you talk about that, and I laugh, too, because you look at a car like mine or Brandon's, and now, like, in the rear of ours, we're running 3-inch coilovers, 2.5s in the front. I mean, there's the size shocks that trophy trucks, unlimited trucks 10 years ago were running, Brandon. And, I mean, you know, you look at your car now, and when you started, could you ever believe you'd be wheeling what you are, you know, when you got your start in UTV racing?
You know, it's funny you touch on that, because honestly now on my new car, I'm actually running the Fox Dynamic suspension, and I have a switch on my dash. It's got 3 positions. You've got comfort, sport, and firm. So on my new car, I actually haul 38 gallons of fuel, which in a little car like that, when you're full at 38 gallons, it's a huge difference to when you're, you know, down to 5 gallons. So I'm constantly sitting there flicking that switch up and down, changing, you know, the way that the valving works in my shock. So when you're talking about the technology and how it's changing, I'm able to change the valving from the dash of my car, and, you know, I can make it stiffer just by flicking the switch. Well, and it's an amazing technology. I use it all day long.
Well, talking about Fox, I have a great story that ties into that, actually. John Marking, who, you know, is really the founder of the suspension side of Fox and led to all this off-road stuff, is pretty much the Obi-Wan Kenobi of suspension, right? He raced this race and went back from this race so beat up, racing one of the limited cars, that he founded this suspension company. You know, Fox was founded because the Mint 400 was such a rough course.
Right.
Wow, if we got to look there, that's Andre Lauren in the Motul truck. Let's see what we've got a glimpse here of. Yeah, it looks like looking at our leaderboard, too, we've got Ryan Arciero back out on track on lap number 4. We've got Luke McMillan in, I believe, the 2nd spot. Bryce Menzies in the 3rd. We've also got Kyle Jurgensen in the mix. All 4 trucks all within about 2 miles of each other. So our leaders, we are in for a slugfest here at the BF Goodrich Mint 400 here for lap number 4.
And we had a lot of talk about waiting until lap 4, then we go race. So now we're about to see something.
We're going to see who's got a lot of truck left, and I think that's the key. You know, who pulled the Brandon Sims move, save their car for lap 4 so you can go race.
That's what I stressed about all day yesterday, is coming into lap 4, seeing who's going to try to bring it in at the end, you know, because a lot of times you try to preserve it at the beginning and you start bringing it on towards the end, you know. I tried the different approach and went for it at the beginning to see if I could back it off towards the end. Yeah. My approach worked all right. But you know, it's always so different in every class or every race, you know, it could be totally different.
Here's Terry Householder, still ripping.
He's having a great run today.
Yep.
Marson in Class 10's been having a good run, looking for a podium finish there. That being said, you know, how was it on lap number 4? I mean, one of your best friends, Jake Carver, he was in 2nd place. I mean, and I know there's bragging rights after the race goes. How is that being chased down by one of your best friends?
Yeah, you know, I bet he's actually been one of my best friends for, you know, we've probably been going on over 10 years now. We've been riding, whether we started out racing Yamaha Rhinos together. And so I know how he drives. I know his driving style. Honestly, he's actually the only other one that's ever raced on one of my programs, whether it was in the Baja. We actually won the Baja 1000 one year as a team. And he's the only one of the other only other person that's ever driven any of my vehicles. So I know his driving style. I know what he's capable of, and I stressed about him all day. You know, I knew he was the 2nd car behind me, and I stressed about him sneaking up on me. Fortunately, we were able to, you know, the pits kept in communication with me, let me know where he was at. But yeah, like you're saying, if I had one issue, he was right there to take advantage of it. So, you know, it was just so close, you know, and him being who he was, I knew he had the capabilities of, you know, taking over that top spot at any moment.
So it's so cool that you guys are, you know, friends, and you're competitive and you're all good with it, right?
We are, yeah, for sure.
You know, but you guys get out on that course and you're just battling, you know?
Yeah, it's exactly the same, you know. Same with Mitchie, all my teammates, you know. It's the same way, you know. Off the course, we're all great friends, go have a good time together. On course, it's all about, man, I just can't wait to beat that guy. You know, whatever it's going to take, I want him to lose, I want to win. But isn't that what drives us in off-road racing, is being competitive and wanting to beat that other guy?
Look at this shot right here. I mean, this is war still. And now the sun's going down, so everything's going to change a little bit, and it's going to tighten up, and you know, we'll see who comes out in each class. I mean, again, this is the cool thing, is we have a Class 1 battle, we've got a 6100 battle, we've got a Baja truck battle, we've got a unlimited truck battle, right?
And this is over 300 miles in.
Class 10, all right, yeah.
And you look at the body panels, though. I mean, there's, hoods missing, fenders missing. It's so beat, it's so rugged. It's like, as you said, it's war out there.
Yeah.
Right
And
now.
you know what, Jimmy? I bet most of that glass or that skin that went off didn't get knocked off by another truck. It's just a brutal desert, banging things around so hard they can't stay fastened.
No.
I know what we're going to be doing on Sunday. We're going to be going around course collecting all that stuff.
And I can attest to this, and Brandon can too. Lap 4, I'm going around there going, I think I could probably build an entire UTV with everything that's laying out here.
I did see a high amount of extra parts out there on the course, and it was obviously due to the roughness of the course. It was most likely not due to contact. It was mostly due just to the how rough everything was.
Back through the Emsoil rockets.
And it's interesting the way the sun is now. So we're looking at rockets here, and it's daylight. It looks like daylight. And then you go to those other shots, guys are having to run their lights, and it's in the shadows. So right now, this is kind of that magic hour where there's not really a right answer to lighting or any of that. It's, as you see, kind of dark off in the distance, but it's kind of an interesting, I guess, place we're at in this race right now, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good transition, right? So you got to switch from your night game your day game to your night game,
Although there's one thing I've noticed from yesterday's race is they're not driving into the sun as bad. I mean, we've got a little overcast. Yesterday I was driving with one hand into the dusk. I was having to cover my face because the sun was right there. It doesn't look like they're battling with the sun as much as we were.
Yeah, and that's really tough. I mean, driving with one hand
it is.
At the Min 400, through terrain, and it's hard. Your eyes are, having a hard time adjusting. It's really tough.
There's Sarah Price there in the number 78.
She's motoring along, man. Super stoked. One of 65 women racing with us at this race.
That is impressive.
Yeah.
Another new record, right?
That's true, huh?
Well, looking at our leaderboard right now in the unlimited truck division, it is Ryan Arciero on the number 32 out front. We got Luke McMillan in the second spot, Bryce Menzies in the third, and Kyle Jurgensen in the fourth spot. I will say, though, there's only about 4 miles separating our top 4 trucks. So about 100 miles to go in the Mid 400, and it is a gridlock.
So this is a great illustration of what BFG's commitment is to off-road racing. That's a BFG pit. They bring this up for everybody who's racing on BFGs to come pit in. And, they, like I said, they do it for everybody. If you're running BFGs, this is the type of pits that they're going to provide for you.
And they're staffed by skilled, experienced people.
Yep.
They know what to do if it's a buggy. They know what to do if it's a truck.
That was a pretty quick pit. That was about 30 seconds.
That was quick. It definitely was.
So, it makes a huge difference when you're racing both in the States, but definitely in Baja. A lot of guys can't afford to, put out the logistics that it takes to race in Baja, especially this upcoming year when we're going to do a peninsula run, right?
Yes.
That means you have to put pits all the way down the peninsula, staff them with people, staff them with vehicles, staff them with equipment. It gets expensive fast. But again, if you're running on BFGs, you get to roll with them.
You're reading history here, Matt. That's exactly how the pit organization started. It happened to be under my control when I ran the deal. And we didn't have any budget, really, to speak of. We didn't have a whole lot of teams. The teams we did have said, I want more money. We need more money. Well, of course. But so why do you need more money? Well, this is an expensive sport. And I didn't say what I was thinking. Well, dude, you brought in, come on.
Right.
But fact is, and just what you said, I've got to do the Baja 1000, got to go to La Paz, got to staff 10 pits, equip them, put those people up, sleep them. So what I said to myself, if I can save these people money, that's like paying them money.
Absolutely.
And so we said, listen, you got a tractor and trailer, you got a fifth wheel, we got a tractor and trailer, you got a box truck. Let's all get ourselves together, let the pitting happen for everybody, let the race get decided in the desert. No shenanigans in the pit. Then we opened it up to anybody in the race. We don't care what tires you have. You ever been to a See's Candy store, Matt?
Yes.
You don't walk out without a sample.
Absolutely.
So it was just a little fundamental See's Candy marketing. We built a BFG pitting network based on it. You get somebody in there and you fix them and you give them a hot soup and you send them out. They're saying, well, I kind of like that. Buy the tires.
Well, what I love about it too is for a lot of the newbies, especially with what has been happening in the revolution of UTV racing, taking on those races is really daunting.
Yes.
So it's nice to have somebody that knows the program and that's going to help you along. I mean, the first thing you have to understand is where do we put the pit, right? You know,
Yeah,
so
why would we put it there or there or there?
So you guys take all the guesswork out of it and put everybody at ease, and you go, look, here are the, you know, and it's funny because, you know, everybody pits around BFG pits, right? So they look at, oh, where's BFG pitting? Well, we'll put there, and there too.
Well, and the way it played out is that we would get proposals. Not that everybody gets proposals. You may have sent a few in your day.
Yeah, I'm sure I have.
And they came out and we want this many zeros after the number. We need this many, 150 tires and blah, 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 blah. And I'd go back to them and they'd sign up because I'd say, well, we can't do all that. But what do you think about 20 tires, 4 dozen T-shirts and pitting? And we had a deal.
Yeah.
Right. Absolutely.
So I got to ask, Brandon, I mean, you got a trip back to Prescott Valley coming here, I'm assuming tomorrow, and we got the Mint 400 Queen, and we've got the Mint 400 King going in the same car. So, yeah, but I'm looking at this going, man, that's got to be a heck of a ride with the Queen and the King going back to Prescott Valley together.
Yeah, actually, I'm super stoked. I'm going to come in here tomorrow, and I'm going to collect my new trophy that, the Martellis actually came out and they care about, offering something that I'm going to be proud to hang on my wall or put on my trophy shelf. So I'm super stoked to come here, check out that new trophy that they've come up with. And then I'm going to head home. I'm going to have a check in the back and my trophy sitting there. I'm probably going to take a few pictures of me in front of them. And, I might take a little break tomorrow, enjoy life a little bit. That's actually what I'm doing today. I was out there telling everybody I thoroughly enjoy watching this live feed. I mean, this is the way to watch this desert racing. It honestly is. Everything about this makes it so much more fun to watch. Today's been enjoyable.
Yeah, absolutely, and not to mention we've got a bar. It's going to be here tomorrow. Yeah. So it's awards with a bar and with food.
One thing I've learned about the Martelli brothers, you guys like to throw a party, man.
Yeah. Well, I navigate by food, so you're never going to not.
Food and drink, Matt knows where it's at. You and Josh.
Absolutely.
I come visit you guys, and Josh is always, hey, we got a new restaurant we need to try.
Absolutely.
Well, you were raising pigs and chickens back when one of the times I talked to you.
Yeah. Well, we started buying some local animals so that we had clean food. But yeah, I mean, Jimmy, how many times did you or your dad come across the finish line and handed you a beer? That's part of the nature part of the DNA of off-road culture.
Well, I can tell you, I know as a kid, down in Baja, that was kind of the tradition down there. But here in the States, not so much. You guys have definitely, tried to bring that whole feel back, and I think it's something special. And talking about that feel, somebody here is going to get it a little bit later this evening. We're out on lap number 4, this unlimited race. Ryan Arciero continuing to lead out here, and we are going to take a short commercial break, and we're going to have some highlights for you, and then we're going to return with the finish here at the BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400.
anyone but you. Are the stars out tonight? I don't know if it's cloudy or bright. I only have eyes for you.
Hey guys, I'm Jesse Heisey, crew chief of the number 7 trophy truck. We have an all-wheel drive, fully custom-built tube chassis built by the Huseman brothers in California. We have a 525 cubic inch Chevy big block. It's about 1,000 horsepower.
We kind of got the idea from a Polaris RZR because it has 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive. And the first time I drove one down in Mexico, I put it in 4-wheel drive and I'm like, if I had a race truck like this, it would be insane. And that's when we started developing and building this thing, and it's taken 2 years. People always ask me, what does it compare to the 2-wheel drive? And I'm like, there's nothing to compare. Honestly, it's that much better everywhere.
Our front suspension, we run Fox shocks, 16-inch bypass and a 12-inch coilover, which gives us 23 inches of front wheel travel, which is just as much, if not more, than some of the 2-wheel drive trucks out there, which is pretty crazy to think when we run a whole 4-wheel drive system with moving CV parts. The rear Fox shocks are an 18-inch bypass and a 16-inch coilover, which gives us about 30 inches of rear wheel travel. We carry 2 spare tires with us. Oren can get out at any time and change them with the quick jack system we have. Our fueling system, with the chase trucks, we can push in 3 gallons a second, and we can fuel all 120 gallons within 50 seconds. The brakes, we run Brembo 6-piston. They're the largest brake caliper that basically anybody runs on any trophy truck. Our wheels are custom-built KMC with almost 0 offset. That makes us be able to run the largest brake caliper, largest brake rotor, and in the front it also gives us the ability to run the widest axles possible. On Bryce's side, he has paddle shifters to shift. It's all electric over air actuated shift solenoids. Behind the grill, we run 2 40-inch Baja Designs light bars. Most racers are fixed, but ours are remotely controlled by actuator by Bryce's steering wheel, so he can move them up and down during the race to make him feel more comfortable doing 120 miles an hour at night. Oren has full visibility of everything computerized on the truck, and if there's anything wrong, the alarm lights will light up, notifying him if there's a tire going flat, tire temperature's too high, low oil pressure. Anything that's a warning sign will pop up. Our Huseman-built all-wheel drive trophy truck was designed to push the limits of the trophy truck class. With everybody's help and ideas, we handcrafted every piece on it and built one of the fastest trucks out there.
So in our sport, the biggest thing is making sure you align with partners and people that are going to get you to the finish line. Partners like AMSOIL, we race our truck out in the desert, or Baja where it's 120 degrees. And you have to trust that that oil is going to work at those temperatures. Every time I get to go drive this thing, I have a smile on my face. With 6-speed paddle shifts, I feel like a little kid in like a Ferrari or something playing a video game. So this vehicle is the ultimate dream vehicle to drive, and I can't wait to see what the future holds for these trucks.
Mom wants us to.
Okay, and welcome back to the BF Goodrich Mint 400 2020. We're here in Las Vegas, and we've got ourselves a proper race underway here.
Oh boy, do we have a proper race underway here. You know, lap number 4 at the iconic Mint 400. We got a 4-way shootout for the crown with some heavy hitters, man. This is going to be an exciting one.
And it's happening in lap times that we just didn't believe to be possible. You know,
Yeah, let's
it's
talk about
a shootout. It's a blowout.
Yesterday, we saw those UTV Pro Turbos hitting times of 2 hours, but then up stepped Harley Letner earlier this morning. He blew that clean out the door with an hour and 35, and we've just been watching those lap times hovering around that 1:38 all day. It's been incredibly impressive.
Nobody has backed off.
Well, everything's about to change. When you look at the orange ball, they're about to go behind the mountains. The whole dynamic of this race can change.
Okay, we have the Class 10 leaderboard here right now. In 5th position is Preston Brigman. In 4th position is Justin Davis. In 3rd is Connor McMullen. Do apologise. In 2nd, Chase Warren. And in 1st position is Christian Fessler. So Christian is having a fantastic race out there. Then we also have our 6100 class racers out there at the moment. In 3rd position is Ryan Lester. In 2nd is Mitch Armstrong. And still leading those 6100s is Mike Neff. We also have the Baja trucks out there as well, and we'll be bringing you an up-to-date on those just as soon as we have it. But at the moment, it's all about our leading unlimited class trucks at the moment, and it's Ryan Arciero, who's out there in the lead at the moment with Luke McMillan in 2nd position, and just behind them, Bryce Menzies, and there is merely seconds between these vehicles.
You know, it really says something about all that's gone into this race for these guys to be down to the last lap and be separated by that few of minutes.
Yeah, I mean, 4 trucks within just, just a couple of minutes, a couple of miles of each other. One flat tire, I mean, one miss, anything, and the race could be over.
Well, this is our current 2nd place car. This is Luke McMillan, we can see here now. And he's not backing off one bit whatsoever. Just look at the way he's sliding this car around those corners.
Jimmy can't back off. If he backs off, he's going to get passed.
Very true.
But it's coming to him the way he talked about. He said he was going to lay back. He's going to let the other guys go and be there at the end. So I'd say his plan is coming to the result that he wants.
So that's the Australian car there. Komeski, and it looks like they're taking the air filter off or putting the air filter back on.
Putting a fresh one on, maybe.
Give a big old shout out to Speed Cafe. Those guys are Aussies. They're all down there. They're watching this race and they're watching their mates. And Paul Wheel is doing everything he can to make the Mint 400
Look at this.
Big win for him.
Bob, I'm just going to cut in here.
Sure.
Look at this. Look how close these cars are. That's Luke McMillan coming through here. And I'm guessing the car behind must be Bryce Menzies.
Yeah, this is pit A. This is about 30 miles into the race, or into the lap, I should say.
There is nothing worse as a car following another car into the pits. You have to sit there on your speed limiter, and it feels like you're standing still.
Shot here of rockets. This looks like one of our Baja spec trucks.
Man, look at how those whoops have gotten bigger throughout the day.
Just deep. Looks like Dan Fresh going by there.
And Dan's driving with a broken wrist.
You want to talk about just a beast of a guy. I mean, he drives desert races, Ultra 4. He goes out to Hammers. He runs just about every division out there. I mean, this guy, like you said, with a broken wrist. I mean, you want to talk about seat time. I don't know if anybody gets as much seat time as Dan Fresh.
Give him a sit-down lawnmower. He'll probably race that.
Yeah, no, he races in for 4500 class at King of the Hammers in the modified class, and then he also races in the 4400.
There's the heat wave truck of the Eisenhower brothers.
You guys look at the poetic aspect of what we just saw there. A helicopter, the sunset, the desert, and a truck blasting through the whoops.
Yeah, that's Dave Taylor there in car 26.
Looks like on this side of the mountain, we've got a little bit of dark setting in. On the other side, the sun is still out.
It is. It looks like they're just fitting a light bar to this vehicle as well. That's the 1084.
Sort of shooting range.
God, that's something that we're seeing less and less and less of too, is regular old dune buggies.
You see all that red on the ground? Those are actually shotgun shells. No joke, they are shotgun shells. That's why it's called shooting range. It's pretty amazing out there, actually. It's surreal when you're driving through it.
And this is our current race leader.
Hey, you know it's getting rough when you watch the trophy trucks or watch the unlimited trucks move off to the side to avoid bumps, it looks like he might have a flat.
I'm just looking at that.
Is that a flat or is it just that silty?
No, those tires are fine.
Yep, sorry.
That's what you call letting it eat. Letting it eat. That truck is just eating it up right now. Ryan doing a phenomenal job under a lot of pressure, too. You got to give him credit. You know, he sat back. Obviously, Harley Letner and Kevin Thompson had a problem. Ryan inherited the lead. He knows he's got some of the heaviest hitters in the business right behind him, and he is not cracking. I mean, this is a veteran driver here, and he is putting on a show out here.
He's done battle with those guys before. It's not like it's new territory for him.
And we give a shout out to Travis Morris, his co-driver. Those two guys have been friends since they were kids. And I think that makes a big difference in the car. When you're getting into the situation where everybody needs to be on it, just careful, no mistakes, no nothing. That's where you got a team of guys working for the same objective.
You guys realize we're watching this? This is a helicopter shot right now. Just how low that
the
helicopter
cinematics
is.
are. Look at the interstate in the background there.
Well, we need to be enjoying these helicopter shots.
Because they're going away.
Yeah, they are going to be going away very soon. As the sun starts dipping over the hill, as we watch another Class 10 car making its way around the course.
You know, I was trying to talk about this a little earlier. There is absolutely no way that you can describe to the watchers how rough this really is. You cannot tell by watching this here.
Yeah, no, as Brett Jeffers making his way out through shooting range there. We met his team this morning while we were having breakfast, the 1069 car. So a shout out to those guys. I'm so pleased to see that he's still running hard on track.
And they're going like stink. They're going fast. Actually, I don't know if they really are or aren't, but I promised the team at breakfast I'd say how fast they were. So that's, man, they're quick.
Look at the way Luke's coming in there. Yeah. Two in the rack and looking quick. Great stuff there from Luke McMillan. Oh, who's this? Is this Jurgensen?
It's a Brenthel truck. Comiskey, it looked like I saw on one of the.
Oh, no. That's our Australian friends, Comiskey, yep.
Really cool that we're getting the international draw that we're getting here at the Mint 400.
17 different nationalities racing this weekend as we watch Bryce Menzies back out on track now.
Bryce in that lead group of 4 trucks, along with McMillan, Jurgensen, and leader Ryan Arciero. Bryce seems like he's had some tire issues today. Sounds like quite a few flats out of his camp.
O-ring's been getting worked out, huh? And we're back on board with Rob MacCachren here.
He's coming back in because he must be speed zone.
Yeah, speed
zone.
zone.
You can't see his eyes or his face, but you can just kind of tell by his body expression.
Well, they're not communicating. The driver and the co-driver aren't communicating. The co-driver's not looking in front. He's kind of looking very tired.
And that is the body English of dejection.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at, is that you can kind of tell that Rob's just not happy.
And when you come in on this section, you just saw another driver go by. It's 25-mile-an-hour speed limit, and drivers come in and out on the same road. So as you see Rob wave at one of his competitors go by, that is not a good sign there.
No.
But you got to say though, he's still in line for. Rob doesn't want a top 10 finish at the Mint 400. No. Rob wants a win at the Mint 400,
especially not at this point in his career.
And normally you'd say, oh, he's salvaging some good points, but the Mint this year, as we talked about earlier, this is a win or nothing scenario.
Yeah. And there's one of the Herbst
That's
trucks.
Tim Herbst there.
Tim, yeah.
Still looking on pace.
And the truck's looking clean and tidy, too.
Yeah, it looks very sharp. They've quietly put together a very strong race. I think they're in the top 5.
Here he is. Mr. McMillan doing his best to eat some desert up.
It is so close at the front here. The tracker just keeps bouncing backwards and forwards between Luke McMillan.
Look at this aerial shot
Ryan.
here. This is of the quarry.
Showing you that cotton picking. Well, that thing looks like a malaria germ on the map.
Well, that's Bryce coming in the back there. So we can see Luke McMillan. And that looks like Bryce Menzies lights there as well. So they can physically see each other on track.
You know, we've talked about how beneficial the wind has been all day, blowing the dust.
Is that Ryan just down there? That is, I think that's a red and white car, isn't it?
Sure looks like it. Looks like. So we've got all 3 of our leaders in the quarry at the same time right now.
So they've raced, let's get this straight, they've raced probably something around the region of 350 miles, and there is literally meters or yards between these vehicles.
That's what I was going to say. I would venture to say, without the wind that we've had, we would not see these guys this tight running this hard.
The wind has been in their favor completely today.
Say this race has been brought to you by the wind.
But nighttime's coming. Now, we often see that the wind actually drops away as the sun drops over the hill. So that could have a complete change to this race.
Well, and we've got some of the rockiest sections of the course still to come. And as we know, when they're this tight, one flat tire, that can drop you from first to fourth really quick.
I won the Baja 1000 in 1996. I was in second place leading into the last 30 miles, and Mark McMillan got a flat. I got by him, and I won.
Wow. That's very cool.
Yeah.
But this next 70 odd miles are oh so important. It's all going to be about now. These guys, how they see the track, and you see how the lights are really starting to take effect on this course.
It's like we're changing a drive shaft here on the 26 truck.
Yeah, Dave Taylor.
Been a rough day for Dave Taylor.
He has really good strong pace earlier on in this race. He was right up with the leading bunch.
You know, Ryan is looking only forward. You can kind of tell by the way he's driving. He is focused on what's ahead of him. He knows what's behind. He's getting radio reports on that, I'm sure.
Yeah, his crew is definitely radioing in, and he's got a helicopter in the air as well.
You can call it, right.
Don't know what the rules are here at the Mint 400 in regards to helicopters. A certain series will allow communication between the helicopters and the drivers, others won't.
Looks like we've had a gravity storm here on the infield with 61-71.
Yeah, that's Mitch Armstrong, who was running in second position.
And I'm not liking the smoke we're seeing here.
Yeah, it looks like he left the motor running. I think he's just switched it off.
Looks like his light bar there has been smashed pretty good.
It's what we would say. It looks a little bit second-hand.
Second-hand.
Well, looks like we've got some footage of this.
As Terry Householder works his way around. Is this going to...
There he goes. Whoopsie.
Digs in. So easy to do.
You know, Jimmy, you've been upside down. That Jim's been upside down. It's different when it's a high-speed thing. Then you feel glad you made it through. When you get one of these little tip over like a laugh-in show did, fell off the tricycle, it just pisses you off.
It's just half a job. You've gone in there, you haven't really committed on the throttle, but you haven't really closed the throttle either. You've done a half a job, and that's what happens, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So easy to do when you're fatigued.
Yeah, and the thing is, when it's a high-speed crash, you were really pushing limits and things like that. And I've had one where I was leading a race in Colorado in a UTV race, and last lap, one of the last corners, the ruts got really deep, and I put it on its side. I want to talk about an embarrassing moment, losing a race when you literally put a UTV on its side in the rut. And it's, as the entire field goes by, you're just looking in the car like, can I just curl up in and go into a hole?
You could have done a thorough job like that guy Danny Beaver did at Lofton.
Yeah. So what happens when you lose steering at 100 miles an hour?
Well, while we're watching Mitch Armstrong being recovered here, let's take a shout out to our sponsors. We have Onyx Off-Road, we have Fox, we have Method Race Wheels, and of course we have BF Goodrich Tyres. Then there is Beach Grease, the official craft beer of the Mint 400. Then there's City Shines Moonshine, which is the official craft spirit of the Mint 400, and NGK Spark Plugs. I mean, how long have NGK been a sponsor and supporter of the Mint 400?
Forever. And to have them come back, particularly to support the kids racing, I think that was a great touch. The oldest name in desert, probably, or close to it, takes care of the youngest people running it.
The second oldest name, Bob. Aren't you the first?
No.
We talked about Onyx, the official GPS app of the Mint 400. Really cool app. I spent some time with one of the owners learning how it works, and it's a really cool app that you can use. They actually have versions of it for hunting, and I believe they've mapped out stuff in Moab. And I think I see the owner standing over here next to us.
Perfect timing.
Oh. I wondered why we all stopped.
As we watched the 255. And that is Kirk Harkey there, making his way out into the desert night sky. Still our safety crews just making sure that Mitch Armstrong is okay. Hopefully he'll be back up. Oh dear.
That's a bit of a fail right there.
It is a bit of a fail. It looks like they're trying to turn him in the wrong direction, if I'm honest, but... As long as it doesn't affect our leaders, that'll be fine. And there's another Class 10 buggy.
You know, and Matt was saying earlier that John Cooley from Illumicraft was very instrumental in setting up the sponsorship, not the sponsorship, but the purse money for the Class 10. Illumicraft is sponsoring the Class 10 race. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Matt said there's roughly $30,000 up for grabs.
In 10?
I'm pretty sure that's what Matt said, yeah.
That's awesome.
And as we see that Onyx logo cycle through there on the right side of the screen, Ted Livingston from Onyx just stepped in here. He's got a headset on. We're going to have a chat with him about his app. Ted, how you doing, man?
Oh, doing great, guys. Thanks so much for having me.
So is this your first Mint 400, I'm assuming, right?
This is my first Mint 400.
Well, I got to tell you, we met last month in Johnson Valley. You were showing me your app and explaining that you're going to be working with Matt here. And I got to tell you, of all the different apps that I've seen when it comes to using things for navigating in the desert, I'm pretty impressed with what you got here.
Oh, thanks so much. Yeah, it's been a pleasure to work with the Mint 400 guys and really map out the course. We've been working on this for quite a long time, and it's been fun.
So can you tell me what separates, I mean, there's a lot of navigational apps out there. What's different about your guys' than everybody else's?
Yeah, there are quite a few out there. And one of the big things that we're doing here is we're focusing on the off-road community. When you pull up the app, you can really filter down the trails by width and vehicle type. So we're really diving in. We're building rich content trails, featured trails, all 50 nationally, 50 states. So really focused on the community, and so we're committed to off-road.
Very cool. You know, I think we can. We're going to pull the app up on screen here.
Yeah.
Give us a second, and maybe you can walk us through what we're looking at once it's up on screen.
Yeah, we got a coworker in the booth, and he's going to help me walk through it.
In the meantime, look at how that mint decanter is right there in front of you.
I actually raced, and I got one of these. All right, we got the app up on screen. So as you can see here, that's the Mint 400 race course map.
So the yellow is the course map, right?
Course map is there. And then if you zoom in here, what we're going to find is we've mapped out the pits, all the spectator areas, all kinds of detail there. The dotted line there is what you're seeing is the motorcycle course. And then if you zoom out just a little bit, you'll see the four-wheel course there.
Gotcha. And what are all the green lines?
So the green lines is you're going to see all over the nation, and that is open roads and trails, public land, open rails. And here what we've pulled up is choose your ride. So you're able to select that, deselect those, and trails will open and close based off of the
what you want.
Yeah. One of the key things about Onyx is you can save these trails or these areas before you head out into the wilderness and download offline maps. So you select here, you got 10 miles wide, you can do 150 miles wide, and save that before you head out into the wilderness. So once you have that content on your device, you're good to go.
I think that is absolutely huge.
And you can see where you're at on that overlay. Is that right?
Exactly.
Without cell reception.
Right.
Yeah.
So
That opens it up to hunters. I mean, everybody that does park someplace and walk away.
Exactly.
That's
and you did mention hunters, and that is our big brother is Onyx Hunt. Yeah, Onyx Hunt is our big brother, and we've been around for 10 years, and the Hunt app has been around for 10 years, and then the next we started about 10 months ago in off-road. We took that information that we have from the Hunt guys and built an off-road app for this community.
Hey, well, welcome to off-road racing, my friend.
I've been in it for a long time, but it's been a pleasure, and we just love being out here.
Well, I can tell you, as a Baja guy, who I still have a home there, and I spend a lot of time in Baja, I'm looking forward to working with you on mapping some of the stuff down in Baja.
Absolutely. That is 100% coming into picture.
I can think times in Baja where I wish I'd had that. I mean, think of this, Ryan, coming through the tide pools in the south of Santa Ignacio with no map, no nothing, no light, no daylight, no bueno.
Exactly.
But on the flip side of that, never anything wrong with getting lost in Baja for a little while either.
For sure.
And as we take a look back at the screen here, the sun is setting, and here is Rafael Navarro in the 209 truck, sponsored by Pete's Camp. His family owns Pete's Camp down just north of San Felipe. How's Rafael doing?
Rafael is doing incredibly well at the moment. That was just going through the rockets there, I believe. No, it was through the shooting range. But we're back on with Rob Mack there briefly. Rob's having a tough day at the office. He's down at about 8th position currently as Cody Parkhouse passes on through into the desert.
Here's Tim Herbst. He looks like he's just doing very well. The truck looks so clean and put together. Nothing rattled off, nothing scratched, nothing crunched.
So, Ted, big question for you. Have you got the opportunity yet to get in and go for a ride in one of these things?
Well, no, not a big trophy truck. Not yet. I'd love to. Plenty of side-by-side and motorcycle stuff. We had a couple teammates from Onyx race the Mint 400, including myself, and we survived.
Oh, awesome.
It was burly.
Excellent.
Oh, my
Excellent.
gosh.
Well, listen, thanks for stopping by. We're glad you're here. We're glad you're a part of the Mint 400. Looking forward to seeing you and your app here along in the future.
Yeah, one thing I want to say is, like, everyone who downloads the app right now, if you use the code MINT20, you'll get 20% off the app for the year, and so that can really help. Once you get home, once you're clean the dirt off yourself and you want to go out again, there's thousands and thousands of trails nationwide ready to go.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, thanks again for showing up.
Thanks.
And I think we're going to go back to the leaderboard here and see how things are panning out for the last part of this race.
Indeed, and we do have a race on our hands here. In 5th position, it's Eric Husted. In 4th is Kyle Jerkerson. In 3rd is Bryce Menzies. In 2nd is Luke McMillan, but the man who's leading at the moment is Ryan Arciero, and he's killing it out there. I'm just looking on the tracker, and it is so close still. These guys can actually physically see each other out on track.
Where are they right now, Jim?
Actually, right now, they're going to be heading around not that million miles for Rockets. They've passed the halfway mark on the final lap. So we're going to be seeing these guys coming in less than an hour's time.
So they're headed up to Pit B, you reckon, right about now?
They're still a fair way from Pit B.
All right. I can't wait.
So they've literally just gone up through shooting range right now.
Okay.
I can't not say something about that sky right now. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
And you know what? This is not Photoshop, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we
This is
have.
real life. This is the real thing.
Is there not anything cooler on the planet than this? I mean,
I was just looking at the depth of the ruts there as this car was coming through. They are absolutely epic. Some of these ruts are now on for half a yard deep.
Yeah, if you think about the number of vehicles that have been around this track over the last 48 hours, the way that the course has evolved throughout the hours, we're coming into the final stretches of it here.
Oh,
It definitely is in its roughest state right now.
That's perfect. Just look at that. You can really get a driver's eye view there of how he is seeing the terrain as Chase Warren makes his way into the desert.
And the thing is, Jim Marsden, when you go into that stuff, and especially when it's dark, those lights light up the holes. The trouble is, all they do is light up the black spot that the hole's in. You don't know how deep it is.
Absolutely. It's been an interesting fact as we look at our tracker here. In the top right-hand corner of our tracker, those are our lead cars, and that's how close it is right now, ladies and gentlemen. Ryan Arciero is leading out from Luke McMillan and then Bryce McMillan. A little bit further back from him is Eric Husted, and then behind him it's Tim Hurst. I can't believe how close this race is. Over 350 miles have already been driven, and it is literally down to a couple of hundred yards.
Maybe I'm just being selfish, but I hope they all get here within 3 minutes. That would just be wild.
Well, we have to start thinking about adjusted time as well. That's going to pay its effect here. It's Ryan left the line in 7th position this morning. Bryce left the line in 4th.
Hold on 1 second. I want to interrupt you here. I'm very happy to see Rob MacCachren at speed inside.
It's been a trying second half of this race for Rob.
Sorry about that, Jim.
No, that's okay. No, mate, that's cool. One thing I do want to point out there is he has a red light on the inside of the dashboard. That's something that I like to do as well. Red light, soft on the eyes. It still means you can see the inside of the car, but it doesn't take away your night vision. Okay, so that's really interesting to see.
Time warp.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Speaking of red, look at that.
Amazing sky. And there is Bryce Menzies, our current 3rd place vehicle on track. I'm just going to talk about adjusted time just ever so briefly. Bryce Menzies left the line alongside Carl Jurgensen. Behind him was Luke McMillan. So Luke McMillan does have a time advantage over at Bryce Menzies. So currently it does look like, well, Luke has position on him anyway. So Bryce has got to get past him and actually put time on Luke McMillan.
You know, we talked about this several times today. Not a points race.
No, you're racing for the finish. You are racing for the trophy.
We might see a very exciting finish to this race as these guys start smelling the finish line and realizing that they have a shot. All of them do. They're all within a couple of minutes. Well,
yeah. Well, just looking here right now, Ryan was 4th off the grid today. So Ryan does have the time advantage, and currently he has track position as well. So for Luke or for Bryce to beat him, they've got to get in front of him and they've got to put time on him. So at the moment, Ryan is definitely in the driving seat.
There was our Class 7 leader. That was Jeff Proctor. I haven't talked a lot about him today, but he's having a dominating effort there in that Class 7, that factory Honda truck.
You know, I'm looking at these splits along with you, Mr. Marsden, and I'm thinking that, you know, even if they can catch Ryan, they got to get ahead of him by at least 2 minutes.
Absolutely.
That's not going to be a simple thing.
No.
No. And it's some of the most technical parts of the course.
Yeah.
And also playing on Bryce's mind. Last time he came around this far, he was suffering with troubles with flats.
Yes.
So this is obviously a part of the course that he's had issues with or he got unlucky on, and that'll be playing on his mind as well.
I'm sure it is. I agree with you.
And this is that interesting part of the race where we know this course is rocky. The second half is a whole lot rockier than the first half. You know, when you get to dark, you know, there's rocks that get kicked out into the course, things like that, and they're just a little bit tougher to see. Sometimes, you know, with the way the lights shine, you don't get to see what's in the bottom of the holes like you can in the daylight. So you can come up through a whoop section and run over a rock that you didn't even know was there because it's so hard to see in the dark and the shadows.
And that's when 2 people inside the race car say, oh, what was that?
And trust me, changing a tire at night is not fun. It's not fun in the day, but it's definitely not at night.
Changing a tire sucks, regardless of when it is.
But, you know, you see those, we were talking about those really quick tire changes that Orrin was doing for Bryce and things like that. You know, you add about 30 seconds at least to that tire change at night.
Even as fast as you are.
Yeah.
Pretty sure this is Dan Fresh here, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got that big Vision Wheel sponsored truck, and yeah, it looks like that orange. I love it when they change it up and you've got this bright color that nobody else has. Makes it really easy to spot the truck.
It has indeed. Now I'm just getting news that Tiffany was down in Bryce Menzies' pits earlier today, and she's got some news about Bryce. So Tiffany, what have you got for us?
Thanks, guys. Checking back in with the Bryce Menzies camp right now. Jesse, we just heard that Bryce is leaving Pit A on the last lap of the evening. Walk us through what's been going on, how Bryce is actually feeling right now.
We're doing so far today. We had a couple tire issues early on, a couple flats. Came in with no spares at one time on a flat, but he's moving back up. He just left Pit A, so 68 miles left in the race. Looks like we're about 3 minutes down. Arcero's in the lead, Luke's in second, but Bryce is pushing and has made up about 30 seconds so far.
With that being said, 30 seconds, for everybody watching at home, 68 miles, is it possible for Bryce to be pretty much pass it, or does something need to happen to the first two?
It's possible. We've made up a lot more time in Baja, so it's just how he feels, how comfortable he is when the sun starts to go down, when it gets dark, and how hard he decides to push it this last lap.
I've never really asked Bryce, too much about driving in the dark and everything. His confidence level, obviously, it's pretty much up there. Is Bryce really good at driving in the night?
I think he loves driving the day and night. It's just the dust factor at night and the light shining through the dust. You just don't have as much confidence in your driving through. It's how far you can see. You got limited visibility.
Well, great. Thank you so much for the little check-in over here. Right now, like we heard, Bryce is about 3 minutes behind.
Well, I heard something, Mr. Marsden, that in this interview that kind of caught my ear. Can you catch up? Tiffany asks. He says, oh, yeah, we can, basically. We do it in Baja. Well, this is not Baja. Seriously, they're very different race courses. Look at the levels go. It's a different race course. This is nasty, dirty, rocky things. Baja is actually a road race almost. It's so smooth compared to what we have here in front of us today.
Well, and I will attest to that. 50 miles in Baja is a whole lot different than 50 miles at the Mint 400.
Oh, buddy, yes.
We've just been sitting here doing the maths, and it looks like we might have our race leaders coming back into town at around 6:45. That's in about 45 minutes' time.
Good gosh.
Which is absolutely amazing. The lap times this year have been incredible.
We were all geared to be doing this till midnight,
Jim Marson, the mathematician here in the group, have you done any math to figure out what our average mile per hour is with the leaders?
I will crack onto that, and I'll get my little dwarfs onto that, working hard to make sure that we have that information. Make sure we have that information for you. But we just saw Tiffany talking there with Bryce Menzies' pit. She's also had the chance to chat to Luke's brother, Dan McMillan, down in the pit. So let's just go see what Dan McMillan has to say.
Thanks, guys.
Dan McMillan has to say.
Thanks, guys. Checking in with Dan McMillan right now. Obviously, lots of things are going on. You're like, hey, Tiffany, I know everything. So please give us a rundown, explain what's happening right now.
So here's exactly what's happening right now. At Pit A, first truck on the road was Ryan Arcia on the 32 Levi's truck. 31 seconds behind him was Luke in the 83 physically. And then 27 seconds behind him was Bryce Menzies. That's all physical time. That is all what's going on. I just learned that I think Jurgensen is out with a blown engine. I don't know that for a fact, but that's what I just heard. And that's the top three right now are all within 54 seconds to a minute.
54 seconds to a minute. This is where everything happens. We've been talking, lap 1, lap 2, lap 3, of course, but lap 4 is where it is. Obviously, we did 428 miles today. How did that change the game plan, though?
Well, I think the game plan went out the window. As you can see, the pace is pretty fast. I think they're going to finish under 7 hours, which I think the first UTV was like 8.5 hours. So, the sun's still up technically, so they're moving pretty good. So I don't know if this wind's helping with the speed out there. I think it definitely is, because sometimes out here in Prim Valley, when there's no wind, it just sits and just hangs, so you can't see, especially with the lap traffic. So I think this wind's helping the pace and the speed and the safety for a ton out here. So it's getting colder and the sun's going down. Hopefully everyone's got good lights.
Well, I know, talking about that in many other forms of motorsports, when it's cooler, the temps are cooler, the engines just run better and better and better. Is that the same for the trophy trucks?
Yeah, I think they run cool, pretty much all the time. At the Baja 500, they run pretty cool when it's 100 degrees in the desert. But if it gets too cold, that's when it doesn't run very well. So I think they're probably running just about perfect right now. Luke's doing good, and hopefully that Croyer engine holds up.
A little side note, though, as a brother, take yourself away from being a driver as well, but just as a brother, how excited are you for him, for this moment, for everything that he's done right now in the Mint 400?
I've been more nervous today than I have being in the race, because I've been, helping run this pit with our team here, and checking my phone, checking the splits, watching the live trackers, getting mad when they would give out false information, which I got guys out on the ground over there, and it's been hectic today, so I've been kind of all over the map mentally and emotionally because Luke's doing really well right now.
Well, if you are a little bit nervous, I cannot expect what Jen's thinking about right now. She's probably just sitting over there. But thank you so much for the updates. Always great pleasure talking to you. And back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Tiffany. Now, that was really interesting listening to Dan there. He said it's more stressful being in the pits than it is actually being in the race itself.
I got to tell you, that says something about the McMillan family. That's Big Brother talking like a true family member who cares and loves about his brother, and he's stressing out. He's stressing out about how his brother's race is doing. And he's a race car driver. It's not like he's normally not in the driver's seat. He's here watching his brother race, and he's stoked about it.
Well, and I can tell you their cousin Andy's at home probably stressing just as much.
Yeah. Oh, we can see the lights now bouncing out across that desert. Now, just before we went over to that interview, you said to me, come on, let's work out some average times here. So I have. I've just been bouncing some figures, some vague figures, but it looks around that these guys are averaging something around the region of 62 miles an hour.
That's just silly.
I'm going to take your $5 at some point here, Bob.
I think you're going to. You know what? I'm glad I only bet 5. Can we drink it later, though?
Yeah, we can absolutely do that.
Oh, good. Let's turn it to liquid. Beverage is a good thing. My goodness.
Look at that, though. You know, that shows the lighting technology, you know, and looks how fast they're going. You know, you talk about the black hole at night, you know, and that's basically when you're out driving your light, you know, and that's how far we've come with light technology, where it used to be really easy. You'd have to actually slow down at night, and now...
Yeah, that doesn't happen anymore.
No, now those lights reach out so far that even at 80, 90 miles an hour, you still don't outrun the light. You know, it's just seeing shots like that just blows my mind. Look at that mix of amber and the white light.
Just explain to the people at home why they're using amber lights.
It penetrates the dust, or it doesn't get hung up on the dust as much.
Yeah. In the same way that in snow conditions you use the blue lights rather than the
I actually run an amber face shield at night
podcast.
also. Yeah. And a lot of people run clear at night. I keep my amber on even at night just because I feel like it doesn't hinder me. Some people think it does, and I feel like it gives you a better vantage point. But
it sure takes the sharp edges off all the light spots.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's big because glare kind of blinds you a little bit at a time.
Yeah, it's very interesting, and we get different coloured lights for different things. It all works out, but the sky is definitely dark now out there, and the racing really does become more intense. But let's have a look back now at some of the highlights of the last hour's racing.
Your bearings shoulder the burden whenever you tow, haul, or stop the gas. AMSOIL delivers powerful protection for bearings and other critical components so you can drive with confidence. To demonstrate, an independent lab put AMSOIL synthetic motor oil head-to-head against a leading competitor in a 100,000-mile test. AMSOIL provided far superior wear protection and kept engine bearings looking like new. Get your truck the protection it deserves at amsoil.com/engine.
What's up, my friends? It's Rob here from Warfighter Made, and we are getting super excited for the Mint 400's Military Challenge. We got 3 vehicles that we're going to enter in, with our focus of effort being this Polaris RZR that belongs to combat wounded double leg amputee Tim Hull, and he's got 2 other combat wounded amputees racing with him. We also have our vintage military light strike vehicle known as Flyer 22, and it's going to be competing in the military class, actually against its grandson, the Flyer GMV. We're also entering a Humvee that will be out there supporting all the competitors in the military challenge. So we need your help by going to the mint400.com and donating to the military challenge.
And welcome back to the BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400 here in Las Vegas. What a day of action we've had. We're over 350 miles into this race, and this race just keeps on giving to us. At the early start of this race, we saw Harley Letner leading, and he was leading well up until the second lap. Then we saw all that change when they lost their engine, but just check out this leaderboard right now for the unlimited trucks. In 5th position is Tim Hurst. In 4th is Eric Husted. In 3rd is Bryce Menzies. In 2nd is Luke McMillan. But in 1st is Ryan Arciero. But there's a small change going on. I've been looking also at the tracker, and as I look at the tracker now, it does look like Luke McMillan might have taken the lead, but I'll keep an eye on that story as we come to it. But here's the Class 10 leaderboard right now. In 5th is Preston Brigman. In 4th is Justin Davis. In 3rd is Connor McMullen. In 2nd is Chase Warren. And still in 1st is Christian Fessler. But there's still other cars out there on track, and these are the Class 1s. In 4th is Jay Reihart. In 3rd is Jerry Lay. In 2nd is Chad Cummings. But still in 1st position, it's Cody Parkhouse. And the Baja class tracks, we haven't seen this leaderboard for a little while, so let's bring you up to date with these Baja trucks. In 5th is Travis Chase. In 4th is Justin Blower. In 3rd, Travis Williams. In 2nd, Terry Householder, who's having a fantastic race. But in 1st, it's Joe Brain. These guys are really giving it absolutely everything out there on the track. So it's all go here at the BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400 2020 as we see another car coming in to cross the line to complete a lap. But as we come back into the booth here, I've got Matt Martelli next to me. Matt Martelli, it's so good to see you here, but you've got a special guest. Who's this?
Yeah, I want to introduce a friend of mine, but now the inaugural champion of the military class, Robert Blanton. He's the CEO of Warfighter Made, and he's actually one of the guys who brought me up to speed with not just a lot of the things that veterans were going through, but how you're treating them and how you're taking care of them. I remember when we first met and you started explaining adrenaline therapy to me, and I thought it was complete BS, but I was wrong. And you've helped a lot of guys, and you're out here racing with them. Tell us about what you've been through over the last couple of days, and I think you got some hardware, right?
We definitely got a little bit of hardware, and the Mint 400 this year was absolutely fantastic. Brutal in a military M998 Humvee, and the participants in that vehicle were a Navy SEAL retired, a Force Recon Marine Scout Sniper retired. We had a National Guard woman that sat in the third seat, and we also had a Special Amphibious Reconnaissance Corpsman, a Navy corpsman, all pilot that vehicle. We started dead last, and we pretty much finished dead last, but we still finished, and that's what it's all about for us. So
absolutely.
So we actually finished in second place, and we had another vehicle that entered in to the military class, which is our Flyer Defense Flyer 22. It's named 22 out of respect for the 22 veterans that turn to suicide on a daily basis as a way out. And we're like, no. We have a better way of doing things. Let us show you what adrenaline therapy is all about. And let's get all veterans. It's all about all veterans, all branches, all eras. Let's get you with Warfighter Made. Let's put you behind the wheel of our Polaris Razors on the relative safety of an off-road track, and let you go out there and absolutely rip it up and have a lot of fun, and meet other veterans. And it's all about having fun.
We want to go to an update.
Yeah, we're
here.
just having a quick update here. We think that might have been Ryan Arciero parked on the side of the track there. We can't be certain. It sounds like, we're now getting confirmation coming through that he has a flat tire. So that looks like it could be Luke McMillan that is now going through to take the lead in this race. So confirmation here, Luke McMillan is now the leader of the BF Goodrich Mint 400 to 2020. My word, this race just keeps on giving, doesn't it?
Look at him charge. I mean, this is incredible. That lights up he's got is incredible, and he's really not slowing down much at night.
It's just a complete glow out in front of the truck. That's just insane, the speeds they're carrying at night.
But Robert, tell us about your experience. I mean, we're watching what you guys were driving through just a little bit slower, though, right?
Unfortunately, it was way slower. No, it's just amazing specifically for Warfighter Made, getting out there with fellow veterans and experiencing what the Great American Off-Road Race is all about. Just kind of, it's a lot of fun as you're cruising along and just experiencing what's going on, kind of thinking back to the history of the Mint 400 and just how awesome it is to think about the people that have driven that course before you, and the nostalgia behind it is just we really dig it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I was talking about it earlier, but this race was actually founded by veterans, so it's really cool to bring it full circle and have the first year of the military class, and you guys and your warfighter team won it. And what year is that? What year was that Flyer made?
Flyer 22 was actually created in the late 80s by Raceco, actually, and ours was created in 90-91.
Nice.
So, yeah. And obviously did a few things to bring it up to spec, and then we've raced that in Baja. I've raced it in short course, and now we're stoked to have it here at the Mint 400.
Yeah. So explain to a lot of people that Warfighter Made actually makes the vehicles. Or not makes the vehicles, but preps the vehicles and gets veterans and active duty military involved physically in doing that.
as well as, taking them out and engaging them in racing.
Yeah, absolutely. This isn't about, veterans coming and hanging out with us and sitting in the passenger seat while, the warfighter-made crew sits in the driver's seat having all the fun. We really want all vets from all branches in all eras to come experience the stoke of off-road racing. So we really put them behind the steering wheel and let them experience what, that's all about.
Yeah, which is really cool. And one of the most remarkable things to me is, you guys were racing a UTV as well. And I know you had a double leg amputee who was using hand controls to drive.
Yep.
And tell us a little bit about that team and that experience.
Yeah, so we had a Polaris Razor that, we had this, it was donated to us by Polaris. We took it to King Terra Motorsports and had them bring it up to spec, specifically to bring it here to the Mint 400. A lot of great sponsors came on board with that, from Baja Designs, PRP Seats, Rugged Radios, Method Race Wheels, BFG. And so we had two combat wounded double leg amputees and a single leg amputee that had to use hand controls. They made it to 250 some odd miles out of 326. And then they just decided that, they've been having an issue with shearing off some tie rod bolts, and they were going to play it safe, didn't want to get stuck out there and have to deal with some of the elements. So played it safe and still finished 18th out of 30 some odd rally class participants. So a lot of fun coming back. Next year, probably going to be, improved. That machine only had 7 miles on it, no shakedown, no nothing. It was like, get it together, let's get it out there, and let's do it.
Awesome. Man, I'm so appreciative that you do this and that you're racing with us. And I'm super stoked that you guys won the inaugural military class.
We're pretty stoked about that, too.
Right on.
Right, we're just going to cut back to the action there. Sorry, Rob. What we're checking here is really important. This is Ryan Arciero, our race leader. In fact, he was our race leader. He's got a flat tire and he's having to change it. Now, he's got air jacks on the side of this, and we've just seen him put his air jacks down, and they're obviously going into loose dirt, and he couldn't get the vehicle off the ground far enough. So here, they are having a nightmare trying to get this tire fitted right now.
I mean, look at what's happened here, how the race leaders have led, and they've fallen away. As you push, you're going to make mistakes and hit rocks. And sometimes it's not even a mistake that takes out a tire. And then getting it changed, in the dark on, uneven terrain, rocky terrain, soft terrain. This is really tough. It's a tough break for Ryan. But, Luke's around him now. So it looks like Luke has that lead position going into the finish. I mean, how far out are they right now?
They are going to be around about 30 minutes out, but it gets better than this. It looks like Bryce might have also had a problem, because Bryce has dropped back from Luke as well.
Oh, wow.
So, this has been sort of Bryce's tyre alley, if you like, up around this neck of the woods. We saw him do 3 tyres on lap 2 in this area.
Wow.
So it's going to be interesting to see. So Luke McMillan is currently the leader of the BF Goodrich Tyres 2020 Mint 400.
I mean, what an incredible race. I mean, Harley out front, just dominating, 12-minute gap. He fell away. Then Ryan's fallen away. Bryce was in the mix there for a long time, trying to pick his way through.
Yeah, let's not forget about Carl Jurgensen as well.
Right.
He was right up there running a hot second place for a long time, blowing his motor. There's been so much attrition on this race.
Yeah.
But then we also look further back down the field, and we see guys that have had problems who are back on track. Justin Lofton, Dave Taylor, Rob Mack. All of these guys making the best of the bad situation they've been dealt.
Absolutely.
But
we're getting word that leader's about mile marker 85, so that means puts them about 25 miles out, a little over 20 miles out, 22 miles out. So, man, we are less than 30 minutes away from crowning a Mint 400 champion this year.
Just an incredible pace, That last 30 miles, though, is brutal. That's, after pre-running, it's all square edges. You're going uphill. You come around the McCullough Mountains, and then you have to deal with a little tight rock garden you were talking about earlier, Jimmy, that a lot of people end up flatting at that.
Yeah, well, that Joshua Tree Highway, that's I call it no man's land out there, too, because if you have a problem, there's nobody that's coming to you. You're spending the night out there. But it's technical up through the Joshua trees, just like it says, and weaves back and forth, in and out, and there's some rocks, and you come down, like I said, into the finish. We saw multiple drivers get flats.
We've just got our tracker up on the screen at the moment, and it's the yellow dots that we're interested. But there's our race leader, Luke McMillan, currently working his way through, and there is Bryce Menzies, and just down to the right of them is Ryan Arciero. Now, what would you be thinking now if you're Ryan?
Oh, it's crushing.
It is
You're
crushing.
crushed.
Absolutely.
You've at this point.
But there's also another point here. Ryan did start behind both of these cars. So he's got to get back on track. He's got to forget about the issues. He's got to forget about the problems. Get back on track and be as fast as he can, but and at the same time, be as conservative as he can, because he's only going to have one tire on the rack.
Yeah, but let's be realistic. The gap in 30 miles, unless there's a problem, with Luke, it's going to be almost impossible.
But that being said, everybody that's had that lead position, anybody that's run up front today has had a problem. The one guy that hasn't so far has been Luke.
Yeah.
So at some point, you wonder if his time is up or things are numbered, and and his card comes up and he's going to have a flat or something. You never know, and one flat puts Menzies and Arciero right back in things.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Still roulette.
And it looks like Ryan is now back out on track. So, he's lost a good 5 minutes there. We would normally expect a tyre change at this level to take something in around the region of sort of 2 minutes. So he's lost a lot of time there. But this is what you were saying earlier, Jim, is when you have to change tyres at night, it becomes really difficult. It's not that 1 minute 30, that 2 minutes that you'd expect it to be. Well, we saw him there struggling with the jacks. Now, the jacks aren't like the classic jacks of old, where you take them off the back of the car, you put it under the vehicle, and jack it up manually. These are hydraulic rams on the side of the vehicle that they deploy. And it looked like they were in such soft dirt that the jack was actually digging into the ground, and they had to reposition the vehicle. So, real tough break there for Ryan.
Yeah, which happens. Again, you have all this really cool new technology, but when you get into situations like this, sometimes you want a piece of carpet and an old school jack,
Too right.
It is going to be interesting to see the way this last 20 miles shakes out here. Luke, obviously, catbird seat right now. It's all the pressure's on him, to deliver.
Let's see if he can live up to a nickname that we gave him here.
Cool Hand Luke. And he's cool, calm, collected, and right now that's when that co-driver becomes so crucial, keeping the driver focused, on point, on task, and and that being said, calling out the bad spots.
Yeah, but Luke can do it. He's definitely got the skills, So, this is a great race, and let's see what happens.
He's been here before, let's not forget. He did win the Desert Invitational at King of the Hammers last year, and he came second this year behind Bryce Menzies. Yep. So he's no stranger at running at the front of these races with the very top dogs.
Yeah, and you better believe that he wants to put his name on this. And, just like his father's run this race, he told me one time, he's like, all I hear about is, back when I won this race, So we'll see.
It'd be really good to see Luke McMillan. Let's see if he can keep it together and bring it across the line. But there is still at least another 25 miles left in this race.
So, Robert, how do we get more vets involved?
Yeah, that's the great thing about veterans is our resiliency, and reaching out to organizations that are embedded with the Mint 400 and doing things with, like, we had the Marine Raider Foundation out here, the Pararescue Foundation, the Special Operations Foundation, the Navy SEAL Family Foundation. It's all about Special Forces Foundation. It's all about reaching out to these organizations and being like, hey, I'm a vet. I'm looking for something more. How do I get involved? And specifically when it comes to like the military class of the Mint 400, it's vintage, or it's military vehicles. And when you look at it, you have Humvees, you have our Flyer, you have the Cheneths. There's all kinds of vehicles out there. Get one, put it together, enter it into the Mint 400, and let's have a ton of freaking fun.
Absolutely.
That's what it's all about.
Yeah,
So
I think as a general message is, want to send out to everybody is we want you here.
Absolutely.
This is a tribe of warriors out testing themselves in off-road racing, and you are our people. And we want you here. You've fought for our freedom. It's time that we wrap our arms around you and bring you into our world.
Yeah, and And that's really what veterans are looking for. I mean, we were one of our vets that Warfighter made was having a conversation with Rob Mack today, and just kind of telling Rob about what we were doing with the Humvee, and all of a sudden Rob's like, man, that's awesome. I want to get involved. I want to help out. I want to be a part of that. I want to do more. What do we got to do? So,
sure.
It's great. It's great the support that we get from the off-road community.
Well, like I said, I mean, the two races that really laid the foundation for off-road racing culture, the Baja 1000, the Mint 400, happened initially in the same year, and both of those people, the Eakins brothers who did the first Peninsula run, and the guys who started the Mint 400, they were veterans. They were looking for something to give them back that adrenaline therapy, right?
Well, also Bruce Myers. Bruce Myers is a World War II veteran.
Yep.
Bruce Myers was shooting kamikazes out of the sky, and then when his ship got wounded by a kamikaze, he was saving his ship and he was saving his fellow shipmates. Gets out of the Navy, comes back, and is just like, I'm bored. What am I going to do? You know what? Let's start driving up and down Baja. And then he created the iconic Myers Manx, the OG Doom buggy. So,
well, I was saying earlier, it was more than that car. It was the dream for me, looking at it and going, oh, I want to live in California. I want to drive down the beach with my surfboards and my blonde, right?
Yeah, because no one wants to do that in Michigan.
Yeah, that's right. It's a little cold to run a Manx in Michigan.
Okay, we still got a race here on our hands right now at the B.F. Goodrich Tyres Mint 400 2020, and this is our race leader. Unbelievable footage here still from our cameras out on course. This is Luke McMillan making his way back towards us and looking to complete his 4th lap. Oh no. No, that is Ryan Arciero, so it's our current 3rd position man. Was our race leader literally only a few short moments ago, but had a flat tyre that's changed everything. I love these images where you can see the way the lights are lighting up the track.
Isn't it cool? I mean, when was the last time you saw footage like this of off-road racing at night? This really tells the story.
I've got to say, this is, I think we're seeing history here. I think this is possibly one of the very first times we've actually seen off-road racing being recorded at night from a live helicopter. I'm sure there's going to be someone out there who will be telling us different, but it's certainly the first time I've ever seen it, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we believe that is our current race leader, Luke McMillan. You can see the lights are a slightly bluer tinge than the other vehicles that we've been seeing so far.
So he's coming around. You can see where the marker is right there, the yellow marker. He's coming around to the final area. He goes through a mountain pass at the end of the Joshua Tree Highway and starts coming down the mountain. He's still got a lot of stuff to go through. He goes through this huge wash, and then after the wash, he has to cut through the rock garden. Once he gets through that, it's just some technical stuff, and he's pretty home free, so we'll see.
Now, Jim, you were driving out here yesterday, and you were seeing all this terrain. I mean, how technical is this at night?
Well, this particular spot's probably the most technical on the course with Joshua Tree Highway because it's, there's no straight, fast, high-speed stuff. It's a lot of zigzagging, left, right, back, forth, some elevation changes, up, down. Then there's rocks. It's not technically really rocky, but there's a lot that boulders out in the Joshua trees that sometimes get rolled into the course and things like that. And then Matt was talking about that wash, and I know there's a couple, it's not the rockiest of washes, but if you get off the main line, there's some big boulders that are there right off the side. And at night, it's really easy to get out of that main line, and then you clip a boulder and the whole left or right front of your truck is gone. And this isn't, he's not home free by any means.
When you're saying boulders, we're talking about microwave and large television-sized square boulders that they're just built to destroy things.
Yeah, we're not talking bowling ball-sized boulders. No. We're talking human-sized boulders.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we smacked one of those Joshua trees getting off the berm, and
they don't move.
Broke our headlight.
They're not soft.
Yeah.
They're not soft. What a great shot.
It's absolutely remarkable.
You got to give him credit. You know, he's sat back there. He's hung tight all day long. He's been in the mix. You know, and as all the other drivers had problems, this and that, you know, Luke is kept it all together, and he's putting together just an amazing, you don't want to say a flawless mid-400, but he is having one great run here today.
Well, we were talking earlier about how Rob MacCachren is really disciplined in saving his truck, and he kind of hangs back a little bit. He doesn't let the leaders gap him too bad, but he hangs back just enough to go, hey, I can see that you're pushing it, and you're probably going to pay for that. You know, and that's a very difficult thing to measure when you're in a car and you're in a race and you're trying to pass people and catch people. You know, where I go is I just want to chase people down and pass them as quick as possible, and that's not the smartest thing. So Luke has run a very smart race here. He's put himself in this position, and he has vehicle left to push.
Well, this is what Justin Lofton was saying at the beginning of the race. What he's trying to do is try to get to the end of that third lap with a vehicle in A1 condition. If you can get to the end of that third lap with a vehicle in A1 condition, that's when he can open the taps and really get on it. Unfortunately, it hasn't worked out that way for Justin today, but he is still running as we watch our current race leader, Luke McMillan, working his way back home.
And you know, and I've always been an advocate too. The perfect off-road race, you don't win by 30 minutes, you win by 30 seconds.
Yep.
It's because you saved your car just enough to win, you know what I mean, and you didn't punish it, you know, and I think Luke is playing that to a T right here. He hung back, he saved the truck. Here we're in the home stretch. Luke's got a lot of truck left, and you know, and that truck last time we saw it in the daylight looked phenomenal, looked perfect, looked like it just rolled off the start line.
Yeah, it's one of the few trucks that's still out there that has all its body panels still intact, and it's still looking really sharp.
One prediction that I have that I can guarantee 100% is that if Luke wins, Mark McMillan will be in this tent and there will be a party like no other.
And you know, let's talk a little bit. If Luke does seal the deal here, he's building one heck of a resume.
Yep.
He won that you know, that T1 Invitational there at King of the Hammers a year ago. You know, that would put a Mint 400 win. I know he's got some stuff in Baja he's won. I mean, this kid is building an amazing resume.
Don't forget, only a few short weeks ago, he came second at the second T1 Desert Invitational.
Well,
so, you know, he's flying at the top end.
Well, it's funny because everybody who has watched Luke come up the ladder system in his career always knew that he was going to end up here as a champion, as winning the big races. It was just always a matter of time, and a matter of him figuring out his equipment. I mean, he has the added advantage of being a McMillan and having that brain trust of his father, Mark, and then also his uncle, Scott McMillan. These guys are tacticians of off-road racing. You know, I've had a fortune of spending a lot of time with these guys. I've been to team meetings. I've been on chase crews with them, and they operate racing like it's a business. You know, it is not playtime. It's very serious, and they run a tight ship.
No, and if you've ever seen a McMillan, like a McMillan pit team meeting or something like that for Baja, I mean, it seems like every time you go around a corner, there's somebody with a McMillan truck there. You know, they approach this unlike anything I've ever seen.
Without a doubt, yeah.
Yeah, this is really cool. Here's in-car again of Rob Mack, and he's definitely on the move again, but he's fallen back quite a bit because of the issues that he had earlier on.
Yeah, it's definitely been a trying day for Rob Mack. Great to see him still pushing on, though, trying to get here to the finish of the mid-400, but you know, the day, it started out really good for him. He was running in the top 5 and then had a few small issues and spent quite a bit of downtime in the pits, and looks like they've gathered it all back together now.
Yeah, it's crazy though. Like we were talking about earlier in the race, you know, it's not over yet. You know, he's got to get all the way back in. He's got to avoid getting any flats and, you know, and bring it home. And I know what's going through his head right now. What's going through his head right now is no flats, right? Like, don't make a mistake. Don't be conservative.
Okay.
Or be conservative.
We might have some information coming up now. Just looking on the tracker here, I can see that Rob Mack's currently lying at around 9th position. But I've also seen the on our tracker, in fact, no, it's just pinged again. It looked like Bryce Menzies had actually come to a stop, but the tracker does seem to be showing him moving now, but the gap between himself and Luke does seem to have extended. So I'll bring you more news as the trackers refresh.
And look at that, Luke McMillan looks like he is, just a second ago we saw off in the distance in the casinos. This is that downhill section I was talking about with all the jagged rocks where you're going downhill about 90, 100 miles an hour, but there's all these razor sharp rocks, and it's really easy easy to cut a tire as they come in. We saw 2 drivers earlier in the Unlimited Truck Division do that through this section. So Luke, he's only a few miles out, but I got to tell you, it is not over yet. And I don't know how far back second place is, but it's going to be close.
Awesome. Guys, I'm going to head over to the podium and get some champagne ready, and we'll see if he can pull this together.
So thank you very much to Rob Blanton and also to Matt Martelli, who've been joining us in the booth right now. And this race is working its way to a conclusion as we watch Rob Mack coming into pit 2 here. He's been past the wipes, clean the visor down, taking a drink. That's interesting to see when you see this, and they have a straw on their water bottle. It seems like such an obvious thing.
Well, that's a tiny little gap, Jim, to get that, up to your mouth with that helmet.
Yeah, so we're just getting news here now that Bryce Menzies did have another flat out on Joshua Tree Highway. Oh, he's having a shocker with tyres this weekend, that is for sure. But he had to throw it all to the wall. He had to push. He had to be out there doing what he needs to do if he was going to win this race. And that means taking risks.
Well, and like we said, there's no points here. It's win or nothing. If you're Bryce Menzies, you're sitting there in second spot, and you've only got about 20 miles to go. You got to push. You mash it. You mash it. Yeah. What's worse? Second place, and you knew there was more left, or putting it all on the line. And
I mean, let's face it. Well, a second place trophy at an event that's not a part of anything other than a standalone event, what does it mean?
Well, some would argue that a top 3 is still a great finish here, and that means we need to talk about Ryan Arciero, because Ryan is pushing really, really hard, and he's catching Bryce. Now, he started at least 3 rows back on the grid today, so on adjusted time, he does have a time advantage, so he could just be able to sneak that second position away from Bryce if Bryce doesn't get hard back on the pedal.
And you can play a lot of psychological mind games with people when you're in that situation, too.
Absolutely, yeah.
How amazing is this, though, that we have this shootout here at the Mint 400 after 400 plus grueling miles, 4 laps of some of the most rugged terrain in North America, and here we are, and we actually have a battle on our hands for the finish. Like, this is amazing.
That's what we're all here for, isn't it?
I like not knowing how it's going to turn out.
Yeah, like reading the last chapter of a book. Who does that?
Yeah.
My mom. Love you, Mom.
Okay. We think that might be Luke McMillan. I think I can see the gold four-wheel parts signs on the side of that vehicle there. And if it is, he is only a few short miles from the finish of the 2020 BF Goodrich Tyres Mint 400. And what a brutal race this has been.
If you are right.
See the sparks? Look at the sparks. Oh, that's brakes.
That's brakes.
That's brakes.
That's brakes.
Jim, if you're right, what a monumental day for Luke.
Absolutely.
Well,
we were sitting there earlier today. In fact, all weekend we've been saying, who's the guys who can? Who's the guys that can't? And obviously there's the really big hitters out. There's the Harley Letners, etc. that we saw qualifying so well. The Carl Jurgensens, for example, qualifying right up in the top end. But we were also saying, who's those guys who could be? The guys that have been saving those cars that are working through. And Luke McMillan was a name that just kept coming up time and time again. And this is why. He is pure quality.
And he also is one of the fellas after time trials that said, I'd rather start 4th, 5th, 6th, or 7th back in there, which is exactly the way it played out for him.
Well, and I think, this is going to be a defining moment in Luke's career, because we've all known he's fast, and you get one big win and sometimes people go, oh, it was a fluke.
Yep.
Luke goes and he wins this. I think the off-road community's on notice. This kid is cemented in there as he is one of the guys.
Yeah. And it's only been a matter of time. I mean, we've watched it since he was a little kid running in 1600.
So he's going to go through this section here. He's going to cut across just a portion of a dry lake bed and then circle back, and he should be coming into the finish. I think he's probably only a couple of miles out here.
Yeah. So, Jim, when you get into this section of the course, how does it feel? Are you thinking about that finish line right now? Are you sitting there and looking across? And could you see the lights of the casinos?
I can tell you what Luke's thinking. You hear every creak, you hear every crack, you hear every rock, you hear every noise that truck is making, because in the back of your mind, you're like, hang on, come on, hold on. Right now, Luke,
Jim, you weren't a part of these conversations last night because you were out there doing battle, but that's the exact tone of the conversation last night. We talked about the sounds that you're hearing. We talked about what are you... Is Luke thinking
Ryan,
about standing on the roof of his truck with that champagne bottle right now?
Now listen, let's take a look at these sparks coming out the back, guys, because at first I thought it was the brakes, but those sparks have been coming out without the brake lights on. So I wonder if he's hitting something off the bottom, because it came in the little whoops, those deals.
Huh. Well, let's watch. We have that opportunity. Which,
of course, what you were just saying about how you hear everything in the car, man, I wonder if that is what I think it might be. I wonder what they're hearing.
Yeah.
Oh.
And it looks like he has slowed down a little bit compared to what he was doing just a few minutes ago. So maybe there's something going on. He's trying to nurse it to the finish line.
Well, we were seeing a lot of sparks coming up at the left-hand rear brake. Maybe he's just losing his brakes a little bit there. Maybe those pads have finally said we've had enough after 428 brutal mint miles.
That's not Luke.
No, that's Bryce.
Menzies.
Yeah, that's Bryce coming on down through. He'll be coming through the speed control zone now on the bridge.
You know, we said something a little while ago about the view that we were getting from the helicopter, and was that oncoming traffic?
Yeah,
well, they pass each other.
Yeah, they pass each other.
Yes.
25 mile an hour speed zone. I think the guy going out wasn't necessarily abiding by the speed rule, but
why? How could you tell? Because his ears were laid so far back.
But you know, we were talking about the helicopter view, and I think just by default we assumed that the helicopter wasn't going to be in the air after dark. That's in Mexico. Correct me if I'm wrong, and clearly I'm not, because the helicopter's still in the air.
Yeah.
Helicopters can be in the air in the United States at night. So we are getting to watch from the air.
Here we go now. That is Luke McMillan. That is Luke McMillan that we're watching right now.
Yep.
Looks like just moments away from being a Mint 400 champion.
Hey, Bob.
Yeah.
Do you think he's visualizing standing on the roof with the champagne yet?
Gee, I don't know, Ryan. Yes.
I would love to see him as he drives past the McMillan pit, although I'm guessing that they might already be down by the stage area.
Well, as Mark said after Luke won the T1 race at King of the Hammers, man, this money's going to buy one heck of a party, and I guarantee you that's what he's thinking tonight.
Right, I'm just looking at adjusted times here, where you have to remember that everything is unofficial until our time control gives it. Yeah. But just looking very, very quickly here, Luke McMillan has Ryan Arciero has a 1 minute advantage over Ryan, so he'd have to finish within 2 minutes of him to beat him, which I don't think is actually possible. And Bryce would actually have to finish ahead of Luke and be ahead on adjusted time as well. Unofficially, when Luke crosses the line, he will be, unofficially, our Mint 400 champion 2020.
And kudos to Bryce, when you really think about it, to overcome all he has overcome and find himself this close to the win.
Incredible.
It's just, this has been a comeback that just talks about the quality of a team, the quality of everything there.
And so do we, I mean, is if Bryce does not win, are we pointing to tires?
It's a brave move.
You know, there could be an SAT question. But you better get the right answer. You're not going to graduate, son.
Yeah. Let's be honest, it's the elephant in the room that nobody wants to talk about, isn't it? But we have had a tyre battle out there today.
Well, Mr. Marsden, how many elephants were there for Mr. Bryce Menzies?
Well, he was packing quite a few in that rear rack.
Yeah. Well, we counted 3.
Here we go.
That rack fill.
Here we go. This is Luke McMillan as he finishes and comes up through the arch to take the checkered flag at the BF Goodrich Mint 400 2020. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen.
Golly.
Luke McMillan takes the checkered flag here. How fantastic is that?
That was a great run by Luke. I guess technically the clock has started, right? We've got about 1 minute.
Well, we could also we might expect a delay when they get all the cars here before they bring them up on the podium.
And you know something unique about what we're seeing here with Luke? Every single corner has body panels intact.
It does. We were talking about this earlier. Look how fantastic that car still looks. I'm just looking at my tracker now, and Ryan Arciero still hasn't come down the bridge yet. So it looks like we have ourselves a winner.
Man. This doggone race did not go the way any of us figured it was going to.
Well, but I would chime back and say that seeing Luke in the winner's circle is not a surprise.
Oh, certainly not. No. I'm talking about the speed, the average speed.
Oh,
and
yeah.
The short time in the desert.
Let's have a quick look back at our race this year. Let's talk about qualifying as well.
Yes.
We had 3 cars after an 8-mile qualifying stage, qualifying within 1 second of each other. Then this morning we saw Harley Letner laying down lap times that we just didn't believe would be possible on this brutal 107-mile course.
Put our eyebrows way in the forehead, way up.
Absolutely. We then saw Carl Jurgensen driving like a man possessed out there in this new unlimited class vehicle.
Or a boy possessed, as it were.
Absolutely. Then Ryan Arciero. Ryan was absolutely killing it out there. He had a lead and was doing ever so well, and just one flat tyre has cost him a race win. Then step forward Bryce Menzies, a man who's just on a mission, a man who's been winning everything there is to win in his 4-wheel drive Mason car. And is it the story of just one flat too many for Bryce?
Yeah. And you know, Ryan, if we have any opportunity to talk to him, we'll let you know whether that tire that he blew was a victim or a culprit. What do you think it was, Jimmy? From the territory you were describing, it's probably a victim.
Yeah, you know, I had a couple of flats yesterday, and, you know, one of them I earned, one of them it was a ghost flat. We have no idea how it happened, and at night things can happen, and knowing as good of a driver as Ryan is, it's one of those I like to call a ghost flat.
Yeah.
It happened, but it could have happened to anybody. I don't think he maliciously went out and hit something, or you know, I think it was just, you know, there's so many jagged small rocks, one can just catch the sidewall right or puncture, and you know, it's no fault of Ryan. It's just, you know, that's racing.
You can't fool a finish line.
What was your other statement yesterday? The desert tells no lies or something like that?
Oh, it has a vote.
It has a vote.
The desert has a vote.
It does indeed. Just got to say a massive thank you to our production crews out here at the BF Goodrich Mint 400. They've been bringing these wonderful images for the last 3 days of the most fantastic races. Nearly 500 separate vehicles started. 65 women of record started. 78 classes or something ridiculous. It's just been an incredible 3 days of racing.
It truly has been, and I mean, festivities is going to go on all night. We've had you know, hooligan racing out here, monster trucks. We've had you know, motorcycle racing. It's just been an amazing Mint 400. Everything from qualifying to Fremont Street to the parade on the Strip to everything out here in Prim. It's a remarkable event that's been resurrected.
And you know, after 3 days of it, and it's been pretty intense. I mean, watching and studying and things like that. We should be exhausted, but I have news. I am energized.
Oh, I am as well.
It's like, let's go do something fun.
And is that Mark there talking to Luke?
No,
that's
not.
Nate Hunt.
I think
Hunt
he's
from
just had the
BFG.
good news. So while we're waiting for it to be officially recognized.
Yeah, Knuckles. Well, no. That might be a dad.
I think that's a brother.
Yeah, that's a Dan, it looks
Is
like.
it?
Yeah.
Proud big brother.
You know, you want to talk
I'm going to call this. Luke is got to be our official winner.
I don't think at this point, you know, I don't know if Bryce has finished yet, but Ryan obviously hasn't. I think it's...
Yeah, it sounds like Bryce Menzies now. I think
look
that's
at that.
here now.
Is that making a statement? I asked
He's
you.
been in a battle.
He certainly has. As Mr. Matt Martelli named him yesterday afternoon, this is now Cool Hand Luke.
Okay, this is Bryce now coming on through the speed control zone.
Man, what a warrior he's been today.
Incredible. We always say they never surrender, and this man has not surrendered.
No.
He's given absolutely everything.
And you got to give a lot of credit to Oren, his co-driver. I mean, he's had his work cut out for him today.
I can't wait. Tiffany's going to be interviewing him on stage later, and that's a story I really want to hear.
Yeah. My guess is he's not going to have a hard time falling asleep tonight.
No. No, I think Oren will have no problem falling asleep, and he might be a little sore in the morning.
Oh, I think so, because those tires are not featherweights.
Hey, so let's we've got the finish of the unlimited trucks happening, but there are still a lot of race cars out on the racetrack.
There are indeed. Yeah, we're still out there. We have the Class 1s. We also have the Baja trucks, the 6100s, and the Class 10s as well.
Yeah, and I believe Jeff Proctor, last we checked, was leading Class 7 as well. So a lot still to be decided out here. Cody Parkhouse having a great run in that Class 1 car.
Yeah, Cody is a very talented individual. Here comes Bryce Menzies. So close to the finish of this 428-mile BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400 2020. I can't stop smiling.
I'm the same way. It's like, this is, you got me going. You know what I'm thinking about, or curious about, is that what are the things they're saying to one another while they wait for that finish line to show up, and then after the finish line? You know, it isn't just, gee, thanks.
Here we go, Bob. Wait for the flames.
The flames of fame, there they are.
What a fantastic finish that was from Bryce Menzies. I can tell you now that Ryan Arciero is also in the infield and will be joining us very soon.
You got to give a lot of credit to Ryan Arciero. What a race he drove. I mean, you know, the flat aside towards the end, I mean, Ryan almost drove a perfect race.
And we're talking about small margins. Let's not forget, last year, I believe Bryce was second last year as well, down to a flat tyre. I'm going to have to check that. Let me dive back into my record books.
And the plot thickens, ladies and gentlemen.
You know, and with Bryce, too, he's a former Mint 400 winner. And, you know, sometimes that hurts even worse when you've tasted victory here and then you become the bridesmaid, you know, 1 or 2 years in a row. That, you know, it makes him even hungrier for next year.
I think I know where this man's going.
Shake his hand. There's a class act there. That would be Ryan.
Like we said, that's what's great about off-road, though. You know, these guys had an absolute war over 400 miles today, and they get out of the truck and they're, you know, high-fiving each other going, you know, that was awesome.
Do you think he's standing there going, I can't believe it. You've got big black round things on your car. I have big black flat things on mine.
Well, there's no question that
while we're watching all this action coming in, Tiffany's been down in the pits talking to our unofficial race winner, Luke McMillan.
Welcome back, everybody. It has been a long, long weekend here at the Mint 400. Talking to Luke McMillan earlier, we had a chance to talk, and we said a few things about how this was no longer a sprint race. This was an endurance race, 428 miles, 4 laps. Walk us through the entire weekend, your feelings, how you're feeling about everything right now.
Yeah, you know, this is the busy race season for us right now. We just got done with a race just 3 weeks ago. We came to the Mint 400. We got a race in 2 weeks, so we came. And, you know, we always have high expectations. Started with qualifying. Well, it started before that, you know. It started with the team prepping this truck in 10 days. You know, we turned it around in 10 days. We got here, and then qualifying, you know, we went according to plan, you know, just go, you know, hard, but take it easy enough to keep the truck alive and good for race day. And, you know, went through tech and everything and had a great time there on Fremont Street. And, you know, all the festivities that Mad Media and the Mint 400 put on is really awesome. So it was a really fun week for us. The race was awesome, and it was a really fun weekend.
Talking about talking about everything right now. Obviously, we've talked about this before. It is a team sport. It's a driver, it's a co-driver, and the truck plus everybody else that makes this possible. Talking about your co-driver right now, how important was that? What did Jason do to keep you calm throughout all 4 laps?
Jason Duncan does an awesome job. He's he's a good friend of mine that started riding with me just 3-4 races ago, and we've clicked really well, and we're still growing together and learning how to get better. And I'm super thankful to have him in the right seat because he's an amazing friend, amazing co-rider, does an awesome job, calling out the rocks. He's as into this as I am. He wants to win just as bad as I do, and that's extremely important. And that sounds kind of cliche, but really we eat, breathe, and sleep this off-road racing.
Well, I've been very fortunate enough to be at a few of your races where you've made it to the top, of course, like that, and you were just even joking. Have you ever been to Mexico? You want to go to Mexico? We're still waiting for everything to come through right now, but overall, like I've always asked you, in one word, how does it feel with the Mint 400?
I don't know if I can have one word to describe it, but I'm in shock right now.
Well, there you hear it. He's in shock right now, still waiting to find out the final results of everything that is happening. Luke McMillan, Jason Duncan, they are pretty much feeling everything that they could feel right now, and I am so excited for them. Back up to you guys.
Okay, here we are, and coming across the line now, our unofficial third place, Ryan Arciero.
It always feels way too
slow.
slow.
You've got a feel for this guy, haven't you? But Bob, you had a thought there about Luke.
Well, he's talking about his co-driver, and a lot of it is about the co-driver. They click together. They're friends. They're learning how to get better at what they're doing. He's always looking forward. This is what a down the road, 30,000-foot view team looks like. They're looking for the big picture. These guys might be together for a long time.
Absolutely. But just check out this truck. It's another truck with complete bodywork as well. Great looking vehicle as we see the door net come down there.
And I know Ryan, he's probably bummed out. He's a little bit disappointed, but I got to tell you, he drove one heck of a race today. He's got nothing to be ashamed about.
Yeah, okay, Tiffany's down there now, also with Bryce Menzies. So we're going to pop down to Tiffany and see what Bryce had to say after this incredible finish here at the BF Goodrich Tyres Mint 400 2020.
Thanks, guys. Hanging out with Bryce Menzies right now. Bryce, overall, we're having a wonderful, wonderful weekend. It's finally come to an end. Walk us through your Mint 400 experience, how you're feeling about everything, and, of course, please tell me that you're going to bring Carson soon.
Yeah, we had a great week. I love the Mint 400. It's my hometown race. All my friends, my family get to come out and enjoy it, where at a lot of the other races they don't. So this is my favorite race of the year to come out. It's the roughest race of the year, but they do an awesome job all week long. We had, the pit crew competition, then we had, tech and everything that goes on. So just a blast of a weekend. So many fans out here and everything. So can't wait for next year. We probably didn't get the win, but we'll come back swinging.
Well, talking about the overall course itself, everybody that I've talked to said it was just crazy, crazy, crazy. Now that you've, finished the course, what was the most difficult part?
I would say just how many rocks got loose and torn up from the trucks in front of you. Every lap you'd come around a corner and something's different. So it was challenging. And then the holes got so big that last lap. We lost the front diff going down the last lap. So we kind of wanted to just stay with these guys and see what would happen. And hopefully we ended up second. We'll see. But good way to start the year with a 1-2. Got to give it up to my boy Orrin for changing, I think, 3 or 4 flats. Awesome way to start the year. So the Mint 400 was awesome. This guy does a killer job calling notes, everything. So thank you guys very much.
Well, come here, Orrin. I want to talk to you real quick about everything. Bryce giving you compliments on changing tires. Honestly, did you think that you'd be changing this many tires? Or if so, how fast did you actually change a tire?
It always feels way too slow. No, I didn't think we were going to. I was hoping we weren't going to have an issue, but that course is so rocky and so chewed up. Traction was never an issue, but man, it was just some sharp stuff out there. So Bryce did a great job navigating and avoiding stuff, but there's only so much you can do at 130 miles an hour. So we changed what we had to and got it here, and looks like second physical at least, and it's a good day.
Well, going off of that, obviously, we've always talked about how important a co-driver is right now. I want to know how you are feeling about finishing the Mint 400 with this man right here.
Honestly, I told him on the speed zone coming in 18 years is the most fun I've had racing. So, I'm having a great time, even getting our butts kicked out here. We're doing it together, having a good time, and we're at the finish.
Well, I know I always ask the drivers in one word, how's it feel for the Mint 400? Now it's your turn. In one word, how's it feel about the Mint 400?
Beat.
Well, you heard it here, guys. They are beat. Both of them have happy, smiley faces on them. Can't wait to see where everybody's going to finish off. Back up to you guys.
Well, how cool is that to see? Now, we're talking about Bryce's co-driver there. I can't believe how good those guys both look. They've done 428 brutal miles in a vehicle without a windshield. They don't look like they have. It's amazing.
Well, Bryce looked a bit more rested than Oren because Bryce stays in that truck. He didn't get in the dust at all. Why that visor probably stayed down.
I got to say, if I had to give my MVP of the Mint 400 today, though, it goes out to Oren.
Yeah.
That guy worked his butt off today, and for him to do it, Bryce to do what he did, Oren to do what he did, to salvage a second and be that close, Oren gets my MVP award of the day.
I can tell you what, I'll back you up on that.
And look at here, we're watching the in-car with Rob MacCachren, and look at how much the co-driver is bouncing around. Gives you an idea of what the co-drivers actually go through. We're talking about co-drivers. Look at him.
He looks beat as well. His eyes keep closing.
They've had a long day in the desert.
Well, actually, Jim, those eyes aren't closing. I've been watching him all day doing that. He's looking at his GPS.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Yeah. And then he calls out his turns. That wasn't a GPS look.
Rob is on it. He is not lifting.
Yeah.
This is pitch black desert out there, and Rob is just pounding away.
Okay, while we watch Rob Mack making his way back towards the finish, I can tell you now that Tim Herbst will be the next car to cross the line. Now that's quite interesting, and we need to have a quick look at that as well. Where did Tim start this morning?
They were pretty far deep, I think.
Would have been in 13th position, so no, it's not going to affect our top three, I don't think. Then behind him out on track is Eric Husted, and it looks like he's actually stuck on course at the moment, so possible problems there for Eric, which is really sad. And then behind him is Steve Ogies, which is fantastic to see. He'll be so pleased. And then behind him, coming into Joshua Highway, we're watching him right now, it is Rob Mack.
On Rob, he's going to have, just like Luke had said, and I think a lot of these drivers are going to have a quick turnaround here in a couple of weeks, get this truck done, and they're going to head down to Baja.
Yeah, it's not long at all.
Yeah, then behind Rob Mack, we've got Jack's Redline, who's doing a great job out there, and last year's champion, Justin Lofton, closely followed by Dave Taylor. And further around the course, we've got Ryan Pohlman. So it's still got quite a few trucks there to come in.
And that being said, with all these divisions racing and stuff, we're going to have finishers all night long here at the Mint.
Okay, as we watch Luke McMillan, the winner of the 2020 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400, talking to the second place Bryce Menzies. We've got Tiffany Stone down there with Ryan Arciero.
Thanks, guys. One more interview of the night right now, hanging out with Ryan. Ryan, overall the weekend, the Mint 400, it's here. The course was crazy. Walk us through your experience.
Yeah, you know what? We put a plan in place before we started, and just kind of settle into a pace, settle into a groove. Don't go too fast off the start, and just kind of see where it kind of puts us. And we knew attrition was going to be very high at this race, and guys are making mistakes, guys are getting flat tires, and we just picked our way to the front, and got to the front on that on the third end of the third lap, and then fourth lap. I had Luke and Bryce behind me, and that's where I needed to keep them because they started in front of me. So as long as I can stay in front of them, it doesn't matter how close they are to me. Unfortunately, man, the Mint bit me this year, and we got a left rear flat tire. I don't know what we hit. I don't know how we got it. It just started going low. We hadn't had a single flat or put a single toe out the entire race. But just goes to show you, this course is brutal. The last two laps were, man, it sucked it out of Travis and I, and then the first two laps, Kyle, my team on the road with me. But I got to say, last year was a bad year for us. We had a really bad crash in this truck, and Chris Crampton was paralyzed, and he's been making a comeback, and he's starting to walk a little bit now. So I got to dedicate this to him, and then I got to say hi to my wife because today's our 5th year anniversary. So I love you, honey.
That is amazing. I feel like I'm going to get a little teary-eyed over here. I always love when you shout out the wife. They not necessarily allow you to be here, but usually they're your biggest supporters, the biggest people that are looking out for you. Travis, I want to come talk to you over here. I've always said this is a co-driver's game as well. Going from your point of view, what was it like with the Mint 400?
Oh, it was a rough race, this race. As Ryan said, he was doing a phenomenal job. We were right where we needed to be. Everything BFGs were holding up good. We don't know what happened on that last one, but just wasn't meant to be this race. But thank you, Kyle, for letting us do this, and it was awesome. And Levi's and and beneath underwear and all the BFG and all the sponsors. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be able to do this. So.
Well, I always like to ask everybody. I'm going to ask you both individually. I'll start with you, Travis. In one word, what does the Mint 400 mean to you?
It's awesome. It means everything. I haven't been able to been to this race for quite a few years, so it was great being here and being a part of it.
And Ryan, what does it mean in one word for the Mint 400 to finish this race?
Prestige.
Prestige.
Absolutely. To finish this race, I don't care about winning right this second. Obviously, we didn't do it today, but just to finish this race says something about the team, the vehicle they prepare, the driver, the co-driver. You know, it's everything. You had mentioned earlier that this is a team sport, and you're 100% correct. It's not just me driving. You got Kyle and you got Travis with my navigators, but you got an entire team behind you that works day and night to put these vehicles together to make sure that they can come finish a race like this.
Well, you've heard it here, prestige. It's a team sport, and that's exactly what the Mint 400 is all about. Big congratulations to everybody. Can't wait to see where everybody finishes. Back up to you guys.
Well, those two guys look pretty beat, and they talked pretty beat, so you know it had to be physical today.
It did indeed, and what a race it's been here at the BF Goodrich Tyres Mint 400 2020, and there is our race winner. So I have to say it's unofficial at the moment, but I don't see how it's going to change. That is Luke McMillan, who's going to be making his way up onto the stage. And very shortly, we're going to be throwing it to those guys. But Ryan, talk to me about this race. It's been absolutely epic, hasn't it?
You know, to think about the fact that these guys are at the finish line, but there's still 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 vehicles scattered around the racetrack. Some people out there stopped, trying to figure out how to get running again. This is what everybody wants to do. Unfortunately, there's only one that gets to be in that spot.
Okay, so
That's
we've
a
got
little kid
Luke
revving his
McMillan
motor.
there on stage, and he's going to be talking to Tim. So let's see what he's got to say.
There's Dad. There's Dad.
34 years ago, this particular gentleman won it in 1986. Family tradition, bringing it down to your son right here. You could not be more proud, could you?
Well, we've been here every year since, and probably 12 years before that, and we'll be back next year. So, congratulations to my youngest son. We couldn't get the other truck here, but thank you to BF Goodrich, Four Wheel Parts, Method Wheels, and Piston Pete's Beer.
Piston Pete's Beer, I'm going to join you in a couple hundred of those here just shortly, my friend.
Absolutely.
Luke, I'm going to try to grab him out of the truck here. He's getting inundated with moms, sisses. Luke, come on out of the truck, buddy.
Stay close because you're going to come with me too, okay?
Don't make me say anything.
Okay, you can just stand by.
Come on down here on the ground. What a tremendously hard-fought battle. I'm not going to stand in front of all this. Right there, that official hardware right there. 428 holy crapping miles you just did. True Mint 400 style. Repping your dad too, man. I mean, having 86, he won it, and you're like, I got this crap, Dad. Let me take it home.
Yeah, that's right. We had an awesome day. I'm in shock right now. I can't believe it. You know, we worked so hard. This truck we built in 2014. It's been hell and a half getting it here, but I can't believe we just won the Mint 400. It's badass.
Your name is now anchored in the rule books and everywhere else. McMillan shares it at 86. Luke McMillan is in 2020, man. That is absolutely amazing. The co-driver's in here. I mean, what a true battle. It takes a team. You just can't do this by yourself. BF Goodrich right here. BF Goodrich right here has a small little check of $25,000 for the win. Unbelievable. Wait a minute. Is there more cash coming over here? Another check for $15,000. 40 grand just right here for winning the Mint 400. Of course, Matt Martelli, Josh Martelli right here up in the forefront. I'm going to hand off the mic to Matt.
Man, this means a lot. The McMillan family has been in off-road racing for 3 generations, and here you are again winning not just the biggest, baddest off-road race, but arguably the hardest, being that we are 4 laps, 428 miles this year. So I want you to read what's on the back of that.
Respect is earned, 1 minute at a time.
Yeah! Woo! Let's get you up on that car.
Hold on a second. We're not going to do champagne yet. Come on down here. No champagne. You're going to do it now. All right, gentlemen. Make sure you point those GoPros at the field and turn that thing towards your grill. The McMillan crew are running off script.
Just how good is this? It is the 2020 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400, and there is our winner, Luke McMillan, with Matt and Josh Martelli.
You know, one of the questions that is going to happen probably is, so you ran 428 miles, longest Mint 400 in the history of the event. How do you feel? Are you tired? He's going to say, no, not a bit. I feel great.
Then he's going to get back to the hotel in a couple hours. Well, I want to say probably longer than that because they're going to have a big party. But then he's going to be like, yeah, I'm whooped.
Yeah. But what a satisfied feeling that has to be, being tuckered out for the right reason, the right way.
Absolutely, but we've still got cars coming in across the finish line here as we watch Luke McMillan. I can tell you that Tim Hurst has finished and that Steve Olgies is now working his way around to the finish line. And then next, unbelievably, is going to be Rob Mack. And I have some good news also. Rob Mack has passed Eric Husted, but Eric Husted is back up and running again. So great news for Eric Husted. Following him will then be Jack's Redline, who will be here in approximately 20 to 25 minutes.
Got to give that kid credit, too.
Oh my
I mean,
gosh,
you know
man.
what, 15 years old out here doing battle with the best in the business.
You watched him off the start, too. Remember how he got all
And then behind Jack's Redline, we have Justin Lofton and Dave Taylor.
Look at the fans out here. I mean, this is what's insane. You know, it's look at this fan contingent out here at the Mint 400 to help celebrate with Luke. Just an amazing event. So many people, I mean, wrapped around this course, and like Jim had said earlier, the camera crews, the helicopters, the drones. I mean, this is the way this sport is supposed to be watched.
Yeah, you know, it's really a paradigm shift between what's been happening at Ultra 4 with King of the Hammers and what's going on here. It's bringing off-road racing, off-road motorsports into truly being a spectator sport, which it hasn't been in the past.
Not like it is now. You know, the only thing we're lacking now is the ability to feel the concussion of the engines running and sniff.
Well, we're working on that. I mean,
let's come up with smell-o-vision for off-road.
I can feel the fire blowing off the start-finish line out there.
Yeah.
And we're getting people asking to where Sarah Price is at on track. Well, I can tell you now that Sarah Price is actually starting her, or has started her 4th lap, and is making her way back into the desert now. But, as well as our live show, I've also just got to put a shout out to Fishgistics as well, who've been helping out dropping us information all day and giving us the insights from the teams as they've been able to get it. So thank you out there, Fish. Really good. Really appreciate your help. But also the Martelli brothers, this production crew they put together, you guys that are up here, all the special guests that we've been having coming in here today.
Yeah.
It makes it an incredible show. And it means that for the first time in a long time, that we've been able to have people sitting at home around the world watching the greatest American desert race there is, the Mint 400.
Boy.
You know, and I've known Matt and Josh for a long time, and you know, when they purchased this event and they said their plans, there was a lot of people that said, "There's no way they're going to do what they said."
Yeah, but
and here we are, a decade plus later, and I got to tell you, they have delivered.
I was going to say, there's certain people on this earth when they're told no way, all that does is fuel their fire. You know.
Well, you know, it wasn't luck on their part. I can tell a little story about Matt Martelli. The first day I met him is about probably 4 years before the Mint 400 ever came into their radar. I got a phone call from a guy, and he says, "Hey, you don't know me. My name's Matt Martelli." He says, "But I know you a little bit. I've been asking around. Your name keeps popping up. My brother and I are thinking about getting really involved in the off-road sport. Can I buy you a cup of coffee?" He drove up from San Diego, or Oceanside. I live in El Toro, which is about a 35, 40-mile drive, you know. And we had a cup of coffee, and he sat down and he says, "I want to study this sport before we take a step. I want to get an understanding of it before we want to be able to realize what the culture is so that we can take advantage of it and foster the growth of that culture." This was years before they actually did it. So what we're seeing is not a flash in the pan. This has been a very long-term commitment, a goal for these guys, and I have an idea that they have goals that are going to be blowing your minds when you find out what they're up to now. I'll follow them anywhere.
Bob, I was listening to you talk about that phone call and the coffee, and all I could, I was listening to you, but I was also remembering making a similar phone call and sharing a similar cup of coffee with you.
Truth be told, I like those phone calls. The reason is because good people come out of those phone calls. And those are the people that are directed to go. And I also learned that whatever it is they think I know, I learned, give it away. It's not a debit on my account.
Yeah.
It's an investment in theirs. And look what these guys have done with whatever little piece that I got.
You know, Bob, I think it's a testament to our culture, really. Whatever you think you've shared, you clearly have shared. We have relationships with all these people out here. I mean, you look out and all you got to do is stare for a couple of minutes and you see your friends walking by. And that's something special that we have in this culture. And it exists in other cultures. But that is something that is special that we share as we make dust together. Let's put it that way.
It becomes kind of visceral. It does. That's a big word.
Visceral. Yeah. You're throwing out the $5 words there, Bob.
I needed my $5 back.
So, Jim, what happens next? We're up here killing time. The winner's there.
Hey, there's guys out there running, hitting, banging on the desert.
Well, we're going to keep on bringing these guys home is what we're going to do. So we see Tim Hurst, he's already crossed the line. Steve Olgies, he's also crossed the line as well. So, and it looks like we're going to be seeing Rob Mack coming in very shortly, and also Eric Husted. But what we're going to do is we're going to be seeing Bryce Menzies, our second place vehicle here at the Mint 400, up on stage. We're going to see him receive his prize. We're then also going to see Ryan
Arciero will help you out.
Ryan Arciero.
Do you know what? I can say that every single time off stage. As soon as I put a microphone on, I'm done. But so Ryan Arciero is going to be coming up on stage as well. We're going to be seeing that. But most importantly, we're going to get the winner of the 2020 BF Goodrich Tyres Mint 400 up here on stage with us. That's going to be Luke McMillan, and I cannot wait for that. So it's going to be a wonderful thing indeed.
So Ryan Arciero, and then we got to hold this up here.
Go for it.
I don't know if you can be able to read that, but our good friend Steve Olagas.
See, this is one of these things, isn't it? The trouble with English is we invented it and you've ruined it.
No, we hot rodded it, man.
Absolutely, indeed. I can't think of a better bunch of guys to be sharing it with right now anyway. But so Luke McMillan's going to be joining us on stage very shortly. But let's just talk about what's happening out there on track right now. Because these guys are still driving into the night. Their lights are blazing away. There's only one good thing for these guys right now, and that's there's less dust because there's less cars.
Yes. And I'm back, and I think they're driving by some cars. You know Jim, there's some cars parked out there.
Oh, there is, most definitely. But, so we're looking back now. Rob Mack is going to be joining us very, very shortly, along with Eric Husted.
You know, Eric Husted, that's somebody we haven't talked about a whole lot, but I look back at, what we saw at the King of the Hammers Invitational, the T1 race, and what we've seen today, and he's getting quicker. He's getting faster. It seems like every single race, he's starting to sneak into that conversation and things like that. It's got me excited.
That's something to also to be said about the sport. If you get to the finish line, every time you finish a race, you've logged more miles, you've learned a lot more about what your vehicle can do, about what you can do behind the wheel. All of that's valuable stuff, and it shouldn't be a surprise. The guys that are dedicated, that are putting their time in, spending the money, and dedicated to getting better, they typically do.
Ryan each second now. We're just watching there. Ryan Arciero chatting away to the family and friends. And any moment now, we're going to see Rob Mack as he starts making his way towards the finish line. And it won't be the right result that Rob MacCachren was looking for at the start of this race, that is for sure.
No.
Let's talk about that. Rob has won, I think it's something like over 100 off-road titles in his racing career. I mean, he is an absolute legend.
He's got over 200 career off-road victories. I think he's close to 250.
Yeah.
Wow. And here's Rob now. He's just picking his way through the speed control zone by the looks of it.
The interesting thing about Rob, too, is that there's been a lot of other rock stars, if you will, in off-road racing. Many of them have gone on and done other things. Rob stayed pretty true to the sport here.
He really has.
No.
And it used to be a common theme that you'd hear people talking about, but Rob was a valet parker at the Barbary Coast for Michael Gahn.
Yes. The race driver, Rob MacCachren, I'm not sure I want to give my keys to in a hotel. But the fact is, when you get to know the man, I would give him the keys to the house.
Yeah.
He is absolutely a man of integrity, hardcore racer, very focused, and he's just working through a disappointment as we're watching right now. I can't help but look at that body language, and what do you see? I see dejection still, disappointment.
He was right there up until he wasn't.
Yeah,
I hate to say that, but he was right there in the hunt.
Yeah.
He had his plan going into this event, and he was there. He was in the top 5. I mean, it was within striking distance, and things happen, and he's much like Ryan Arciero. Things just didn't quite work out.
You bet.
I'd like to know what happened when we saw them. Obviously, the co-driver had been out of the vehicle. We saw them with some pipe work inside the front of the car, and you saw Rob literally face palming. And then his co-driver having to get back out of the car again, and that looked like a pivotal moment to me. That almost just looked like, I'm done. It looked like I've given up at this moment.
Oh, I don't think he gave up. I think he knows I'm toast.
Yeah. Do you know what I mean? It's just like, it's that little bit too far.
Yep. It's over.
Here he is. He's back on the noise now. He's come off the speed control section, and he is now making his way towards that finish line.
What an in-car camera we've had all day with Rob Mack, though. I feel like
this is awesome.
We've been able to share his story of the Mint, and live vicariously through he and his co-driver. I mean, that's amazing. Real time, we're riding in the truck with him, and we get to see the facepalm and the dejection, and the highs and the lows.
He shared more story than he probably would have planned.
Yeah, right. We have to put a massive shout out there to Rob MacCachren and to his crew for allowing us to see that side of the racing. There's not that many guys who would give us access to their car to allow us to do that. And that's the kind of gentleman that he really is. As we've watched Bryce Menzies, our second place vehicle here at the 2020 BF Goodrich Tyre Mint 400, coming up on stage. I believe they had to literally prize Luke McMillan off of the stage.
That party will continue on into the parking lot and the rest of the evening.
Do you know what? I would not be at all surprised if I see his vehicle drive into this tent with us at any moment.
I would be tickled to death.
Coming up in second place.
Okay, so we've got Tim Shelman that's going to be talking to Bryce Menzies down there on the stage, and we're going to throw it down to Tim.
Factory Red Bull four-wheel drive racer, past champion Bryce Menzies. unbelievable drive out there, man. And of course, always being in good spirits. I know this stings because you were right there, but always a great sport. I mean, you laid everything out there, man. And I know your co-dog is tired of lifting these wheels and tires.
Yeah, I put us in a bad spot at the beginning. I made a bad call and tried to cut the corner and got us a flat early. And that early in the race, everybody's just so stacked up. So we got passed by, I think, 4 or 5 people or something. And just tried to work our way back up and just had a couple issues here and there. Oren did an amazing job. He got out of the truck, I think, 3 or 4 times. So awesome run. The crew did an amazing job in the pits to drop back that far and just keep working our way up. That was our goal. So to come away with a second, it's tough to swallow, but you know what? To win one of these races is so hard, and I'm so happy for Luke McMillan. Their family's amazing, so couldn't be prouder of them. And just got to give it up to my whole team, Oren, everybody out here that supports me, all the fans, man. This is insane seeing this crowd. How rad is that? So it's cool to see the Mint promoting this sport, because this sport needs to be on the highest level there is, because it's unbelievable. So thank you guys, I appreciate it. And we had one hell of a day.
One of the greatest sportsmen of all of off-road. We have these guys here right now. Remember never getting a wrestling match with him.
No, I'd be in trouble real bad. There was one time we got a flat, and someone had a flat right in front of us, and they already halfway done changing it, and I'm like, Oren, you got him. You got him. He jumped out, changed it, and we raced him and got in front of him. So that was probably the coolest thing of the day. We just sat in dust a lot, and I kind of put myself in that position, but had a fun day. The last lap, it was so rough. Oh, my God. I'm going to be sore tomorrow, and I know Oren is too. But we'll be back. You know, we'll regroup and come back next year swinging and try to get that 3rd win.
Give it up for your 2nd place, number 7, Bryce Menzies! We're going to kick it off to TV. They're going to do their interview over here, and I'm going to be quiet for a little bit.
That's it. Hey, you guys want to? Oh yeah. There you go.
Perfect. You got anytime. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Oh, nice. Oh, shoot. Right at the helicopter. Oh, yeah. Perfect. Oh, I love that. Good. I'm not even going to tell. Thank you guys for coming out. Absolutely. Thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Looks like Ryan Arciero sharing some more stories out there. Had a great run. But talking about a great run, I think joining me in the booth is our 2020 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400 champions, Luke McMillan. Well, we got Matt Martelli here with Jason Duncan. How's everything going, boys?
We're in shock. I think we just won the Mint 400 overall. You know, I've dreamed of this day my entire life, literally. Again, literally, this is what I've been after my entire life, is off-road racing. It's been my passion. And I've seen the list of names right there on that bottle about, you know, the Mint 400 winners, and I've dreamed and I've dreamed. And my dad actually won this in 1986, and I can't believe we're here. We just won the Mint 400.
your name goes on the next bottle, as well as your truck on the front of that.
Can't wait. I can't wait. I'm so proud of that truck, too. I mean, I think, you know, anyone that sees what our team does and stuff, that truck means a lot to me. It's been a hell and a half getting it here, but that truck is my baby.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you took a different path with that truck, and obviously here it paid off. It took you a while to you had some teething issues and trying to figure it out, but you figured it out.
Yeah, absolutely. It just, you know, there's still a lot of things we can improve on and stuff, which is exciting, you know, just knowing what the other competitors have and what we're building next. And but it means the world to me to click off another win in that truck. It's amazing.
Tell us about your race today.
It went pretty good, huh, Doug?
It went really good. It went really good. We stuck to the plan and stayed in line until, I believe it was the third lap. We got one flat, got out, got passed by a few people, and went back into race mode where you got to put your head down and don't worry about everything else. Stick to your own plan, and you got to get here to win. So
yeah.
How hard is it, though? Because, I mean, you guys it was just a lineup. I mean, and you guys, you see the dust in front of you. You know there's people behind you. I mean, how hard is it to stay in line and just sit back and wait? Because I know as a race car driver, you want to go. But you guys sat back and you just waited and you let the race come to you. I mean, how hard was that for you guys?
Well, coming into this, we knew everyone, there was a lot of four-wheel drives. The top 8, I think we were the only small block in the top 8.
Yeah.
Everyone had about 300 horsepower on us. So we're kind of the underdog coming into it, and we knew we just had to get here to do it and give it everything we had.
Yeah, it's one of those days, and I felt it today where you're just in the zone and you can just stay focused. That's tough for 400 miles, for however many hours. I don't know what our time was, 8 hours or so, 6 hours, whatever. I have no idea right now. I haven't heard, but maintaining that focus is really key, especially for me. And, having a great co-rider call out the course and stuff was absolutely key. It's just, you got to keep your head down and not worry what other people are doing stuff, but stay in line, stay patient, and wait for let the race come to you is really the key.
The leader set a good pace. I mean, he had 8 minutes on us at one point, and it was stick to the plan.
Yeah, Harley Letner took off, and there wasn't much we were going to do about that let alone what we wanted to do about it. Let's stick here and stuff. And then we ended up making our way up to second on the road. One flat tire, totally earned by myself. Duncan called it. I hit it. And
so one of those, sometimes the co-driver, he calls it, then you zero in on it. It's like, it's like a magnet, right?
Exactly. That's truly. He called it, rock on the left, and I hit it. Damn it, And he goes, yep, it's going down. He watched the TPS, and we pulled over, and 3 cars went by us. I said, wow, we just put ourselves in a bad position. But you can't do that. You can't talk yourself down. You got to just put your head back down and focus on what you got to do, and that's what we did, and it really paid off.
But fortunately, you have this guy co-riding with you, right? So he gets out, starts throwing tires around, and you're back on the road. I've seen him move around, and he is half monkey. He is half monkey for sure.
But he actually gets out and help.
Awesome.
A lot of drivers don't get out and help. He got out. He gets the tire off the spare, hands it to me. It quickens the process up. A lot of times people don't get out because the driver doesn't want to have to get back in and get going.
Yep.
He wants to get out and help. He's very hands-on. He physically looks at his truck. He inspects it after we qualify, after every practice. He wants to know that his truck is good.
Yeah.
He's very involved himself.
Yeah, for you, talk about the fact that you're a third-generation off-road racer. Your grandfather was an off-road racer. Your dad's an off-road racer, off-road champion. And now you're an off-road champion. What's that feel like?
It's amazing. It's just like I was saying earlier, this is just built into me. Matt, you know me since I was 12 years old. You actually took the first photographs of me in my 16 car where it was all painted Austin Powers and stuff. I was 12 years old jumping in a 16 car. Matt knew it. And I just, this has been
you did
in
the
my
Steve
blood.
McQueen stance, remember? Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah, I got that picture at my house, actually. But just being involved in a family like this is, it's what, obviously, I've been in the family my whole life, so it is, I'm used to it, but at the same time, I put pressure on myself because, my dad's highly successful, my other family members are very successful at off-road racing, my brother's a very good driver and stuff, and we all want to come out here and win, and, the competition has been stepping up and up and up and up, and people keep saying, at what point is this not going to be a hobby sport? But, we breathe and sleep off-road racing. This is in our blood. It's just reading this terrain and out here racing is just something that's second nature to us. And that's what, really it's not about, it is about the accomplishment, but it's really about the times where you get just bit in the ass with something just ridiculous, just time and time again, it'll just tear you down. Yep. There's a lot of times where you think about, wow, maybe it's me, maybe I shouldn't be doing this, but you can't quit.
Absolutely. And I was talking about it earlier is that you have a knowledge base in your family that's relatively unparalleled in this sport, between your dad and your uncle, they're the master tacticians of this game, right?
Absolutely.
And I saw a text message your dad just shared with me up there that he sent you last night at 7 o'clock, right?
Yep.
What did that say?
He called it. He called out the race. He said, Luke, who cares about lap 1, 2, or 3? get to lap 4. If you're not there at lap 4, you're not going to win. And truer words were never spoken. My cousin gave me the same advice. He says, hey, 90% lap 1, lap 2 and 3 are just drive it around. See where you're at lap 4. If you're not there lap 4, you're not there. But so we got to lap 4 and we were right around our Sierra, and that my dad's words, my cousin's words were going through my head, and I'm just thinking, all right, we're here at lap 4. Let's let the cards fall in place. And sure enough, we came around a turn with about 40 miles to go, and our Sierra pulled over with maybe a flat tire or something like that. And I said, here we are. It's just driving in and stuff, and that's where you just got to tell yourself, put your head down.
But he started a minute behind you, so you got to put a minute on him.
Yep.
So it's a catch-22. Don't make a mistake. Yeah. But put time on.
It's a big mental game out there.
Yeah, and that we were talking about that as you were coming in is like, okay, cool, you're coming around out of the Joshua Tree Highway through that wash, and then you've got to go through that tricky little rock garden.
Oh yeah.
That's just that makes flats. That makes mistakes.
That is where we picked up one of our flat tires, and coming in through the last lap, it was just like, all right, Menzies is behind us. He has to pass us and put a minute on us. Don't hit a rock.
Right. Yeah.
Don't hit. You're coming around the turn, and we're light on field. The back end's coming around. I said, what are you doing? What are you doing? Just slow down. All we got to do is drive it in, and that's mentally that's wearing.
It's so hard on there. It's so hard on this track. I mean, it was the same way coming in last night. In the UTV races, everything changes, and like you said, there's so many razor sharp rocks, and it's like it's not even a bad. It's not saying you're a bad driver if you hit a flat or anything. I mean, it's just we were calling them today ghost flats. Like you don't even know what you hit; it just goes flat.
Yeah, the pace nowadays is just unreal. Compared to 4 or 5 years ago, it's very different. There really is no pace. It's almost wide open all day.
Go for it.
There's the amount of risks you want to take when you're coming up into a rocky section or into some gnarly whoops and stuff. There's an amount of risk, and you got to just judge how much risk you want to take in that certain section depending on what lap you are, but you're driving hard all day.
You clearly have the skills, and I was saying earlier, I never thought that it was, it was a win, right?
Thank you.
But also, just in the last 2 years, you had this win at Hammers. That was a big win,
Yeah.
And then you could see that breathe a level of confidence into your equipment, where you just got a lot more comfortable. And then this year at Hammers, you almost won it again, right?
Yeah. We ended up second there, and I got to say, you're absolutely correct. It breathed the next level of confidence in us to go out and continue to run hard after that first big win. But I got to give it to my team on that one. The last 2 years have been really a reflection of their hard work. Our don't give up attitude from our entire shop, Chris Oleman and Max Cromenhoek and Roger and Stewart and everyone at the shop, Chris and Heck. And it really is, my grandpa's famous saying was never, never, never give up. And I'll tell you what, over the last 6 years, there were definitely times where I thought about, I don't know what I'm doing here anymore. I can't get this. And not that I didn't have confidence in myself, but I just, having stupid issues. It was just, nipping at you mentally and stuff. And when you, that's tough. So we got through that barrier with the first win. It was a little bit easier coming in on the second win, but still, this is our second big overall. And you have your entire life's goal, that pressure on you to drive it into the finish. Literally your entire life. I was at a Baja 1000 when I was 4 or 5 years old. I was pre-running when I was 4 or 5 years old. This is all I know. This is what I want to do. This is what this is my entire life.
Well, and I feel like, this win, talking about your second big win and things like that, I feel like everybody looks at off-road, and there's these this group of drivers where you all know that they're the ones to beat. And I feel like you had your big win, and everybody knew Luke was right there. And I feel like this win just elevated you to that notch where you're up there, where it's like now the target's on your back, and you come into every single race, and they're like, oh, we've got to beat that guy. You're no longer the sleeper coming in. You're the guy that's got the target on your back.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think the team has really progressed into that position. The Baja 1000 this year, we led that team to mile 800 or so.
Yeah.
And, to be frankly honest, we've led the last 5 Baja 1000. We've been kicked in the nuts a handful of times, and a lot of Baja races and stuff that just little issues will get us here and there. And I've had the confidence in the team, and that's why we don't give up.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves, but I do want to say the Baja 1000 this year is a peninsula run, right?
Yep.
And I really think that favors the McMillans, right? Yeah. Because you guys, you know logistics and the technical side of stuff, the planning, the war plan, better than anybody, So, you've got your vehicle figured out. You just had, I mean, you know you can handle the rough. That's for sure.
Yeah, we just proved that.
So you're going to just add some distance and some nice graded roads to it. So I'm not saying it's going to be that easy necessarily, but man, coming in after a win like this, everybody's going to be looking at you for the 1,000. So I think that's really cool, and I have a lot of respect for you and for your family. And you know, you guys came out here today and you threw down in the really what's been the longest Mint 400 ever in our history, and with just a stacked field, you know, and right in front of just massive spectators. So congratulations.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
now
you,
the
Matt.
Mint 400 champion.
Oh, yeah.
Good job,
Thank
buddy.
you.
Nice job, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Well, we're going to take a look at Bryce Menzies coming in. He was our second place finisher, and
Here, on stage, we had had something a little special going on down there with Bryce Menzies as he takes home his second place check. But his co-driver Oren proposing to Carrie. They've been together for a long, long time, and looks like she obviously said yes. And amazing moment there for Oren and Carrie.
Oh, Carrie.
Such an awesome moment there.
Okay, just how fantastic has this been? We've just had our winner on stage. Jim, you just interviewed Luke McMillan. How good did that feel?
Yeah, well, you know, Luke is just first of all, we talked about him, cool hand Luke, but he's just a nice guy, very well spoken. But the amount of blood, sweat, tears that he's put into that program, and like you said, there's not many co-drivers out there that get out and change tires with their driver. Luke's that guy. You know, they get done with they get done with qualifying. He inspects his truck. He doesn't walk away. He doesn't go to the hotel. No, he's there with his guys on the ground floor, making sure everything works. And when you got a guy that puts that much effort and knows his program that well, at some point they're going to put it all together like they did here at the Mint 400.
I'm going to tell you where that comes from, and you're going to chime in here, Bob.
Okay.
That comes from Grandpa.
Yep. That is
Mr.
Corky's way.
McMillan, yeah.
Corky's way.
You know, not a lot of drivers in off-road know their equipment like Luke does.
No, and you're not allowed to have an ego there.
Right.
You know, you will participate. You will work. There were years when our economy was in trouble, and the McMillan family certainly had the resources to continue to race. But Corky said, you know, it's not right that we should race while we have our employees struggling. Therefore, we're out until we have a better economy. Just like that.
Yeah.
Indeed. But let's just talk about the Mint 400. We've had 3 days of amazing racing. It started on Thursday with the qualifying, and the qualifying was absolutely incredible. It was the first time that we've ever been able to bring you live images of the qualifying out at Apex. How much fun was that?
It was fun, and you know, it was interesting to watch it unfold throughout the day. It happened quicker. You know, we were expecting to be out there until, I think, 3:30 or 4, and I think we wrapped up by 1 o'clock, and that's because the trucks were going so dang fast.
They were indeed. We had 3 trucks with less than a second between them. Then the next day, the Friday, yesterday, we had 68 classes racing, with the moto starting in the morning and then the limited classes racing in the afternoon. And let's not forget, we had 65 drivers at record that were female as well.
That's amazing.
Incredible stuff. And then we come through to the 3rd day of racing today. It was incredible. We had the unlimited trucks out there. We also had our Barbaha trucks, our 6100 trucks, and loads of other trucks as well out there. And what a story. We saw Harley Letner leading from the start. We then saw him being taken over by Ryan Arciero, and then we saw Luke McMillan coming home from an incredible finish, and Bryce Menzies with that never surrender attitude out there on the track. It's been remarkable. But what's been your highlights, guys?
Well, highlights.
Highlights. I mean, the entire day. I think anytime, we've all seen desert races where everything comes down, the guy crosses the finish line, then an hour and a half later, second place crosses.
Yeah.
That's no fun. When you're at the mid 400 and you've got 3 guys that all finish and they're there at the podium together and they were all within minutes, I mean, to me, that's the highlight. We had a great race and it came down to seconds.
Here's what I saw. The qualifying, as you pointed out, Jim, the top 3 guys were within 1 second of qualifying on an 8-mile loop. Well, here we had a 107-mile loop. And for the longest time, these guys were virtually inside of one another. And then it happened. As I told Ryan, the desert has a vote. I'm taking that tire. That's my tire. Take that tire. Then he says, Mr. Arciero, I'm taking yours. He doesn't know why. Did you hear him talk about it? He had no idea what he hit. That's the Nevada desert. It's got submerged rocks. You call them phantom rocks? No.
I call them ghost flats.
Ghost flats. So that's what I'm saying is the desert proved itself to be the participant you can't control.
Well, I'm going to shift gears here. My highlight was watching those kids yesterday.
Beautiful, I like that. Yeah. Let's not forget about the youth UTVs that were brought into this race for this year. And this race has been a race of many new firsts. It's the Mini Mint 400 that we saw. And these are the racers, the guys and girls that are going to be racing this race in 10 years' time and going to be doing what Luke McMillan has been doing today. How cool is that?
Well, and then, what we didn't get to see was all the kids on motorcycles. There was a whole brigade of kids riding motorcycles, racing motorcycles.
Yeah, that was earlier today. That was the Mini Mint Moto that was happening earlier on. And that's all stuff that was taking place in the background while we were getting ready for the Unlimited race. But we've got to say a massive thank you to our production crews. We've got to say a massive thank you to the crews that organised this race, of race volunteers, the people who have been coming out here for months to bring us a race course. We've got to say thank you to all the fans that are watching around the world. It has been truly a classic 51st Mint 400. We have lots more finishers that are going to be on the tracker, and if you go to www.themint400.com/live, you'll be able to follow the trackers there as the rest of these vehicles that are out there racing today come on and head home here, and we're just about to have a party. So thank you very much for watching the 51st BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400 here in Las Vegas, Nevada. I hope you are here next year. We're going to be here next year. Thank you for watching.
What's up, my friends? It's Rob here from Warfighter Made, and we are getting super excited for the Mint 400's Military Challenge. We got 3 vehicles that we're going to enter in, with our focus of effort being this Polaris Razor that belongs to combat wounded double leg amputee Tim Hull, and he's got 2 other combat wounded amputees racing with him. We also have our vintage military light strike vehicle known as Flyer 22, and it's going to be competing in the military class, actually against its grandson, the Flyer GMV. We're also entering a Humvee that will be out there supporting all the competitors in the military challenge. So we need your help by going to the mint400.com and donating to the military challenge.
Oil, the official oil of King of the Hammers.
For the off-road racing community, years and years and decades of what you folks have done, and of course you're still out here laying it down, and we can't thank you enough for being a part.
Well, we appreciate it. You know, we love the sport, and our third generation's out there right now. He's hopefully going to be finishing here in a little bit. I had an opportunity to start the 6100 truck this morning with my son, and we had just a super time together. And then I got out, and he's out there running around. I guess he did a crowd pleaser this morning. He rolled it in the infield, but we'll talk about that a little later when we're having a father-son beer. And but anyways, it's a special place. Mint 400, such a wonderful legacy for off-road racing. And my father did it in the early 70s, and we've been fortunate to do it for too many years. And that's why I'm not getting on a truck. But anyhow, it's a special place, Mint 400, and you know, just thank Matt for bringing it back and giving it a lot of life.
Well, it's all reciprocal. Of course, give the Herbst family a big, huge shout right here for bringing that big Monster Energy vehicle back in, bringing it home, man. Monster Energy, of course. That's right. Bringing that truck back here, man. So Vegas loves you, of course, and the Mint 400 loves you as well. So thank you, man, and glad you're back in one piece.
Well, it is good to be back in one piece. That last lap, that tested me in one piece. I was almost broken in half. That's why I'm not out of the truck.
I get it. You got all your fillings left in your teeth?
They're capped.
Give it up for the Herbst family. First place, Terry Householder in the Bodgeback. Let's give it up for him. Come on out of there. So first of all, I want to give your whole crew a huge shout out about everything you guys participate in, all the way from the pit crew challenge, of course, obviously down to racing out here in the dirt, man. Your family brings a ton to this industry, and we want to thank you for bringing it all here to the Mint 400.
Oh, without a doubt, man. My team, my father, you know, we give it 110%. We sat down at the beginning of the year and said 2020 is going to be a good year, and it has. A few weeks ago, we won Trick Truck in Lofton. That's an awesome deal. And we won the Mint 400. We have tried for years. We've always come up short. You know, 2011, I was second place in Trick Truck. My dad's come up 6100, class 1 card, you know. So this is what we want. This is what we got.
Hell yeah! Let me see that big old fat check right there. About $8,000 coming to you. And of course, some of these great Mint 400 medals. Go ahead and put that bad boy on. I'll hold this for you. Terry Householder right there, $8,000. Are you all set to, hold on, one second.
Let me say something real quick. So obviously I'm Terry Householder, it's my son Adam. We prep our truck in-house in the shop, and so we originally were going to split the ride today. We both tried many years to win this Mint 400. Adam started off today, or he qualified 5th, and set for a good tone. He drove the first 2 laps, and he said, can I stay in for the 3rd? I said, yep. And he said, can I stay in for the 4th? We were leading by 5 minutes. I said, bring it home, baby. Mint 400!
Yeah! Here, hold on a second. Don't blast that thing off. Congratulations to that householder crew. What a fantastic win. Good right now. Guys. Everybody gets your second place in Baja Spec. Go ahead, come on out, man. I was gonna screw it all up. Justin Blauer, I want to hand that off to you right here. First of all, before we get into it too deep, that right there, you don't get that from a curb at the parking lot at the mall. Right? Rubbin's Racing?
Rubbin's Racing.
That's right, man. And by the way that looks, you were kind of going past.
Yeah, no, we pushed hard. We took care of the truck all day, but pushed as hard as we could. It was a good race. It was fun. Householder ran an awesome race. I want to congratulate him. Right. And yeah, that was probably the gnarliest thing I've ever done. This is technically our first race in this truck, and so we're pretty excited with the second place.
I mean, not too bad for second place. Makes it easier to work on the engine now, but lighter's faster anyway, man. Who helps you out?
I'd just like to thank all the Herps crew. They busted to get this truck done for Parker, and then we had a freak issue with that. So it was pretty much a fresh truck coming out here. It's our first race in the truck, and we put it on the podium. So I'm pretty excited about that.
Give it up for him right here, Justin Bauer on the 2 spot. Congratulations, man. Let everybody know who helped you out, who gets you here, man.
Oh, Pac West, all the Blauer Dempsey companies. Just got to thank Zach Coates did an amazing job co-driving today all day long. Just amazing job. I want to thank you for that. And all my friends and family that came out. And, my dad for always supporting us. And, these BFG tires were amazing all day long. Wrapped in the Ultra wheels did good. And it was amazing. No flats all day. And that was a crazy rough track. To have no flats is pretty impressive.
That's very impressive. Give it up for him one more time. That's your second place. Justin Blauer. Man, that thing looks cool with no hood on it, man. That looks badass. This is the business end right here, right?
Absolutely.
And that's a see ya, I beat you end.
That's right.
Congratulations, you guys. That's second place. Baja Spec. That's all good, man. Travis Chase, third place in your Baja Spec. And Big Jake right here. Chase Motorsports, this truck still looks pretty daggone good, man, for beating the snot out of it for over 400 miles.
Yeah, it was a pretty good day. Work got in the way. I couldn't qualify. So we started literally in the back. Flew in last night like at 10. Woke up this morning and said, hey, let's go see if we can wreck this truck. Still looks in one piece. Hey, we started in the back. We ended up third. That's a great day in my book.
Hell yeah, it is, man. Bringing it back in one piece, and of course, I mean, having your co-dog with you too.
Yeah, no, Jake always, he's my guy, man. He's been with me for quite a few years now, and without him, we couldn't have a flawless day. You know, I think he fell asleep for a little bit, but other than that, we were good.
No daytime napping for you, huh?
Not today. It's a good time, good time.
Who would you like to thank, man?
Well, first and foremost, family, friends, all my volunteers that come out day in and day out, come to the shop, help us out. We're a volunteer team, love them. Be Real Prep and Fab for helping us out in the truck. First year with BFG, love it. Tires are great, didn't have a flat all day. Baja Designs, Ultra Wheel. Who else I got in there? I mean, there's so many people that help us out there. But anyways, hold on. My wife right there, because she's going to kick me in the nuts if I don't say thank you.
Actually, she just texted me to kick you in the nuts to remind you.
Well, it sounds about right. That's probably what she's doing with her phone right there. So, but thank you guys. Thank all our fans, friends, everybody that comes out. I appreciate it, man.
Give it up for him right there. That's your third place. Baja Spec. Getting her done.
Podiums are gonna get a bit more.
Big Steve, here you go, brothers. One for you and one for the co-dog.
Hey, let me give one to Steve. Steve's right here. Mark Newhand, you did the same thing to me last year.
I did do that.
Yeah.
Keep changing it up on me. You gotta have name tags on it.
Yeah, I go generic. Plain white wrapper.
You want Steve to talk about this? So Steve, let's hear about the race here today.
You know what, it just started off really cool. We went to the infield and had the whole shot, and then we overshot the turn. The guy got past us, then he overshot the second one, and so we had passed three times before we got out of the section. So that's how the day started off. It was a great, fun run out there, and we got this new guys who are just flying hard, and Fox BFG and our new wheel KMCs were just kicking butt. So I think all in all, it was just a fantastic day. Just meant is, you're going to keep hearing how tough it was, and I think the fourth lap is what really separated this from past years or whatever. So that's, in my opinion, that this is what made this Mint so fantastic and tough and rough and what it is.
So the fourth lap, putting in that 428 miles total, really is the true definition of the Mint 400. That's man, machine, and of course working across your mental status too.
Yeah, that's right. So in the previous years, it's been like long three laps or whatever, and I think this year just having that fourth one and the course just so torn up, not necessarily the mileage, but I think that's just what really made this thing what it is. So I just, you saw what happened if you were watching the TV in the last 80 miles. There was a lot of changes going on with all of us here. So that's what happened.
That's awesome. And what it is for the crowd, too. So right here in the infield, watching you guys take off that longer infield, and then, of course, every lap coming in, bombing the infield, that made it great for us to watch you guys handle the truck infield and live. with that as well. So congratulations, you guys, for finishing off this hard race.
Hey, thank you so much. And Matt Bartelli, the guys that did all this, and Tony Vanilla laying the course out, and his course workers did a fabulous job. And we just love the mint. We're so glad to be here, and I'm glad it's just bigger and greater than ever.
Give it up here for that bitchin' Fox truck getting her done. Rob MacCachren, good to see you up here. I like seeing you finish, my friend.
Yeah, it was good to be here. Thank all you fans for hanging around. It's a good day. We were right on pace there for the first lap and 3/4 or so, and then I ended up hitting a big rock. We lost some time. Started catching back up, and then got another big rock.
You mean there's rocks out there?
There's two, and I got both. And third lap, we had a water leak somehow. I don't know where. We ended up stopping the pit, added about 2 gallons of water and then some Alumaseal, and it sealed it up, but that put us about 30 minutes down or so. So from there, it was really just soldier on, trying to get to the finish line. I want to thank Makita, BF Goodrich Tires, Vision Wheel, Fox Shocks, KC, everybody that supports me, all the Baja Fools, the crew, the pit crew guys, Brian for riding with me. It's riding all 4 laps. I knew he was going to get beat up over there. Last lap, the course gets really torn up. These 40-inch BF Goodrich tires rip that course up, and there's places the ruts are, a couple feet deep, it seems like, and you're scraping the bottom. But other than that, we're glad to be here.
There's the front bumper is just there's a little tiny dent in it about that big, about bigger than my head. Obviously, there was a lot of pushing that was going along, making passes. I know he had to make time up throughout the course of the race, get set back, come back. Anyway, we're always thankful to have you out here on the race course at the Mint 400, man.
Yeah, it's definitely good being here. Like I said, this is a prestigious race to win. I want to thank the Martelli brothers for putting this event on. They do a good job doing the promotion, and I like that flame there at the finish line. That was pretty cool. So, again, thank all you fans for coming out here. We'll be going to San Felipe next and then doing the score series. So we're ready to go. We got to get some wins going this year.
Rob MacCachren, everybody, give it up for.
How's it going?
Good. Here you go, man. There's finisher medals for you guys. There was some relocation of some items out there on the racetrack. I do know that. Who wants to talk? You want to talk?
I'll talk. We took the hood off, and so the doors just kind of blew off because the hood came off.
We saw that in the live stream, which was kind of, it was neat for us to watch. I mean, pretty crappy for you to see the hood coming up. Of course, blinding the vision, which makes it very difficult to go really fast, right?
Yeah, it does. Truck ran really good today, though. We had 152 on the lake bed, so.
152 on the lake bed. That's hammered down, my friend.
Absolutely, and La Victoria done a good job. This truck has gone through a lot, and Eric's done a ton of work to it, and once again, it proves itself that it's a badass truck.
And you're back up here at the finish line. You were up here towards the front, too, which was pretty awesome.
We were. We pinched the drive line back here about 4 miles, and it took us a little bit to get the drive line out because we smashed bolts and stuff. So it took us a while to get it out. But other than that, we pushed hard all day. Nice, good, steady pace. Just picking our way through.
Right on. Who else helps you out, buddy?
Hey, our pit crew right here is awesome. And Eric can probably tell them, but Dugan's, get in there.
Yeah, our engine worked really good today. 152, lake bed. So powered by Dugan's, no flats, the whole race. BFG did great.
BFG, no flats all day. That's amazing. So 152, what are you turning RPM at 152?
Oh, about 73.
Ooh, 7,300. Just holding it right there for how long?
5 minutes.
Oh my God. That should just grenade any other motor. That says something about the engine built in this truck.
Pardon? Yeah, the engine package is great. Yeah, we didn't have a filter block on it. Our hood was off. Our lights were great. Vision X. I mean, great visibility last lap. The whole race just went great till the last 4 miles.
The pinch drive line, stupid drive line anyway.
And our drive line, the guy that built our drive line, Dan's drive lines, he did awesome. It didn't vibrate. At 152, most of the time our drive lines will, smooth, steady. So hats off to him for building a good drive line for us.
Congratulations, gentlemen, for bringing this thing back home. We know that was a long, long, long day. Anyway, congratulations to getting her to the finish line.
Yeah.
Anyways, want to thank our whole crew again. We had people at every pit. They've been here for 2 days. They ran the UTV races. I mean, everyone's been working really hard. I also want to help Weddle transaxles. We run a gearbox in this truck. Most people are pretty lazy and run a little 3-speed with a automatic. It's kind of lazy in my mind. But
lazy. He said lazy 3 times.
We have to work for it, 1 gear at a time.
Congratulations, gentlemen. Great job on the finish. Did we say no flats with the BFGs? I think we did. No flats. I want to remind everybody that inside the VIP tent, it is now on. It is Cash Bar in the party lounge in the VIP tent. Head on over there. It is on. You can stay right there. That is my favorite sticker on any racetrack truck I've ever seen in my entire life. For those of you with the eyeball impaired like me, that I have to read it to, student driver, keep distance. That's fantastic. Redline Racing. What's your name, man?
Jack's Redline. So the reason behind that sticker is I'm actually only 15. Which is kind of crazy to be out here with all the top guys that I totally look up to.
15 years old driving one of these trucks? Are you kidding me, man? Jax, you need to put one of those on, buddy. I'm going to hand one off. There you go. So, Jax, man, who helps you out? Who gets you here? Number one, where's Ma? Where's Mom?
Mom's at home. She doesn't come out to the race. She's scared of the desert. But big thanks to Baja Designs, Ultra Wheels, Monster Seal. and Trophy Borough, Whoop Beaters, Rapid Off-Road. And then for this race, we're actually running, this is RPM's old truck. We're here with Abdali Lopez. He ran the final 2 laps of this race. Truck felt super, super good, thanks to all the Geyser guys. Truck felt super good. It's a ton of fun out here. And yeah, thanks to everybody for coming out and always supporting us.
Right on. Abdali Lopez out here too, man. It's fantastic. So, hey, congratulations, Jax. 15 years old running this bad boy, 400 miles. Congratulations. Dave Taylor, I'm just going to say one thing. I like gold. Man, this thing shines so pretty. And this thing looks still like it's in great shape. The truck obviously did well for you.
Yeah, we had a great day. We had a couple mechanical issues. We lost the drive line. We're down to 2 speeds in the tranny. We lost reverse and first, but we're here. So we're excited about that.
She's tough as nails, though. You still brought her to the finish line, man. Losing first gear out in some of those slow sections had to be tough stuff on that transmission, and throwing a bunch of heat into it, I know that much. Anyway, man, who helps you out?
Well, thanks to all my team. Donia Yachts, Donia Racing. We have a lot of people here to help, and we appreciate all of it. So thank you.
Give it up for him. Nice work, man. Congratulations for bringing her home. It still looks good. Does that mean you can put it on the used truck lot? I'm sure you get a couple bucks for it, right? Sell it as is, no warranty.
Brad Lovell. Nobody else had this problem. Must be because you're getting old, all that dust. Hey, congratulations, man, out there. You know, last year, a little different results than what you had this year, but if you didn't have a few of those lows, you wouldn't have the highs. And you know what? You still got across this line.
Oh yeah, I mean we're never going to be upset to be here at the finish, and we missed third place by a minute, maybe a little more, maybe a little less, I don't know. But either way, we know we're running the pace out there. We got this truck working great. We've been tuning with Fox, and it's faster than it's ever been. Justin Bean Smith prepped it for us. He was going to get in the last lap, and I came around and I felt so good. It's running so smooth. I said, you know what, I'm just going to stay in it. So and a lot of that I got to attribute to the big 40-inch BFGs on this, and we're really happy to be out here representing AMSOIL. Had my brother Roger co-driving the first half, and then Jason Hutter riding the second. And I was thinking about it while I'm out there driving. You know, you think about a lot of things because driving is kind of a subconscious thing, and I was thinking, you know, today's a good day. I'm out here, I'm behind the wheel of a Baja truck, sawing at the wheel. My wife and kids flew in to surprise me for this race. I get to spend time with my family, and great team behind us. A lot of friends, old and new, out helping us out. We had a great day.
Well, congratulations. You add to that resume that you've got going on. And I said this quite a bit last night in yesterday's racing. It's a situation where to look at the back of that medal, it means a lot to the guys that run this race.
Yeah, indeed. You know, respect is earned 1 mile at a time. Absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of adventures out there that don't get necessarily talked about after the fact or get quickly forgotten. But, you know, we had a couple moments where, you know, we're kind of more passengers in the truck than we are in control of it. And that's what you got to do. You know, somebody told me you should be scaring the hell out of yourself once every 10 miles. That's about where we try to run.
Nice job, guys. Congratulations on finishing the mid-400.
Right on. Thank you, Scott.
As far as
only podiums are getting.
Oh yeah, I live in Vegas, and the area I'm in, they were getting. I'm out at downtown Summerlin, and they were auctioning them lots off back before it crashed, and they were getting $600 grand.
I got a radio, but I haven't heard nothing.
Oh, okay, no, there's no first, second, or third place.
I mean, like Pierce, where did he finish?
Yeah. All right, I'll ask her if she knows that information and pass it on to you. Other than that, I think she's just gonna let you know when it's first, second, or third.
We're going to get another one of the Herbst boys up here on stage. I got to tell you right now that the future of desert racing here in the Nevada area is in very good hands. Gentlemen, you know what these are. And I really love it when you guys come up here on the stage and I can bring attention to the fact that what that back of that medal says. And respect is earned 1 mile at a time. And you know what? You, young man, have done just that this afternoon.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Well, I got to tell you, as I'm looking back behind you, there's one big smile, man. Big-ass smile right there. That right there says it all.
Oh, yeah, it does. I had the pleasure to race with him today, too. He ran the first lap. I ran the last 3, and me and him were just laughing the whole time. It was sick.
Laughing? Really? You rolled it?
He rolled it. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's got dementia, I think.
Does anybody else kind of want to sit at breakfast table with these two tomorrow morning? Because I have a funny feeling. What was the afternoon like for you, though?
It was great. Just got tougher and tougher throughout the day. Obviously, the course was rough that last lap, but it was just a lot of fun, and we're glad that we made it to the finish.
Are you starting to feel that? I mean, people may bring it up, maybe they don't, but people that know this sport, know the family, know the generations. And the fact that you're stepping up to be the third generation in this sport with this kind of a family's name, has that sunk in yet? Because you're really, really stepping up, man.
No, it's just awesome because I've watched my dad my entire life, and I know he watched his dad, and I know that he's watching us right now, and he's smiling up there in heaven, and this is just awesome for us, for sure.
Well, I can't let you off stage without talking to your dad a little bit as well. If people could see the eyes, just to look in his eyes right now, as he looks inside that truck, what does this mean to you, being the third generation of your son behind the wheel?
You know, I was so proud. He ran Parker, and he did so well there. He got out of the car, and I said, would you rather play golf? He said, no, I want to play this. I said, oh, okay. But anyhow, you know, we're just very proud that the third generation him, and he's got a brother that's overseas right now, and he's coming back to play run with him in the 500, and then he's got a cousin that ran Fontana today. I'm not sure exactly what he did in the Xfinity race. I don't know how he finished, but so they're all the kids are doing something special. And
well, I gotta ask you, how are you keeping that all straight, man? Let alone your own racing program.
I'm not real sure, but anyhow, the kids are having fun. We're having fun watching them, and hope he brings this, you know, to his kids too, because it's fun out here at the Mint, and it's fun out down in Baja in the going out and off-roading, and it's just a family sport, and we love it, and I just hope he continues doing it.
Well, you as a dad are doing a hell of a job, and you as a son and a driver are doing a hell of a job as well. Congratulations to the both of you.
Thank you so much.
This right here is the Mint 400. This right here is the Mint 400. The truck looks relatively in pretty good shape, but you're limping across the line. I don't know if you struggled to get here, but it couldn't have been too easy with the flat spot right there, but this is what it's all about right here. Hand it over to your co-driver. You know, you've come a long way. You drove a long way today. I'm not a big fan of driving 400 miles on a highway, let alone 428 out there in the desert and beating yourselves up like the way you did. But talk about your afternoon, what it was like.
Yeah, we had a pretty good run, really. First lap we had a flat, and then just as we're coming into the last speed zone on our third lap, we had the engine cut out on us, so we couldn't get it restarted. We had a little wire come off on the starter motor, so we lost about 10 minutes there. And overall for our first trophy truck race ever, and our first Mint 400 ever, I think to finish it is pretty cool.
Well, you put that medal around your neck, and I know you didn't look at it, and I'm going to bring it to every driver's attention that comes across this line tonight, and they're probably going to get sick of me bringing it up every single time. But read what it says, and the boys, the Martelli boys, are dead serious about this. Respect is earned 1 mile at a time, and you did it 428 times.
Thank you very much. It's got to thank Rick Geyser for Geyser Brothers and PWR Performance Products for helping us out and giving us a great truck, and all the boys at Geysers who made all that happen.
And thank you for coming over here from across the pond and making this into a global event. Thank you so much.
We'll be back.
Well, another example of what the Mint 400 is all about. Your truck is tore up and missing parts, brother. And you're not denying it one bit, are you? Well, obviously you got a story to tell about your race afternoon. What was it like?
It was a bittersweet day for us. RJ Anderson and Brian started. They drove the first 3 laps. Really had no mechanical issues with the truck. We kind of had a hang up in the pit with our fuel tower. really nobody's fault, just some bad luck. And then our electric impact, we had some problems with that and had a slow flat change. Not Bron's fault, nothing you can do when the equipment fails like that. But those two problems today, just one flat tire and those two little hang-ups, as competitive as this class has gotten, you can't really have any problem and win. So we just made the best of our day, tried to keep pushing hard, do some durability testing for the 500. But overall, it was a good day, and just got to thank all our sponsors, especially Jeff Miller with Trophy Tractor. Without him, this wouldn't be possible. Orla Drilling, Performance Equipment, BF Goodrich Tires, Walker Evans Rims, Tyler for riding with me, and then another sponsor of mine, Kaminsky Mining Services. He actually let me drive the first lap in his trophy truck today. So my other co-pilot Max and I, we did a lap in that kind of as a pre-run. So raced two cars in the same race, never done that. It was pretty rad. So yeah, just trying to drop them out, but we dropped them out on ourselves, unfortunately, today. So.
Well, you know what? Tomorrow afternoon, maybe Monday afternoon, hell, maybe next Saturday afternoon, sitting at home watching basketball. Who knows? I think you're going to end up pinching yourself when you look back at this weekend, what you did today.
Absolutely. This is something that you'll never forget. And, you know, all the crew guys, my wife, for letting me come out here and do this. Got two little boys at the house, and she holds down the fort while I'm out racing. So I got to thank her and just everybody that makes this possible. And Rigid Lights and everybody else, you know.
Well, you know what? After that story, after what you're going home to, you've had a hell of a day. Congratulations, man. You're a finisher of the Mint 400.
Right on. And then like to thank the Martellis and all the volunteers and everybody out here that made this possible. It was a great race. And hopefully we can come back next year and try to get the win.
I'm sorry, but I got to tell you, this thing's got Mad Max written all over it. Wow. And he's got kind of that devilish grin, too, doesn't he? Here, guys. And before I go any further, I want you to read the back of that medal, what it says. Because I have a funny feeling you got some stories to tell, and you've had one hell of an afternoon.
Yeah, it was a long ride. We didn't qualify, so we started last. Behind everybody, so we fought the dust a lot all day long, but we just kept inching through, and made it. And you know, Kirk here, this is his truck, and he's the one that makes this all happen. Him and the Brenthals.
So I probably shouldn't be commenting on the condition of the truck at the moment with him sitting right there, huh?
The hood was not my fault. It came up on its own.
So I'm dying to find out because he brought it up. What about a wheelie?
Oh yeah, we had a couple of good wheelies that we did down there, probably like 3/4 around the course. That they were motorcycle style wheelies.
But you as a driver have not done your job unless you scared the truck owner sometime throughout the day.
Well, I don't know if I wanted to scare him, but we had some good times, that's for sure.
Well, congratulations, guys! Just like the back of that medal says, you've earned the respect this afternoon as finishers of the Mint 400. Nice job.
Thanks a lot. I want to thank Recycle Wise and Christine, the real boss over there, and all the guys at Brenthal. They were at all the pits and took care of us, and we're loving this Gen 3.
Nice job, guys.
And then he won the unlimited class at 1 2
maybe a little scuffed up. You know, you get a little damage to the paint, but overall, this truck looks like it's in great shape so far, man. It's like you had a heck of a day, broken arm and all.
Well, I mean, yeah, it was a great day, actually. You know, we just got a couple of flat tires, just hit some big rocks, shouldn't have hit. Jeff Bader and Daniel, those guys started off, did the first 2 laps. They did a great job. They got a flat about 6 miles out and drove the thing on a wheel, which I can't believe these wheels held up driving through that desert for 6 miles. And they brought it in. Mike Kim and I got in, and this truck was actually finished by Brenthal just on Wednesday, and it's a true testament to what a great job those guys do over there. This car held up all day, flawless, 0 problems, other than just driver error with the flat tires. But no, really impressed with this piece of equipment. Can't wait to get out there and put some miles on it and get it actually tested, tuned, all that stuff. But couldn't have done it without our great sponsors on board with Fox, Vision Wheel, Brenthal, Baja Designs. These lights, they put this new laser bar up top, just unbelievable, the technology in that. So no, we had a great day. Like to have got a better finish, but still driving with a broken wrist right now. Just broke that at King of the Hammers. So yeah, it was. I had surgery a couple weeks ago. They may not be real happy I'm out here, but you know what? I drove it on Friday, and this thing drives so smooth. I was like, you know, I could drive with one hand. And Mike shifted all day, so I would just give him a little point or tell him, yeah, upshift, downshift, and otherwise, no, just a great day.
I got one question as I give you these medals. And is there anything you won't drive? I mean, damn.
Yeah, you know, after King of the Hammers, you know, we were fortunate enough to get one on the top step of the box over at King of the Hammers this year. So we're really happy with that finish over there. And we're looking forward to just racing whatever we can get our hands on. Right now, we're fortunate enough to be teamed up with Jeff Bader. And what a great family, what a great friend. And, you know, this piece of equipment's, you know, it's one of the best pieces of equipment I've ever driven. So I look forward to what we could do with this thing next.
Well, I got to let everybody know that this was last year I was talking to you. And for whatever reason, Facebook kept kicking right in my face. You got to be friends with Dan Frisch. You got to be friends with Dan Frisch. I'm like, okay, fine. I click on him, and you actually accepted it. I'm like, damn, all right, now I'm somebody. So, you know what? Congratulations, guys. And one thing that I did notice, if everybody else noticed this as well, this entire interview, he never once said I. He never once said me. It's the team, and it's us and we. And Dan, I got to commend you on that alone.
Well, you know, one last thing I got to do is I got to thank the good Lord Jesus Christ for keeping us safe out there. This is a rough sport we do, and we're putting our lives on the lines at times that we probably shouldn't be doing, but nevertheless, we love it.
Well, when you finish the King of the Hammers, that's one thing. Well, when you finish the Mint 400, it's another. And if you look at the back of that medal, you've earned respect every 428 miles this afternoon. Congratulations.
Thanks, my friend.
Dan Frisch. Anybody else notice that his cast matches the race truck? Same color. All right. I got scared there for a second. I got real nervous there for a second because I didn't see the driver. All I saw was a little girl. I'm like, how's that happening? Hey, congratulations. You won. Yeah.
No.
Oh, you know what? I'm going to give you this, not your dad. This is yours, okay? You earned respect today. How about that? That's yours. There you go. Well, I got to tell you, I don't know, I love the old school look. There's no doubt about it. I know I know the fact that you get a lot of compliments on it, but I wanted to come for me right now. I love this look, man. And just that alone has to draw a lot of attention to you. And you know what? Congratulations, you guys are finishers of the Mint 400.
That's what we came here to do. You know, this truck was sitting as a chassis 2 months ago in our garage, and we decided, like, hey, let's go try and race the Mint. And everybody jumped on board, and none of us have slept since Christmas, and we're here on top of this here podium, and this is awesome, man. I can't thank everybody enough. There's a ton of people on the side of this truck, and they're not just people that support the program. They're friends, and they're families, and they're part of this team. They're not just nobodies. Every single person on the side of this car means the world to us, and is the only reason we are here. We're just regular 9-to-5 dudes, and we did this. I don't even know how we did this, but people always ask, how do you guys get this stuff done? And I always say, like, if I ever figure it out, I'll probably stop doing it because I will lose my mind. But we're happy. We're pumped. I don't know. I got to thank the whole world for everything, but this is great. Thank you.
Well, I got one question for you before you peel off the stage here. No, I'm sure you got neighbors or friends that have no idea what the heck this is all about. And it was like they might come over to your house, they might walk into the garage and look at this thing and kind of go, you mean you race this? This is not street legal? I mean, what do you tell these people that have no idea what you do?
Yeah, our neighbor is a little confused as to what we do over there because we're in the garage till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and then we all leave for work at 6. And but they probably think we're a bunch of tweakers, honestly, is what's going on. But yeah, they can't quite figure out why we keep swapping motors on our pickup trucks. But no, I don't know. This is great. I don't know. I'm on cloud 9. This is awesome.
Congratulations, guys. You're finishers of the Mint 400. You did a hell of a job today. Nice job. Bye, sweetheart. Well, I'm getting reports now that we have a couple of cars coming in about 10 minutes out, right about 10, 12 minutes. So we'll take a little bit of a break, grab something to eat, something to drink back in the VIP tent. It is open now for everybody, so you can go back in there and check it out. But right now we're about around 10, 12 minutes before our next finishers come across the line.
6,100 winner of the 2020 Mint 400. You know what? I'm going to go right over to the co-driver. I'm going to give this to you. Well, the crew's up here, the cameras are up here. And first thing right here, not only do you take the win, these words are stamped in metal. And hand that to your co-driver. He's already got the champagne, so. Talk to us about your afternoon and your winning run here at the 2020 Mint 400.
Oh, it was awesome. I mean, the race, it's totally different now that the Montelli brothers are running everything, and it turned out really well.
As they pull up, and he was all smiles. He was just ecstatic. He was watching me. You were kind of nervous a little bit. I think you'd be driving up here on the podium, but the thing is, I don't think you scared her all today, man. You got on a winning run.
Yeah, I mean, it's the ideal day. Everything went the way best we could hope, and we're more than pleased.
Get your ass out of the truck. You got a check cover plus you got a bunch of pictures and bottles of champagne. Time for a little celebration. He's kind of new at this, isn't he? So we'll do a quick TV interview. Give him the check. Co-driver. Help your driver out, man. He's having issues right there. Look behind you, there's a check. Where's that champagne? What you with your bottle, man? You guys really are new up here, huh? I'm getting out of here. You guys can go up front. Go right ahead. It's your celebration too.
Coronavirus.
How are you?
Yeah, Jimmy! Oh, go Jimmy! They're 20 miles out. Blown rear shocks. Shit, I shouldn't have.
kill you now. So, congrats, guys.
Yeah, Jimmy!
Good job, boss! So how was the last lap? Dragging our heels down. How are you? What's up, bro? Hey, how you doing? Our guys were, they came in this last lap. I don't forget about it, but Dave and I talked to like do it especially when I kind of lot of people on the outside of the truck and
Coming up on stage now is Class 4. We got 2 cars coming in on Class 1. Still working on the results as of right now. So this is going to be a really quick interview. So you can shut this thing down. We still haven't figured out yet if you're second or third. We're still working the transponder issues.
When we crossed 50, we had about a 20-minute lead on third. So we just drove it on the finish line. So.
We just want to get you off the stage and get this thing shut down because this will go on watch the rest of it.
Yeah, well, I'd just like to say thanks to Sarah and all the rest of the crew and the Cricket today for riding with me. BF Goodrich tires, Rigid Industry lights, all the parts we put on this car are just phenomenal. And I'd really like to say one big extra thank you to John McCrory at Aurora Bearings. Without his help, one day airing some parts, we just wouldn't have been here. So really appreciate everybody and all the effort they put together. Thanks.
Everybody's had the different struggles of this afternoon's race, and yours is no different. I mean, you got issues right now trying to get this thing. You can't turn it up and it won't fire back up. So, you know what? Read the back of these medals, and that's what today's all about. You guys have finished on the podium. I'm not sure you're second or third, but we're going to figure out as quickly as we can. We just want to get you guys some rest right now.
Well, we appreciate it, man. It was a great race today. We actually had a perfect day. No flaps, BF Goodrich tires and ran all day long. We had such a perfect day. Brand new car to us, so we just really went out and drove it 4 circles and had a great day.
Nice job, guys.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
How many times did you How many times did you hear look at the back of that? I know. Why some drove it there. We built that truck all up. They threw all of them.
No, they said, they kept saying, oh, it's 100%. Mom goes, 99%.
You guys see what that is?
Oh my God, that's awesome.
Take it. Please tell me you have. You have a photo with Luke too? My lord, you took a selfie with Luke. No, I'm not like. How cool is that? Fanboying him, but like. They were so approachable. You are just a social butterfly.
No, but they're so cool in the graduation. They were just all fun and happy and having fun.
We're going to let them knock out the TV interview real quick first, and we'll get our words with them on stage in just a second. But how about that? Your winners in Class 10. Man, this thing is in pristine condition.
Of what? He gave you his email?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I'm sitting here and talking to him. Like, I'm talking to you. It was that casual. It wasn't. You what? So I was taking a bunch of pictures. I missed the stuff truck. The bar.
Oh, that's the photo.
A little bit of celebration. One guy can't do all the celebrating. Get up there.
That's Rob Max.
Your winners of the 2020 Class 10 champion of the Mid 400.
I saw it, I was like, okay,
Come on down, guys. That's our turn to talk to you. First off, congratulations. The medals, they may be just a little piece of steel, but the words in the back are worth gold. And I mean that with all sincerity. There's a lot of teams that have been finishing yesterday afternoon, well, last night, I should say, after midnight, that were almost in tears when they read that. Talk about your day and your championship run.
During the BFG.
We got in on the end of the second lap. Preston Brinkman started, and he ran a good race. We had a couple tire issues out there against. Any issues? Just ran a great race. We pulled in, had some tires changed. Between laps. Couldn't without, Block 1 race prep.
Anybody else notice? I feel like I'm talking to a couple of buddies at a bar. One's kind of sitting in the bar stool, the other one's kind of doing like this right now, you know?
I'd like to thank all of our pit crew, all of them that come out here volunteering to help. Yeah, we couldn't do it without you. Love you guys come support us for our help the same passion. Thank Brent Fox, couldn't do it without him especially. Named on the side of the car. Lou McCraft doesn't know anything better.
Well, before we go any further, he's been holding on to that cardboard now for too long. I think he wants to give you something.
On behalf of Lou McCraft and Mr. Hunter, I'm going to present you a check for $20,000.
Well, just so you realize this, you know, for every dollar you spend on your race program, you have to spend $2 on the woman in your life.
Oh, she gets plenty. Hey, cards up here, there, socks.
Come on up here. Once again, congratulations to our winning Class 10 car. Let's get both these up here on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we got both these cars up here for a reason. Obviously, they're both Lumicrafts, but obviously the other reason, first and second. Not a bad day for a Lumicraft here at the Mid 400. No, don't get too excited. Well, you know, first and foremost, I don't want him to hang on to that check for too long. He hung on to the last one for about a half hour, so we'll just do it right now. Go ahead.
On behalf of competitive medals, Lumicraft, Pro-Am, Lumicraft 400 has a check for $10,000 for second place.
And gentlemen, even worth more than $10,000, I've got these two medals. And as I described to the winner, they may be just a little piece of steel, but they're worth gold here this afternoon. Congratulations, your second place run.
You know what, thank you. Thank you, Lumicraft. They were in our pits all day helping us. In fact, these two tires, but we actually run out of tires today. Them damn rocks kept jumping in front of us. I couldn't believe it, but we ran out of tires. We borrowed them from John there, and I'd like to thank Lumicraft. They built an awesome car and fantastic people to work with. So it's a good day when you get to go racing. It's a better day when you get a race with your son, and it's even better than that when you get a podium finish.
I got nothing after that, man. You covered it all. I really did. You talked about the tire situation. Anything else happen up there? What was it like coming through that darkness with all that dust coming into town?
You know, it was interesting as it got dark, things were spread out a little bit, and by that time the course was chewed up pretty bad. And we seen Connor out there, Kevin out there, changing the tire, and so we figured we started together. So I figured, you know what, if we can just get it in here with no more flat tires, you know, we're probably going to end up with a podium. And so we kind of took it easy the last little bit just to keep the car together, keep tires with air in them, all that, and then just to bring her home. So it's anything can happen, and often does. So we took it pretty safe that last bit just to bring it in here.
Congratulations, guys. Not only are you finishers of Mid 400, you're out on the podium. Nice job.
Thank you. You mind if I get all my pit crew and family and everybody up here?
Get their butts up here.
Left something on a table and you went back for it, wasn't there? You bad. No, I don't like. No, I've got 30 seconds. So I got an hour plus. I don't know if class can do here, but
Coming up on the stage right now is our third place finisher in Class 10. And yes, another Lumicraft. Talk about class domination. Well, I'm going to give this to him, because I know he started. I'm going to give this to her, because her ass never got out of the car all damn day. Did it? Well, both of you guys, I got father and son team up here, Connor and Kevin. First off, congratulations on making your album out on the podium. Probably wasn't the day that you wanted, but more importantly, this is the coolest thing in off-road racing, father and son. It doesn't get you doing this stuff. It's awesome to be up here with my kiddo. He did an awesome job today. He had the lead of the race. A couple unfortunate things, flat tire, this and that. So I got in halfway through the third lap, and just started driving. I haven't raced a car in 3 years. Haven't driven this in a race. I've only had 60 miles in this car at all, and this car is absolutely amazing. I want to give it up to Connor. I just got it to the finish line. He did all the hard work. I just remember hanging out in your shop in Phoenix a couple times over the years, and I remember the days when that little trophy car was hanging upside down in the air in the shop, and he was about that tall, barely in a trophy car. You could barely see over the wheel above his head. What's it like now to look at the fact that he's taller than you, taller than me, but now he's one of the best drivers in this class? It's amazing, you know. He really does his homework. I give him all the props in the world. I've really tried working with him a lot, and you can only do so much, and then it's got to be them. And he's an unbelievable driver. To see that course out there as bad as it is, and for him to go that fast, it's truly amazing. Between him and the Lumicraft and everything on this car, it's awesome. Also, these pit crew guys, they worked their butt off today, changing tires, all that kind of stuff. I can't thank them enough. Without those guys, we would not be up here today. Connor, I remember watching that little tiny Monster Energy trophy car rip around Phoenix for so many years. Did you ever imagine yourself back then being in a position right now as a podium finisher at the mid-400?
When I was younger, I did a lot of stuff. When I was younger with you and doing the short course stuff, I always had the dream of wanting to be and doing this big desert stuff and move up and progress to be bigger things. And obviously I hadn't seen it, but not to the level and extent that we are now. And it's pretty amazing to be able to have Team Lumicraft and everybody else on our side to give us an amazing car and go out there and run with the top guys and be one of the top guys as well. It's pretty amazing. So my pit crew, my team, my dad, my co-rider, everybody out here that helps out. I couldn't do it without any of them, especially my sponsors, KPT.com, HMI Foil, Fox Shocks, Method Tensor Tire, Phoenix Commercial Electric. Again, the Lumicraft race cars, and just everybody that came out to help and support, and especially my team again for putting in all the hard work that they do for us. Coming here every inch of the mile to be able to take their time off work and come here and make sure that our team is top notch on top of the box every time.
I'll shut up now because more importantly, you got a check fight over both of you. Actually, if you're smart about this, you only get to touch a check and just give it right to her. Okay? Ready, Father? Come on up and present the check.
Great job, guys. On behalf of CBR Redline, Lumicraft, you went for 100, check for $5,000. We'd also like to thank Member Kelly for helping us, helping Lumicraft and him put this together. I'd like to thank, the companies, Redline, CBR, Better Metals, Pro-Am. They stepped up big time. And $35,000 for a purse is the biggest purse in class we've seen for forever. And hopefully we can keep this rolling here.
Do it!
Nice job, guys. Congratulations.
Good job, guys.
You look ornery. I'm just going to leave these right here and stand back. Right? Talk about your afternoon. First off, I want to make you feel, hopefully make you feel a little bit better. Obviously a very rough day. Not what you were hoping for, but this is what it's all about. Look at the back of that medal and see what it says. I've told guys I've been up here tonight that may be a little piece of metal, but the guys that stick it out, never quit, never give up, that's worth gold. And that thing says respect is earned every mile, and you guys have done just that. Congratulations. You're a finisher in the tournament.
Thank you. Super happy to be here. I don't look it. It's. I think it's time to get some of that Mint 400 Beach Grease beer. But yeah, man. I mean, this was a good one. This was a rough Mint 400. You know, everybody's been talking about how rough it is all week. I would have to agree. But I'll tell you what, my BFG tires and Vision wheels, they're tougher, man. I didn't get a single flat today. We had some downtime on the start of the second lap. And I lost the drive shaft because of the limit strap issue. It took us some time to fix it, but man, once we got it going, I was so pissed we were calling. But yeah, I mean, it was good. It was good. It's dangerous now because I'm really confident in this truck. I mean, we were calling, so I'm looking forward to the next race in it, and you know, just thankful to the Pete's Camp Racing crew. The craft for building this truck. You know, you saw their 10 cars, the Pete's party going on their truck. Yeah, man, I'm beat. It was a long day today, but at the end of the day, thank you to the Martelli brothers and that media for putting on a great event. This is by far the roughest one I've been to. And also, too, my first finishing medal, so I'm stoked about that. Yeah, man, thank you to all the sponsors, all the companies and partners that, you know, we get together and are part of this race truck and race team, and you know, look at the side of the truck. These people make it all happen, and we're super stoked to partner with them. This truck is really fast, and we're coming to eventually with this race.
What you were saying right there, that last sentence pretty much says it all. And all today was, you can't have any highs, you don't have some of the lows. And all this is the racing guys kind of jacking with you a little bit. So it kind of makes you a little bit more hungry for the next one. So go get them, man.
Yeah, man, but the most important thing is we all had fun, and looking forward to the next one. Thanks, guys. Congratulations once again. You got finishers of the mid-400s. Nice job, man. And they say Killian doesn't listen. Somebody in that passenger seat must be playing like Angry Birds or something, because he's looking at a touch screen laughing his tail off. What do you have in that iPad, man? It says you're downtown Vegas, right? No? Yeah, no, GPS says you're downtown Vegas. You are here. Well, guys, you obviously had a great time this afternoon. Not the finishing spot that you wanted, I'm sure, from the start, but the thing is, the back of that medal says it all. And I know the fans out here that have been sitting around here for a while, listen to me say the same thing to every driver. I think it's important that every driver will ever hear the same thing. It may be a little piece of metal, but for the guys that stick it out, don't give up, never quit, that thing is gold. You were in third grade in the first mid 400, and your dad raced it. Wow. Your dad never finished. Oh man. Well, you know what? You know what? Congratulations, guys.
It was a really great day today. You know, I got to split the race with my dad. And I don't think I've ever really had a chance to have as much fun as I did today. And the truck's just perfect. I can't thank you enough. I mean, we came back from Lofton 2 weeks ago and decided last week that we wanted to race, and they put 3 guys on and made sure everything was done. Picture was all ready to go, and it ate everything up out there.
What do you think your grandpa would be saying right now about you up here on the podium?
Yay. I know my dad's really proud of him, but I'm really proud of him too. I mean, he hasn't driven this truck, and he got to drive for the first time during qualifying, and came out to the race in the first lap and drove it like he was a champion. So, this truck's
Well, you know what? There's been more than a few father-son teams, and every single one of them I watch the eyes. I don't listen to the words per se, but I just watch the eyes of the father and the son, and your eyes are speaking volumes, especially your dad. I know you've been talking to me. You know, and it's a pretty cool thing when, you know, everyone says the millennials are kind of like shitheads.
I'm glad you did put stuff the right way.
You know, they are. But you know what? It's pretty damn cool when you see this right now. And this young man right here is the future of this sport, and I think this sport is in pretty good hands. Congratulations, man.
I thank you. That's all I can say. It was a perfect day, and I just want to say thank you to BFG for we had 2 flats, but you can't feel the bumps in these things. BFG and KCI for keeping us alive tonight. And Fusion Off-Road, Craig, Wayne, Brian, Celine, my dad, girlfriend, good job, and all the rest of the pit crew, they're just amazing people. And I just want to say thank you to them.
You're the first driver to come across this line in the last 2 days to mention every Twitter by name. Nice job, man.
Car's over right now.
I tried.
Hell yeah, you're in it. Whoa, he got bombarded.
Let's get drunk, bitches!
Yeah, let's go. What are you doing? Yeah, they kind of made you talk black. Did you? Oh my God!
Well, this young lady right here keeps adding to her resume. Race after race, class after class. Doesn't matter what year it is or what she's racing, she keeps adding to that resume. Sarah Price, read the back of that medal out loud, please.
Respect is earned 1 mile at a time.
And you did it all 420 of them today. Congratulations.
Thanks so much. We had a wild ride today. My first time ever in a trophy truck, so Chattanooga Whiskey and Robert Johnson, I can't thank them enough for believing in me and giving this opportunity. I'm beyond grateful for the chance. I have the best navigator, Helen Wash, she's legendary, right in my right seat, so, and it's a Guys and Brothers truck, and we have a whole Guys and Brothers team out here also pitting for us, so I don't think it gets better than that, honestly. We did have, unfortunately, a lot of mechanicals today that comes with racing, and it put us down probably about 3 hours. So, yeah, other than that, I feel absolutely incredible in the truck, and you know, that's all I really wanted to walk away with this day, was to finish and kind of see where my speed was and see if I have what it takes to hang with the big dogs. And I have great confidence. I think I do.
Well, you're goal-oriented, obviously. You're hard-driven, obviously. You've got this vision at the end of this long tunnel of your racing career, but that tunnel keeps getting wider and wider and easier to drive through. Where you started from years ago and where you're at right now, I know you had a goal to do whatever the hell it was you wanted to do, but did you ever think you'd be sitting right here, right now, at this moment, in a trophy truck, at the Mid-400 as a finisher?
No, I definitely did not ever imagine myself being right here in this seat ever. Let alone did I ever imagine I would be driving off-road trucks. And then now racing in the top class there is. If you would have asked me this 5 years ago or 10 years ago, I never even would have thought about it. My dad comes from actually racing Baja Class 10 class, so or off-road cars, and so it's interesting how it's come full circle from 2 wheels to 4 wheels to this. And he even looks at it and he goes, "I never have to drive a truck." He goes, "It was crazy. Like, this is what's happening now. Like, he just chasing me around at the races."
Congratulations, you've now added a quite good resume. Your latest listing as a finisher, the Mid-400. Nice job.
Thanks so much, and thanks to everyone out there supporting us. I know we had a lot of fans out there that have been cheering us on, so thank you so much. And to all our sponsors and supporters that are on the truck, we have Chattanooga Whiskey first and foremost, Guys and Brothers, Super ATV, Ram Mounts, Be of Goodrich, they make the best tires out there. You're not going to want to without them.
Sarah, usually drivers have a piece of paper in their pocket and they whip it out here with all their lists, but some guys now lately have been reading off their cell phones from right there in that seat reading. You're reading your fire suit.
You're supposed to see that. Well, yeah, I can't miss people. This is why I get to go racing. But Raceland Wheels, BP Racing, BP Lubricants too, Hoonigan, Fox, SP Tools, Flex Razor, Run Radios, and Baja Designs. I can't get them all enough.
Congratulations. Nice job.
Thank you so much.
Now this is one sharp little car, and I don't see a whole lot of damage. He wants to have one hell of an afternoon. Everyone's talking about how the course will just literally beat him up. What was it like for you guys?
I just like driving a Cadillac. Trainer car.
Liar.
Floated right over it.
I'm looking at your co-driver, liar.
We also didn't get one flat, believe it or not. We're pretty stoked about that. Like the hare and the hound out there. I think the turtle in it. Got the pass to the flat, pass them back, pass them back. Anyway, that's good racing. Worth place, I think.
I believe that's what it is, yeah. So we'll call it top 5. Not bad job for an afternoon at the mid 400.
Yeah, we're pretty stoked about it. One of the roughest races we've done in 6 years of racing. But it was a great race. BFG tires, not one flat, 2 shots, kept us as straight as it could be. And my co-pilot was on, great job. Kurt started the race, he was in flat. Derek Traeger built this car and prepped it for it. Adam Wick's engine, and everybody does really good for us.
Well, let me hand these to you. I got one view for also. And kind of read to yourself what it says in the back and tell me that doesn't going to put a smile on the other side. Every single time if you read that, you're going to think about 2020 mid 400.
Yeah, the last half of I thought I could catch 3rd place possibly after the first hit, but then like halfway through the last lap, I gave up and got lazy. So it was rough.
Well, you know what? Like I said earlier, you guys need to be patted on the back because you'll be going down in history as a finisher of the mid 400. And that's a very small club, and not many people can say they did that.
4 out of 5 now. We're pretty stoked.
Nice job, guys.
I mean, I'm right underneath this one stuff. You'll break that ball.
Well, I hope you're just excited to come up on the podium. That way you kind of broke the throttle like that because you're being a little nervous. But I want to say that you finished 2nd in Class 1. That's the report I'm giving you, so congratulations on the podium for the 2020 Mid 400.
Hey, we'll take it. It's been a hell of a day out here. I'd like to thank my buddy Rick. He did an awesome job. Him and Arthur did a great job on running the first 2 laps today. And problem free. And then I got in the car with my buddy Mike Cole. And we ran one solid lap. And when we stopped, we had a few broken bolts and some issues. So we worked on it. We just wanted to finish. This car's been in mothballs for, I don't know, a year or 2. It's 13 years old this year. So I do believe the engine is like 10 years old. Ilmore Viper V10. So awesome. I want to thank Checkers Off-Road for being there today, help me out. I want to thank the Martelli brothers for donating an entry fee to Checkers Off-Road, which we took it and donated the money back to our club. I want to thank Bomber Eyewear, Living Dirty, Weddle, King Shocks, my buddy Kurt at DC Shocks, who helped me do some last minute shock repairs last week. We didn't even make it into town until Thursday night. We were thrashing all week just to make it. Stoked to be here. I want to thank my wife Ashley at home, my mom and my family, and everybody who supports me.
Well, I'm going to give you these medals. For you and your co-driver, every single time you pick that thing up, you're going to look at the back of it. Yeah. Every time you pick that up and look at the back, you're going to think of this night and your 2nd place finish at the mid 400.
Awesome, we're stoked on that. Just to be here at the finish is huge. Course was dog shit on the last lap, I'm not lying, it was awful.
guys. Everybody come on up here. It's time to celebrate.
Recording movie starts with movie by still imaging about it. It's only available for don't push that button. Can't take pictures. What a it is not a bugger. I'm on standby. Oh, it's recording now. I thought you were where we had it done. We're really inside my personal space right now. I think you're on F6 right now. You're not getting audio. You got audio levels going? No. Where are you, dude?
This is one of those situations where I looked at the co-driver as he pulled up here, and that expression is like, can I get the hell out of here already? Guys, I've been pulling this up for every single driver and co-driver, and the thing is, every single time you pick that medal up, you look at the back and what it says, you're going to think of this night, and I can't help but think that you put a smile on your face, maybe even a little twinkle in your eye, because you guys never quit. Kept going, stop, and you made it to the finish. Congratulations.
Thank you. Look, we're here last night and raced the UTVs. We finished in ninth in that race. Last year we won the UTV unlimited class, so we know what it takes to win this race. We had a bit of bad luck in the first lap. We lost the wheel. We got that fixed and just persevered. We got out of the car after the second lap and we had Chris Redden to go. Just to, just to slow down a bit and gather my thoughts. First going to trophy truck, straight out of the UTV. These things are insane. The power, the hammering that these things get are incredible. So, unfortunately, I've got another needle in my arm that's slowly injecting trophy truck into it. I don't know I'm going to go back to racing UTVs, that's for sure.
I don't know if you scared the hell out of your co-driver or you didn't at all, because he's over there yawning.
He's a good driver himself. Unfortunately, his car, we had two cars in the race, he had a steering issue, so he's trying to drive us, so I've got him to come in with me and just see how it's going in the last lap. And he's put so much effort into this. He's helped set all the cars up all the way through the UTV. He comes over, leaves his family behind in Australia. So I'm just happy that he's in the passenger seat with me for the last lap.
Well, I want to thank you for coming across, halfway across the world, to be a part of the Mint 400. And you know what? Thank you so much. Congratulations for being finishers for the Mint 400. Nice job.
Yeah, look, thank the Martelli brothers. I reckon they put on a good show. Thank the whole team, all the sponsors, Method, King, everybody. CMS Racing, my company back home, my business partner Brendan, who lets me have time off and come over here and race in your beautiful country and help me destroy your roads.
We'll get your ass on the truck for pictures. I think some people want to celebrate with you.
we found a really cool one today that was just tight. Yeah, I got it. We got both. So if it's any of your guys,
yeah, that sunset hung around for a while.
For a while, dude. Yeah. We barely got Honda at it. It was actually perfect. They are high five.
I think probably Brento, third, the Brento truck running like third or whatever. Yeah, he came drifting into the third and that kind of hit.
Yeah. Blowing ribs and sideways. That's tough.
I remember getting a kick for that. Wait, no, my best part, one of the little like military cars running today, they're cruising slow. So like I was just doing like slow or something. So I was like, hey, what's up? And James pushed those up. He got out of his line and ran my GoPro over. No way! That's great. It didn't break it though. That's good. It's just funny though.
Hey, let's welcome up on the stage the 2020 BF Goodrich Tire Mid 400 Class 7 champions. Randy, you don't look happy. Come on, man. You need some more. You need more beer. What? Nice. Now that's a crew. That crew knows how to take care of their drivers. To talk about your afternoon, not one of the biggest trucks out there, not some of the biggest suspensions, but you had the same course that they did. And you look worse for the wear. I remember the truck was great, actually, to be honest with you. But you look like shit.
Yeah, I don't feel too bad, but I had a cold the last few days, and it's kind of shaky for me. The Honda ran a good race all day, and Tracy Rubio drove the first 2 laps, and hung right there with him the whole time, and then we just drove truck real hard. You know, starting very last, and drove the trucks, everybody takes off. We're in the very last, and first part of the truck the whole time. That's fine. As long as I get a win, it's all good.
I gauge how the day went by looking at the co-driver, not so much the driver himself. The co-driver looks pretty damn good, to be honest with you. You know, you never have to get out once. So then I guess you did the job then.
And we had a good run, and one of the big reasons we're here is Tracy wanted to get a mid 400 win. And we just did Lofton, we won that race 12 days ago, and it's just been last minute stuff, 12 in prep, and it just takes like a month or so. We just do it together, here we are.
Well, Randy, get your ass out of the truck finally. I got a big check for you. I got a couple bottles of champagne. It's time for you to select the crew, man. Randy, don't forget about this, even more important. Your first big check, $1,500. Come on up here, guys. This is part of your celebration too. Randy Merritt, your 2020 BF Goodrich Mid-400 Class 7 champion.
You pulled over tonight, guys. Woo! No? Oh man, it's time to go party. Here, I need someone to help them watch the course and help them break that. Go, baby. That's what's out there. Or somebody sees it. Like one more. Maniacs. Go over, dog.
till your lights work.
We told them the whole time when they were coming to the pit, turn off your top light bar, turn off, and they never turned it off, so they know they worked really well.
Well, for having such a long day, you guys both look pretty darn good. Let me present this to you guys. Talk about your afternoon, your evening. It is now approximately 10:15. You've had a long day at the Mid 400.
Yes, sir. We ended up with 4 flats. Last lap ran out of gas. So it's been a long run. My dad actually helped me the third lap, did an awesome job. Wouldn't be here without him. Playtech Racing, built the car, amazing car. Handles great. Luke did an awesome job today. Household and Motorsports, of course, would not be here without them. So I just want to thank everybody for everything they do. And of course, my mom. She supports me.
I'm gonna help you out with this, right? Okay. Next time you're up on the podium, your mom always comes first. All right.
Yeah, I messed that one up. I'll get used to it. Don't worry. Thank you, Mom.
You may not have had the best finishing days that you wanted, but you finished today. And you know what? The back of that medal, or what you're looking at right there, it's only a piece of metal. But on a day like today, what you guys have gone through to get to the finish, you didn't quit, you didn't give up. That thing is worth gold. And every time you think of that thing, every time you pick up that medal, you look at the back of that, you think of this night and what you guys went through to get here. It's a hell of a story, and congratulations. You have now joined a very small club that is the finishers of the Mid 400.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Yeah, it was our first Mid 400, so very grateful to finish. Thank God we did it. It's always coming in. Have fun.
Oh, get your ass out of the car and celebrate with your fans. Come on. Everybody come on up here for pictures. Well, I see a lot of using of duct tape and zip ties. Pat, I can't help but think somehow you're involved with this. Guys, you kind of epitomize right now what the Mid 400 is all about. This thing is beat up, tore up, screwed up, making crazy sounds that probably wasn't making when you started the race. But I look at the team that's behind you, and when you read that medal on the back, I can't help but think that this has been a hell of a team effort to get you to the finish line this afternoon. I should say tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we couldn't get here without this awesome Honda off-road team. You know, they're the spine in this whole organization, and we really couldn't be here without them. Jeff drove a great first 3 laps. I got in for the last lap. Fortunately, on the right toward the middle of the 3rd lap, we had a pretty big mechanical failure, I guess you can say. We got a broken coil spring right there. So I pretty much drove the whole last lap with no rear shocks. So that was the gnarliest 100 miles I've ever driven in my life. I mean, I've driven all up and down Arizona, Nevada, Baja, and this was probably the gnarliest 100 miles I've ever driven in my life. I mean, I've driven a Class 9 car, a 516 car, Class 10 car, and this was the gnarliest. This is the most beat up I've felt after a race in my whole career.
You know, I kind of like the fact that this truck is beat up, tore up, messed up, jacked up, whatever the hell you want to call it. But you know what? It's one thing to have these things cross the line, looking pristine, taking the win, all that kind of stuff. But I think from a marketing standpoint, this is actually probably more valuable than a winning vehicle. The fact that you guys survived the mid 400, messed up, jacked up, tore up, and I think that's a testament to what you guys have gone through to prep this thing for the mid 400.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we could have given up, and you know, knowing that we were just going to beat ourselves up, and we could have decided to call it, but you know, we don't quit. When we know if this truck's still going, we're not going to quit. We're going to get this thing to the finish. I did my best to hold off Merritt, but you know, we just couldn't go fast in the rough stuff, unfortunately. So we did everything we can, but never give up. And I think we're 2nd place, so that's better than a DNF, that's for sure.
I'm looking at your crew right now, and I think it's time to celebrate because the 2nd place finish at the 2020 Mid 400 ain't damn bad at all, man.
Absolutely, and just got to thank all our sponsors. Honda, of course, the engine just ran absolutely perfect all day long, nice and cool. General Tire, KMC Tires, or KMC Wheels, Fox Shocks, just all the great sponsors that we have, Steel It, Pro Eagle Jacks. I mean, the list goes on, and we couldn't do it without all those guys.
Get your ass out of this truck and celebrate with your guys.
Woo!
spin all day. I haven't seen it like 3 days. Push it out of nowhere. Yeah. Always a good day. You guys in a little bit. Yeah, I'm out. Actually, I thought about calling you. Good job. Thanks. Take it easy, man. Okay. Always good time. He told me to give you a hug. Not from him. Yeah. I grew up in San Antonio. Yeah, actually.